Hello everyone, today we bring you part 3. But first, let's briefly recap the previous episode. The story began with Yifan's position in his family being challenged. Demonstrating extraordinary courage and determination, he not only held his ground amidst internal family conflicts, but also started to shine in his struggle against the dynasty organization. Through his wisdom and strength, Yifan successfully defeated the traitors within his family and gained the creation fruit in a secret realm, awakening a powerful beast-controlling talent. As Yifan's power grew, he began to address the chaotic situation in Yun City. Teaming up with the city's lord, Wei Dong, he fought against families colluding with the dynasty organization. Yifan's actions were decisive and resolute. He eradicated the corrupt Sun and Zheng families and established his own faction, the Punitive Army, bringing new order and hope to Yun City. During Yun City's transformation, Yifan never forgot to enhance his own strength. He led his loyal companions into the Yunshi secret realm, seeking opportunities to grow stronger. Despite facing numerous dangers, Yifan always managed to overcome formidable enemies, protect his comrades, and acquire treasures. His strength and charisma earned him the trust and respect of everyone in his group. However, Yifan's rise to power also attracted more attention and jealousy. The remnants of the dynasty organization and other families coveting his power sent their strongest fighters to eliminate him. Yet, Yifan never backed down. With astonishing prowess, he repeatedly defeated his opponents, proving himself to be a true prodigy of his era. Under Yifan's leadership, the punitive army of Yun City continued to grow, becoming a formidable force. And Yifan himself, through constant exploration and learning, advanced towards higher realms. His goal was not just to become the leader of Yun City, but to change the fate of the entire human race, making the world a better place. The antagonists opposing Yifan, such as the leaders of the Sun and Zheng families and the upper echelons of the dynasty organization, were greedy and ruthless, constantly plotting chaos and schemes. However, under Yifan's brilliance, they were eventually exposed and defeated, becoming mere stepping stones on his path to greatness. That wraps up the recap of part 2. I hope you enjoyed today's part 3. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story and are watching for the first time, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into the plot of part 3. As night fell, the hall of the martial pavilion was brightly lit. Yifan sat in the center, his expression calm and steady as a mountain. Suddenly, the doors burst open, and Qian Peng rushed in like a gust of wind, panting heavily as he reported. Master Tian, the mission is successfully completed. He patted his chest confidently. The Jingxia army has safely escorted Lady Linglong to Yun City, moving like shadows with no one the wiser. Yifan nodded slightly and patted the seat next to him. Sit down and tell me more. Qian Peng, feeling honored, cautiously took a seat. Glancing around, he couldn't help but ask, where is Senior Wu Jingtian? He had some matters to attend to outside. Yifan replied calmly, though his gaze pierced the courtyard's darkness like a sword, as if trying to see through it. The atmosphere made Qian Peng uneasy, and he finally mustered the courage to ask, Master Tian, does Lady Linglong really look exactly like someone from your past? Yifan turned to him, eyes sharp. Qian Peng, if someone saved your life in a moment of life and death, what would you do? That's a given. Qian Peng responded firmly. I'd go through fire and water for them. Isn't that why I follow you, Master Tian? Then you should understand, Yifan nodded. Even knowing it's unwise, I have to save Linglong. Qian Peng scratched his head, hesitant. But, Master Tian, you don't seem very happy. Is it because of those families? Yifan sighed, his gaze distant. It's just a bit melancholic. He paused before continuing. The toy you couldn't buy as a child won't feel the same even if you buy 10 as an adult. Some people or things, once missed, are gone forever. Qian Peng was at a loss for words, finally blurting out, Master Tian, nothing in this world is perfect. Nothing in this world is perfect. Yifan murmured, then suddenly stood up, his demeanor shifting sharply. Go, mobilize the Jingxia army and summon Yao Zhuzi. Tonight might not be peaceful. Qian Peng was startled. Are those families going to start a fight? Yifan sneered. They're likely to cause trouble, but that's fine. It's time to pull Yao Zhuzi into this. Before he finished speaking, a sound sliced through the night. Wu Jingtian appeared out of thin air, cupping his fists. Master Tian, I followed them for dozens of miles to ensure no one tracked the Jingxia army. Yifan nodded, slightly exasperated. Qian Peng is diligent, but too reckless. Wu Jingtian defended Qian Peng. His cultivation is still shallow. Sometimes he means well but lacks the ability. Yifan softly advised. Guide him more in the future. Wu Jingtian agreed, then curiously leaned closer. Master Tian, did you plan all this from the start? A cold light flashed in Yifan's eyes. From entering to leaving, from listening to music to receiving visitors, it was all within my control. Wu Jingtian clapped his hands in admiration. I didn't expect Master Tian to be so sentimental, defending a lady's honor. How gallant! Yi Fan chuckled. I'm saving Ling Long not because she's beautiful or has a lovely voice. Just as Wu Jingtian was about to ask more, a rapid knocking interrupted them. Who is it? Wu Jingtian demanded. There was no response, only increasingly urgent knocking. Yi Fan and Wu Jingtian exchanged a glance, both ready for action. Wu Jingtian whispered, Master Tian, should I hide first? Yi Fan waved his hand. No need. Open the door. Wu Jingtian nodded and charged at the door like a tiger. As soon as it opened, he roared, Wu Jingtian is here. Who dares? Wait, wait. We're here to apologize, came a panicked voice from outside. Wu Jingtian paused, looking back at Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded slightly, signaling him to step aside. A man with a face resembling a pig's head peeked in, wearing an ingratiating smile. Master Tian, we heard you were wronged at the Fengyue Pavilion, and we've come to apologize. Yi Fan and Wu Jingtian were stunned. Apologize? Yes, we are all here to apologize to you, Tiangong. Zhu Jing, the chubby steward of the Ji family, squeezed through the door into the martial hall, carrying a large pile of gifts. Wu Jingtian turned to look at Yi Fan, who simply waved his hand without saying anything. Soon after, a group of 20 to 30 people filed in, placing gifts in one corner of the martial hall. Yi Fan remained silent until the last person had put down their gift, then he asked, What do you mean by apologizing? Zhu Jing, smiling earnestly, explained, We are here to apologize for the incident at Fengyulu today. Bai Yiming from the Bai family disturbed Tiangong. Our elders were ignorant, and the family heads were very anxious upon hearing about it, so they sent us to present these gifts. He deftly avoided mentioning Ling Long, as if everything was due to Bai Yiming. As he spoke, Zhu Jing signaled, and the group pushed Bai Yiming to the front. Bai Yiming raised his head awkwardly, glancing at Yi Fan, and stammered out an apology. Tiangong, it was my fault. I underestimated you at Fengyulu. I'm here to apologize. Yi Fan responded calmly, no need to kowtow. Just make sure you don't insult the wrong person next time. Bai Yiming stood there awkwardly for a few seconds before Zhu Jing quickly cupped his hands and said, We hope Tiangong can accept our apology. Yi Fan paused for a moment, then sat down and nodded slightly. Since you have shown your sincerity, there's no need for further thanks. Go back and tell your family head that I'm not angry about today's incident. Zhu Jing, surprised by Yi Fan's straightforwardness, awkwardly added, Actually, Tiangong, besides apologizing, we have another matter. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Zhu Jing handed over a letter. This is from our family head, with some words for you, Tiangong. Yi Fan opened the letter on the spot. After reading it, his expression turned peculiar. Are you sure this letter is from your family head? Zhu Jing nodded affirmatively. Yi Fan read the letter again and nodded. All right, go back and tell your family head that I agree to this matter. Zhu Jing, overjoyed, led the group in retreat. Wu Jingtian, looking at the pile of gifts, asked puzzledly, What's with these families from Nange City? Instead of coming to demand an explanation, they bring gifts? Yi Fan shook the letter in his hand and explained, They are inviting me to explore a mystical realm outside Nange City that's about to open. It's said to be the resting place of a deceased ancient beast, with Lei Ling-level treasures. They are offering most of the benefits to me, including the territory within the realm. Wu Jingtian frowned. Are these families really so kind-hearted? Could it be a trap? Yi Fan thought for a moment, not sure, but it seems the Ji family head is hinting for me to compete with the governor's faction for territory. A smile played on his lips. Looks like there are still some bold people in Nange City. They might not realize that once I get stronger, I won't just settle for a part of the pie. Meanwhile, at the Ji family residence, the family head sighed in relief upon hearing that Yi Fan had agreed. He said to Sun Yuming, You really know how to handle things. It seems Tiangong responds better to soft approaches. Sun Yuming laughed. No need for such harsh words, family head. Inviting Tiangong to the mystical realm is entirely beneficial. Without us, he wouldn't even be able to enter. The Ji family head nodded but still had concerns. Do you really think he will compete with the governor's faction? Sun Yuming reassured confidently. A little maneuvering will suffice. The Ji family head hesitated for a moment, then suddenly became wary. Sun Yuming, you're always scheming. You're not planning to drag us all into this, are you? The governor will be displeased with us for inviting Tiangong without permission. The mystical realm itself is dangerous enough. Don't do anything that might trigger a beast tide and get us all killed. Sun Yuming smiled and reassured him. You're joking, family head. If I had the ability to cause a beast tide, I wouldn't need to be scheming here. I have to send many people too. I won't do anything reckless. It's not in my best interest. With that, Sun Yuming took his leave. As he turned away, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Rest assured, family head. In the following days, Nangu City appeared calm on the surface, But the aftermath of the Fengyue Pavilion incident was far from settled. Inside the governor's mansion, Jian Min held a list in his hand, looking slightly surprised as he reported to Mao Zuzi, Governor, Fengyue Pavilion announced new regulations today. They've abolished the rule that prohibits the redemption of geishas. As long as the price is right and the geisha agrees, she can be redeemed. Mao Zuzi frowned upon hearing this. Those families actually compromised with Tiangong? Jian Min nodded in confirmation and then lowered his voice to add, moreover, I've heard that those families have invited Tiangong to next month's Lei Ling's secret realm. What? Mao Zuzi erupted in anger, slamming the table. Are those families out of their minds? Inviting Tiangong? Aren't they afraid of being completely devoured? Jian Min calmly analyzed. I think they might have realized that the governor intends to watch the tigers fight from a distance. On the eve of chaos, they don't want to fight anymore. They want to preserve their strength and appease Tiangong. Perhaps they even want to let Tiangong grow stronger so he can target us. Idiots. Mao Zuzi cursed. It's one thing if I decide to lay low, but they're doing it too? Do they think Tiangong isn't already too powerful? He's already swallowed one Lei Ling's secret realm and has become a local warlord in Nanchuan. If we don't restrict him in Nangu, he'll grow even faster. Are they a bunch of fools? Jian Min agreed. Logically, this should be the governor's strategy. Even if they know, they shouldn't ignore it. By doing this, they're just making things worse for us. Whoever steps up will have to compete with Tiangong, benefiting the other side. But if no one steps up, Tiangong will grow even stronger and may eventually swallow both sides. Mao Zuzi snorted coldly. Such a sinister plan is likely the work of that bastard Sun Yuming. No one else would come up with something so devious. He then recounted how Sun Yuming had profited from a gold mine dispute between him and the Ji family. Jian Min couldn't help but admire Sun Yuming's unconventional methods. Mao Zuzi explained that Sun Yuming was not from the Sun family in the capital, but a local of Nangu City who had made his fortune by smuggling tobacco. Jian Min pondered. So he's a habitual speculator. If that's the case, he has a reason to meddle in this matter. On the eve of chaos, every family is accumulating power and being very restrained. But restraint means no windfalls. He wants to muddy the waters. Tiangong is ambitious. If allowed to grow, he will inevitably target everyone. At that time, Nangu City will be in chaos, and he will have more opportunities to profit. Mao Zuzi suddenly paused, turning to Jian Min. Jian Min, do you think Sun Yuming could also be a pawn planted by the Zhenwang long ago? Look at his actions in Nangu City. They are very similar to Tiangong's. Tiangong is just a golden-level kid. Why would Zhenwang send him to Nangu City? If it wasn't intentional, such a big figure wouldn't bother to do me a favor. As the words fell, both Mao Zuzi and Jian Min's expressions changed slightly. Some things, once deeply considered, inevitably brought unease. If this was truly Zhenwang's scheme, it would be troublesome. After a long silence, Jian Min slowly spoke, looking gravely at Mao Zuzi. Governor, the thoughts of such big figures can sometimes be far more terrifying than we can imagine. Mao Zuzi irritably scratched his head. I need to come up with a plan. If those families do nothing and I do nothing, letting Tiangong grow will lead to big trouble. This would be inviting the wolf into the house. I shouldn't have agreed to Zhenwang in the first place. Meanwhile, outside the 99th floor of Fengyue Pavilion, Sun Dahai led Rian out, meeting Mitzi and others Heaton. Mitzi teased, Dahai, congratulations. After longing for so many days, you finally took Rian away. Some people can finally stop using the excuse of listening to music to find her. Rian blushed slightly, while Sun Dahai chuckled. Mitzi, cut it out. Mitzi didn't mind and continued. You should really thank the minister. If it weren't for his outburst that day, those families would never have changed the rules. The minister is amazing. He took someone and left those families speechless, and even got the rules changed. Sun Dahai nodded in agreement. Mitzi then asked, have you thought about what we discussed earlier? The minister issued a new notice today, establishing an inspection team and recruiting people. There are only 1,000 spots, and many have already signed up since we arrived. Sun Dahai hesitated. An inspection team? The minister is moving fast. But I just redeemed Ruyan, and we plan to prepare for the wedding. Rian spoke up. There's no rush. If you want to follow Tiangong, the wedding can wait. Sun Dahai scratched his head. Rian, do you want me to follow Tiangong? Rian responded seriously. Yes. I don't understand big strategies, but Tiangong seems to have great ambitions. If you follow him, you might achieve something significant. Didn't you say you wanted to be a great man, a general? Finally, at the martial hall, Yifan was registering people when Sun Dahai approached. Minister, I want to sign up for the inspection team. Yifan initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Ruyan beside him, his attitude softened. After a brief conversation, Yifan waved his hand. All right, I'll take all of you. This Sun Dahai seems to be quite decent. It was only after Yifan and his group had left that Wu Jingtian dared to approach Yifan. Glancing at Yifan's expression, Wu Jingtian speculated that this young lord seemed to have a special appreciation for people who were loyal and righteous. As the saying goes, those who are loyal and righteous often have emotional ties and act with greater integrity. Noticing Wu Jingtian's thoughts, Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. Don't think too highly of me. Choosing upright people over schemers is always better. I'm not a benevolent person. I'm just being selective. Wu Jingtian suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. How could he mistake Yi Fan's occasional acts of kindness for benevolence? The bloody purges in Yunqing and Pingsheng were all orchestrated by this young man before him. In just 16 years, Yi Fan's hands had been stained with the blood of thousands. In the future, his ambitions would undoubtedly lead to even greater chaos and bloodshed, and the number of those who would die by his hand would far exceed 10,000. Unexpectedly, Wu Jingtian hesitated. Lord Yi, are the inspection team and the Jingxia army from the same source? When you enter the secret realm in a few days, will you take the inspection team or the Jingxia army? Yi Fan sat down and tapped his fingertips on the table. The Jingxia army. The inspection team is just a pawn for me in Nange City. It can be expanded appropriately in the future to facilitate my actions there. The Jingxia army, after all, is my private force and lacks official status. My energy is limited, so I'll be more casual with the inspection team. I'll promote a few loyal individuals and not bother with the schemers as long as they are useful. Hearing this, Wu Jingtian finally understood. He immediately took out a list. Lord Yi, I have gathered some information on the major families as you instructed. I have also obtained some insights into the organizations behind them. Yi Fan took the list and examined it carefully. After a while, a playful smile appeared on his face. It seems that most of these families connected to the organizations have backing in the capital. Especially this Ji family. Their traces are everywhere. Wu Jingtian responded helplessly. After all, it's the eve of great chaos. Various forces are secretly laying out their plans, and many are taking advantage of the situation. The current situation is so complex that it's hard to tell friend from foe. Yi Fan nodded in agreement, his eyes still fixed on the list. Indeed, it's a mess. It feels like many people have sensed the situation and are disguising themselves under the organization's banner, colluding and covering for each other. At this moment, Yi Fan's understanding of the situation became increasingly clear. There were undoubtedly many rotten elements, but the higher-ups seemed to have tacitly approved of using chaos to achieve order, leading everyone to willingly conspire together. It was hard to distinguish between loyalty and treachery unless one was deeply involved. It was like a game of Go where all the pieces were black, making it difficult to tell friend from foe, and even spectators with no deep knowledge would feel confused. Yi Fan suddenly thought of something and waved his hand. But it doesn't matter. There's no need to differentiate too much. No matter which side they are on, I'll just swallow them all. Wu Jingtian responded. Lord Yi, you are absolutely right. If we can't distinguish between good and bad, we might as well eliminate them all. Anyone standing against us is already our enemy. Yi Fan squinted his eyes and with a smile, looked at Wu Jingtian. It's rare to hear such words from you. Wu Jingtian hurried to explain. It's the benefit of being influenced by you, Lord Yi. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat uneasy, seemingly unaccustomed to saying such flattering words. Yi Fan said, if you can be more determined and resolute, the realm of glory won't be far from you. Wu Jingtian's expression became strange upon hearing this. Obviously, being told that the realm of glory was within reach by a golden-level expert was somewhat unbelievable. Even though he knew Yi Fan's words were true, it still felt odd. However, amidst this awkwardness, Wu Jingtian couldn't hide his excitement. The long-desired realm now seemed so close, as if it could be reached with just a stretch. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Jingtian cupped his hands toward Yi Fan. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Yi. Yi Fan waved his hand and glanced at the list once more before handing it back to Wu Jingtian. He said softly, the secret realm will open next month. I might go into seclusion for a while, so you'll handle the affairs of the martial hall. Wu Jingtian was taken aback and looked at Yi Fan suspiciously. Seclusion? But aren't you still at Golden 4-star? You shouldn't be encountering a bottleneck yet, so why go into seclusion? Yi Fan smiled mysteriously. I don't have a bottleneck, but my spirit beasts do. At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside. Jin Min responded and cupped his hands. In the beast-taming space, Yi Fan crouched in front of the hellhound, holding 5 red lotus leaves from the Xuanji lotus. The hellhound, now grown quite robust, affectionately nuzzled closer, licking Yi Fan's palm. You, Yi Fan said with a hint of amusement in his eyes, turning his hand to rub the hellhound's head. His gaze shifted to the herb garden nearby, and he began to ponder. With his rich experience, Yi Fan could guide the hellhound's evolution by configuring spiritual herbs and medicines. At this moment, he was weighing the best combination. As a fire-type beast, the hellhound had 2 primary evolution paths, the Flame Devourer Hellhound and the Forbidden Flame Wolf. Yifan murmured to himself, comparing the pros and cons of each. The Flame Devourer Hellhound was a direct upgrade, enhancing fire control abilities, but it would struggle to break through to the extraordinary level without the same lineage's bloodline. The Forbidden Flame Wolf was a more unconventional route, sacrificing firepower for self-enhancement, potentially becoming an undying supernatural beast, but it had a limited ceiling. After much deliberation, Yifan decided to let the Hellhound choose its path. He took out 2 pre-prepared sets of spiritual herbs and placed them in front of the Hellhound. It's up to you to decide your evolution path, Yifan said softly, petting the Hellhound's head again. Do you want to risk future potential or choose visible strength? The Hellhound looked at the herbs in confusion, letting out a questioning woof. Pick one to eat, Yifan gestured to explain. The Hellhound sniffed both sets carefully. After a moment of hesitation, it settled in front of the Flame Devourer Hellhound's combination. So, this is your choice. Yifan paused briefly, then smiled as he placed the 5 red lotus leaves into the herbs. Eat up and take big bites. The Hellhound didn't understand Yifan's intentions, but its trust in its master led it to swallow the herbs without hesitation. Soon, the Xuanji lotus took effect, and a glow of evolution enveloped the Hellhound. The changes were visible. The flames at the Hellhound's feet became more intense, and fire coiled around its mouth and tail. Its body rapidly expanded. Its eyes turned fierce, and its fangs grew as sharp as swords. As the light faded, the Hellhound had successfully evolved into the Flame Devourer Hellhound. Roar! The Flame Devourer Hellhound looked at Yifan, its original bark now a deep, beastly roar. The sudden change made it a bit anxious, and it tentatively let out another roar. You've become a fierce beast now, and fierce beasts sound different, Yifan reassured it with a pat. Understanding Yifan's explanation, the Flame Devourer Hellhound paused, then affectionately nuzzled his cheek. You've grown up now, Yifan said, looking at the Flame Devourer Hellhound, now nearly twice his height, with a smile. He explained that exceptional beasts above a certain level would exhibit fierce traits, and their barks would become primal roars from deep within their bloodline. At this stage, these beasts also began to possess intelligence, making it no surprise they could understand human speech. Yifan placed his hand on the Flame Devourer Hellhound, closed his eyes to sense for a moment, and then opened them with a calm command. Flame Devourer Hellhound, use Scorching Sea. Roar! The Flame Devourer Hellhound responded, leaping forward and spewing a massive fireball. The fireball exploded midair, turning into countless fire droplets that rained down over a large area. In an instant, the ground was engulfed in fierce flames. What a powerful area attack, Yifan remarked with awe as he watched the rising flames. The Flame Devourer Hellhound lifted its head and let out a roar, seemingly seeking praise. You're amazing, Yifan didn't hold back his compliments. The Hellhound's evolution had brought formidable power, opening up more possibilities for its future. Next up was the Swift Eagle. Yifan took out 5 green lotus leaves from the Xuanji lotus and whistled towards the sky. A figure descended swiftly, landing steadily before him. This is for you, Yifan said, pushing the prepared herbs towards the Swift Eagle. Unlike the Hellhound, he had a clear plan for the Swift Eagle's evolution. Speed was its greatest asset, and Yifan had no intention of compromising on that. The Swift Eagle swiftly swallowed the herbs and was soon enveloped in the glow of evolution. This time, the light lasted longer, and the Swift Eagle's form continuously changed, but oddly, its size decreased rather than increased. As the light faded, the Swift Eagle had become smaller, its feathers turning dark, primarily black. Its claws were like steel, and its feathers gleamed with a metallic sheen. It had evolved into the Reaper Eagle, an exceptional beast. As expected, Yifan squinted, nodding in satisfaction. The Reaper Eagle was a fearsome entity, incredibly fast and elusive, capable of taking lives in an instant, earning it the title of an aerial assassin. Let's test your new skill, Yifan said after sensing for a moment, casually tossing a small sword. Reaper Eagle, use Death Reap. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, the Reaper Eagle had vanished. A black flash seemed to slice through the air. With a clang, the sword was instantly shredded into 3 pieces, and the Reaper Eagle had already returned to Yifan's side. A perfect form, Yifan remarked, eyes gleaming with delight as he looked at the sword fragments on the ground. The Reaper Eagle's speed was terrifying, and unless facing an opponent with exceptional combat awareness who could anticipate its moves, this strike was almost guaranteed to hit. The only drawback was that the Reaper Eagle's evolution path was shorter, with fewer compatible bloodlines, making future evolution even more challenging than for the Flame Devourer Hellhound. Despite this, Yifan nodded in satisfaction. 4 beasts, 3 exceptional, 1 extraordinary. This lineup should suffice until I reach the star-shining level, Yifan mused, narrowing his eyes. The Thunder Ridge secret realm controlled by those families is said to have ancient bloodlines. I wonder if that's true. This thought piqued Yifan's interest. In his previous life, he had never heard of a secret realm in Nanchuan that contained beasts with ancient bloodlines, so he initially paid it no mind. However, upon recalling the details from the Ji family's letter, he couldn't help but wonder. Beasts with ancient bloodlines were not uncommon. What was truly rare was for one to die in a secret realm. Thunder Ridge secret realms typically couldn't provide the vast resources needed by such beasts, but it wasn't entirely impossible. Yifan's eyes sparkled as his mind raced. Even if an ancient beast were slain, the blood-soaked land would have special properties. The flesh of such a beast could nurture numerous others with ancient bloodlines, and its bones were extraordinarily valuable, comparable to celestial herbs and elixirs. If an ancient beast truly lay buried in that secret realm, Yifan was determined to obtain its remains at any cost. Resolving this, he sat down to practice the saint entering technique. Lately, he had focused on swordsmanship and physical techniques, with less progress in beast taming. Now, he had made a leap forward, which was truly gratifying. Yifan had already envisioned a grand plan in his mind, but it all required solid strength as a foundation. In his previous life, he had only achieved the title of king at 60, even with the help of the beast taming space. Though his cultivation speed had reached its limit, the pursuit of perfection demanded many enhancements. This forced Yifan to meticulously plan. If he were already at the star level, he could easily sweep through the entire governor's mansion without scheming. What he needed most now was time. Yifan took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. His path was growing stronger, the saint entering technique granting him a physique comparable to those with ancient bloodlines, and his mysterious swordsmanship was among the best in the world. Coupled with beasts far surpassing those of the same level, his foundation was rock solid. As time passed, as long as he continued to progress, his combat power would always far exceed his peers. The Battle King had slain a king with his honor-level strength, the only person to be crowned king at that level. Yifan thought to himself that if he reached the honor level, he could do the same. Meanwhile, in the governor's mansion, Mao Zuzi's face darkened upon hearing the news of Wu Jingtian's seclusion. What? He's gone into seclusion? Mao Zuzi couldn't hide his anger. Of all times, he chooses now to retreat, just when I need to find him. Does the heavens know I intend to stop him from going to the secret realm? Jin Min looked troubled and advised softly, Governor, there's no need to worry. The secret realm opens in a few days, so we still have time to find him. But, trading a Thunder Ridge secret realm to keep him away doesn't that seem like a loss? We haven't even explored that realm yet. Mao Zuzi's face grew even darker. The key is that the items in this secret realm are indeed important. Wu Jingtian's side lacks the manpower to immediately utilize our secret realm. But the one controlled by the Ji family is entirely different. Jin Min was startled. Governor, you mean that secret realm truly contains ancient beasts? Mao Zuzi nodded. There's a 90% chance. Our people observed thousands of beasts with ancient bloodlines within the realm's mist. This number made Jin Min gasp. Mao Zuzi lowered his voice. So, you understand how crucial this secret realm is. I've already mobilized the city's forces. We must secure this realm at all costs. If Wu Jingtian intervenes, it will be troublesome. After a moment of thought, Jin Min nodded. Since the governor has decided, we shall wait for Wu Jingtian to finish his seclusion. The offer of a Thunder Ridge secret realm is something he likely can't refuse. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Yifan emerged from his seclusion. His strength had grown again, now on par with Bing Pao at Golden 5-star. His 3 exceptional beasts had also reached Golden 3-star. Wu Jingtian hurried over upon seeing Yifan. Did the seclusion go well? Have you resolved your cultivation bottleneck? Yifan nodded slightly. I've made some progress, and the bottleneck is naturally resolved. Has there been any trouble during this time? Wu Jingtian replied. Nothing major, except a month ago, someone from the governor's mansion came by, saying they had important matters to discuss. They brought pearl ginseng, which I accepted as per your instructions. Yifan took the pearl ginseng and casually handed 2 bloodbone herbs to Wu Jingtian. You've worked hard during this time. Consider this your reward. Seeing Wu Jingtian hesitate to speak, Yifan waved his hand. No need to be polite. I always reward and punish fairly. I'm going out for a bit. Inform Chun Peng that I want the head of the martial department here at 6 this evening. I need to assess their progress. After Yifan left, Wu Jingtian stared at the bloodbone herbs in his hand, deep in thought. That Yifan could produce such rare herbs so easily, as if they were of no consequence, made him wonder. Does Tiangong have some hidden backer? Perhaps a mysterious master? But to train someone like him, what kind of master would it take? The news of Yifan's return spread like wildfire throughout the martial hall. Within moments, everyone had gathered, more eager than ever before. The change was quite ironic. It seemed people only changed after facing consequences. During Yifan's first meeting, the crowd had been lazy and tardy. But now, they were scrambling to avoid being left behind. As the appointed time approached, Yifan was still nowhere to be seen in the martial hall. Growing impatient, someone couldn't help but ask Wu Jingtian for information. I don't know either. Wu Jingtian shook his head. The master didn't bring me along. After a pause, he added, if you can't wait, you can leave. His words immediately silenced the previously restless crowd. Wu Jingtian noticed, and a slight smile flashed in his eyes. Following Yi Fan for some time, this once disillusioned middle-aged man seemed to have found a new purpose in life. Just as the clock struck 6, the door suddenly closed. Everyone turned around, only to see that Yi Fan had silently appeared. This unexpected entrance startled many, who quickly greeted him respectfully. Yi Fan nodded slightly and walked straight to the center of the hall to take his seat. He glanced around and asked, is everyone here today? A senior member respectfully replied, everyone is here, master. Yi Fan smiled faintly at this. Stretching lazily, he said, since everyone is here, let's summarize the work from the past 2 months. I want to see what accomplishments you've achieved. His words caused a wave of embarrassment among the crowd. After a moment of hesitation, the senior members pulled out their notebooks and presented them to Yi Fan. Master, these are our attendance records. Everything we've done in the past 2 months is written here. Yi Fan took the booklets and casually flipped through them. The content was not complex, mainly recording tasks executed by various team leaders and their participants. Over the past 2 months, these people had indeed been busy. Many of the records were full. However, a cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. Upon closer inspection, Yi Fan noticed that many people were merely engaging in superficial work. The records, though seemingly impressive, were mostly trivial matters dressed up in grandiose language. Chindaji, Yi Fan suddenly called out. You spent 45 days patrolling the city over the past 2 months? Caught off guard, Chindaji stammered. Not entirely. Exactly. Yi Fan squinted his eyes. A high-ranking leader spending his days patrolling and collecting goods from street vendors? That's beneath you. Chindaji hesitated to respond, but Yi Fan cut him off with a wave of his hand. Enough. If you can't produce real accomplishments, don't make excuses. These words left Chindaji speechless, and the faces of several other leaders turned uneasy as well. It was clear that Chindaji wasn't the only one inflating their achievements. Yi Fan coldly tossed the record books aside and questioned, do you all take me for a fool? Handling trivial matters, all-day tasks that any subordinate could, don't you call that an accomplishment? The hall fell silent. No one dared to answer. After a long pause, one leader finally spoke up softly, Minister, with over 10,000 members, there really isn't much for us to do. Not much to do? Yi Fan frowned. What do you mean? There's just nothing to handle. The person explained with a grimace. Nange City is peaceful, with little for us to manage. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, but didn't respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he sat down and said, comfort and ease indeed lead to complacency. Very well. Today we'll establish a new rule. He looked around the room and continued. I've reviewed the record books and selected the new heads of 4 departments. Sun Zhiyong, Li Qing, Zhao Wei, and Xiao Sheng. You will each head a department. All other leaders are demoted, and the extra salary and benefits will be divided among the 4 department heads. Thank you, Minister. The newly appointed heads exclaimed excitedly. Don't thank me yet. Yi Fan waved his hand. From now on, all Martial Hall members will be divided under these 4 department heads. You need to come up with a detailed hierarchy to ensure everyone has clear superiors and subordinates. I'll implement a points system. Each member must meet their monthly points target. Those who fail will have their benefits halved, and their superiors will lose an equivalent amount. Conversely, those who exceed their targets will receive additional benefits based on their performance. Many people's expressions shifted at this announcement. The linked incentive system was undoubtedly a strict measure. Someone asked about the specifics, Minister. Will the points vary for each person? Of course, Yi Fan replied. The department heads' targets will be based on the total points of all their members. I'll review this monthly. The department with the lowest points will have its head lose half their benefits to the first place head. The third place will lose a quarter to the second place, and so on. There will be many comparisons. The inspection team will oversee this monthly, and cheating will result in the loss of all benefits for both the violator and their superior. The earlier speaker timidly added, but what if we still don't have enough to do? If the points are too high, many might not meet their targets. Find things to do, Yi Fan replied. We are the Martial Hall. First, you can go hunting and exchange wild beasts for points. I'll mark the points for each beast based on their lineage and star level. Second, you say the city is peaceful, but I've heard of various imperial organizations' activities. Members of these organizations are enemies. From now on, killing or uncovering their members will also earn points. I'll set the corresponding reward standards. His words left the room in silence. Some looked at Yi Fan, unsure how to respond. Others thought to themselves, isn't our minister also a member of an imperial organization? Speaking so openly about exterminating them seems a bit much. Why are you staring at me? Yi Fan faced the group with their sharp, knife-like gazes, but his expression remained tranquil. A flicker of disdain passed through his deep eyes as he spoke. I have always despised the scourge of the dynasty. His words caused an immediate uproar. A sycophantic man quickly echoed, yes, yes, exactly. Another, eager to flatter, chimed in, with someone of the minister's caliber, there's no room for the remnants of the dynasty. Yi Fan ignored the flattery, his gaze piercing through the crowd like lightning. His imposing presence seemed to see through their very souls as he calmly stated, so, you all know what needs to be done next. As the group stood trembling, one person mustered the courage to speak cautiously. There's still something unclear. Yi Fan nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. Speak? The man took a deep breath and voiced his concern quietly. The wild beast forest near Nange City has been mostly cleared. Even if we wanted to hunt, with over 10,000 members of the Wu Division, there wouldn't be enough to go around unless we find a new secret realm or borrow one controlled by the families or the governor. Yi Fan frowned slightly, clearly not having anticipated this issue. As he pondered a solution, a sudden, urgent knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, like fate knocking at the door of opportunity. Wu Jingtian, on high alert, quickly opened the door. Standing outside were two familiar figures, Mao Zuzi and Jin Min. The moment they stepped into the room, it was as if they had walked into a tense battlefield, their expressions filled with surprise. Mao Zuzi forced a smile, trying to appear calm. Did I come at a bad time? Yi Fan's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes glinting with hidden meaning. Not exactly. In a way, it's quite timely. Yi Fan then bluntly made a surprising request. You have a secret realm? The sudden demand hit Mao Zuzi and Jin Min like a sledgehammer. If it weren't for the fact that only they knew about using the secret realm to win over Yi Fan, Mao Zuzi might have already accused the governor's office of betrayal. Jin Min, Mao Zuzi's confidant, managed to maintain his composure. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he tentatively asked, Minister Tiangong, what do you intend to do with this secret realm? Yi Fan responded nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. Nothing much. Just for the Wu Division members to train. The governor need not worry about me taking anything for myself. After all, it's also for the benefit of the Wu Division, which ultimately serves the governor. Mao Zuzi inwardly cursed Yi Fan's audacity, but outwardly maintained a flattering smile. Minister Tiangong is truly considerate. He exchanged a glance with Jin Min, who quickly caught on and said, Minister Tiangong, it's quite a coincidence. We came here today to discuss this very matter. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with interest. Oh, you came for this too? He looked directly at Jin Min, probing. You must be the governor's top advisor, Jin Min. Jin Min humbly replied, Minister Tiangong, you're too kind. I'm merely someone the governor values. Yi Fan nodded. No need for modesty. Since you're the advisor, I'll call you Advisor Jin. Advisor Jin, let's be straightforward. What is it you want to discuss? Jin Min hesitated briefly before speaking. Minister Tiangong, here's the situation. Recently, the governor discovered a Lei Ling secret realm not far from Nange City. Initially, we plan to develop it soon. However, we also have a joint venture with the Nange City families to explore another secret realm, which is due to open soon. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with interest. The governor discovered a Lei Ling secret realm? Jin Min continued, yes, the governor's Lei Ling secret realm is indeed valuable. But since we have a prior arrangement with the Nange City families, we can't develop it immediately. So, we were wondering if Minister Tiangong would be interested in taking over the governor's secret realm. Yi Fan's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Advisor Jin, that sounds interesting. Taking over from the governor is no problem. Jin Min was about to respond happily when Yi Fan raised a hand, feigning difficulty, but to be honest, the Nange City families also invited me to explore their secret realm. Jin Min was taken aback. They invited you too, Minister Tiangong? Yi Fan nodded, looking puzzled. They did. Didn't they inform the governor? Mao Zuzi's face darkened. No, I haven't heard a word about this. Yi Fan added fuel to the fire. That's strange. The Nange City families are working with the governor, yet they invited me without informing him. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Jin Min quickly agreed. Absolutely disrespectful. They're not giving the governor any regard. Mao Zuzi, enraged, declared. No regard for the governor? This is unacceptable. How can I maintain my dignity? Yi Fan seized the moment. The governor's dignity is the city's dignity, and by extension, the Wu Division's dignity. Such boldness from these families should be punished. Mao Zuzi nodded repeatedly. Indeed. He then eagerly asked, so, Minister Tiangong, will you take over the secret realm? Yi Fan nodded. Of course. After a brief pause, he added, but since they invited me, I need to find a way to decline them properly. The governor can rest assured. Jin Min, relieved, said, with your words, Minister Tiangong, we can rest easy. The coordinates of the secret realm will be delivered tomorrow. Yi Fan smiled. Good news. 3 days will suffice. Advisor Jin, please. After Mao Zuzi and Jin Min left, Peng asked, confused. Minister Tiangong, what exactly were you discussing? Yi Fan smiled calmly. Just a bit of business, mutual probing and reaching an agreement. Wu Jingtian, having noticed something, leaned in and asked quietly, do you think Jin Min and Mao Zuzi genuinely didn't know about your dealings with those families? They seemed genuinely unaware. Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with a knowing look as he replied, that advisor and his governor are masters at playing dumb. Feigning ignorance upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Wu Jingtian slightly frowned, sinking into a brief silence. He understood well that this was the essence of officialdom, knowing the truth, but maintaining appearances. Yi Fan waved his hand, a hint of confusion in his eyes. It's understandable that the elders don't want me to share the spoils of the secret realm, but offering another secret realm in exchange seems overly generous. Could it be that the secret realm they're offering is not as valuable? Peng immediately countered, I'm not someone who can't tell the real deal. A secret realm of the Lei Ling level would be hard to fake. Yi Fan shook his head, his eyes showing a thoughtful expression. He took out the letter given by the Ji family last time, his finger pausing steadily on a few words. The elders wouldn't make a losing deal unless the value of the Lei Ling secret realm is less than the one they're exploring. He paused. What could be more valuable than the contents of a Lei Ling secret realm? Peng and Wu Jingtian fell into contemplation, but Wu Jingtian, being sharp-eyed, followed Yi Fan's gaze and instantly noticed where Yi Fan's finger was pointing remnants of ancient species. Wu Jingtian's face showed shock. Could it be that the secret realms controlled by those families truly contain remnants of ancient species? Yi Fan nodded. Most likely, yes. Wu Jingtian became excited. Then we must go. Even if we can't take everything, getting some remnants related to ancient species or obtaining beasts infused with their blood would be a huge gain. Yi Fan responded calmly, we definitely have to go, but it won't be that easy. If the contents of the secret realm are so valuable that the elders are willing to pay a price to keep me out, those families surely won't be at ease either. Wu Jingtian suddenly understood. You mean, those families will also send people to stop you? Most likely. A hint of a smile flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. If remnants of ancient species are indeed up for grabs, they won't dare let me join the fray. Wu Jingtian was puzzled and hesitated before asking, so what should we do? Yi Fan remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. We'll find out soon enough. Just then, the door of Wu Hall was knocked. Wu Jingtian asked, who is it? A middle-aged voice from outside responded, Ji Wuning, head of the Ji family, and Sun Yuming, head of the Sun family, have important matters to discuss with Minister Tiangong. Wu Jingtian was taken aback and instinctively looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and casually gestured. Let them in. Ji Wuning and Sun Yuming entered and immediately began flattering Yi Fan. Yi Fan responded politely and signaled for the attendants to serve tea. The two family heads happened to sit where the elders and the Jin family had previously sat, causing Wu Jingtian and Peng to exchange strange looks. After some small talk, Yi Fan got straight to the point. What important matters bring the two family heads here today? Sun Yuming explained that due to the discovery of beasts with ancient bloodlines in the secret realm, the original plan might not be feasible. They proposed offering a pseudo-Lei Ling level secret realm as compensation. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. A pseudo-Lei Ling level secret realm? Ji Wuning quickly clarified that although it was called pseudo, the treasures and beasts within were genuine. Only the area was smaller. Yi Fan nodded in agreement but added a condition that his distant relative Sun be allowed to enter the secret realm for training. Ji Wuning and Sun Yuming exchanged glances and agreed to the condition. When Sun Yuming asked for the name of this relative, Yi Fan revealed a meaningful smile. Yi Fan, the rumored grandson of the Battle King. Yi Fan? Upon hearing the name, Ji Wuning and Sun Yuming's expressions immediately froze, as if struck by a heavy blow. Their reactions did not escape Yi Fan's notice. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. It seems you two are not unfamiliar with this name, Yi Fan said slowly, his gaze sweeping over their faces. Ji Wuning swallowed hard and forced a smile. We know of him, yes, but is he really related to you, Tiangong? From what I understand, Yi Fan is known for his hatred of evil and has a particular disdain for the Wangchao organization. Why would he come to you for support? Yi Fan chuckled softly, a sharp glint in his eyes. What does his hatred of evil have to do with me? Coincidentally, I despise evil too. Moreover, I have no connections with the Wangchao organization. He paused before continuing. The remnants of Wangchao deserve to be eradicated by everyone. I've just issued policies in the Wubu aimed at thoroughly cleansing Nange City. While I may not be a paragon of loyalty, calling me a man of justice should be fitting enough. Ji Wuning quickly concurred. Tiangong is right. However, the helplessness in his eyes was unmistakable. Seeing this, Sun Yuming coughed lightly and cupped his hands in respect. Tiangong, the secret realm is fraught with dangers. If anything were to happen to your esteemed relative Yi Fan, we wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Yi Fan waved dismissively. No need to worry, Master Sunday. I will arrange for his protection. Sun Yuming's eyelids twitched violently at these words, and he seemed hesitant to speak further. Finally, he nudged Ji Wuning and whispered, Tiangong, this matter is of great importance. Master Ji and I need to discuss it further. Yi Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Go ahead. The two family heads moved to the side, where Sun Yuming took out a round device and placed it on the ground. With a gentle press, a barrier enveloped the two of them. Watching this, a glint appeared in Yi Fan's eyes. Such a shielding device was not cheap, costing nearly 10 million. Clearly, these families were extraordinarily wealthy. He couldn't help but think of the poverty in Yun City, a meaningful smile curling on his lips. Wu Jingtian, observing Yi Fan's expression, felt a tightness in his chest. He knew Yi Fan too well. This look usually meant trouble for someone. Inside the barrier, Ji Wuning and Sun Yuming were engaged in a heated discussion. Ultimately, they reached an agreement and deactivated the shielding device. With smiles on their faces, they approached Yi Fan. Sun Yuming spoke first. Tiangong, we have discussed it, and we agree to your terms. Yi Fan nodded. When do we depart? Sun Yuming replied. 3 days from now, in the morning. We will send someone to pick up your distant relative. You can wait at the governor's mansion. Yi Fan shook his head. That won't do. Entering the secret realm without an escort? Give me the address, and I'll personally escort him. The two family heads looked troubled. Seeing this, Yi Fan waved his hand. Relax, I said I wouldn't go, and I won't. My word is Tiangong is reliable. Ji Wuning breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. In that case, Tiangong, we shall see you in 3 days. Yi Fan nodded, sat down, and picked up his teacup. Noticing that the two seemed to have more to say, he raised an eyebrow and asked, What is it? Do you wish to sit and chat with me? I happen to have some questions about the secret realm. No, thank you, Tiangong. We shall take our leave now. After Ji Wuning and Sun Yuming left, the atmosphere in the martial hall became tense. Wu Jingtian and Chen Peng exchanged uneasy glances, clearly doubting Yi Fan's plan. Wu Jingtian broke the silence first, staring directly at Yi Fan. Tiangong, are you really planning to enter the secret realm yourself? Yi Fan nodded, removing his mask as he calmly replied, Yes, I have 2 beast-taming talents. As Tiangong, I've only shown my swordsmanship, enchantment, and ice powers. If I go in my original identity with some disguise, no one will recognize me. Wu Jingtian frowned slightly, but Tiangong's strength won't change. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively, a confident smile on his face. Don't worry, it's just an act. My acting skills are pretty good. I won't be easily seen through. Wu Jingtian nodded reluctantly, admitting that Yi Fan had a point. After all, Yi Fan had left an impression of being righteous and kind-hearted in Pingqing, while as Tiangong and a subordinate of Zhenwang, he was seen as domineering, ruthless, and ambitious. These contrasting impressions were enough to mislead most people. Chen Peng still looked concerned. But going alone is too dangerous, Tiangong. With so many powerful families disguising themselves as part of the dynasty organization, who knows which ones are real threats? You're the grandson of Zhan Tianwang, a major threat in their eyes. What if someone has ill intentions? Yi Fan interrupted Chen Peng. They'll just take someone for protection. He turned to Wu Jingtian. There are no glory-level experts in Nanchuan. If I bring a star-level expert, it should be enough to deter them. What do you think, Senior Wu Jingtian? Wu Jingtian agreed. That's a good idea. So, am I going to protect you? Yi Fan shook his head. No, I'll have City Lord Qingzi come over. Wu Jingtian was puzzled. Qingzi is in Balian City, which is far from here. Why not let me go? Yi Fan's face suddenly showed a meaningful smile. There's a big task for you, Senior Wu Jingtian. Wu Jingtian became alert. Tiangong, what are you planning? Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, just a small matter. Since we're in Nange City as the head of the martial department, shouldn't we make some money? Make money? Wu Jingtian was surprised. Whose money? Yi Fan looked out the window, a sly tone in his voice. Whoever has money, of course. This secret realm is so important that those big families will send their best. Their homes will be empty. Wu Jingtian and Chen Peng instantly understood Yi Fan's intention and fell silent. After a while, Wu Jingtian asked, What exactly is the plan? What are we mainly borrowing from them? Yi Fan succinctly replied, Ores and such. This secret realm will probably stay open for a while. I can mobilize some of the Heavenly Retribution Army for you. Disguise them as part of the dynasty organization. Grab what you can and run. Wu Jingtian nodded in understanding, no longer hesitating. Chen Peng, however, raised a crucial point. What if we're recognized? Our weapons are too distinctive. Yi Fan turned to Wu Jingtian, asking, Senior Wu Jingtian, if we're recognized, what should we do? Wu Jingtian thought for a moment and tentatively replied, If they identify us, We deny it and accuse them of framing us, then arrest them? Yifan nodded approvingly. Senior Wu Jingtian, you're improving. 3 days passed quickly. On the day the secret realm opened, the armies of various families gathered at the entrance, waiting. Ji Wanning couldn't help but ask Sun Yuming beside him, do you think Yifan will really come? Isn't he afraid of dying? A teenager daring to get involved in these big family affairs, thinking no one will touch him because he's Tiangong and has a powerful army? Sun Yuming shook his head. I don't know, but I wouldn't dare to touch him. After all, Tiangong is behind him. If we harm him, and Tiangong goes crazy, we can't handle it. Ji Wanning lowered his voice, you might not dare. But that doesn't mean others won't. You know there are real dynasty organization members among us. What if they make a move? Sun Yuming grew impatient. Just keep an eye on things. Ji family head. Why are you always worrying? We're already here. You can't stop him from going now. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Everyone turned to see a well-equipped 1,000-man army marching in unison. Leading the front was a black-clad youth with an exaggerated black sword, riding a massive Hellfire Cerberus. The scene was visually striking, even making Yao Zuzi's heart skip a beat. However, as he scrutinized the youth on the Hellfire Cerberus, his brows furrowed. Why does this boy look so familiar? The familiarity of Elder Maozu did not deter Yifan from coming. The army soon halted in front of the numerous families, and Yifan leapt off his Hellfire Hound. Under the gazes of the crowd, he remained composed, cupping his hands with a smile. Greetings, everyone. I am Yifan, a distant relative of Tiangong. Elder Maozu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. As an official, he was more attuned to Yifan's appearance than the family members. The grandson of War King, a member of the Marshal's family currently causing a stir in the court, was no simple background. He mused silently, how could Tiangong be related to this kid? Strategist Jian Min, standing nearby, also sensed something amiss and whispered, Yifan's identity is sensitive. If something happens to him in the secret realm, it could be a major issue. Elder Maozu frowned. This child must not come to harm, or old Marshal Yi Mao won't spare us. We must protect him. Jian Min smiled wryly. Tiangong is playing a more dangerous game than Sun Yuming. But how is he connected to Yifan? Elder Maozu observed Yifan chatting with the Ji family head and murmured, perhaps Tiangong is also a member of the Yi family? They do look somewhat similar. Jian Min was about to reply but suddenly paused. He recalled secretly following Tiangong before and now felt that Tiangong's silhouette and build were very similar to Yifan's. He couldn't help but wonder, could they be the same person? Elder Maozu's expression changed upon hearing this, but he quickly shook his head. How could a member of the Yi family be involved with the royal organization? Besides, the Town King and War King are at odds. If it were him, why would the Town King ask me for a favor? Jian Min nodded. Indeed. We just need to be extra cautious in the secret realm. Yifan must not be harmed. Recently, Yintian Gate sent word that chaos in the world begins with the death of a prodigy. Yifan defeated Jiada Bailong and is undoubtedly a prodigy. If something happens to him, it might fulfill that prophecy. Elder Maozu acknowledged, his gaze sweeping over Yifan again, noting the presence of Qingzi nearby. He was secretly surprised. Tiangong managed to enlist the help of 2 top-tier star-level experts from the Nanchuan province. His background is indeed extraordinary. Jian Min speculated. For the Town King's men to connect with the War King's grandson, they must also be descendants of a prominent family. Elder Maozu sighed. I've made many concessions to avoid chaos in Nanchuan, but the situation is becoming increasingly chaotic, with more and more players entering the fray. I just want peace in Nange City, but that seems increasingly difficult. Jian Min consoled him. This is beyond the governor's control. Perhaps it's the fate of humanity. We can only do our best. At this moment, Sun Yuming stood next to Yifan, smiling. Brother Yifan, didn't Tiangong say he would personally see you off? Why isn't he here? Yifan remained calm, cupping his hands. Tiangong mentioned that something came up, and he might be late. If the Sun family head is in a hurry, we can enter first. Sun Yuming exchanged a glance with Ji Wanning and smiled. Let's wait a bit longer. After all, it's Tiangong. We should give him some face. Time passed, and some people began to grow impatient. Suddenly, the sound of synchronized footsteps came from the outskirts of the army. Everyone looked and saw 4 people carrying a sedan chair, with Wu Jingtian and Chun Pang leading the way. The sedan was adorned with jade and silk, and Tiangong sat on a grandmaster's chair, wearing a mask and black armor, his exposed eyes indifferent, holding a heavy sword like a scepter. 1,000 soldiers lined up in 2 rows and bowed in unison. The scene was quite impressive, with star warriors leading the way and 1,000 people welcoming him. Those unaware might think Tiangong was a powerful feudal lord. Sun Yuming, though internally critical, felt his doubts dissipate and stepped forward with a smile to greet Tiangong. Long time no see. Tiangong responded indifferently with a simple him, and said no more. Sun Yuming felt slightly awkward and bowed in return. The sedan stopped a short distance from Yifan. Tiangong did not rise but cupped his hands towards Elder Maozu and then looked at Yifan, waving casually, "Cousin, take care." Yifan smiled back, "Thank you, cousin, for seeing me off." The atmosphere was slightly cold, and the crowd did not linger. Perhaps due to Tiangong's presence, Yifan was arranged to enter 7th, a relatively advanced position. The Jingle army stood by, their cold weapons glinting in the sunlight. As the governor, Elder Maozu naturally walked in the front, without much conversation with Tiangong. The Sun and Ji families followed closely, politely stating they would look after Yifan, receiving a brief thanks from Tiangong. When it was Yifan's turn, he turned back to the group and said, "Cousin, you all should go back and attend to your matters." Tiangong responded with a sure, and the group gradually entered the secret realm. Once everyone had entered, Chen Peng at the front of the team finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the Tiangong on the sedan, still feeling uneasy, Yifan sure is daring, casually finding someone to impersonate Tiangong and preparing a few voice records. If those people had asked a few more questions, we would have been exposed. Wu Jingtian also breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed. Yifan just found a Jingle army soldier of similar height, dressed him in iron armor, put on a mask, made a similar plastic black sword, recorded a few lines, and taught him some gestures. Such a simple disguise, yet he dared to present it in front of over 10,000 people. Only he would dare. If we were recognized, who knows how we'd end today? He sighed. Tiangong is truly bold. Chunpeng said, "It's good we weren't recognized. Tiangong and the others have already entered, so we need to perform our duties well." Wu Jingtian nodded. "Who did the Tianqian army send?" Chunpeng scratched his head and replied, "Simba. He brought 5,000 cavalry and is on his way." The mere mention of Simba's name made Wu Jingtian's brows furrow deeply. This heartbroken man, taken away by Yifan, had become a self-destructive maniac in recent months. Perhaps due to an unrelenting grudge, he had thrown caution to the wind, obeying orders and engaging in relentless training, hunting, and combat. While Li Pengzi struggled with the training, Simba would do 3 times as much. He could easily double Chun Peng's hunting tally. During daily sparring, he would fight from sunrise to sunset, collapsing only when he could no longer stand. Such near madness in training and combat allowed him to quickly rise to the gold rank, surpassing many young prodigies in speed. However, it wasn't just his insane training that was shocking. Simba's combat style was even more terrifying. Recently, someone witnessed him in a brutal fight with a gold-ranked saber-toothed iron tiger, biting through its throat with his teeth. This bloodthirsty scene made the team members who came looking for him too scared to approach. Simba's ruthless and fierce nature made him a standout in the heavenly retribution army. His vicious gaze even made Wu Jingtian shudder. As Yifan had hoped, Simba had truly transformed into a fierce tiger. Now, in the army, everyone called him Evil Tiger Simba. Wu Jingtian suddenly thought of something and shook his head helplessly, saying, "Perhaps the strategist has considered everything. We tend to favor gentler methods, which often leads to hesitation. So, he simply sent this fierce tiger. Simba is unlike us. If Yifan and the strategist ordered him to cut himself twice, he wouldn't even blink. But Simba's presence here likely means more than just a simple robbery." Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Yifan and Qingzi were walking slowly. Private soldiers from various families rushed past them, heading deeper into the realm. Qingzi, feeling anxious, asked, "Yifan, shouldn't we hurry? Those beasts infused with the bloodline of the ancient breeds will be snatched up if we're too slow." Yifan shook his head, scanning the vast land thoughtfully. "The beasts aren't important. The key is the remains of the ancient breeds. Our goal is those remains." "Where are the remains?" Qingzi pressed. "This secret realm is huge, with several cities. We can't just search aimlessly." "I don't know the exact location either," Yifan replied. "Let's get familiar with the environment first. Where there are remains, there will be clues in the realm." With that, he turned and walked in a specific direction. "First, let's determine what kind of ancient breed it was." Qingzi, not used to working with Yifan, seemed a bit unsettled by his approach. Watching Yifan walk quite a distance ahead, she snapped out of her thoughts and hurried to catch up. Yifan's method of exploration was straightforward. He seemed confident, observing his surroundings, sometimes picking up a piece of soil or examining roadside weeds, then simply waving his hand and saying, "Follow me," before moving on. Though Qingzi followed closely, she couldn't help but grumble inwardly, "Doesn't he even want to discuss things with me?" Despite their alliance, Qingzi mainly dealt with matters in Balian City and rarely worked with Yifan. Initially, she thought of Yifan as a decisive person, but now that feeling was growing stronger. However, amidst this certainty, Qingzi couldn't shake a strange feeling. As a star-ranked powerhouse, she couldn't understand what this gold-ranked youth was doing, as if she were being led by the nose like a little girl. It was as if their roles had suddenly reversed. Suddenly, Qingzi recalled the scene when she first met Yifan, and that complex look reappeared in her mind. She muttered to herself, what was this young man thinking back then? Just as Qingzi was lost in thought, Yifan's voice broke through. What are you thinking about? The question jolted Qingzi awake, making her blush and stammer. I. Usually cold and composed, she now felt utterly embarrassed. Yifan seemed to see through her and said calmly, unnecessary emotions will only cloud your judgment. You are talented. You should understand that. How is Linglong doing in Yun City? Have you been keeping track? Linglong? The girl you took from Fengyue Pavilion? Qingzi recalled. She seems to be doing well. I heard she stayed indoors for half a month after arriving in Yun City. Recently, she bought a flower shop, and with your support, her business is flourishing. That's good. Yifan nodded. Just as Qingzi was about to ask more, he waved his hand again, saying, follow me, and continued moving forward. This brat, Qingzi muttered in annoyance, but remembering her earlier embarrassment, her face flushed again. At 30 years old, she found herself captivated by a teenager. How embarrassing if someone saw that. She patted her warm cheeks and shook her head, thinking, but this kid is indeed quite good-looking. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a man in a black robe hid high up, spying on the figures below. His eyes were fierce as he muttered, it's really Yifan. We've been searching for him for half a year without any news, and now he's here. This time, let's see how he escapes. His companion was worried. Should we make a move on him? That Qingzi city lord is with him, a renowned star-ranked powerhouse in Nanchuan. Our strength might not be enough. The black-robed man replied, we'll find an opportunity. That woman can't protect him all the time. The omen of chaos has appeared. A prodigy must die to fulfill it. All the families have been protecting their talented juniors, except for Yifan, who is alone in Nanchuan. He's most likely the one. The companion was puzzled. Will killing Yifan really trigger chaos? Is it that mystical? The higher-ups have tried for years to incite chaos without success. Now, with just a premonition from the Yintian sect, is it really that simple? The black-robed man explained, these are matters of cause and effect. You haven't seen it, so it's hard to understand. It may sound nonsensical, but considering the current situation, doesn't it make sense? Look at the chaos in the capital. Yi Miao is seizing power, and the three kings of Wan, Wu, and Ji haven't attended court. It's already a mess. If a junior from any family gets into trouble now, how will their elders react? The companion replied, I don't know about others, but if something happens to Yifan, Yi Miao will probably go mad. Exactly. The black-robed man nodded. What would happen if Yi Miao went mad? He's the current marshal. Even if he loses his military power, he can still mobilize the Yutian army. If he claims to avenge his grandson, he can also summon the Zhantian army. If these two elite frontline forces are recalled, what then? The companion was speechless, taking a moment to recover, eyes wide with realization. So, this omen of chaos really seems to be pointing to Yifan. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Yifan slammed a giant horned bull to the ground. Just as the bull struggled to get back up, Yifan's black sword was already at its throat. Facing such a dire threat, the horned bull had no choice but to surrender. Its large eyes, like copper bells, were filled with fear and disbelief that a human of the same level could overpower it so decisively. Mutated species, Yifan said coldly. This horned bull was clearly different from its kin, with changes in its claws, horns, and tail making it stronger and more ferocious. Can you tell what kind of ancient bloodline it has? Qingzi asked, moving closer to inspect the bull, but finding no clues. Its form somewhat resembles a Kuei bull, which might be related to its original species. Let me verify it, Yifan said icily, increasing the pressure on his sword. The black sword pierced the bull's skin, and blood began to ooze out. The bull let out a terrified wail but dared not struggle, fearing the blade would sink further. Amidst its mournful cries, Yifan made his judgment. Without changing his expression, he pushed the sword deeper. This time, the bull's screams were even more harrowing. Perhaps sensing the shadow of death, it finally couldn't hold back and began to struggle desperately. However, the more it struggled, the deeper the sword penetrated. Just as the black sword was about to pierce through its throat, the bull's body suddenly stiffened, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Moo! Boom! The sound seemed to carry a terrifying majesty, instantly forcing Yifan back. Fortunately, Qingzi was there to catch him, preventing him from falling. Dust filled the air, obscuring their vision. A flash of golden light revealed the bull getting back up and fleeing with astonishing speed, as agile as it was in its prime. Should we chase it? Qingzi asked, eager to give chase. Yifan stopped her with a hand. No need. I've already cut its throat. It won't live long. Let it go. It won't get far. Qingzi stood stunned, watching the bull disappear into the distance. It hadn't collapsed even as it vanished from sight. Just as she was about to speak, The bull fell like a wind-up toy running out of power. It managed to unleash such a powerful burst of energy in such a short time. This ancient bloodline is quite peculiar, Yifan said, frowning in puzzlement. He crouched down, touched the blood on the ground, and tasted it, his brow furrowing even more. What's wrong? Qingzi asked anxiously. Nothing, Yifan said, wiping the blood off his hand. I think I've got my answer. What answer? Did you figure out what kind of ancient bloodline it has? Yeah, Yifan nodded, his expression serious. Most likely. It's a dragon variant. A dragon variant? Qingzi exclaimed, shocked. How could there be dragon remains in the Nanchuan province? I find it hard to believe too, Yifan replied, shaking his head. But I can't mistake the taste of dragon blood, even if it's diluted 1,000,000 times. If we assume it's a dragon variant, then the bull's final burst of power makes sense. Dragon blood inherently contains immense vitality. If I hadn't cut its throat, it could have run even farther. The taste of dragon blood? Qingzi murmured, her mind racing. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, what should we do now? We need to be more cautious, Yifan said thoughtfully. Dragons are naturally powerful, and their only weak phase, the juvenile stage, is fleeting. The fact that this secret realm has produced so many bloodline variants likely means it wasn't caused by just one juvenile dragon. Could it be an elite-level dragon? Hard to say. It depends on whether the remains are still here, Yifan explained. Dragon remains have a peculiar inheritance property. If a dragon dies naturally, its bones and heart remain. Consuming dragon bones or heart is like inheriting that dragon's legacy, either transforming into a dragon or becoming a dragon-like variant beast. Transform into a dragon? Qingzi gasped. Are you saying there might be a second dragon in this secret realm? Not necessarily. Dragon inheritance comes with deadly poison, and few beasts can withstand it, Yifan replied. The first dragonid ones could bear the poison of dragon hearts and bones only because of their near-perfect physique and strength. Even so, many of their descendants died young because of the dragon blood's poison. That type of inheritance is extremely dangerous. Dragons are among the most perilous of ancient species, and the path of inheritance is fraught with danger. This is just a Thunder Ridge secret realm, where the strongest wild beasts are at the star level. Surviving such poison is almost impossible. You saying almost makes me even more nervous, Qingzi said, her voice trembling as she looked at Yifan's serious expression. Your face is making my heart race. This is just how my face looks. Don't overthink it, Yifan dismissed casually, heading toward where the bull had fallen. Where are you going? Qingzi called out, growing more anxious as Yifan walked away. To collect the bull's corpse, Yifan replied calmly. Since it's a dragon variant, its body is a rare find. Can't let it go to waste. Qingzi was momentarily taken aback, touched by Yifan's nonchalance. Watching his receding figure, she raised an eyebrow. This guy, is he really not afraid? A dragon? A possibly real dragon? Night fell, and campfires dotted the forest. Watching Yifan leisurely roast meat by the fire, Qingzi could no longer contain her questions. Yifan, what if we really encounter a dragon variant? What should we do? Yifan responded without hesitation. Run for our lives. Run for our lives? Qingzi was surprised. Staring at Yifan's face illuminated by the fire, she paused, then chuckled awkwardly. It's rare to hear you talk about running for your life. It doesn't seem like your style. I never run because I only do things I'm confident in, Yifan said, glancing at Qingzi with a slight smile. Don't think of me as invincible. I'm afraid of death too. You're afraid of death? Qingzi squinted. Of course. But it's not so much fear as it is unwillingness, Yifan said, putting down his meat skewer and stretching, a hint of melancholy crossing his face. I have too many unfinished things. Dying now would be unacceptable. What do you want to do? Qingzi asked. Is it to defeat the dynasty organization, uphold justice, and restore humanity? Not that noble, Yifan laughed, shaking his head. After a moment of thought, he waved his hand dismissively, looking up at the bright moon overhead. He spoke slowly. I just don't want to leave any regrets. More accurately, I want to do what I want, love who I want, conquer peaks I've never reached, and see sights I've never seen. It's that simple. In the Nanchuan military camp, a soldier with a long plume on his helmet hurriedly approached Governor Mao Zuzi and reported, Governor, Yifan has entered the inner perimeter. He is in good condition and hasn't encountered any enemies along the way. Our 1,000-strong unit is less than 10 miles from him, waiting in place and searching for nearby spiritual herbs. Mao Zuzi listened intently to each report, then slowly nodded and said, All right, I understand. After the soldier left, Jane Min walked up to Mao Zuzi, thoughtfully remarking, Governor, I'm quite surprised by your decision to protect Yifan. Mao Zuzi sighed. He is, after all, the pride of Nanchuan. As the governor, I should take extra care of him. Moreover, This young man might be the prophesied one. I can't let him die here. The heavens may be ruthless and indifferent to the fate of this distant relative, but I cannot be. I have to be responsible for Nanchuan. Jin Min was taken aback by these words. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. I almost forgot that you once had grand ambitions. His voice carried the weight of years. As longtime superiors and close friends, they had once fought side by side, driven by shared ideals and mutual trust. Mao Zuzi's emotions wavered slightly. He patted Jin Min on the shoulder and said with a hint of regret, Jin Min, it seems we are drifting further from our original vision. We used to manage most of Nanchuan efficiently, but now even Nange City is struggling to cope. Why is it that despite our efforts, we are moving further away from our goals? Jin Min shook his head and sighed. I don't know. Maybe it's because our strength is insufficient. If we had the power to suppress everything, we could just push through. Mao Zuzi asked in confusion. What kind of power could suppress everything? The three kings of literature, martial arts, and wisdom are already strong, yet they still allow the current state of affairs to gradually become turbulent. At this moment, he let down his guard as a governor, expressing his complex feelings like an ordinary person. Jin Min smiled bitterly. Perhaps everyone is tired of waiting. The conflicts between humans and magical beasts have dragged on for generations. The death of the War King shattered many people's hopes. Everyone is yearning for someone who can truly suppress everything, like the human kings of old, to bring lasting peace to humanity. Mao Zuzi, emotionally unstable, questioned, but where is that person? Will they really appear? All I see is the erosion of human order and one wolf in sheep's clothing after another. They say the darkest hour is just before dawn, but this twilight before the darkness has already left me anxious and restless. Jin Min patted Mao Zuzi's shoulder, a strange emotion flickering in his eyes, and said, just wait, Governor. Everything will get better. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Yifan crouched down and plucked what seemed like an ordinary herb from under a tree. His eyes sparkled as he muttered, Dragon blood herb. Qingzi curiously asked, are you going to eat it? Yifan nodded, quickly cleaned the dragon blood herb, chopped it into juice with a dagger, and drank it all in one gulp. Qingzi watched in astonishment as a terrifying vitality surged from Yifan's body, frowning. Your constitution is even stronger than that of a transcendent beast of the same level. Yifan closed his eyes, circulating the sacred law, feeling the essence of the dragon blood herb flow through his body. After more than 10 minutes, he opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and stood up. His aura had noticeably strengthened. If I can gather more dragon-related spiritual herbs, that would be great, Yifan thought, a smile playing on his lips. Qingzi asked, Yifan, what should we do next? Yifan replied, just keep moving forward. The appearance of the dragon blood herb indicates we're close to where the dragon died. Qingzi hesitated. Do we have any specific plan? Are we just going to wander aimlessly? Yifan started walking forward and replied, no, we don't know the exact location of the remains yet, so there's no need to overthink it. Just follow me. Don't worry too much. Time passed quickly in the secret realm, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had gone by. In the vast expanse of the secret realm, over 10,000 people were exploring like ants, yet it would still take a long time to fully uncover its mysteries. As time went on, some explorers began to notice differences in the mutated beasts, leading them to the startling conclusion that dragon descendants had perished within the realm. This discovery was like a thunderclap, instantly igniting everyone's frenzy. The explorers, as if possessed, began capturing beasts and collecting spiritual herbs, eager to take even the soil from the ground. Yifan, being the first to deduce that the descendants were dragons, gained an advantage and reaped substantial rewards. The abundance of dragon blood herbs and potions significantly boosted his and his beast's strength. One morning, Qingzi emerged from her tent to find Yifan quietly meditating on a large rock, with his beasts lying peacefully beside him. This harmonious scene made Qingzi's eyes widen in surprise. Golden six-star, Qingzi murmured softly. Yifan opened his eyes and calmly asked, Senior Qingzi, what's the matter? Qingzi didn't mince words. Your advancement speed is astonishing. Among your peers, even those from prominent families are at most golden 2 or 3-star, and they follow the path of beast tamers. You practice both paths, so your beast should be stronger than you. Yet, your personal advancement has outpaced your ice spirit. At this rate, won't you have reached the eternal level by the college entrance exams? Yifan smiled and responded, breaking through to eternal from golden requires certain opportunities. Whether I can achieve it, I don't know, but reaching golden 9-star is certain. Senior Qingzi, talent may determine the starting point, but whether one's journey is smooth depends more on individual opportunities. This insightful remark enlightened Qingzi, who suddenly realized, I was too focused on appearances. For someone like you, it wouldn't make sense not to have some opportunities. Yifan stretched and stood up. No matter how great the opportunity, you have to seize it yourself. Even if a big pie is hanging around your neck, you still have to reach out and grab it to eat it. Let's go, Senior Qingzi. Today, let's see if we can find a newly advanced eternal level beast. I want to test my strength. Eternal level? Qingzi exclaimed in surprise. You want to challenge an eternal level beast at Golden 6-star? Just to try. I'll pick an elite or exceptional one to verify some of my ideas, Yifan said, walking ahead without giving Qingzi a chance to object. Qingzi had no choice but to follow, sighing inwardly at Yifan's decisiveness. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain, a group of black-clad individuals who had been tracking Yifan for over 10 days grew restless. Chang Yuan, can we make a move today? One of the black-clad men asked. Chang Yuan, wearing a mask that clung to his face like a second skin, crouched like a poised leopard and replied, "We'll see." His answer displeased his companion. It's been more than 10 days, and every day we just see. We've missed so many precious mutated beasts and dragon blood herbs to ambush Yifan. Chang Yuan responded calmly, those things are valuable, but capturing Yifan is an order from the organization. Don't forget our primary mission. The companion remained unconvinced. We could be more decisive. You're at the stellar level, and we have 2 eternal level and over 10 golden level members. Even if you can't defeat Qingzi, we can hold her off long enough to kill Yifan and then retreat safely. Chang Yuan shook his head and pointed in another direction. Mao Zuzi has deployed troops to protect Yifan. If we get held up even briefly, it will spell disaster. Our identities are too sensitive. We can't afford to be recognized, especially for killing Yifan, which would throw the organization into chaos. Just then, the distant troops began to move. The companion excitedly shouted, Chang Yuan, look, the troops seem to be leaving. Chang Yuan frowned, quickly checked his communicator, and his expression changed drastically. This is bad. A stellar 9-star dragon variant has appeared on the front lines, causing a beast tide of over 100,000 beasts. Ji Wuning, that fool, stole a clutch of eggs from the dragon variant and even broke them. Chang Yuan immediately ordered a retreat. A beast tide of over 100,000 beasts. The frontline troops won't hold for long, and many beasts will break out of the secret realm. We need to retreat and report this. The proximity to Nange City means this will become a major crisis. The group swiftly retreated, but the previously hesitant companion lingered. Chang Yuan, what about Yifan? Aren't we going to kill him? Chang Yuan urgently replied. At this point, who cares about Yifan? With this beast tide, he will be overwhelmed for sure. We're lucky to be far from the front lines. Otherwise, we'd be dead too. Run for your lives. Tap, tap. Yifan trudged through the dense forest, while Qingzi scouted ahead and provided cover. As a star-ranked beastmaster, Qingzi's presence in this secret realm was a tremendous asset to Yifan. About 300 meters northwest, there's a gluttonous beast of eternal 1-star. Qingzi suddenly halted and spoke. A gluttonous beast? Yifan nodded. An extraordinary ranked beast with tough skin and thick flesh. It will be a worthy opponent. Let's go for it. With that, Yifan gripped his black sword and turned to Qingzi. Senior, please obscure the surrounding vision. I want to give it my all without letting those who've been observing me for days get a glimpse. Understood. Qingzi nodded and summoned a peacock-like beast. As soon as it appeared, it spread its tail feathers, creating a vast curtain that enveloped the forest in darkness. The sky curtain peacock, what an extraordinary beast! Yifan praised before charging forward, accompanied by his beasts. The flame hellhound, the death eagle, the little tengu, and the ice spirit. Rustle, rustle. Yifan pushed through the underbrush, making no effort to conceal his approach to the gluttonous beast's territory. The beast, quick to react, was already on high alert before Yifan even arrived. As Yifan emerged, the sight of several gold-ranked beasts momentarily confused the gluttonous beast. It had sensed a strong threat, yet now it saw only a few gold beasts and a human, leaving it somewhat surprised. Don't bother looking around. I'm your opponent, Yifan declared without hesitation, raising his sword and slashing down with immense force, immediately making the gluttonous beast feel a significant threat. Enraged by the threat from a mere gold-ranked being, the gluttonous beast roared and swung its massive claw at Yifan, its voice echoing like thunder. Boom! Man and beast collided, and Yifan was forced back several steps. Though the gluttonous beast staggered, its massive body remained unyielding. No wonder it's a distant relative of the Taodai. It eats a lot and grows huge, and its sheer size alone is intimidating. Though Yifan retreated, he quickly switched his black sword to his other hand and launched a piercing strike, shouting, Flame Hellhound, Sea of Flames. At his command, the Hellhound roared, and fiery rain poured down. Yifan then called upon the Death Eagle to enhance his speed. Boom, boom, boom. Yifan's heavy sword struck again, catching the gluttonous beast off guard. The blade sank a meter deep into its body, only igniting its ferocity. Its thick layer of fat was like an impenetrable shield. Roar. As the fiery rain descended, the gluttonous beast roared and raised a massive paw to block the flames, while its other paw formed a fist and struck at Yifan. With the Death Eagle's boost, Yifan's senses were heightened, allowing him to easily dodge the attack. However, the gluttonous beast's punch shattered the ground, forcing Yifan to retreat several steps. Swift strike. The battle shifted rapidly as the fire raged. Yifan withdrew, releasing a swift sword strike before summoning the Death Eagle and recalling the Ice Spirit. Death Eagle. Deadly Harvest. Yifan stomped, and frost surrounded him. The Death Eagle flashed out, targeting the gluttonous beast's eyes, its claw slashing down, blood splattering. Roar. The gluttonous beast howled in pain, blinded in one eye, but it wasn't out of the fight. Instead, it grew even more furious. It swung its paw, covering a vast area. Although the Death Eagle dodged, it was flung far away by the beast's terrifying power. Swift strike. Yifan unleashed another swift sword strike, gathering frost and slashing heavily at the gluttonous beast. As expected, the beast smashed the sword strike to pieces with a punch. Boom, boom, boom. The shattered sword strike sent countless ice shards into the beast's body, but its fat layer blocked them all, preventing any deep penetration. It didn't even bleed. Only some fat mixed with ice shards oozed out, looking like a grotesque creature covered in lard. Roar. The gluttonous beast, enraged, ignored the fiery sea beneath it and locked its gaze on Yifan, charging at him. Tap, tap. The beast's footsteps were heavy, breaking the ground with each step, its momentum terrifying. Despite its massive size, its speed was astonishing. In an instant, the gluttonous beast was upon Yifan, raising its fist high and smashing down, as if intending to obliterate the small space around him. Yifan felt the fist swell to an enormous size, leaving him no room to escape. A Dordai attack, huh? Faced with the lethal strike, Yifan's eyes sharpened. Some beasts' innate skills perfectly compensate for their weaknesses. This move locks onto the opponent, forcing a duel. It's indeed hard to dodge. With no way to evade, he had to fight Hedon. A furious strike from an eternal-ranked beast can shatter mountains. I didn't want to use my trump card so soon. With no other choice, Yifan reacted swiftly. He lowered his heavy sword, and in the next moment, a powerful aura formed an invisible domain around him. Sword style. Absolute echo. Boom. The black sword roared and trembled, infused with immense power. Frost quickly enveloped it, swelling it to the size of a small mountain. Veins bulging, Yifan felt the weight of the black sword increase rapidly. He used all his strength to swing it at the descending giant paw. He was lifting a mountain to strike back. Break! Boom! The clash of mountain and paw shook the entire forest. Within 100 meters, the ground caved in. Ice shards flew everywhere, and the gluttonous beast staggered back, crashing through several ancient trees before coming to a halt, a look of human-like fear in its eyes. Cough. In the center of the giant pit, Yifan's mouth bled, but he managed a wry smile. That last hit almost broke my back. Every sword move demanded a heavy toll on his body. The fourth move was already this difficult. What would the last move be like? Would it require him to become one with the sword? Yifan, are you all right? Seeing Yifan's injury, Qingzi hurried over to support him. She had witnessed the terrifying strike and was filled with shock. The power of that sword had reached the eternal realm. Can you still stand? I'm fine. Yifan waved her off and slowly stood up, looking at the distant gluttonous beast with a helpless smile. This gluttonous beast is impervious to fire and water, with tough skin and thick flesh. Subduing it would come at too high a cost. Shall I step in? Qingzi suggested. No need. Let's give it a break this time. Consider it a test of my own strength. I'll refine my sword techniques for a few more days and then challenge it again. Yifan shook his head, forcing himself to stand straight, and gestured to the gluttonous beast. You may leave. Roar. The gluttonous beast let out a low growl, reluctant to leave in defeat. But just as it growled, it sensed something and, terrified, quickly disappeared into the nearby forest. Such honesty? Yifan raised an eyebrow and was about to sheath his sword when he suddenly felt the ground tremble. Rumble. Like mountains collapsing and seas roaring, as if thousands of troops were charging from all directions. This sound was all too familiar to Yifan. In his early, weaker days, it had been the source of countless nightmares. Almost instinctively, Yifan grabbed Qingzi and, without a moment's hesitation, shouted, "Run! A beast tide is coming!" Beast tide. Yifan's voice made Qingzi pause. She was about to take to the sky to check, but Yifan grabbed her wrist. Come with me. His determined gaze left her no choice but to follow. In times of crisis, the strong sense of security he exuded was irresistibly trustworthy. Deathhawk, take us away, Yifan commanded succinctly, recalling his beast. With a piercing cry, The Death Hawk turned into a long shadow, streaking across the sky in an instant. Rumble. The beast tide surged like a flood, with countless beasts trampling the forest, covering the sky and the ground. Their eyes glowed red, as if driven by some force, savagely tearing apart anything in their path. In the forest, the gluttonous beast, which had just fought with Yifan, let out a terrified wail. But in the next moment, a split-claw wolf lunged at its throat. The following tide of beasts instantly engulfed it, silencing its cries. Such a beast tide spells disaster for both humans and wild beasts. Even top-tier star-level warriors would struggle to withstand this flesh and blood torn alone. The Death Hawk's sharp cry echoed through the sky. Though incredibly fast, it maintained a perilous distance from the beast tide. The dark mass of beasts in the sky followed closely, ready to swallow them the moment they were caught. We can't keep running like this. Yifan's mind worked rapidly, making a swift decision. Death Hawk, fly left, as fast as you can. Yifan, Qingzi exclaimed. We'll be caught this way. This is our only chance to survive. Yifan replied firmly. The beast tide has a range. We just need to break through the diameter before it catches us. Death Hawk, go. The Death Hawk obeyed without hesitation, turning at a sharp 90-degree angle. The beast tide closed in rapidly, making Yifan and Qingzi seem insignificant before it. Seeing they were still short of the distance, Yifan gritted his teeth and pulled out the heavy sword from his back. Qingzi, don't use your beast. Get ready to strike with all your might. Wait for my signal. Qingzi nodded nervously, her hands glowing with power. Years of cultivation had granted her near star-level strength. The beast tide was nearly upon them, reaching the diameter's edge, close enough to see the snapping jaws. Sword style. Absolute sound. Yifan unleashed the heavy sword technique that took a toll on him. The mountain-like sword crashed down. Simultaneously, Qingzi released a powerful strike. Their sudden burst of power created a brief gap at the edge of the tide, but the shockwave caused the Death Hawk to lose balance, tumbling away. They finally escaped the beast tide's range. As Yifan predicted, the tide did not pursue those who had left its boundary. Yifan slowly stood up, blood at the corner of his mouth, staring in shock at the tide flowing like a river of beasts. This beast tide could break out of the secret realm and bring catastrophic destruction to the cities outside. Why is there a beast tide? In Yifan's memory, there was no beast tide in Nanchuan at this time. This sudden change puzzled him greatly. Yifan, what do we do now? Qingzi asked with concern. Are you all right? A bit strained, but I'll be fine with some rest. Yifan waved her off. With the beast tide pouring out, Nange City will be in chaos. So many beasts rushing into Nange City. Should we go back to help? Qingzi inquired. Yifan shook his head. It's too late. We're behind. We can't change anything. The secret realm blocks signals, so no warnings can be sent. The major families, the marshal department, and the governor still have some forces. They should be able to stop it, but there will inevitably be heavy casualties. So what should we do now? We must make the most of the situation. Yifan analyzed calmly. Now is the best opportunity. Opportunity? To find the dragon remains, Yifan explained. Dragons are proud and disdain to associate with other species. This beast tide is usually initiated by the strongest in the secret realm. If the strongest had inherited the dragon's legacy, it wouldn't start a beast tide. The dragon's remains must still be there. Now that the tide has erupted, the front lines will be in fierce battle. This is our best chance. During the chaos, we'll face the least resistance. Qingzi hesitated. Do we still need to go to the front lines? We almost got swallowed by the tide just now. It's too dangerous. I'm afraid I can't protect you. You're crucial to us. The dragon remains can wait, but if something happens to you, all our efforts will be for nothing. Our forces are just starting. We shouldn't take such a big risk. Yifan replied firmly. The most dangerous times are often the safest. Great opportunities always come with risks. If we give up out of fear, we'll never achieve greatness. I know my limits. If we encounter unforeseen danger, we'll retreat. Qingzi looked into Yifan's determined eyes and finally nodded. I'll follow your lead. All right. Yifan stood up, leaning on his heavy sword. Let's go. On the front lines, a brutal battle rages on. A sudden beast tide has erupted, with countless spirit beasts losing their minds and crazily assaulting the defenses of the family and the governor. Flesh and blood fly everywhere, screams echo incessantly, and the casualty numbers are staggering. Governor, many spirit beasts have broken through. Jin Min's voice pierced through the chaotic battlefield. The usually resourceful strategist now had panic flashing in his eyes. The sudden turn of events had completely disrupted their original plan. Mao Zuzi gritted his teeth, commanding 3-star-level spirit beasts to attack. The dense beast tide reminded him of past battles against extraterrestrial monsters on the front lines, sending a shiver through his heart. We need to end this riot quickly and return to Nange City. Mao Zuzi shouted. Nange City is defenseless right now, and those rampaging spirit beasts will bring disaster to the citizens. Jian Min also shouted, "We need to kill the spirit beast leader. It can control the beast tide and has intelligence far beyond ordinary spirit beasts. If we don't kill it, the tide won't stop." Mao Zuzi responded while dodging incoming attacks. "But where is the leader?" Jian Min decisively suggested, "Governor, gather the star-level and eternal-level experts from the families. We need to break through and find the leader to kill it." Although Mao Zuzi was reluctant to cooperate with the families, he had no choice. He quickly moved to the rear of the family troops and issued a brief command. "Gather all eternal level and above experts and follow me to break through. We need to decapitate and kill the spirit beast leader." Some family heads readily agreed, but Sun Yuming voiced his concern. "Governor, if we pull the eternal level experts, what if the front line can't hold?" Mao Zuzi was resolute. "If we continue like this, our casualties will be even higher. There's only one path now, and I command you as the governor." Despite his dissatisfaction, Sun Yuming stepped back to gather the troops. Before leaving, he couldn't help but grumble to Ji Wuning, "This is all your fault." This caught Mao Zuzi's attention. He turned his sharp gaze to Ji Wuning, who immediately looked guilty. "Patriarch Ji, what did you do?" Mao Zuzi demanded. Ji Wuning hesitantly admitted, I secretly took the spirit beast leader's egg, and during the conflict, it accidentally got smashed." Mao Zuzi was furious. "Ji Wuning, do you realize the serious consequences of your actions?" Ji Wuning replied quietly, "I know. I will take responsibility." Mao Zuzi retorted angrily, "Such a major issue. How can you take responsibility?" With that, he soared into the sky to gather the family experts. Ji Wuning watched Mao Zuzi's departing figure with anxiety. He knew the rampaging spirit beasts would bring significant casualties to Nange City. In this sensitive period, if held accountable, the Ji family couldn't bear the responsibility. At that moment, a figure in a black robe appeared silently beside Ji Wuning, whispering, "Patriarch, are we really going to help?" Ji Wuning replied with a bitter smile, "What else can we do? It was your idea to steal that egg." The black-robed figure retorted, "But that was an almost dragon-like egg. We had valuable intelligence and couldn't let it slip. Would the Patriarch have been content otherwise?" "Of course not," Ji Wuning admitted. The black-robed figure continued, "Our mistake was being discovered and letting the spirit beast see the egg being smashed. Now, the mistake is made, and there's no use dwelling on it. Whether we participate or not, the Ji family won't escape punishment. The beast tide will definitely sweep through Nange City, and we can't bear those losses. So what should we do?" Ji Wuning asked instinctively. "Escape." The black-robed figure's eyes gleamed coldly. "With the front lines in chaos, we should seize the opportunity to flee." "Escape? Where to?" "This is Nanchuan. Even if we escape now, we can't get out of Nanchuan," Ji Wuning said in surprise. The black-robed figure sneered. "Who said we have to leave Nanchuan? There are places within Nanchuan we can go." "Where?" Ji Wuning asked. "Bajuo City," the black-robed figure explained. "It's poorly governed, full of all kinds of riffraff. The city lord is incompetent, and it's located at the border of Nanchuan Province and Qinling Province. Due to its location, it's rarely subject to law enforcement. If we escape there, even if the governor pursues us later, there's nothing he can do." Ji Wuning hesitated for a moment, then asked, "But Bajuo City is notoriously chaotic. If we flee there in disgrace, can we survive?" "Absolutely," the black-robed figure whispered into Ji Wuning's ear. "There will be people specifically to receive us once we get there." This statement stunned Ji Wuning. He stared at the black-robed figure and suddenly realized, "Jiang, are you really a spy for the dynasty?" "Patriarch, be careful with your words," Ji Yang interrupted. Ji Wuning, trembling with rage, pointed at Ji Yang. "You planned all this. You used the dragon egg to bait me and deliberately smashed the egg in front of the spirit beast to trigger this beast tide. All to push the Ji family to the brink of destruction. Ji Yang, you're so ruthless. I took you in and fed you, and now you're dragging the Ji family into an abyss." Ji Yang, expressionless, replied, "Patriarch, everyone serves their master." Ji Yang had no choice. "There's no use dwelling on right or wrong now. The mistake is made, and I've pointed out the only way for the Ji family to survive. If you're angry, you can kill me now, but for the sake of the Ji family's hundreds or thousands of members, please consider carefully. It's too bloody." The front line looks like a scene from hell. Yifan and Qingzi stood on higher ground, overlooking the brutal battle below. Qingzi's voice carried a hint of reluctance, as if she were witnessing a living nightmare. "It's like a meat grinder," Qingzi muttered, her eyes wide with shock. Yifan remained calm as always and said indifferently, "The real battlefield is countless times more brutal than this." His gaze was sharp, scanning the entire battlefield as if he had long been accustomed to such scenes. Qingzi glanced at Yifan, her curiosity deepening. No matter the danger, this man always seemed to remain composed. Even when the beast tide attacked, he was only slightly surprised. In just a few days of knowing him, Qingzi, a naturally gifted solitary cultivator, had unconsciously started following Yi Fan's lead. What are we supposed to do next? Qingzi finally asked, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yi Fan pondered for a moment and analyzed. If nothing goes wrong, Mao Zuzi will opt for a decapitation strike. When they make their move, the battle will reach its climax. That will be our chance. He continued with a warning. Be extremely careful when we move. We mustn't be seen, and we can't get entangled with the beasts. The dragon bone will be near the leader's beast. We need to get very close, but we must manage our distance carefully. Qingzi nodded solemnly. Understood. I'll make sure to protect you. Yi Fan responded calmly. I'll also do my best to avoid any danger. With that, his gaze returned to the battlefield. Not long after, Mao Zuzi led a group of eternal and stellar-level warriors in an assault, tearing a path through the beast tide. This elite force moved like a sharp blade, cutting straight to the rear of the beast horde with a clear objective. Seeing this, Qingzi quickly asked, should we get closer now? Yi Fan nodded and took the lead. A dark gleam flashed in his eyes, indicating the enchantment of the Death Eagle. On this perilous battlefield, he needed to stay vigilant at all times. The two moved like phantoms, swiftly navigating through the forest. Qingzi's sky-curtained sparrow occasionally released a mist to provide cover. Soon, they reached the rear of the battlefield. Yi Fan suddenly halted and whispered, wait, we need to circle around the battlefield and approach from the side. Just as Qingzi was about to speak, Yi Fan made a silencing gesture. Sure, someone's coming. He quickly retreated into the bushes behind him, and Qingzi followed suit. Soon, a group of figures hurried past, fleeing like scared soldiers. Once they were gone, Yi Fan emerged from the bushes, frowning. People from the Ji family. Qingzi was puzzled. Why are they retreating now? Isn't the Ji family the strongest among the aristocratic families in Nange City? A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. I'm not sure. But their retreat at this moment could cause the battle lines to collapse. Mao Zuzi and his group have already led most of the strong warriors to break through and decapitate. Now that the Ji family is pulling out, the entire battlefield situation will change. Qingzi immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Are they trying to get everyone killed here? Yi Fan looked deeply into the distance. Probably more than that. Desertion is punishable by death. If they're fleeing now, they must have a bigger plan than just running away. With that, Yi Fan didn't hesitate and started moving forward. Qingzi quickly followed, asking, aren't we going to do something about them? Yi Fan replied succinctly, it's definitely a disadvantage, but we can manage. Wu Jingtian is still here, and his power is almost at the glory level. The Ji family's elders are just low-star stellar warriors and won't pose much of a threat. For now, we need to focus on one thing, getting that dragon carcass. Everything else is secondary. The two of them moved like shadows along the battlefield's edge, looking for an opportunity to slip into the beast tide. With his extensive battlefield experience, Yi Fan led Qingzi through the chaos, heading toward Mao Zuzi and his group. However, their actions did not go unnoticed. More and more people sensed something unusual, and the information quickly reached Jinmin. Standing on high ground, Jinmin scanned the battlefield with binoculars and eventually spotted the two suspicious figures. When he recognized them, his face turned pale with shock. Yi Fan? How can it be him? In the secret realm, the battle raged on, while outside Nange City, an army left the Ji family's stronghold like a victorious tiger. At the front of the formation, Wu Jingtian's eyes were sharp as he surveyed the mountains of rare treasures, minerals, and wealth behind him, a look of undisguised astonishment in his eyes. These families are truly loaded, Wu Jingtian muttered, clicking his tongue in amazement. Just one stronghold has such a terrifying stockpile. If this is just a stronghold, the main Ji family estate must be hoarding the wealth of the entire Nanchuan. Chunpeng timely reminded him. Senior Wu Jingtian, Tiangong mentioned that the main estate usually has elders worshipped by the family, with power comparable to kings. Going to the main estate could cost us our lives. Wu Jingtian waved his hand dismissively, his voice filled with bravado. Of course, I know it's dangerous. I was just saying. We wouldn't dare disobey Tiangong's orders. That would be a death wish. At that moment, Wu Jingtian's gaze inadvertently fell on Xinba, who was sitting on an iron-horned rhinoceros. This warrior, fierce as a tiger, was clad in armor stained with dark blood, gripping two massive axes, his expression so menacing it sent chills down the spine. This guy is a ruthless fighter. Wu Jingtian couldn't help but remark, frowning. He must have claimed over 100 lives in this battle alone. But this kind of reckless fighting is too dangerous. If only he could change his style. Being aggressive is fine, but keeping oneself alive is the key. Fighting like this, he might end up killing himself one day. Chunpeng leaned in mysteriously. Senior Wu Jingtian, you might not know this, but Tiangong has prepared a special technique for Xinba called the Blood Demon Release Technique. It used to be a forbidden secret among evil cultivators, but Tiangong personally modified it to remove some of the deadly flaws. The Blood Demon Release Technique? Wu Jingtian's heart skipped a beat. Tiangong managed to get his hands on such a sinister technique? That's terrifying. Chen Peng looked puzzled. Is the technique that powerful? Why do you seem so shocked? Wu Jingtian took a deep breath and lowered his voice. It's not just about power. This technique, also known as the blood explosion technique, is something only the darkest of evil cultivators would dare to use. It involves using one's own blood to fuel their battle strength, burning their blood to increase power. The more intense the burn, the stronger the power. There was once a madman who used this technique to leap from Star Glory 7 to challenge and kill a Star Glory 8 superpower. Chen Peng gasped. A Star Glory 7 killing a Star Glory 8? That's beyond belief. Wu Jingtian nodded. Indeed terrifying, but the cost is equally high. After each battle, it takes a long time to recover, and the blood explosion damages the user's core. Most who practice it don't live past 30. If they overdo it in a single battle, they could die on the spot. Chen Peng mused. I heard Xinba chose this technique himself, but Tiangong said he modified it. Otherwise, by what you said, Xinba would have died hundreds of times by now. He often fights until he's completely drained, unable to even stand. Wu Jingtian pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Tiangong wouldn't harm him. He went to great lengths to win Xinba over. Suddenly, Wu Jingtian's gossiping nature took over, and he leaned in closer to Chen Peng. Hey, I heard Xinba was once infatuated with a dancer, but she kicked him aside for money and status. How's that woman doing now? If she knew Xinba is now a top general under Tiangong, she'd regret it deeply. Do you think Xinba might go back for revenge someday? Chen Peng rolled his eyes exasperated. Senior Wu Jingtian, you're more gossipy than old ladies. As they chatted, a series of sharp, panicked cries came from the direction of the city gates. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if something massive was approaching. Everyone immediately became alert, gripping their weapons tightly. Wu Jingtian leaped into the air, his eagle-like eyes scanning the distance. In the sky, a dark mass of beast hordes approached like storm clouds, blotting out the sun. Beast tide. Wu Jingtian's heart nearly stopped. Landing, he roared. Form ranks quickly. There's a beast tide outside the city. Everyone, retreat to the high ground to the north immediately. Everyone froze for a moment, but then quickly followed Wu Jingtian's decisive commands, retreating like a tide to the northern high ground. They occupied a small military camp, readying themselves with guns and cannons, prepared to face the coming catastrophe. As the beast tide surged into Nange City like a monstrous wave, Wu Jingtian stood on high ground, witnessing the hellish scene below. The modified weapons of the Zufijin unleashed terrifying power, bringing down flying beasts from the sky like falling leaves, creating a rain of blood. Thankfully, we're not on the front lines. Wu Jingtian sighed in relief, though his worry persisted. Holding this position, we should last a while. But why did a beast tide suddenly erupt in Nange City without any warning? It's too unusual. Most of the city's forces have been deployed elsewhere. How many innocent lives will be lost? Could it be a beast tide from the secret realm? Wu Jingtian furrowed his brows in thought, his gaze sweeping over the busy defenders on the city wall. The battle had initially stabilized, but the distant cries of battle and beast roars continued unabated. 10 minutes later, Chen Peng hurried over, standing beside Wu Jingtian with a face full of worry. The secret realm that Tiangong and his team went to is very close to Nange City, Chen Peng said in a low voice. It's possible the beast tide erupted from there. Wu Jingtian nodded, suddenly grasping the implication of Chen Peng's words. If the beast tide did indeed originate from the secret realm, wouldn't Yifan and his team be in grave danger? Yeah, at least the Ma Zuzi team has an army with them, Chen Peng continued, but he shook his head halfway through. However, Tiangong is very cautious. I'm sure he can avoid danger. Plus, they have Qingzi, a Star Radiance level warrior, protecting them. Yes, Wu Jingtian responded, though he couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. He had witnessed the horror of beast tides firsthand. Even a glory-level warrior would struggle to emerge unscathed, let alone protect others. But given the urgent situation, he couldn't dwell on it and had to focus on the present. Fortunately, we have elite troops and a strategic position. Wu Jingtian surveyed the surroundings. Those men held off the initial assault. Even if the beast tide reaches us, we can withstand it. Yes, but many ordinary people will die. Chen Peng sighed, then suddenly suggested, Senior Wu Jingtian, since we can ensure our safety, why not split our forces and launch a proactive attack? I can lead the Jingzha army. A proactive attack? Wu Jingtian frowned. That would increase our casualties, more than just holding our ground, but it would reduce civilian casualties, Chen Peng argued. It would also win Tiangong the people's support. Didn't he say he wanted to take over Nange City? Now's the perfect chance to earn their loyalty. Wu Jingtian was silent for a moment, but then shook his head. You're right, but I can't take that risk. Tiangong entrusted you all to me, and I must prioritize our safety. Chun Peng nodded reluctantly, but as he looked at the devastation within the city, he couldn't help but say, if Tiangong were here, he would definitely choose to attack. This made Wu Jingtian pause, his expression conflicted. After a few seconds, he finally relented. If you can ensure losses do not exceed 20%, you may lead the Jingjia army to attack. If it exceeds that, retreat immediately. This beast tide is fierce, but not unstoppable. I don't want to incur too great a cost. Chun Peng was overjoyed and immediately jumped down from the watchtower to rally the Jingjia army. Soon, Yifan's most elite 1,000-strong force charged out of the camp to confront the beast-tide heathen. Still too soft-hearted, Wu Jingtian muttered, watching the departing Jingjia army with some regret. This unit had absorbed immense resources, and sacrificing them for ordinary people seemed unwise. But he also thought, if Yifan were here, he would not hesitate to launch an attack. Tiangong always makes the most decisive choices, and we all trust him, Wu Jingtian sighed. Without Yifan, disagreements were inevitable. Though he agreed to the attack, he still had reservations. Yifan was unpredictable. He could be ruthless in his pursuit of power, but also show mercy when it didn't affect the greater plan. He was kind to ordinary people, trying to look after them as much as possible. Wu Jingtian watched the Jingjia army battling the beast tide, his eyes deep with thought. What would Tiangong choose at this moment? Attack or defend? Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, Ma Zuzi and his group were under immense pressure. The intelligent beast leader was directing its minions to besiege them. Luckily, this was only a thunderclap-level secret realm, so while the beasts were numerous, few were truly powerful. Even the occasional Star Radiance-level beast didn't pose too much trouble for Ma Zuzi's team. Among them, Sun Yuming stood out. As one of the few martial artists, he possessed Star Radiance-level strength. Wielding a pair of rings, he struck with lethal force, the ringing sound of metal echoing with each blow. Governor, where did the Ji family go? Sun Yuming asked while fighting. He had been observing and finally confirmed that the Ji family members were absent. Not here. Ma Zuzi's face darkened. Do they think they haven't caused enough trouble already? In a fit of rage, Ma Zuzi waved his hand, and the dragon-winged beast beside him roared, spewing a torrent of flames and scattering debris everywhere. Someone quickly tried to calm him down. Governor, please don't be angry. Maybe we advanced too quickly, and they couldn't keep up. The Ji family has 2-star Radiance-level warriors. Staying behind could help stabilize the rear. Ma Zuzi snorted but didn't respond, though his face still showed signs of anger. Thanks to their formidable strength, the group soon broke through the beast tide and reached the rear. Ahead lay a dense forest with a road leading straight to a waterfall. Below the waterfall was a lake, backed by a towering mountain. The sudden tranquility left everyone a bit uneasy. Ma Zuzi hesitated for a moment, then signaled to advance. The group approached the lake, the waterfall's roar filling the air. Where's the beast leader? Someone asked, puzzled. Is it in the lake? Another person speculated, reaching out to touch the water and casually punching the surface, causing a splash. Your Highness, don't. Sun Yuming sensed danger and shouted a warning. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a massive shadow emerged from the lake. The creature resembled a giant serpent with strange horns, its body stretching dozens of meters long. Everyone's hearts sank, and the prince quickly withdrew his hand. But it was too late. A massive head darted out like lightning, swallowing him whole. Humans, you all deserve to die. A collective gasp arose as the crowd stared at the creature emerging from the water, their eyes filled with terror. The beast resembled a mythical creature, looking like a true dragon and speaking human words. Someone in the crowd, trembling, shouted, "A dragon! It's really a dragon!" The legend of dragons was deeply ingrained in their minds, and a mere glimpse of such a creature left everyone in shock. Facing a peak starshine beast was one thing, but confronting a dragon-like relic was something else entirely, instilling fear in many. As the crowd began to retreat, Elder Yao suddenly spoke, his eyes sharp as a hawk. No, it's not a dragon. He scrutinized the beast carefully and said, it has a single horn on its head, no scales on its tail, and 4-fingered claws. This is a jiao, an evolved form of the black flame snake. Hearing this, the crowd was enlightened and took a closer look. Indeed, the creature matched Elder Yao's description, and they breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, Elder Yao quickly warned, even a jiao should not be underestimated. Everyone, fall back and form ranks. The crowd obeyed, retreating in unison. The black flame jiao in the lake roared thunderously but did not immediately attack, a hint of dragon's majesty evident in its cry. Within the retreating ranks, Sun Yuming, sharp-eyed and meticulous, voiced his concern. The bloodline of a jiao is no less than some relics. This peak starshine black flame jiao, likely has honor-level combat power. We might not be able to kill it without losing half our men. At that moment, Qingzi and Yifan had quietly arrived at the forest's edge. Qingzi gazed at the massive creature in the lake and asked, Yifan, what exactly is that? Yifan explained gravely, it's not a dragon. It seems to be a black flame snake with dragon blood that evolved into a jiao after encountering a dragon's relic. Qingzi inquired further, has the dragon's relic been absorbed by this black flame jiao? Yifan examined it closely and shook his head. I don't think so. The black flame jiao still has clear snake characteristics. If it had absorbed the dragon's relic, it would have shed its snake form by now. It likely evolved into a jiao through some other fortunate encounter. Qingzi was puzzled. If it has dragon blood, why didn't it absorb the dragon's relic? Yifan explained, inheriting a dragon's legacy is no easy feat. Many factors come into play. For instance, this black flame jiao is fire attributed. If the dragon was water attributed, how could it inherit it? Qingzi finally understood and asked, so, what should we do? Yifan, eyes sharp, stared at the lake and waterfall. We wait and watch. The dragon's relic is crucial and is likely guarded by this black flame jiao. We need to find the right moment to rush in amidst the chaos. But we must be prepared for resistance from both the black flame jiao and Elder Yao's group. Qingzi, be ready to give it your all. Qingzi nodded solemnly, a look of determination in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, Elder Yao and his team had formed their ranks, ready for battle. 7 Starshine level and dozens of Eternal level beast tamers launched their attack, creating a massive commotion. Various beasts responded to their call, showcasing their talents. The lake erupted in chaos. The black flame jiao roared furiously, spewing flames and dominating the battlefield. Despite being surrounded by dozens, it remained overwhelmingly powerful, wreaking havoc among the beasts. Elder Yao, the strongest in Nanchuan, found his Honor 9-star steel-winged basilisk struggling. Each clash resulted in it being easily repelled by the black flame jiao. Though not severely injured, the disparity in their strengths was evident. The difference in bloodlines was clear. The jiao's roar, imbued with dragon's majesty, instilled fear in the attacking beasts, causing them to retreat. Just as an earthly emperor commands respect without anger, in the world of beasts, bloodline reigns supreme. A hint of dragon's majesty was enough to make other beasts bow. The battle dragged on, with the black flame jiao growing stronger while the attacking beasts dwindled. Sun Yuming shouted anxiously, Commander, if this continues, we'll be defeated. Someone must directly confront the black flame jiao. A war of attrition won't work. It'll only speed up our losses. Elder Yao's eyes flashed with determination as he surveyed the exhausted crowd. Unlike the others, he had not yet unleashed his beast-taming talent, clearly holding something back. Seeing through his hesitation, Sun Yuming yelled, Commander, only you can hold off the black flame jiao. Please go all out. Before he could finish, the black flame jiao's tail struck him, sending him crashing into a boulder, unconscious. The fall of a Starshine-level warrior shook Elder Yao. He hesitated no longer and roared at the crowd, I'll take the lead. The crowd parted, all eyes on Elder Yao. Elder Yao spread his hands, his eyes gleaming with a strange light, and shouted, Beast, soul bond. Instantly, a dazzling light connected him with the steel-winged basilisk, a light tinged with crimson. In a flash, both man and beast's eyes glowed red. The steel-winged basilisk's aura surged, its ferocity reaching new heights. It let out a piercing cry and charged at the black flame jiao like an arrow. Clang! This time, the steel-winged basilisk's claw not only held firm but tore through the black flame jiao's defenses, leaving a gruesome wound. The black flame jiao roared in pain, its tail sweeping with unstoppable force. Boom! The steel-winged basilisk stood its ground, taking the hit heeding. Though its body trembled, it remained unyielding. The crowd was stunned. Elder Yao bellowed, What are you waiting for? Attack! Today, we slay this jiao. Hearing the sound, everyone gathered around. Sun Yuming's judgment was indeed correct. Once the steel-winged tyrannosaur faced off against the black flame jiao heedin, the tide of the battle turned instantly. A pack of wolves might struggle against a tiger alone, but if the wolf king can hold the tiger at bay, the pack can overwhelm even the fiercest tiger. From a distance, Qingzi observed the shift in the battle and exclaimed in surprise, Such a powerful beast-taming talent. I don't think I've ever heard of it before. Yifan explained, This is a rare beast-taming talent called Lifelink, rated at level for such a powerful talent? Qingzi asked, puzzled. Yifan shook his head and said, It's powerful, but it comes with significant drawbacks. Lifelink connects the blood of the beast and the beast tamer, allowing the beast's bloodline to burn temporarily, unleashing immense strength. However, this burning is irreversible, and each use degrades the beast's bloodline, potentially lowering its grade. Despite its strength, The severe side effects make it impractical for frequent use, so a level rating is appropriate. Qingzi pondered. That sounds quite similar to the blood demon Bankai you gave Simba. Yifan softly explained. All methods in the world, despite their complexity, fundamentally boil down to a few basic principles. Similarities are bound to occur. However, the blood demon Bankai I modified for Simba is different from the conventional one. I changed the blood burst from active to passive, meaning it activates automatically when injured. Although it loses some of its subjective control, it eliminates the original side effects. Qingzi suddenly understood. No wonder Simba is so fierce. Yifan's eyes sharpened. Be prepared. Using lifelink has cost Mao Zuzi dearly, and the black flame Jiao is about to fall. I've roughly determined the location of the dragon remains. Where is it? Qingzi asked urgently. Yifan pointed towards the waterfall. There's a cave beneath the waterfall. Following Yifan's direction, Qingzi carefully observed. Amidst the fierce battle's aftermath, the waterfall occasionally showed a break, revealing a fleeting glimpse of a cave. She was amazed at Yifan's insight, which surpassed even her own, despite being a star-level beast tamer. How do we get in? Qingzi asked. Yifan replied. Get closer and rush in during a gap. They're deeply entangled in the fight. We just need to seize the opportunity. Qingzi frowned. Won't we be discovered? If they stop fighting, we'll have to face the black flame Jiao's wrath alone. Yifan shook his head. We'll move when the battle is nearing its end. A dying elite beast's last struggle is not to be underestimated. He suddenly warned. Be wary of Sun Yumming. Sun Yumming? Qingzi looked towards the man lying on the large rock, confused. Isn't he knocked out? Yifan calmly said. He's faking it. Playing dead is hard, but pretending to be unconscious is easy. He hasn't sustained any injuries, and his clothes are intact. He's hiding his true strength and is likely on par with Mao Zuzi. He suggested Mao Zuzi use lifelink and conveniently got knocked out right after. It's too much of a coincidence. Qingzi gasped. If he and Mao Zuzi teamed up, they could defeat the black flame Jiao Heiden. Why didn't they do that? Yifan replied meaningfully. There could be many reasons. Sun Yumming is not simple. I did underestimate him before. We'll circle around from the other side to avoid him. Qingzi nodded in agreement, but she couldn't hide her shock. The battle was happening right in front of her, yet she hadn't noticed anything unusual or suspected a thing. Seeing through her thoughts, Yifan waved it off. No need to doubt yourself. While observers can see clearly, some situations are more complex than they appear. Stay vigilant and don't trust surface appearances. You'll see more. At that moment, the battle beneath the waterfall grew even fiercer. The steel-winged tyrannosaur, using lifelink, was covered in wounds, and the black flame Jiao was in no better shape, its scales falling off and blood staining the lake. It could barely hold on but continued to roar furiously, looking like a cornered beast. Though the attackers weren't the main force, being personally involved in driving the elite beast to such a state stirred their emotions. The black flame Jiao suddenly spoke. Humans, you killed my child. You all deserve to die. Flames churned in its mouth, its aura boiling, and a terrifying killing intent surged as it charged out of the lake onto the shore. Mao Zuzi shouted a warning. Be careful, this Jiao dragon is going all out. He commanded the steel-winged tyrannosaur to hold the line while quickly retreating, and others followed suit. At that moment, two figures dashed past Mao Zuzi, heading forward at incredible speed. Who are they? Mao Zuzi exclaimed, seeing the two figures bypass the black flame Jiao and lightly step across the lake. As everyone retreated, no one could stop them. In an instant, a black sword light flashed. The waterfall briefly broke, revealing a large cave. The two figures rushed in, and the waterfall fell back down. Mao Zuzi realized, the real dragon remains are hidden in the cave. He roared in anger and was about to give chase, but the black flame Jiao charged at him. Knowing it was a life-and-death struggle, the Jiao dragon aimed to take its main opponent down with it. Mao Zuzi was terrified, retreating quickly while summoning back the steel-winged tyrannosaur. Though the fierce charge was eventually blocked, and the attackers resumed their assault, Mao Zuzi felt no relief. He gritted his teeth, looking at the large lake behind him, knowing that the black flame Jiao's final struggle was so terrifying that he couldn't break free anytime soon. Thinking of this, Mao Zuzi's face was full of unwillingness. I've roamed Nanchuan for decades, only to be used as a stepping stone by a mere youngster. With a splash, Yifan and Qingzi dashed into the cave behind the waterfall and came to a halt. Qingzi, being a star-level warrior, was much faster than Yifan and had been leading him the whole way. She took several deep breaths to calm her rapid breathing. It should be just ahead, Qingzi said, glancing around the pitch-black cave with a sudden feeling of unease. Why does this cave feel so eerie? Yifan nodded in agreement. It's probably related to that dragon, he replied, also sensing the abnormality of the cave. He slowed his pace and conjured a ball of fire in his hand. Stay close and don't wander off. The firelight illuminated their path as they cautiously moved forward. Before long, they reached the end of the cave, and the space opened up into a vast, oval-shaped chamber. In the center lay the massive skeleton of a dragon. The bones had been stripped clean, appearing as black as coal, resembling some kind of exhibit in a museum. Despite being long dead, the dragon's skeleton still exuded a menacing aura. Qingzi was taken aback. What kind of dragon is this? Its ferocity is still so strong. Yifan replied briefly, I don't know. Let's just take it for now. His eyes were fixed on the dragon's heart, which occasionally pulsed. The dragon heart is still here. As Yifan approached to examine it, he thought to himself, the fact that the dragon heart has lasted this long means this dragon has been dead for a very long time. He reached out to grab the heart, and suddenly, it began to throb violently. A powerful presence surged forth, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar echoing through the cave. A flash of gold appeared in Yifan's eyes as he watched the heart start to melt, seemingly trying to merge with his hand. He snapped out of it and shouted, Evil dragon, how dare you? He then chanted an obscure incantation, and a golden light enveloped his body. The dragon heart, as if encountering a nemesis, instantly contracted into a solid form. Yifan flung it to the ground, where it bounced once before losing all signs of life. Qingzi, witnessing the entire scene, was puzzled. Did you kill it? What just happened? Yifan turned to explain. It's an evil dragon. He raised his hand to reveal a dark, eerie dragon head mark. Qingzi recognized it as a curse mark and felt a chill in her heart. Yifan continued. This kind of evil dragon is called a soul-devouring dragon. It's the most vile of all dragons. They gain power through a cycle of death and rebirth, each time embedding their souls into the dragon heart upon death. He detailed the characteristics and dangers of the soul-devouring dragon, leaving Qingzi in shock. Yifan concluded, it usually parasitizes on spirit beasts, but since I'm a descendant of dragon slayers with dragon eye bloodline, it tried to parasitize on me. Qingzi asked worriedly, are you okay? I see the curse mark on your hand. Yifan shook his head. I'm fine. I know some Buddhist purification techniques that interrupted its fusion. This curse is just a tracking mark. If it revives in the future, it can find me through this mark. He sneered, typical soul-devouring dragon. Even when shaken off, it's still this malicious. Qingzi reminded him, that's really dangerous. If it comes back to life, it would at least be at the honor level. It could cause big trouble for you. Yifan, however, was confident. How could it come back to life? He drew his black sword, its blade igniting with fire. Now that it's in my hands, do you think I'd let it revive? Sensing the impending danger, the dragon heart began to contract slightly. Yifan smirked, if it weren't for me, whoever got this dragon heart would bring a huge disaster to Nanchuan. Just as Yifan was about to strike the dragon heart, a voice echoed through the cave. Young Master Yi, hold your sword. Qingzi immediately became alert, and Yifan paused, turning towards the source of the voice. Out of the darkness, a man slowly emerged. Yifan scoffed, Sun Yumming, so it is you. The man who just arrived was Sun Yumming. Standing at the entrance of the cave, he heard Yifan's words and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, as a seasoned veteran, he quickly put on a smile. This secret realm is so chaotic, yet young Master Yi managed to get here. Truly, heaven favors you, Sun Yumming remarked, his tone carrying a hint of flattery. Yifan's expression remained indifferent, and he smiled faintly. Sun Yumming, I'll be sure to pass your words on to heaven. Sun Yumming's face showed a slight hint of embarrassment before he shifted his gaze to the dragon heart on the ground. So, you want this dragon heart? Yifan asked directly. Yes, Sun Yumming nodded, speaking politely. This dragon heart is of great use to me. I hope young Master Yi can show some mercy. Show some mercy? Yifan sneered, raising his palm to reveal a mark on his hand. The curse of the soul-devouring dragon. Surely you don't think I wouldn't recognize it. Young Master Yi is a descendant of dragon slayers. How could you not recognize such a minor curse? Sun Yumming flattered. Yifan narrowed his eyes and retorted, since you know I recognize it, why do you think I would give you the dragon heart? Giving it to you might mean being hunted by a high-ranking dragon in the future. Why would I take such a huge risk? Do you think you can offer enough to compensate? Or do you think you can take it by force? As soon as he finished speaking, Qingzi, who was standing nearby, suddenly revealed her presence. Her small sky peacock instantly transformed into a giant ferocious beast, causing the cave to shake with its terrifying aura. Sun Yumming didn't retreat. The bracelet on his hand glowed, shielding him from the overwhelming pressure. Strangely, he looked at Qingzi without a hint of fear, instead showing a contemplative expression. Yifan keenly noticed this and snorted. I didn't expect that a place like Nanchuan would hide such a big fish at the honor level. Sun Yumming seemed to snap back to reality, quickly taking a step back and smiling. I'm far from worthy of such a title. Yifan didn't respond, merely staring at Sun Yuming. The atmosphere grew tense. After a long silence, Yifan spoke again. Sun Yuming, if you want to make a move, do it now. Otherwise, show your cards. The black flame Jiao is already on its last legs. We don't have much time, and I doubt you want the old ancestor to discover anything. Sun Yuming was silent for a moment, a struggle flashing in his eyes. Although he was confident he could take down Yifan and Qingzi, Yifan's attitude made him reconsider. Finally, he smiled. Young Master Yi, you're joking. Since I want the dragon heart, I will naturally offer something in return. Yifan stared at him expressionlessly. I'm curious to see what kind of bargaining chip the head of the Sun family can offer. Sun Yuming took off a ring and tossed it to Yifan. I didn't bring many treasures with me, but I think this item should be enough for young Master Yi. Yifan took the ring and easily assumed control of it. When he saw what was inside, a look of astonishment crossed his face. You managed to get something like this for a beast master. It's incredibly tempting. Sun Yuming smiled. Does this satisfy young Master Yi? Yifan nodded and used his black sword to toss the dragon heart to Sun Yuming. Sun Yuming quickly produced a delicate box and sealed the dragon heart within it. A pleasant transaction, Sun Yuming said, bowing to Yifan. I will leave the dragon bones for you, young Master Yi. As Sun Yuming was about to leave, Yifan suddenly asked, Sun Yuming, I'm curious. Who is behind you that makes someone like you willing to be their pawn? Sun Yuming paused, turning to look at Yifan, hesitating to speak. Finally, he shook his head. Young Master Yi, some things are better left unknown. Yifan responded meaningfully, that's my business. After all, we've just made a deal, which counts for something. That dragon heart is for the person behind you, right? The soul-devouring dragon's traits mean it has terrifying potential. With the right host, reaching beyond the king level isn't impossible. The person behind you is bold, raising such a dangerous creature. Aren't they afraid of being backstabbed one day? Sun Yuming looked surprised. Yifan waved his hand. Master Sun, let's be honest. Consider it a bonus for our deal. Isn't it tiring to keep pretending? Sun Yuming was silent for a moment before sighing. I don't know what use a teenager like you has in prying into these matters, but since I've said this much, I might as well say a bit more. At that moment, Sun Yuming seemed to transform. His smooth demeanor disappeared, replaced by a resolute gaze and an overwhelming aura, like a giant whale in the deep sea, exerting immense pressure. The world situation isn't as simple as you think, Sun Yuming said. The players have long transcended. Everything now is just another round of their game. What you see is only what they want you to see. What you think you understand is only what they want you to understand. After speaking, a trace of melancholy appeared in his eyes, and he sighed deeply. Yifan, I shouldn't say too much. Let me just give you one piece of advice. Don't get involved with Heaven. This guy might be the greatest disaster in the future. Stay away from him and return to your family. Yimao is still around. Perhaps he can protect you in the future. Heaven will become the greatest disaster? Yifan narrowed his eyes. What's that statement based on? Another divination? Divination, Sun Yuming snorted, retracting his aura and walking out of the cave. Some things are more despairing than divination. Young Master Yi, heed the advice. Sun Yuming had left. Inside the cave, Yifan's eyes flickered as he calculated his next move. The sudden appearance of a glory-level warrior in a small place like Nanchuan forced him to ponder deeply. Without hesitation, he swiftly stored the dragon bone, his actions quick and clean, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Qingzi, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, Is Sun Yuming really at glory level? Yifan nodded slightly, a glint in his eye. Yes, he replied. But how could the head of a small family in Nanchuan possess such power? Qingzi frowned, thinking for a moment before saying, It doesn't make sense. Yifan's lips curled into a sly smile. What if he's not the real head of the Sun family? Qingzi was taken aback. You mean? Exactly, Yifan said slowly. The real Sun Yuming has probably been replaced. This Sun family head is likely just a pawn placed by some faction in Nanchuan. Qingzi nodded thoughtfully, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Then what do his words mean? Telling you to stay away from Tiangong. Yifan waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. Don't worry too much. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Just stay vigilant. And what about Sun Yuming? Qingzi hesitated. Yifan interrupted. No need to overthink it. He's afraid of exposing his identity and won't act rashly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have proposed a trade just now. He would have attacked us directly. With that, Yifan finished packing up and turned to Qingzi. Qingzi, I need your help to put on a good show later. A show? Qingzi looked puzzled. Yifan's smile turned mysterious. Exactly. We're going to play a game of mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yifan. Never take the blame for others. Just then, A thunderous explosion echoed from outside the cave. The black flame Jiao, having lost its young, finally fell under siege. In its dying moments, it detonated its inner pearl, ending the battle in a self-destructive blast. The explosion's range was vast, flattening nearly 100 meters of ground. Many of the Eternal-level warriors involved in the siege were severely injured or killed, including the main force, Elder Mao, who suffered significant injuries. That crazy Jiao, Elder Mao cursed, ignoring his own injuries as he rushed toward the waterfall. The boulder where Sun Yuming had been lying was now pulverized. Sun Yuming lay under a large tree, covered in small cuts and looking badly hurt. Despite his usual disdain for Sun Yuming, Elder Mao checked his breathing. Confirming he was alive, Elder Mao grumbled, "This bastard has a tough life." He didn't die. Nonetheless, he took out a healing potion and administered it to Sun Yuming. Before long, Sun Yuming awoke groggily. He looked around in confusion before asking, "Governor, is the battle over?" Elder Mao nodded grimly. The black flame Jiao self-destructed. "We suffered heavy casualties." Hearing this, Sun Yuming seemed to want to console Elder Mao. "Don't be upset, Governor. As long as we find the dragon remains, it's not a total loss." But instead of calming him, these words made Elder Mao's face even darker. "Someone already beat us to it during the fight." "Beat us to it?" Sun Yuming looked surprised. "Was it that bastard Jiwaning?" "It was Yifan," Elder Mao said in a low voice. He and Qingzi took advantage of the black flame Jiao's frenzy to enter the cave behind the waterfall. "The dragon remains are likely in there." Sun Yuming immediately stood up. "We have to get them back. We fought so hard. We can't let someone else take the prize." Elder Mao shook his head helplessly. "Qingzi is quite strong, and we've just been through a tough battle. Besides, in a secret realm, it's all about who has the skills." He sighed, looking at Sun Yuming. "It's also partly your family's fault for agreeing to send people to Tiangong." Sun Yuming explained, "Tiangong is too domineering and reckless. We agreed to send people because we were afraid of angering them. We had no choice." Elder Mao shook his head, staring at the waterfall for a while before sighing deeply. "Fine. A bunch of star-level warriors being outdone by a teenager isn't something to be proud of. But he's from Nanchuan, and maybe he'll bring glory to Nanchuan in the future." Seeing this, Sun Yuming's eyes twinkled as he whispered, "Governor, if that's the case, we're at a huge loss in this secret realm expedition. The beast tide must have caused heavy casualties in Nange City. If the higher-ups hold us accountable later, how will we respond? Blaming the G family alone won't suffice. If we return empty-handed, both the leaders and the public will be very displeased." Elder Mao hesitated upon hearing this. Sun Yuming seized the opportunity. "Governor, I know you're kind-hearted, but we have a valid reason. The most valuable part of the dragon remains is the dragon heart. We can leave that for him and take the dragon bones. This way, even if we're held accountable, you'll have something to show. We can offer something in exchange later, maybe even a title. You won't have to feel guilty." A young man with both the dragon heart and bones is in danger. Taking the dragon bones is actually doing him a favor. Elder Mao finally nodded slightly. "All right, I'll swallow my pride and ask for the dragon bones." "You're wise, Governor." Sun Yuming quickly agreed. Then, Elder Mao stood up and walked toward the waterfall. With his back to Elder Mao, Sun Yuming's face showed a faint smile, his eyes deep and unreadable. "Yifan, this is for your own good," Sun Yuming murmured, a mysterious light in his eyes. Others also gathered around Elder Mao, all angry and staring at the waterfall, waiting for Yifan to come out and give an explanation. Amidst the tension, the waterfall suddenly parted. Everyone's eyes sharpened as they looked at the cave entrance, but they were stunned by what they saw. Yifan emerged, covered in blood, with a gaping wound on his arm and a bloody hole in his chest, looking utterly miserable. He was supported by Qingzi and seemed to be unconscious. What on earth happened? Yifan's miserable condition left the crowd, who had been ready to question him, stunned. Qingzi and Ma Zuzu exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew tense. "Yifan, this is..." Ma Zuzu began hesitantly, his brows furrowed. Qingzi, however, was the first to lash out, burning with anger. "Mazu, this is your doing. As the governor, you're so petty. Just because we got here first, you had people follow us, not only stealing the dragon bone and heart, but also ambushing us." "Ambush? I didn't send anyone to follow or ambush you," Ma Zuzu said, bewildered. "Still trying to deny it?" Qingzi questioned sternly. "Yifan was nearly killed by your men. If it wasn't you, then who else in this secret realm could it be?" Ma Zuzu fell silent for a moment, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. But seeing Yifan's mangled state, he shook his head. "City Lord Qingzi, I am not one to use such underhanded methods. If I say I didn't do it, then I didn't. Please reconsider. Then tell me, who did it?" Qingzi pressed. "This secret realm is full of your people. Yifan was ambushed, and you owe us an explanation." Ma Zuzu was at a loss for words and turned to Sun Yuming for help. Although Sun Yuming was equally shocked by the sudden turn of events, he quickly composed himself and stepped forward. City Lord Qingzi, please don't be angry. Since there was an ambush, did you see the attacker's face? Can you give us some characteristics? Face? What face? The kind who would do something so despicable would be cloaked in a black robe and wearing a mask, Qingzi scoffed. At this, everyone exchanged glances, their eyes ultimately landing on Ma Zuzu. Helpless, Ma Zuzu cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. City Lord Qingzi, please take Yifan back for treatment. His injuries are severe and can't be delayed. Qingzi opened her mouth but decided not to say anything further. She carefully lifted Yifan onto her back and summoned the Sky Curtain Sparrow. Governor, I will report this to the Heavenly Lord. With this harsh statement, she flew away on the enlarged Sky Curtain Sparrow. As the crowd watched them leave, someone couldn't help but ask, Governor, what should we do now? Ma Zuzu sighed. What else can we do? Clean up the mess. The beast tide will soon subside with the leader dead. We need to return to the city quickly and calm the major families. I also need to report the beast tide situation. But the dragon bone and heart, if they've been taken and we can't trace them, we'll have to let it go. Ma Zuzu glanced helplessly at Sun Yuming. We didn't get the dragon bone, and if that guy from the Heavenly Lord's office finds out, he'll probably come to the governor's mansion several times to make a fuss. It's really a headache. Outside the secret realm, with no one around, Qingzi hurriedly set Yifan down and clumsily took out a blood-replenishing spirit fruit. Just as she was about to pry open Yifan's mouth, a hand reached out from the side. When did you wake up? Qingzi asked in surprise, looking at Yifan, who had opened his eyes. I never actually lost consciousness, Yifan said weakly, taking the fruit and consuming it before closing his eyes to activate his cultivation method. Qingzi watched quietly, feeling the surrounding elements surge towards Yifan. When I cultivate, I can't draw in such a large range of elements, she murmured to herself, watching intently as Yifan's wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. Several hours later, Yifan opened his eyes again, consumed 2 more powerful blood fruits, and continued to cultivate. After several repetitions, his terrifying injuries were mostly healed. I'm fine now. We can go back, Yifan said to Qingzi, who had been waiting nearby. Your physical resilience is terrifying, Qingzi couldn't help but exclaim. Such severe injuries healed in just a few hours, comparable to those with ancient beast bloodlines. Yifan smiled faintly. It's all right. After cultivating the holy method for so long, my physique has been thoroughly transformed. Although I don't have the traits of ancient beasts, my strength and regenerative abilities are on par with those with such bloodlines. Your cultivation method is quite unique, Qingzi mused. I've never seen a method that can draw in such a large amount of elements. You're still at the gold level, yet the amount of elements you can control rivals that of a star-level warrior. Of course, it's special, Yifan said with a smile, thinking to himself that it was a treasure he had obtained after many near-death experiences in his previous life. Qingzi was silent for a moment before speaking seriously. You need to be careful. Your cultivation method is bound to attract attention. Even I was tempted earlier. And next time, don't get yourself so badly injured. On the way here, I thought you were going to die and didn't dare to speed up, fearing it would arouse suspicion. I rarely do things I'm not confident about, Yifan replied nonchalantly. Paying a small price now to clear suspicions will make things easier later. As long as you're all right, Qingzi nodded. What should we do now? Let's head back to Nange City, Yifan said, stretching. With the beast tied there, higher authorities will definitely send people to manage the situation. We need to lay low for a while. Besides, the things we acquired in the secret realm are valuable, and I need time to process them. All right, Qingzi agreed, then suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, Yifan, what exactly did Sun Yuming offer in exchange that made you willing to risk future retaliation from the Dragon Clan for the Dragon Heart? Well, Yifan smiled and handed her a ring. See for yourself. Qingzi took the ring and skillfully checked its contents. When she saw what was inside, her face changed dramatically. Ascension fruit? A fruit that can enhance beast-taming talent? How did they get their hands on this? As the sound faded, a flash of shock appeared in Qingzi's eyes. Although the ascension fruit was not as miraculous as the creation fruit, it still had an astonishing effect. Each ascension fruit contained the potential to elevate a beast master's talent by 1 level, akin to the evolution of beast bloodlines. Qingzi thought to herself that if this ascension fruit was used on Yifan's new talent, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yifan, however, merely smiled silently without saying much. He had already made his calculations. This was not just a single ascension fruit. It was clearly the rootstock of an entire fruit tree. Sun Yuming thought he was giving Yifan a single fruit, unaware that the gift was far beyond his imagination. An ascension fruit tree that blossomed and bore fruit once every 50 years meant that Yifan could have dozens of ascension fruits in the future. Even with bad luck, 10 fruits would be enough to upgrade one of his talents to an A grade. This fruit would make him a true AA grade beastmaster in the future, completely compensating for his beast shortcomings, and could even become his trump card. Yifan took the ring from Qing Zi's hand, a deep look in his eyes. He knew well that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Gaining the Ascension fruit also brought him endless risks. The mark of the soul-devouring dragon hung over him like the sword of Damocles. Until he reached the glory level, he couldn't erase this mark, meaning that for a long time, he would be unable to hide as long as the other party wanted to find him. Yifan had a vague feeling that there was an even more formidable and terrifying presence behind Sun Yuming. Anyone who dared to raise a soul-devouring dragon must be at least a top-tier king. That soul-devouring dragon could very well become a king-level beast in the future. They gave the Ascension fruit to cultivate a stronger pawn, and Yifan paid a huge price and bore unimaginable risks for it. As they walked, Qingzi curiously asked, Yifan, what do you plan to do with the dragon bone? Yifan replied calmly, I'll keep half and send the other half to Yun City. The dragon bone is top-tier alchemy material. It might just let Qin Changsheng create something extraordinary. Qingzi nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, watching Yifan's back, she couldn't help but glance back at the still-present secret realm entrance, feeling as if a lifetime had passed. This trip to the secret realm gave Qingzi a new understanding of Yifan. Although she was exceptionally talented, she had to admit Yifan's uniqueness. Previously, she didn't understand Wu Jingtian's reverence for Yifan, but now she was genuinely convinced. A golden-level youth scheming for opportunities in a beast tide and playing mind games with glory-level opponents. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would be hard to believe. The brilliance radiating from Yifan was dazzling. He was calm, decisive, and far wiser than his peers. Coupled with his terrifying talents, it was almost certain that as long as he didn't fall, he would have a significant place in the chaotic future. Qingzi watched Yifan's gradually receding figure, and under the setting sun, his somewhat thin silhouette seemed to have a shadow. Vaguely, the figure of a giant was slowly rising. Nange City was in ruins, ravaged by the beast tide, with the main forces absent and heavy civilian casualties. Qingzi looked at the surrounding wreckage and couldn't help but sigh. Yifan's eyes also turned cold, memories flashing in his mind. Nange City still had the strength to resist, but the beast tide in Ping City back then was even more tragic. The entire Ping City was almost razed to the ground. Ordinary people were too fragile in the face of a beast tide. Not everyone could become a beast master or a powerful warrior. Despite the myriad paths of cultivation, most people remained powerless. Ordinary was the norm. Yifan suddenly spoke. Ordinary people are too fragile. He thought to himself that perhaps only when beast rings and new longevity weapons were widespread would things change. The human race had been weak for too long, but it wasn't unchangeable. He already had the potential to change the entire human race, and if one day he could promote these ideas, perhaps something truly transformative could happen. Just as Qingzi was about to respond, a figure hurriedly approached from a distance. Yifan, you're finally back, Wu Jingtian said, panting. Yifan asked, Senior Jingtian, what's the situation? Wu Jingtian reported the situation in detail. Yifan nodded and decided to take action again. He put on his mask, his eyes turning cold, and once more became the ruthless and domineering Tiangong. Pass the order to gather all members of the martial department and have all the execution army come to the martial department to await orders, Yifan commanded. Wu Jingtian hesitated. Should we gather the execution army too? We previously took over some strongholds from prominent families. Yifan replied nonchalantly. Who said it was the execution army? It was clearly a bunch of bandits, and the execution army came here to chase them. Wu Jingtian paused, inwardly sighing that he still had much to learn from Tiangong. Qingzi asked, what should I do? Should I return to Balian City? Yifan shook his head, a hint of fervor in his eyes. This beast tide is a catastrophe, but it also weakened many of Nange City's defenses. Right now, Nange City is at its weakest. We should take more. But didn't we say we should lie low? Qingzi asked, puzzled. Yifan waved his hand to interrupt. Lying low doesn't mean we can't take more. They didn't let me in, but it allowed my forces to suffer the least losses and even grow during this beast tide. With this increase and their decrease, our gap has narrowed significantly. I don't know the attitude of the higher-ups, but when they come, I'll avoid direct confrontation. For now, I need to pressure the elder's house and the prominent families. In the governor's mansion, Mao Zuzi sat at his desk, his brows furrowed as he scanned the thick stack of reports. The recent beast tide crisis had left him exhausted and overwhelmed. Governor, here's a preliminary report on the casualties from the beast tide, Jian Min said, approaching with a hefty stack of documents. Mao Zuzi waved his hand. Just leave it there. He didn't bother to look. He already knew the disaster had dealt a severe blow to Nange City. Nearly half of the city's physical infrastructure was destroyed, and the death toll had reached hundreds of thousands. The sheer number of red marks indicating deaths made his heart race. Seeing this, Jin Min tried to comfort him. Governor, don't stress yourself too much. This beast tide wasn't your fault. We've done everything we could. Mao Zuzi sighed. It's just that everything seems to be falling apart. So many ordinary people and top warriors lost their lives. This isn't your fault. The blame lies with the Ji family, Jin Min interjected. At the mention of the Ji family, Mao Zuzi's anger flared. He slammed the table, shattering it. Ji Wanning, that scoundrel. This is all because of him. Not only did he fail to remedy the situation, but he also made it worse. If he had joined the fight, fewer beasts would have escaped, and our siege on the Black Flame Dragon would have been more successful. We could have minimized our losses with the dragon blood and bones. Jin Min had a peculiar expression. I heard that someone saw members of the Ji family heading towards Bajuo City. Bajuo City? Mao Zuzi's face darkened. Is Ji Wanning an idiot? Does he think he can escape to that lawless city and avoid retribution? He'll be devoured without a trace. Jin Min explained. Only in Bajuo City can we not touch him. Unless the higher-ups decide to send an army, it's too difficult to deal with. The Ji family might have planned this all along. Mao Zuzi sighed again. This beast tide has set Nange City's development back by decades. As long as Nange City stands, it's not the worst outcome, Jin Min said quietly, his expression complex. There's something else the governor should know. What is it? It's about Tiangong. Jin Min pulled out another chart. Despite the significant losses, the martial department still has a substantial force. Tiangong has mobilized 5,000 troops into Nange City under the pretext of quelling bandits. The martial department now boasts 2 top-tier star warriors, Wu Jingtian and Qingzi, nearly 8,000 soldiers from the martial department, 5,000 punitive troops, and 1,000 elite troops. At this time, such a force is quite dangerous. Mao Zuzi felt a headache coming on. Indeed, it's very dangerous. When did he mobilize the troops into the city? Why wasn't I informed? Apparently, it was while we were in the secret realm. Jin Min lowered his voice. During that time, various family strongholds were attacked by bandits. The timing coincides with the arrival of the punitive troops. Both the bandit leader and the leader of the punitive troops wielded dual axes. Doesn't that mean it was their doing? Mao Zuzi exclaimed. Tiangong took advantage of our absence to plunder openly? Jin Min smiled wryly. That does sound like his style. However, the punitive troops did contribute significantly during the beast tide, so it's not all bad. I'm just worried that with all the factions weakened, if he wants to make a move. Before he could finish, the doors of the governor's mansion were suddenly knocked. Knock, knock. Nange City, Minister of the Martial Department, Tiangong, requests an audience. Mao Zuzi and Jin Min exchanged glances. Did you really predict this? Mao Zuzi's face darkened. Jin Min sighed. Let's see what he wants. Tiangong is more decisive than I thought. Mao Zuzi nodded, and Jin Min went to open the door. Wu Jingtian entered first, smiling broadly and carrying a box, followed by Yifan and Qingzi. Wu Jingtian offered a pearl ginseng, saying it was for the governor's health. Jin Min accepted it without a word and invited the 3 inside. Mao Zuzi felt the imposing aura of the 2 top-tier star warriors and realized they were not here for a friendly visit. He took the initiative. It's been a few days and Tiangong's strength has grown considerably. What brings you here today? Yifan replied slowly. There is indeed a matter to discuss. Recently, during the Secret Realm expedition, my cousin Yifan was gravely injured and fell into a coma. According to Qingzi, he was ambushed by forces from Nange City within the Secret Realm. Is this true? Mao Zuzi found himself in a difficult position. Jin Min quickly responded. It's true that Yifan was injured, but Qingzi's judgment might be mistaken. Everyone in the Secret Realm was under our supervision. Upon learning of Yifan's injury, we immediately investigated. Aside from the Ji family, who had already fled, no other family members left their posts or could have ambushed Yifan. Yifan raised an eyebrow. So according to you, it was the Ji family? Jin Min seized the opportunity to shift the blame. I believe it's highly likely. Yifan shook his head. There has to be proof. I came here today for an explanation. I trust the governor, but I don't trust the other families. Therefore, I request a special privilege from the governor. Mao Zuzi frowned. What privilege do you seek? The authority to investigate all the families in Nange City, Yifan said coldly. I need to find the person who harmed my cousin. I promised to protect him, and now he's gravely injured. I can't rest until I find the culprit. I ask the governor to grant me this favor. Mao Zuzi understood Yifan's intentions and hesitated. The governor's office doesn't have the authority to investigate all the families. Yifan looked at Mao Zuzi meaningfully. That's because the governor has concerns and dares not act. I, as an outsider, have no such concerns. I just need a legitimate reason. Surely the governor is also curious about the true nature of these families. The room fell silent as Mao Zuzi paused. a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Yifan's words had caught him off guard, plunging him into deep thought. After a brief moment, he finally spoke, his voice low and cautious. Are you suggesting a deal with me, Yifan? Yifan waved his hand, a confident smile playing on his lips. Not exactly a deal. Let's just say it's mutually beneficial. I need more authority, and in return, the governor can benefit from having someone handle tasks that are inconvenient for you. It's a win-win, don't you think? Ma Zuzi frowned slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation. He didn't respond immediately, but instead turned to Jin Min, who was standing nearby. The two shared a silent understanding, and Jin Min quickly moved closer. They leaned in and whispered to each other, their voices too low to be heard. Yifan showed no interest in eavesdropping. He simply sat there, relaxed, with two star-level warriors standing quietly behind him, exuding a powerful presence. The shift in circumstances had been swift. Previously, the weight of two star-level warriors wouldn't have given Yifan much leverage. However, after the beast tide, the situation had drastically changed. With resources depleted across the board, even the governor's forces were down to just a few thousand troops, with only two star-level warriors remaining. Yifan calculated silently, confident that Ma Zuzi wouldn't refuse. At this moment, everyone feared provoking him, a fierce tiger that could cause chaos. As expected, it didn't take long for Ma Zuzi and Jin Min to reach a conclusion, agreeing to Yifan's proposal, just as he had anticipated. To a fruitful cooperation, Yifan said with a victorious smile, extending his hand to Ma Zuzi. They shook hands briefly before Jin Min handed over the governor's token, adding a subtle reminder, Yifan, remember, this is for the sake of our mutual interests. While you conduct your investigations, be aware that higher authorities are already alerted and may soon send their own people. Given the current situation, I'd advise you to be a bit cautious. Yifan accepted the token, a glint of determination in his eyes. Of course, I understand. I have always been one to follow the rules and act within the law. Everything will be done by the book. With that, Yifan stood up and bowed slightly to Ma Zuzi. Governor, I know you're busy, so I'll take my leave now. Ma Zuzi nodded, raising his hand. Jin Min, see him out. Jin Min obeyed, escorting Yifan and his companions to the gate. Upon his return, he wore a wry smile. As we suspected, Yifan is going to stir things up. Those families are in for a tough time. Ma Zuzi sighed and shook his head. They brought this upon themselves. If they hadn't invited him in the first place, we wouldn't be dealing with this now. They failed to secure the dragon heart and bones, and now they've given Yifan a legitimate reason to act. With the current power imbalance, he's not going to show any mercy. They'll pay dearly for their mistakes. Jin Min also shook his head, suddenly remembering something. By the way, what happened to the dragon heart and bones? Did the governor really not see anyone else there at the time? Ma Zuzi frowned deeply, recalling the events. Before the dragon went berserk, I only saw Yifan and his group rush in. After that, I was preoccupied with the dragon. There was a window where I lost sight of what was happening at the waterfall. They both fell into deep thought, trying to piece together the possible scenarios. Just then, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, reminiscent of a well-trained military unit. The crisp, commanding voice that followed broke their contemplation. Bai Wu Xiao of the Bai family, come out immediately for inspection. Bai Wu Xiao. The sudden, iron-blooded shout echoed through the Bai family mansion, startling the head of the Bai family. The voice was familiar, belonging to that masked young man. Bai Wu Xiao, his full name. Why is the Heavenly Lord at the Bai residence? Bai Wu Xiao muttered, his brows furrowed and eyes scanning the courtyard nervously. Could that troublemaker have provoked him again? Wu Xiao, go and see what's going on, his wife said shakily, her eyes filled with panic. All right. As the head of a prominent family in Nange City, Bai Wu Xiao quickly composed himself. He turned to his slightly terrified wife, gently patted her shoulder, and said softly, Dear, go inside first. Wake that rascal up and tell him to hide. The Heavenly Lord is always overbearing. There might be a confrontation. Guards, protect the madam. Bai Wu Xiao called to the servants, watching his wife leave before heading to the front courtyard alone. On his way, Bai Wu Xiao's mind was in turmoil. Recently, disasters had been frequent. The secret realm beast tide had severely damaged various families, with the Bai family suffering the most. Bandit attacks, the beast tide sweeping through, and even frontline star-level casualties had greatly weakened the Bai family. If the Heavenly Lord caused more trouble, it would be hard to maintain their position as a leading family in Nange City. It's all that rascal's fault. Bai Wu Xiao sighed helplessly, thinking of Bai Yiming. He had wanted to discipline him, but his wife's indulgence had made Bai Yiming increasingly arrogant, eventually leading to disaster. Reaching the main gate, Bai Wu Xiao paused, took a deep breath, and adjusted his appearance. As the family head, he had to maintain his dignity and uphold the family's honor. A man with great responsibilities needed to be strong and resolute. After ensuring his appearance was in order, Bai Wu Xiao patted his clothes and pushed open the main gate. Outside, the entire street had been cleared. The well-equipped Jingjia army stood in neat rows, their guns ready. At the front of the formation stood Yi Fan, his iconic black sword by his side. Qingzi and Wu Jingtian flanked him, while Chen Peng was mixed in with the Jingjia army. Bai Wu Xiao was momentarily stunned but quickly focused on Yi Fan, cupping his hands in greeting. Heavenly Lord, I am Bai Wu Xiao. I know you. Head of the Bai family, Yi Fan responded calmly, waving his hand. Wu Jingtian stepped forward, displaying the governor's token. By the governor's order, we are here to investigate the property structures and detailed personnel records of all major families. The governor's order? An investigation? Bai Wu Xiao was puzzled. Our families have done nothing wrong. Why investigate us? Done nothing wrong? Yi Fan sneered. My cousin Yi Fan was severely injured in the secret realm. Have you forgotten, Bai family head? Bai Wu Xiao was taken aback. So the investigation is to find out who attacked Yi Fan? Yes, Yi Fan nodded. And don't think we're targeting just your family. This investigation includes all families. Everyone is treated the same. This isn't a matter of being treated the same. Bai Wu Xiao shook his head. The assets and members of a family are private matters, crucial to us. We can't allow such an investigation lightly. The governor has always respected our rights. So, if there's evidence, it can be investigated? Yi Fan seemed prepared for this. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Wu Xiao reluctantly nodded. If the Heavenly Lord has the governor's token and evidence, I won't obstruct the investigation. Good. Yi Fan turned to Wu Jingtian. Show the family head the evidence. Wu Jingtian took out a piece of paper and handed it to Bai Wu Xiao. Family head Bai, this is the confession of your family member Bai Mingyu, signed and sealed. Take a look. Bai Mingyu? Bai Wu Xiao frowned, reading a few lines before his face changed. Heavenly Lord, this confession is baseless. The Bai family has always been upright. How could we be involved with the imperial organization or collude with officials and bandits? It's not my words. It's your family member's confession. Yi Fan responded calmly. Who is Bai Mingyu? I need to see him personally, Bai Wu Xiao demanded, agitated. We can't make such groundless accusations. I'm not jumping to conclusions. That's why I'm here to investigate, Yi Fan said, staring intently at Bai Wu Xiao. If the Bai family is innocent, let me investigate. Or, provide evidence to prove your innocence. Bai Wu Xiao was speechless, realizing that whether the Bai family was truly connected to the imperial organization or not, this confession alone cast doubt on them. A thorough investigation could reveal issues in any family in Nange City. I've been set up, Bai Wu Xiao realized, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Whether they cooperated or not, trouble was inevitable. Clearly, the Heavenly Lord wasn't here to reason but to cause trouble. Family head Bai, there's no need to worry, Yi Fan said at the right moment. I believe in your innocence. The Wu department never acts without reason. If there's truly no issue, I will clear your name. But for now, please cooperate with the investigation. Reluctantly, Bai Wu Xiao nodded, understanding there was no other choice. Hearing these words, Bai Wu Xiao didn't speak. He simply looked at Yi Fan with a faint smile. His head throbbed slightly, and he understood that this was a dead end. Whether they investigated or not, the Bai family would be in a predicament. At this moment, the Bai family was like a lamb chosen for sacrifice by the heavens, with no way to respond to the sudden crisis. Bai Wu Xiao knew well that with Tiangong's ruthless and decisive nature, the outcome was predictable. In this uneven situation, Tiangong would never spare the Bai family. Once the investigation began, any excuse could be used as a pretext. Just like a casual signature, he could accuse anyone in the Bai family of being part of the dynasty's organization or colluding with bandits. This blatant abuse of power was clearly intended to make an example out of the Bai family, to serve as a warning to all other families. Bai Wu Xiao struggled internally but finally spoke up. Tiangong, why start with the Bai family? Is it just because my son once offended you at the restaurant? Yi Fan nodded. Yes, that's part of it. Anyway, all the families will be investigated. Your Bai family just happens to have someone who annoyed me, so I'll start with you. This contemptuous remark ignited Bai Wu Xiao's anger. Tiangong, the Bai family has been a pillar of Nange City for 100 years. Even if we are weakened now, we are not to be trampled upon. Yi Fan waved his hand impatiently. I have no intention of trampling on the Bai family. This is just routine. Among the clan leaders, you're actually one of the better ones. Some things are straightforward. You all know what I'm here for, so there's no need to spell it out. As for resisting, Bai family head, don't even think about it. The Bai family can't oppose me today. You're smart. You should know what to choose. A heavy silence fell over the doorway. The dark muzzles of guns pointed at the entrance left by Wu Xiao with no options. After a long silence, he sighed. Tiangong, you're right. The Bai family can't oppose you now. Agreeing might cost us some pain, but resisting means annihilation. Tiangong, power struggles should not involve family. Please spare my son and wife. Bai Wuxiao looked earnestly at Yi Fan. My wife and son are the most important to me. If you harm them, I will fight you with everything I have. Yi Fan pondered for a moment and replied, I won't touch your wife, but your son will have to spend a few months in jail. I'm a vengeful person. Sparing him would seem odd to others. Bai Wuxiao nodded reluctantly. Consider it a lesson for him. Yi Fan walked towards the Bai family gate. Young people should endure some hardships. Bai Wuxiao stepped aside. Yi Fan stopped in front of him, patted his shoulder, and said meaningfully, indulging your children is not always good. If you can't teach them properly, someone else will, and that lesson won't be gentle. Sometimes a child's unruliness isn't entirely their fault. Parents should reflect on whether they've provided the right guidance. I'm giving him a chance because I see potential in you. I hope he can learn from this and think about how to educate his children in the future. The Bai family lost half their assets, over 100 clan members were arrested, and more than 40 were executed on the spot. The Bai family's military force was halved, and over 600 individuals colluding with the Bai family were identified within the armed forces. In the governor's mansion, Mao Zizi looked at the report presented by Jin Min and was shocked. Is Tiangong always this ruthless? The Bai family lost more than half its members. Jin Min sighed. He always is. The Bai family was caught off guard and became the first target. Now all the other families have been alerted and are preparing. It might be a bit better for them. Mao Zizi was puzzled. Aren't they planning to unite against Tiangong? In the past, they would have banded together to file complaints by now. Jin Min explained, they can't. Before, Ji Wuning could rally these families, but now he's gone, and Sun Yuming is unreliable. In this chaos, the families are like headless chickens. But they'll recover soon enough, though they can't avoid this round of bloodletting. Mao Zizi sighed. Well, it weakens these noble families. It wasn't this easy when I tried to investigate them. If Tiangong could work with us, it would be quite convenient. Jin Min quickly advised, Governor, don't even think about it. Just because he's targeting those families now doesn't mean he won't come after us later. After this purge, he'll completely reorganize the armed forces, reaching his peak power. Those families will be subdued for a while. Then, it will just be us and him in Nange City. Mao Zizi frowned, feeling a headache coming on. Tiangong had given him quite a hard time, and he didn't want to be enemies with him. It wasn't out of fear, but because the boy was too cunning, more like a seasoned strategist than a teenager, with sharp insight, ready to pounce on any mistake. Looking at the dim moon in the dark sky outside the window, Mao Zizi shook his head helplessly. Where on earth did Prince Zhan find such a troublesome person? What should we do now? Tiangong's thunderous methods hang over the heads of many families like a sharp sword. The Bai family has already become a cautionary tale, and Yi Fan shows no signs of stopping. In the Sun family hall, the high-ranking members of several families gathered, the atmosphere as heavy as iron. With Ji Wuning, their pillar of support, gone, they could only pin their hopes on Sun Yuming. Yi Fan's aggressive purge has left everyone worried, and some even seething with anger. Sun Yuming, usually carefree and jovial, now wore a serious expression and said in a deep voice, this Tiangong is indeed a troublesome problem. The nature of this investigation has changed from Yi Fan's personal vendetta to Tiangong's method of eliminating dissent. He is weakening our strength while optimizing the internal structure of the military department. If we sit idly by, we might not recover from this purge for years. At this, Master Zhou Songlong of the Zhou family slammed the table in fury. Why should we let him lord over us? We've already tolerated him so much, and he still wants to continue his investigation. It's clear he intends to wipe us out. If we tolerate this now, next time he'll have a knife at our throats, forcing us to kill ourselves. Another family head, worried, tried to advise, but he's coming at us with such force and has the governor's authorization. If we don't comply, given Tiangong's nature, if he declares war, we might not be able to withstand it. Zhou Songlong scoffed. I don't believe he dares. This is Nange City, and officials from above will be arriving in a few days. If he acts now, let's see how he deals with it. Do you think Tiangong is so clean? In Nanchuan, he was the first warlord to openly raise private troops, a clear act of rebellion. Seeing this, Sun Yuming quickly intervened. Master Zhou, don't be so rash. We're all in the same boat. It's fine to contest, but capsizing the boat is not a small matter. We can tolerate it a bit. When he comes to investigate, we can just bribe him with some wealth. Hearing this, Zhou Songlong became even more furious. Tolerate? It was your idea to tolerate in the first place, and now look at this mess. Whoever wants to tolerate can do so, but I, Zhou Songlong, will not. With that, he stormed out. My family still has 5,000 warriors and beast tamers. Even if they only have big knives, they won't be easily bullied. If you don't dare to resist, I will. I want to see how bold Tiangong is to challenge my Zhou family. As Zhou Songlong left, the hall fell into silence. The other family heads exchanged worried glances. Someone said anxiously, Zhou Songlong is still so impulsive. Tiangong has over 10,000 men. If a fight breaks out, wouldn't the Zhou family be seeking their own doom? Another head shook his head. I don't think Tiangong will dare to act. He looked at Sun Yuming, who remained silent, and then stood up disappointedly. It seems we won't reach any conclusions today. Everyone has their concerns and ideas, so let's each make our own decisions. Just hope we can look out for each other because Tiangong's target isn't just the Bai family. Without Ji Wenning's leadership, the families, already severely weakened, were in complete disarray facing the ferocious Tiangong. Some wanted to avoid conflict, some wanted to confront him head-on, and the largest, Sun Yuming, only thought of tolerating. With too many sensitive issues involved, they couldn't reach a consensus. Soon, the family heads left one by one. Sun Yuming was left alone in the hall, deep in thought. After a long time, he simply let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the military department, Chunpeng reported to Yifan, Tiangong. Our spies report that the family heads have left the Sun family. Yifan, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes and calmly asked, any unusual activity from those families? Chunpeng replied, nothing much, mostly closed doors. But the Zhou family seems different. After returning, Zhou Songlong gathered all his family's members and external forces. From the military department, about 700 to 800 people went over. The total is estimated to be around 4,000 to 6,000, and it seems they are planning to show their strength to Tiangong. Yifan raised an eyebrow. 4,000 to 6,000? Are they armed? Chunpeng answered, Nange City has strict weapon controls, so not many are armed. But nearly all of them are trained. Most are warriors, and some are beast tamers. Yifan suddenly smiled and waved his hand. Chunpeng, gather the Jingzha army. Chunpeng was taken aback. Tiangong, are we going to war with the Zhou family? A cold glint appeared in Yifan's eyes, and he said calmly, I was too lenient with the Bai family. They still haven't understood the reality of the situation. These noble families have gone too long without control, each thinking they're some dignified local emperor. It's time to wake them up. In the imperial court of Kyoto, an unusual silence enveloped everyone. News of the beast tide sweeping through Nange City had spread throughout the court. After several days of deliberation, King Wen finally placed the matter on the agenda, demanding solutions from his ministers. The Ji family was absent from court today, perhaps because their branch was implicated in the beast tide. Attending would only invite blame, so they chose to stay away. After reading the report in his hand, King Wen cast a stern gaze around the hall and said, the losses and casualties in Nange City are as reported. What are your thoughts? Sun Wu was the first to speak, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, I believe the governor of Nanchuan, Mao Zuzi, should be suspended pending an investigation for dereliction of duty. Before he could finish, Li Ming interrupted. Shouldn't we first discuss disaster relief? Sun Wu, why are you in such a hurry to replace the governor? What's your motive? Sun Wu's face darkened at this, and he retorted sharply, Li Ming, what do you mean by that? With such a grave mistake, the governor is clearly unfit for his position. Yimao joined the debate, frowning. Sun Wu, are you unable to prioritize? The primary cause of the beast tide was the Ji family's betrayal, not the governor's incompetence. Even if the governor made mistakes, they were at most errors in judgment. A nearby civil official tried to mediate. Marshal Yi, we must be specific. It was the Ji family of Nange City, not the whole family. Yimao responded coldly. Are you implying that either the king or I don't understand? Everyone knows I'm referring to the Ji family of Nange City. Seeing the argument escalate, King Wen had to intervene. Marshal Yi, let's focus on the issue at hand Nange City. Yimao paused before suggesting, Your Majesty, I believe we should prioritize disaster relief. We should send a team to assess the damage on site and then determine the relief amount. As the capital of Nanchuan, if Nange City suffers and loses public support, the repercussions will be significant. King Wen nodded and then turned to Sun Wu. Minister Sun Wu, what is your view? Sun Wu produced another report. Your Majesty, I believe we should also address certain corrupt officials. According to reports, the Minister of Military Affairs in Nanchuan, Tiangong, is suspected of amassing private soldiers and has had numerous conflicts with the governor's office and major families. King Wen's brow furrowed at this. Is this true? Hearing this, both Li Ming and Yimao's expressions changed, but they remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, King Wen decided, since this concerns the southern region, Li Ming, you will handle this matter. Didn't you manage the situation in Yun City well last time? Li Ming immediately stood up and accepted. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I will handle it properly. Sun Wu wanted to say more, but King Wen waved him off. Enough. Since Li Ming has agreed, it is settled. There are many other matters to discuss today, so let this be the end of the Nanchuan issue. As the court session ended, the officials filed out. Compared to Sun Wu's grim expression, Yimao and Li Ming seemed much more relaxed. Li Ming whispered to Yimao, King Wen was unusually decisive today. He usually hesitates during such disputes. Yi Mao, with a complex expression, sighed. The king likely knows more than he lets on. As long as he doesn't spell it out, it makes things easier. As they walked and talked, the conversation shifted to Yi Fan. Li Ming praised. Fanner has been quite active in Nange City recently. If he gets through this period, he should be able to establish himself. He's impressive, even more so than Zhang Tian was back in the day. Give him a few more years, and he might achieve something significant in Nanchuan. Suddenly remembering something, Li Ming asked, "Isn't Fanner going to college next year?" Yi Mao nodded. "Yes, he'll most likely come to Kyoto." Li Ming frowned. What about his plans in Nanchuan? If he comes to Kyoto, he'll just be a student, and won't have the same freedom to switch roles as he does now. Yi Mao shook his head. "I'm not sure. He probably has his own plans." Seeing Li Ming's worried expression, Yi Mao couldn't help but tease. "Why are you so concerned?" "He's not your grandson." Li Ming shrugged it off. "Just because he's not my grandson doesn't mean I can't worry. Zhang Tian was my brother, and I see his grandson as my own." Then, leaning closer to Yi Mao, Li Ming said mysteriously, "You know, I have a granddaughter, 23 years old, just graduated. A 9-star talent, beautiful and talented. How about we set them up?" Yi Mao laughed and scolded. "Fanner isn't even 17 yet. You're dreaming." Seeing Li Ming's serious expression, Yi Mao paused and asked, "Are you serious?" Li Ming replied earnestly, "Of course I am. The more I see of Fanner, the more I like him. Let's make him part of the family." Yi Mao hesitated. Arranging a marriage is fine, but he has strong opinions. He should decide his own marriage. Li Ming, excited, suggested, "Why don't you take my granddaughter with you when you go to Nanchuan?" "It's settled then." Li Ming agreed quickly and hurried off. "I'll go find my granddaughter now." Watching Li Ming's departing figure, Yi Mao smiled wryly. This might be a bit hasty. A boy like Fanner won't easily be won over by just any girl. If the marriage doesn't work out, I hope it doesn't turn into a feud. At the Zhou family estate, the training ground at the entrance was filled with the sound of war drums and a palpable tension. Zhou Songlong stood proudly at the forefront, clad in standard armor and wielding a large sword, exuding an imposing aura. Behind him, the Zhou family's servants and guards bustled about, each donning leather armor and holding weapons, or summoning their beasts, ready to defend to the death. The Zhou family lacked a star-level powerhouse, and several eternal-level experts had been dispatched by Zhou Songlong to guard various family assets. Just then, a servant riding a beast rushed in, his face filled with anxiety as he reported, "Master Zhou, Tiangong is on his way. He has 1,000 Jingzha cavalry with him." "Understood." Zhou Songlong responded, instinctively tightening his grip on his sword. For a moment, he felt as if he were a general on the battlefield, ready to hold the line against overwhelming odds. He straightened his posture, standing tall and imposing. In the distance, the rhythmic sound of hooves grew louder. Yi Fan appeared, riding his Inferno Hellhound, dressed in black and holding his signature black sword, his expression stern. As his power and influence had grown, Tiangong now emanated an aura that struck fear into those around him. Behind Yi Fan, the 1,000-strong Jingzha cavalry looked formidable. They were mounted on iron-horn rhinos, each equipped with lethal weapons and the silver dragon emblem glinting in the sunlight. This elite unit was armed with alchemical weapons, including silver lances known as forbidden, making them a force to be reckoned with. Though the Jingzha cavalry's strength varied, most were at least of silver rank, with Chan Peng recently stepping into the gold rank. Years of training in secret realms had imbued them with a fierce and intimidating presence. The atmosphere grew tense and cold. The army halted 500 meters from the Zhou family's training ground. Yi Fan sat steadily atop his Inferno Hellhound, his gaze fixed coldly on Zhou Songlong. The Jingzha cavalry stood motionless, while the Zhou family's servants began to panic. This elite force under Yi Fan's command was impressively equipped. Armor impervious to ordinary firearms, weapons capable of harming gold-level warriors, and silver-ranked mounts. The luxury of their gear surpassed even some frontline elite units. Aware of the unease among his people, Zhou Songlong, gripping his sword, loudly demanded, "Minister Tiangong, this is the Zhou family estate. May I ask why you have brought your army here?" Yi Fan coldly replied, "Do you really not know why I'm here?" Zhou Songlong's expression shifted, but he quickly straightened up, declaring, "Tiangong, if you intend to investigate the Zhou family, I, Zhou Songlong, will not comply." Yi Fan responded icily, "I expected as much, which is why I brought an army. Do you intend to start a war?" Zhou Songlong countered, "In Nange City, the Zhou family is... Traitors have no glorious past to speak of." Yi Fan interrupted, his tone as sharp as a blade. "Treason?" Zhou Songlong was taken aback. "What evidence do you have to accuse me of treason?" Yi Fan smirked. "You have private troops and resist official inspection. Isn't that treason? Master Zhou, do you think you're some kind of heroic rebel? I have the governor's authorization." I represent the official authority of Nange City. Your armed resistance is nothing short of treason. Zhou Songlong's anger flared. What gives you the right to call me a traitor? You yourself command private troops. Yifan snorted. I never denied it. But who will hold me accountable? You? Do you have the authority? Zhou Songlong was at a loss for words, staring at Yifan's cold eyes and the menacing Jingzhe cavalry. Fear crept over him. Tiangong played by no rules. Suddenly, Yifan raised his hand. The gesture, like a death knell, prompted the Jingzhe cavalry to ready their weapons, aiming them in unison. He really dares to start a war, Zhou Songlong thought, his instinct screaming danger. He retreated, his sword raised defensively, his voice trembling. Tiangong, have you considered the consequences of your actions? Boom, boom, boom. Gunfire erupted, the lethal power of the alchemical weapons turning the battlefield into a bloodbath. Zhou Songlong, despite his quick retreat, was hit multiple times and fell. Without sufficient armor, at such close range, they were mere targets. Under the relentless barrage, gold and silver ranks, beast tamers, and warriors alike were indistinguishable. The battle became a one-sided slaughter from the moment the guns fired. The massacre unfolded, with the Jingzhe cavalry easily breaking through the Zhou family's defenses. Cries of terror filled the air, and those who survived looked at Tiangong with fear. Yifan had likely planned this slaughter long before his arrival. This is the path you chose, Yifan said expressionlessly, watching the carnage. After a while, he raised his hand again and commanded, charge, leave no survivors. With a roar, Chun Peng led the charge, his mount bellowing as he surged forward. The 1,000 ironhorn rhinos followed like a tidal wave, resembling a small earthquake. Heavy cavalry, the most terrifying force on the battlefield. The moment the charge began, the battle was over. Amidst the cries of despair, Yifan remained seated on his Inferno Hellhound, calmly observing the slaughter. He had witnessed far bloodier scenes, leaving him unmoved. Soon, the battle ended. The training ground fell silent. Chun Peng raised Zhou Songlong's severed head, shouting, Tiangong, the Zhou family head is dead. Good, Yifan acknowledged, his gaze sweeping over the scorched battlefield, lost in thought. After a long pause, Yifan turned his hellhound around. His silhouette stretched long in the setting sun, gradually fading into the horizon. His final words, like a eulogy, echoed. The times have changed, Zhou Songlong. Outside Nange City, a figure soared through the sky like a meteor streaking across the heavens. Beneath the old man's feet, a massive azure bird, spanning 100 meters, flew majestically, resembling a dragon of the skies. With each powerful flap of its wings, it traversed hundreds of meters effortlessly, exuding an overwhelming presence. The old man stood at the head of the bird, his gaze piercing through the clouds, seeing far into the distance. Behind him stood a graceful beauty, her red dress blazing like fire, with a mysterious rose mark glimmering at the corner of her eye. Grandfather, Nange City is just ahead, the beauty said. Her voice was unique, both powerful and deep, her expression calm yet steady. Yes, Li Ming nodded slightly, then turned to her with a hint of helplessness. Shuang'er, remember not to reveal your eyes of perception lightly. Li Wushuang withdrew the strange light from her eyes and asked, Grandfather, is Yifan truly as extraordinary as you say? A trace of admiration flickered in Li Ming's eyes. More extraordinary than words can describe. That boy's courage and talent are rare in this world. A young man of gold rank, carving out a name for himself in Nanchuan alone, is nothing short of miraculous. Pondering, Li Wushuang said, from what you've told me, if he has indeed accomplished all this on his own, it's truly impressive. But, grandfather, your intention for me to marry him is more because of Zhang Tianwang, isn't it? Li Ming replied frankly, partly yes. In Yifan, I see a shadow of Zhang Tian. I have a feeling he might become the next Zhang Tian, he sighed. I have my own motives, and I'm also taking a gamble. This boy's ambitions lie with the human race, and with chaos looming, he will surely vie for supremacy. If you follow him, you will face many hardships. Li Wushuang responded calmly, Grandfather, you needn't worry. I'm no longer a naive girl yearning for romance. I have my own views on marriage. While compatibility is important, I value ambition and drive more. I'm tired of the frivolous sons of noble families in the capital. If Yifan is truly as remarkable as you say, I should thank you for arranging this. Li Ming was taken aback then sighed. Sometimes, you seem more mature than I am. Meanwhile, at the military department of Nange City, Lord Tian, here is the self-investigation report from the Sun family. Wu Jingtian hurriedly presented a document. The Sun family's investigation results. 321 confirmed guilty and executed, 865 under suspicion and still being investigated. Sun Yuming also asked me to convey their deep fear and willingness to cede 3 gold mines, 2 tin mines, 2 Yunchi secret realms, and 30% of their assets as atonement. All properties and personnel are ready for transfer. Yifan's lips curled into a smile. Well, Sun Yuming is certainly willing to pay. Wu Jingtian agreed. Indeed. If these families had cooperated from the start, they wouldn't be in this situation. Now, after seeing us take down a few families, they're all eager to curry favor. Yifan shook his head, his gaze deep. This isn't currying favor. Each family has its own agenda. Some want to fight Hedon, some want to sacrifice to survive, and others are watching. By taking down the tough ones, those hesitating have made their choice. It may seem weak, but each has its own calculations. After stretching, Yifan said, all right, the Sun family's matter is settled, and the other family's issues are also resolved. Give everyone a few days off. We've gained a lot recently, and there's more work ahead. Wu Jingtian nodded repeatedly, finally feeling relieved. Though it seemed they had easily dealt with all the families, the past month had been nerve-wracking, especially after Yifan wiped out the Zhou family and continued his strong stance. The remaining families, though severely weakened, still had 7 or 8 star-level experts. If pushed too hard, the consequences could have been dire. Fortunately, perhaps due to higher authorities sending reinforcements or the recent beast tide serving as a lesson, these families ultimately chose to submit. Yifan managed to consolidate nearly 30% of the wealth and assets of all the families in Nange City, removing most of their infiltrators in the military department and establishing his authority. This maneuver made the military department the second most powerful force in Nange City, next to the governor's office. Such a dramatic change was beyond Wu Jingtian's expectations. Recalling the chaos when he first arrived at the military department, it felt like a lifetime ago. In just over half a year, Yifan had seized the fleeting opportunity brought by the beast tide, using decisive measures to lay the foundation for the military department's rise. Suddenly, Wu Jingtian remembered something and whispered to Yifan, Lord Tian, the higher authorities' envoy should arrive in the next couple of days. Those families will likely take the opportunity to lodge complaints. How should we handle it? Yifan was indifferent. Let them complain. My grandfather already mentioned that the envoy is Li Ming. Li Ming? Wu Jingtian was surprised, then delighted. The southern grand governor who helped you in Yun City? Yifan nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Exactly. Those families waiting for an opportunity will be quite disappointed when they find out it's Li Ming. Wu Jingtian couldn't help but sigh. They'll be completely disheartened. They sacrificed so much to stabilize the situation, only to find out the envoy supports you. He looked at Yifan with newfound respect. The struggle between Yifan and the families was a microcosm of the higher-level power struggles. If the envoy had been someone backing those families, their situation would have been dire. The seemingly insignificant Nanchuan was, in fact, intertwined with the broader political landscape. Yifan, the noble families, and the various clans represented the three main forces in the court: the military officials, the aristocracy, and the official authority. Though based in the capital, the aristocratic families had branches in every city, controlling much of the wealth, while the appointed officials wielded real power. The chaos in the court was not a recent issue, and the transition between old and new powers would inevitably be a prolonged battle. Future conflicts might also change direction due to this power struggle. These were just the visible disputes. As a member of the once powerful Wang family, Wu Jingtian knew that the royal organization had ties with all three factions, and the real cancer had yet to be eradicated. I feel like I've suddenly seen through many things, Wu Jingtian murmured. Yifan shook his head meaningfully. Seeing through things is good, but sometimes, I wish you wouldn't. The human race has reached this point. The visible dregs and hidden obstacles are waiting for the moment of decay. Those families are still enduring, which means the time hasn't come. Human courage is ultimately limited. Seeing too much can also bring fear. Listening to Yifan's words, Wu Jingtian fell silent, and Qingzi in the corner remained speechless. They realized that Yifan's vision had already surpassed the immediate scope of Nanchuan, planning for a grander future. After a brief pause, Qingzi broke the silence, asking, what's our next move? Do we need to further expand our influence in Nange City? Yifan shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the map of Nanchuan on the wall. No need. Our influence in Nange City is sufficient, and it will take time to digest the resources provided by these families. Moreover, Nange City has too many constraints, and we can't completely eradicate those families. Yao Zuzi, as the governor appointed by the higher-ups, is also unshakable. He then proposed a new direction. It's time to turn our attention to Yun City. The purpose of my coming to Nange City has been achieved. Now we need to make moves in Yun City. Make moves? Qingzi was puzzled. Are we going to attack other cities? Yifan explained. Not for now. First, we need to promote Yun City, develop the military academy, operate the Leiling secret realm, and attract combat-ready forces from surrounding cities. Our biggest problem is a lack of manpower. Yun City is undergoing its third expansion, but even with the Zhufa army and the Tianqian army, we only have a total of 40,000 troops, and Balian City has just over 10,000. Wu Jingtian frowned in thought. If we can peacefully integrate one or two cities, forming a new power circle around Yun City, the situation will change significantly. Yi Fan's eyes locked onto a spot on the map. Let's target Bishan City. I'll go into seclusion for a month or two, and then I'll return to Yun City as Yi Fan, bringing 10,000 troops to recruit them. Wu Jingtian was startled, and Qingzi spoke bluntly. Didn't you say we wouldn't start a war? Yi Fan clarified. Recruitment also requires showing a strong stance. Additionally, we can directly take Jin City, as they are confirmed rebels against the dynasty. I'll discuss with Yao Zuzi to see if he permits us to deploy troops. If he does, we'll let Xinba lead the army. If he doesn't, we'll deploy from Yun City. Qingzi didn't fully understand the intricacies, but Yi Fan smiled and said, deploying from Nange City would be called quelling a rebellion, while deploying from Yun City would be called self-defense. If they want to find fault, they'll find a way. Qingzi hesitated but realized that Yi Fan had used such tactics multiple times. Although she felt uneasy, she understood that it was a necessary move. Yi Fan's expression turned serious. Right now, everyone is still bound by rules, and I'm using various methods to free us from these constraints. Once chaos breaks out, we won't even need to find excuses. Just understand our goal. Using any means necessary is never a bad thing in my book. Qingzi nodded silently and returned to her place. Though powerful, she was far less adept at governance than Yi Fan. His methods, though harsh, were indeed the best way to deter everything. The families colluding with the dynasty were the real scourge of Nange City, and Yi Fan's arrival had made these wolves tremble in fear. In these chaotic times, one must be ruthless, fierce, and decisive to achieve anything. Yi Fan possessed all these qualities, which is why Qingzi trusted him. He was ruthless against the powerful but kind to ordinary people. Qingzi mused silently. He might just be the savior of humanity. Meanwhile, in a modest little restaurant in the city, two unassuming figures sat in a corner. The elderly Li Ming looked at the thick stack of reports on the table and sighed. This kid is really bold. If I hadn't come, who knows how much trouble these reports would have caused. Li Wushuang nodded while flipping through the reports. I think he's quite decisive. He seized the opportunity of the Beast Tide's arrival to forcefully take down those families, solidifying the position of the Wubu. With you and the others here, no one dares to act directly against him, and complaints are just squabbles. Unless King Wen decides personally, it's hard to change the status quo. She continued her analysis. I saw the Jingjia army when I arrived, well-equipped and clearly prepared in advance. This Yi Fan, contrary to what you said, doesn't seem like a hero but rather a formidable figure, decisive and ruthless. Li Ming was a bit surprised. Shuanger, are you saying this Yi Fan is not bad? Better than I expected, Li Wushuang nodded. But I haven't met him yet, so it's hard to make a final judgment. Then let's go meet him now, Li Ming said, getting up. Soon, the grandfather and granddaughter arrived at the entrance of the Wubu. Just as Li Ming was about to enter as he had last time, two voices rang out. The Wubu main hall, no entry. Two powerful auras surged, even making Li Ming step back. Who goes there? State your name. Two sharp voices demanded. Li Ming, unaccustomed to this, muttered, this kid has quite the setup now, with two star-level experts guarding the door. As an elder, Li Ming found it hard to speak, but Li Wushuang stepped forward and announced, Governor of the South, Li Ming, passing through Nange City, here to visit the Heavenly Duke. The room fell silent as soon as the voice stopped. Moments later, the door opened, and Wu Jingtian emerged with a welcoming smile. Ah, it's Lord Li Ming. Please, come in, Wu Jingtian said warmly. Li Ming paused for a moment upon seeing Wu Jingtian but quickly returned the smile and followed him inside. Yi Fan, seated in the center, immediately stood up to greet them. Grandpa Li, you're here. Please, have a seat, Yi Fan said respectfully. Li Ming nodded and took a seat, his eyes scanning the room. Qingzi released the sky screen sparrow, covering the entire martial hall, while Yi Fan removed his mask. You rascal, you've given us quite a few surprises lately, Li Ming said, scrutinizing Yi Fan with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Golden 6 stars? How did your cultivation advance so quickly? Yi Fan smiled and replied. Once you cross the golden threshold, the realm changes naturally. Li Ming was about to say more when he noticed Li Wushuang out of the corner of his eye. Remembering the purpose of his visit, he stood up and introduced her. This is my granddaughter. She just graduated from university and has reached the golden 9 stars level. Li Wushuang stood and bowed to Yi Fan. Greetings, Master Tian. Yi Fan casually waved his hand and turned his attention back to Li Ming. Grandpa Li, how are things at the court lately? Li Ming was momentarily taken aback by Yi Fan's indifferent reaction to Li Wushuang, thinking, is this boy uninterested in women? My granddaughter is so beautiful, and he doesn't even spare her a glance. He cleared his throat and looked at his granddaughter again, probing, Yi Fan, what do you think of my granddaughter? Yi Fan immediately sensed Li Ming's intentions. He politely clasped his hands towards Li Wushuang and then replied, I am still young and focused on my cultivation and great ambitions. Matters of love and marriage are not on my mind. Li Ming, undeterred, said, cultivation and ambitions can be pursued gradually. I'm not asking you to marry her now, just to get to know each other. With that, Li Ming pulled Wu Jingtian and Qingzi out of the hall, leaving Yifan and Li Wushuang alone. In this familiar matchmaking scenario, Yifan remained calm and politely asked, "How should I address you, miss?" "Li Wushuang. Just call me Wushuang. No need for formalities," she replied confidently, eyeing Yifan curiously. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared in her eyes. "What a terrifying willpower," Li Wushuang remarked with surprise. "Have you been taught by a powerful master?" Yifan noticed the red light in her eyes and frowned slightly. "The eye of perception? Are you a natural divine eye wielder?" Li Wushuang was taken aback. "You recognize the eye of perception?" Yifan nodded and confirmed again. "Are you a natural divine eye wielder?" "I have the eye of perception, so naturally, I am a divine eye wielder," Li Wushuang replied, puzzled by his repeated question. Yifan paused for a moment and warned, "It's best not to reveal your eye of perception carelessly." Li Wushuang frowned. "Is there a problem?" "There are over 10 types of divine eyes, each very powerful and easily coveted. Revealing them carelessly is extremely dangerous," Yifan explained, his gaze thoughtful. Li Wushuang sensed something unusual in Yifan's tone and tentatively asked, "Are you interested in my eye of perception?" Yifan waved his hand dismissively. "My strength comes from myself. Whether it's divine eyes or rare bloodlines, they are of little consequence to me. I only mentioned it because you are Grandpa Li's granddaughter. No need to overthink it." Li Wushuang's curiosity grew. "You say your strength comes from yourself. How strong are you exactly?" Yifan raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting a spar?" "Yes, I'm just curious." Li Wushuang straightened up, exuding confidence. "I enjoy sparring with outstanding peers, but most aren't my match, especially against my eye of perception." Yifan responded readily, "A spar among equals, both at the golden level, has nothing to do with age. In Nanchuan, it's been a while since I've met a top-tier talent of the same level. If you want to fight, we can give it a try." They each drew their weapons, taking their stances and performing the martial salute. "Please." Meanwhile, out on the street, Wu Jingtian and Qingzi were accompanying Li Ming on a stroll. Wu Jingtian was introducing the sights of Nange City when a loud bang echoed from a distance. Li Ming seemed unfazed, continuing to admire the giant wild goose pagoda. However, Wu Jingtian and Qingzi exchanged glances, recognizing the sound from Yifan's sword practice. Wu Jingtian, looking perplexed, asked Li Ming, "Lord Li Ming, what kind of temperament does your granddaughter have?" "My granddaughter has a good temperament, mature and experienced," Li Ming replied with a frown. "Why do you ask?" "As long as her temperament is good, that's fine." Wu Jingtian nodded repeatedly but hesitated. "However, Master Tian's temper might not be as good." "Lord Li Ming, should you go back and check?" There was a loud noise from the martial hall just now. "It seems Master Tian is fighting with someone." The heavy sword swept across with immense force, but Li Wushuang deftly evaded, her slender sword swiftly coming up to guard her chest. Sparks flew as the two swords clashed. Yifan did not relent, swinging his heavy sword again. Anticipating the move, Li Wushuang leaned back and retreated several steps swiftly. "Your physique is even more impressive than those with ancient bloodlines," Li Wushuang remarked, her eyes glowing red as she watched Yifan. "I've never seen anyone without such a bloodline possess such strength. No wonder you claim not to care about ancient bloodlines. You truly have the confidence to back it up." "You're too kind," Yifan replied, his gaze serious. "Your eyes of insight are quite remarkable. It's rare to encounter someone who can see through my attacks." As he spoke, he raised his heavy sword again, ready to strike. The eyes of insight were indeed among the most powerful of innate divine eyes, capable of seeing through illusions and barriers and discerning the truth in combat. Since the beginning of their battle, Yifan's attacks had been skillfully evaded by Li Wushuang. Conversely, Yifan managed to do the same, but his prowess stemmed from a century of combat experience in his previous life. Li Wushuang, on the other hand, achieved this solely with her divine eyes, and even more impressively. Sweat began to bead on Li Wushuang's forehead. She had thought she had adequately estimated Yifan's abilities, but actual combat proved her expectations to be too conservative. Each of Yifan's attacks was extremely cunning, and without her eyes of insight, she would have struggled to cope. Yifan was an opponent with extraordinary combat skills, his true strength comparable to an eternal-level warrior. Suddenly, Li Wushuang's divine eyes perceived numerous light points rising from Yifan, forming a circular pattern. A giant's silhouette seemed to flash, but her focus was on the circle. "A perfected Dao prototype," she exclaimed. A cold wind swept by, and Yifan's voice echoed. "Losing focus in battle is a fatal mistake." Boom! The shadow of the black sword loomed large. Li Wushuang hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack. But Yifan seized the opportunity, reversing his grip on the sword, which flashed with black light. Sword technique. Fong thrust. The black sword shot forward like lightning. Li Wuxuang barely dodged the vital strike, but 2 strands of her hair were sliced off. Her vigilance heightened. She tightened her grip on her flexible sword. Green elemental energy gathered along the blade, and she flicked it. Insight sword. Expulsion. Rumbling. A massive whirlwind formed instantly, sweeping towards Yifan. Interesting, Yifan murmured, narrowing his eyes. It was his first encounter with a swordmaster among martial artists, sparking a sense of competition within him. Without hesitation, he gripped his black sword tightly and swung it from below, sending out a massive sword aura. Sword technique. Astonishing flight. The sword aura collided with the whirlwind, and after a brief stalemate, it cleaved the whirlwind in 2, continuing its charge towards Li Wuxuang. What a domineering technique, Li Wuxuang thought in shock, swinging her slender sword once more. Insight sword. Displacement. Centered on her. A whirlwind infused with elemental power enveloped her. The astonishing flight sword aura struck the shield, instantly absorbed and dissipated. Yifan frowned, unleashing another astonishing flight sword aura, with the same result. My insight sword displacement manipulates elemental usage, employing a special method to dissipate force, Li Wuxuang explained. I've spent 2 years perfecting this technique. Its defense has no weak points and can even withstand eternal-level attacks. I see, Yifan nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes. But there's no such thing as absolute defense. If the attack is strong enough, it will break through. With that, he leaped forward, charging at Li Wuxuang. A sense of urgency gripped her. Despite using displacement, she felt uneasy. She poured all her elemental power into her sword, hoping to rely on defense to determine the outcome. However, when she looked up again, she saw Yifan's black sword had transformed into a small mountain, crashing down with overwhelming force. What kind of technique is this? That was Li Wuxuang's last thought before the mountain collided with her shield, producing a deafening explosion. The shockwave nearly knocked her unconscious. Her eyes of insight flashed wildly, but to no avail. As cracks appeared on the shield, she only managed to raise her slender sword in defense. Boom! The shield shattered instantly, and Li Wuxuang was flung like a cannonball, smashing through a guest room wall. The courtyard was in ruins, tiles shattered, and the ground exposed with deep grooves. Yifan sheathed his black sword, breathing heavily, clearly strained from the final strike. At that moment, 3 members of the martial hall entered, stunned by the devastation. What on earth happened here? Li Ming was the first to recover. Yifan, you and Wuxuang had a good talk? Pretty good. Miss Wuxuang demonstrated her eyes of insight, and we sparred with our swords, Yifan replied calmly. Sparred? Huh? All right. Li Ming nodded, then asked, where's my granddaughter? Why are you alone? Over there. Yifan pointed to the large hole. I'm fine. Li Wuxuang's voice came from the rubble. She emerged slowly, looking somewhat disheveled, with blood at the corner of her mouth and her clothes torn, revealing a glimmering soft armor underneath. The Heavenly Lord's power is indeed terrifying. I admit defeat. She bowed to Yifan. You're too kind. Your strength is impressive as well. Yifan returned the gesture with his sword. This scene left Wu Jingtian and Qingzi gaping in astonishment. Weren't they supposed to talk and get to know each other? Is this how they do it? This scene left Li Ming speechless, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Yifan had defeated his granddaughter with pure swordsmanship alone, an impressive feat that was truly astonishing. This was all because Tiangong's Heavenly Lord techniques were incredibly powerful, capable of forming a perfect Dao prototype, a level of mastery only Tiangong had achieved among their peers. Li Wuxuang, however, remained calm and didn't hesitate to offer her praise. Her gaze fell on the black sword in Yifan's hand, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. I've trained in the capital for years and seen countless sword practitioners, but I've never witnessed such dominating swordsmanship. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Wuxuang paused, her eyes gleaming as if recalling their recent duel. However, this domineering sword style comes at a cost. Even someone with Tiangong's formidable physique finds it burdensome to wield. Your heavy sword seems to incorporate alchemical techniques, allowing you to use the 3rd form with relative ease, but the 4th form remains challenging. Yifan nodded in agreement. The reputation of the Primal Vision Sword is well-deserved. I have indeed mastered the later forms, up to the 6th, but my current level and physical condition prevent me from executing them. A hint of anticipation flashed in Yifan's eyes. Does this mean you have a solution? Li Wuxuang's eyes sparkled with wisdom. There are 2 solutions. First, like Tiangong, you can wait until your level and physique improve. Second, you can modify your weapon by embedding more alchemical runes into the heavy sword to better align with your swordsmanship. Yifan bluntly pointed out the issue. That's too slow. A hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. Despite his high comprehension of swordsmanship and the time advantage provided by his beast space, he couldn't use the sword forms due to their immense burden. Is there a third way? Yi Fan asked, his eyes fixed on Li Wushuang, sensing she had another idea. Li Wushuang nodded. The third way is to improve the swordsmanship itself. Yi Fan shook his head repeatedly. I've tried to improve the sword technique. In my previous life, I was skilled in researching techniques and had countless rare methods in my mind. Improving a technique requires greater understanding and cultivation than its creator. But this swordsmanship is too profound, and its creator's mastery far surpasses mine. Even with my extensive knowledge from my past life, improving it seems impossible. Li Wushuang disagreed. Improving a technique doesn't necessarily mean altering the technique itself. By combining other similar techniques and considering your own situation, you can adapt the original swordsmanship to create a method that suits you. Improvement means making it more suitable for yourself, not necessarily refining the original technique. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. You mean creating my own technique? I have some knowledge of other techniques, but the sword techniques I know are too basic and not worth considering. I can help, Li Wushuang said confidently. My primal vision sword was developed by improving the Li family's sword techniques. I visited many sword masters in the capital, and with my primal vision eyes, I have a natural advantage in improving techniques. I should be able to assist you. Yi Fan thought for a moment before nodding. In that case, thank you, Miss Wushuang. After agreeing, Li Wushuang turned to Li Ming. I need to return to the capital with grandfather to organize some things. He'll come back to find Tiangong after a while. Before Li Ming could speak, Yi Fan quickly responded, Miss Wushuang, feel free to arrange as you see fit. With the matter settled, Li Ming had little more to say. After exchanging a few pleasantries and giving some advice, he left with Li Wushuang in the afternoon. At the entrance of the martial hall, Wu Jingtian watched Li Ming ascend into the sky and couldn't help but sigh. Lord Li Ming always comes and goes in such a hurry, never even staying for a meal. Despite his high rank, he acts like a mere errand boy. Yi Fan stood beside him, replying thoughtfully, those at the center of power have little freedom. As the southern governor, he has countless official duties daily. The fact that he can spare this much time here is already remarkable. Shaking his head slightly, Yi Fan added, many things come with a price, especially power. Embracing it means losing many things: time with family, freedom, some genuine emotions. This is why many people are changed by power. Wu Jingtian chuckled. Tiangong, you're speaking in riddles again. Suddenly, his expression changed as he asked, speaking of which, Tiangong, that Li Wushuang seems quite impressive. She has strength, determination, and good looks, and her family has a long-standing relationship with yours. If you were to marry her, it would be a great advantage. She's only a bit older, which is fine since you're mature for your age. Do you have any thoughts on this? Hearing this, Yi Fan fell silent, his eyes flickering as if recalling past events. After a long pause, he sighed softly and turned away. Right now, my only focus is on my cultivation journey. Meanwhile, on the back of a Qingyao azure bird, Li Ming asked curiously, Shuanger, what exactly did you discuss with Yi Fan? What impression did he have of you? Li Wushuang calmly fiddled with her sword as she replied, Grandfather, you heard most of our conversation. Yi Fan seems to have a good impression of me. We have similar personalities. Li Ming was pleased. So, it's a possibility? Should I go back and talk to Yi Fan's grandfather about it? Li Wushuang shook her head. A good impression doesn't decide anything. Grandfather, there's no need to discuss it with Yi Fan's grandfather. This marriage won't happen. Why not? Li Ming asked, puzzled. Is it because you don't want to? It's not about me, Li Wushuang replied, shaking her head. Is it about Yi Fan? Li Ming paused, then waved his hand dismissively. What reason could he have? There's nothing wrong with a man getting married. Our Wushuang is not unworthy of him. He should be thrilled to have such a wife. Grandfather, you might be wrong about this. Li Wushuang looked at Li Ming calmly. He combines ambition and methods with the greatest talent of his generation. From his perfect Tao prototype, it's clear his future is beyond my imagination. As I said, I seek a marriage of equals. I'm far behind him and don't want to be a burden. Li Ming protested. Nonsense. How could you be a burden? You're also remarkable among your peers. Li Wushuang interrupted. Being remarkable and being the best and dominating your generation are different things. At 17, he can easily defeat me at 22. In a few years, his level will far surpass mine, and the gap will only widen. To me, marriage means sharing honor and risk equally. If he becomes a king while I'm still struggling at a lower level, how could I not be a burden, unable to help and becoming a weakness others might exploit? I don't like that. Li Wushuang continued, however. I see him as a highly ambitious young hero and a knowledgeable cultivator. I might try to assist him and perhaps learn a lot, which is why I said I'd return. But as for marriage, it's unnecessary. In the future, we won't be in the same league as cultivators. I'm clear-headed and don't want to be a mere decoration. After Li Ming arrived, the situation in Nange City finally settled. The families made concessions, the governor's office remained neutral, and the military department ceased their troubles after receiving benefits. The celestial beings announced their seclusion, and Nange City fell into a rare tranquility. In a large courtyard in Baguio City, snowflakes as large as goose feathers drifted down. A middle-aged man, dressed in luxurious silk and wrapped in a thick velvet coat, stood in the snow gazing at the sky. His face showed signs of weariness, and his eyes flickered with complex emotions. In Baguio City, we get this kind of heavy snow every year. A voice full of mirth came from beside him. It was the servant who was treated like family. Ji Wanning shook his head. Ji Yong, what are you doing here? Nothing much, Ji Yong replied respectfully. I was just worried that the Ji family hasn't completed the registration yet, so I came to ask. Ji Wanning frowned and turned around, a flash of anger in his eyes. Isn't this all you're doing? Ji Yong, what did the Imperial Organization offer you to make you betray the family that raised you? Ji Yong hesitated briefly but quickly regained his composure. Master, debating right and wrong is useless. Please focus on the registration. Chaos is coming, and survival is what matters. Ji Wanning fell silent. Although Baguio City was chaotic, not everyone could live there. Without a registration certificate, they would be expelled within a month. With the current bounty on their heads, the Ji family's expulsion would be disastrous. Realizing he had no other options, Ji Wanning sighed. If we join the Imperial Organization, the Ji family will be doomed forever. Didn't you often have family members act under the Imperial Organization's banner? Now we're just officially joining. There's no difference, Ji Yong said. Feigning allegiance and true allegiance are worlds apart. Ji Wanning shook his head. I know that the real Imperial Organization is a cancer to humanity. You aim to overthrow humanity, making you fundamentally a group of despicable traitors. Ji Yong looked directly at Ji Wanning, his eyes shining with determination. Master, there is no absolute right or wrong in this world. From your perspective, we are despicable. From ours, it's just strategic. Just like when you led the Ji family to flee the battlefield, it was seen as cowardice in Nange City but as a necessary act of preservation by our people. Different perspectives lead to different actions. Who can say what is right or wrong, or who is a traitor? That's sophistry. Ji Wanning shouted angrily. Do you think betraying the family that raised you for over 30 years can ever be right? Ji Wanning's fury stirred the surrounding snow, but Ji Yong advanced instead of retreating, his aura growing stronger and pushing Ji Wanning back 2 steps. Ji Wanning was shocked. Ji Yong, your strength has reached the high star level? Ji Yong nodded, his eyes burning with intensity. Master, you've lived too comfortably. Before the Ji family took me in, I fought with beggars for scraps and got beaten like a dog for stealing. I've had countless such experiences. You say the Ji family gave me everything, but I know I fought for it all. I live for myself. The Imperial Organization offers me a better future, so I serve them. I've never changed, so it can't be called betrayal. I refuse to go back to that life. I want to rise above, even if it means stepping over everyone's corpses, including the Ji families. Ji Wanning shouted angrily. Without the opportunities the Ji family gave you, how could you be where you are today? You ungrateful wretch. Ji Yong sneered. Do you think the Ji family chose me out of kindness? Have you ever wondered why out of 8 children, only I survived? Ji Wanning was taken aback, a look of horror in his eyes. The other 7 children, I killed them, Ji Yong said coldly. I used every means to eliminate all my competitors. Out of 8, only I survived, so the Ji family chose me. That opportunity was fought for by me. Ji Wanning was too shocked to speak, his finger trembling as he pointed at Ji Yong. You? How could you be such a vicious and ruthless person? I raised you as my own son for decades. How could you turn out like this? I've always been this way, just well hidden, Ji Yong sighed. An abandoned orphan who wasn't vicious enough would have died in the garbage heap long ago. Retracting his aura, Ji Yong turned to leave. This beast tied. The Ji family wasn't just scapegoated. Without their status, the Ji family is now worthless. The current situation is my doing. There are many ruthless people in the organization. If they had come, the Ji family wouldn't be so comfortable. Master, time is running out. Please decide quickly. Golden 7 stars. Yifan opened his eyes in the beast tamer space and exhaled a long breath. He slowly stood up, clenched his fists, and threw a powerful punch forward, causing his entire body to crackle and pop. A sharp aura surged from within him, as if he had undergone 3 years of secluded training, while only less than 2 months had passed in the outside world. Yifan carefully sensed the changes in his body, frowning slightly. The time flow in this secret realm seemed different from what he had expected. He recalled secret realms and treasures from his past life that could alter the flow of time. Although those places had different time flows, the aging process of the body remained synchronized. This was one of the reasons he was reluctant to stay in the beast tamer space for long periods. After all, before achieving the Tao and becoming a king, a human's lifespan was just a century, and spending several years in seclusion was not worthwhile. However, this 3-year seclusion made Yifan realize that while time in the beast tamer's space flowed as it did in the real world, his body did not age accordingly but synchronized with the outside world's time. In contrast, his beasts grew according to the beast tamer's space's time. Seeing his now adult beasts nearby, Yifan fell into deep thought. Perhaps it's because I entered the beast tamer's space from the outside, so my existence is anchored in the outside world, whereas my beasts were captured within the space, making their existence anchored here, resulting in different aging rates? Yifan muttered to himself, but soon shook his head, deciding not to delve deeper. Verifying this theory might expose the existence of the beast tamer's space, which was the foundation of his rapid rise after rebirth, and he couldn't risk that. Yifan turned his attention to a nearby herb field. After 2 years of cultivation, it had become a lush garden of spiritual herbs. Hundreds of spiritual herbs and fruits were categorized and planted, ranging from common to spiritual and even mystical grades. For ease of management and use, Yifan had also classified them by attributes and functions, which not only made it easier for him to find and mix them, but also for his beasts to forage. At the end of this vibrant herb field, 2 special areas stood out. Each area had only one spiritual fruit tree, but occupied a large plot of land. These were the legendary creation fruit and ascension fruit trees. Yifan walked straight to the already fruit-bearing ascension fruit tree and picked a fruit. Without hesitation, he swallowed it, feeling a surge of heat rushing through his body. The surrounding scenery froze instantly, and a vast blue space unfolded beneath his feet, with countless stars reappearing before his eyes. This was the 3rd time in this life, and the 4th time if counting his past life, that Yifan had entered the talent selection space. With his extensive experience, he was quite familiar with it. The top-tier beast taming talents numbered 9, and a grade was not the highest. There were even more powerful grade talents rumored to exist. His gaze fell on 2 light points in front of him, one the size of a sesame seed and the other as large as a watermelon. Without much hesitation, he chose the sesame-sized light point, the ascension talent. With his selection, a small patch of stars lit up, about 20 to 30 in total, representing the advanced talents related to ascension. The light point shot towards the starry sea like lightning, and soon a star rose and flew to Yifan. A flood of information poured into his mind, and the surrounding scenery quickly dissipated. Returning to the beast tamer's space, Yifan smiled. He looked at the Hellfire Cerberus basking in the sun and raised his hand to use his newly acquired talent, Beast Taming, Full Enhancement. A glow enveloped the Hellfire Cerberus, and its body began to change noticeably, with its claws, fangs, and body growing. Feeling the sudden change, the Hellfire Cerberus looked at Yifan in confusion. It's all right, Yifan reassured, silently assessing the new talent's effects. Full Enhancement was stronger than the original Ascension, boosting all attributes by about 10%. If this growth could be maintained, it could evolve into a grade Divine Transformation, increasing all attributes by 35%, surpassing even the single attribute Divine Power. Yifan's gaze swept over the herb field again, the fragrance of various spiritual herbs and fruits invigorating his spirit. He couldn't help but look forward to the future. As he collected more and rarer spiritual herbs and fruits, could this beast tamer space become a sanctuary? A spiritual orchard? Perhaps even an immortal orchard? Should I broaden my perspective a bit? Yifan mused, gazing at the lush, spiritual herbs and medicines before him, struck by a sudden inspiration. Recalling the early, difficult days in Yun City, he had to dig deep into his own pockets to support the army and the growth of his influence. But once he conquered the first Thunder Ridge secret realm, the resource scarcity was resolved, yielding exponential returns. Now, he possessed 4 tamed beasts, yet their consumption of spiritual herbs and medicines was less than 10%. These precious resources, if left unused, would eventually just go to the forces, which were already self-sufficient, leading to potential waste. Yifan suddenly realized his unique advantage. Being unrestricted by beast space, he could raise more tamed beasts. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Even if I ascend and achieve the final stage of deification, a 35% boost per beast isn't much, Yifan thought to himself. But the true power of the Ascension talent lies in applying it to multiple beasts at once. This talent, known as the pseudo-aura, couldn't be cast on other allied beasts, but Yifan's unique beast space perfectly compensated for this flaw. He alone could command an entire beast army. Commanding 100 beasts, I am an army. Yifan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Boosting a beast army's overall strength by 35% is no small feat. It's downright terrifying. He quickly considered the implementation details. The number and quality of the beasts must be balanced, and their strength shouldn't fall too far behind the main forces. The order within the beast space also needed strict management to prevent new beasts from ruining the painstakingly cultivated spiritual herbs and medicines. As for strength, those dragon-type variant beasts offered by the major families should be decent, Yifan muttered. glancing at a few beasts nearby. As for order, these veteran beasts will maintain it. Noticing their master's gaze, the beasts looked up. The Inferno Hellhound tilted its head and let out a questioning growl. Yifan responded with a smile. Don't worry, I'll find you some little brothers soon. His eyes shone with confidence. If this idea works out, some of my shortcomings will be addressed. The enchantment talent links my beasts to me, while the ascension talent can fully leverage the uniqueness of my beast space. My path will become increasingly perfect. Just then, Wu Jingtian rushed over, interrupting Yifan's thoughts. Tiangong, you're finally out of seclusion. Yifan teased. What's the matter? Is acting as the interim minister giving you a headache? Wu Jingtian nodded repeatedly. Don't even mention it, Tiangong. I've been swamped lately. I'm just a warrior. I can manage apprentices, but the entire martial department's affairs have worn me out. Yifan laughed. With all that, you should be busy. How did you find time to guard my seclusion room? Wu Jingtian scratched his head sheepishly. Well, Miss Wushuang came to Nange City recently. Seeing I was overwhelmed, she volunteered to help out. Yifan nodded and teased again. So, you willingly handed over power to Li Wushuang? Wu Jingtian explained. Mainly because I don't know how to handle it. It's good to have someone take over. As for security and confidentiality, you don't need to worry, Tiangong. City Lord Qingzi is handling it with Miss Wushuang, so there's supervision. Yifan pondered for a moment and instructed. Have them come see me. I have some matters to discuss. Wu Jingtian, thrilled, hurried off to notify them. Watching Wu Jingtian's departing figure, Yifan was thoughtful. He noted Wu Jingtian's transformation with delight. The once timid warrior now exhibited a spirit of determined progress. At this rate, it might not be long before he breaks through the glory gate. Yifan calculated. Having a glory-level powerhouse in charge will make our base in Nanchuan more secure. Recalling Sun Yuming's warning, Yifan frowned. Why are they so certain that I am the greatest calamity of the future? He opened his palm, revealing a sinister and eerie black dragon head tattoo. Yifan sneered, it's not divination. It's just some big-shot schemes. Using me as a pawn. Aren't they afraid I'll bite back? The Heavenly Lord summoned Qingzi, the Lord of Qingzi City, and Miss Wushuang. Time was of the essence as Wu Jingtian eagerly ran into the hall, followed closely by Li Wushuang and Qingzi. Qingzi, as usual, gave a cool nod, while Li Wushuang greeted with a touch more formality, Heavenly Lord, long time no see. Yifan responded briefly and gestured for the three to take their seats. Wu Jingtian couldn't wait to ask, Heavenly Lord, is there some major task at hand? Yifan's gaze swept over the two red-marked spots on the map. He straightforwardly said, we're preparing to take over Bishan City and Jincheng. Time is running short. I have only a year left before I head to the capital for my studies. We need to expedite our plans to annex Nanchuan. This statement caught Wu Jingtian and Qingzi off guard, and they involuntarily looked towards Li Wushuang. Sensing their concerns, Yifan merely smiled and continued to outline his plan. We'll split our forces. Senior Qingzi, you will lead the Zhufa army to directly capture Jincheng. Senior Wu Jingtian, you will return to Yun City with me to lead the troops in taking Bishan City. We aim to capture both places within 2 months. Qingzi frowned and asked, simultaneous attacks? What about the right to conquest? Yifan confidently replied, I'll request the decree for Jincheng from Grand Elder Mao. I have a plan, and he will likely agree. Qingzi nodded, while Wu Jingtian fell into rare contemplation. If we all leave, what will happen to the Wu department? Yifan turned his gaze to Li Wushuang, a slight smile playing on his lips. Miss Wushuang, what are your thoughts on overseeing the Wu department? Li Wushuang was momentarily stunned but quickly understood Yifan's intent. With your trust, Heavenly Lord, I will certainly do my best. Yifan nodded with satisfaction. Good. I appoint you as Deputy Minister of the Wu department. Wu Jingtian and Qingzi were somewhat surprised by this sudden appointment, but quickly came to terms with it. After all, in Nanchuan, Yifan's position as the Heavenly Lord was far beyond Li Wushuang's reach. Yifan continued with his arrangements. Chunpong and the Jingzha army will stay in the city to assist you. The Wu department might have some unruly elements. You can select a portion of the personnel to form a new force with the inspection team. This will uphold the Wu department's authority and facilitate handling other matters. Li Wushuang inquired about the required number of personnel, and Yifan suggested drawing 5,000 from the 19,000 available. Li Wushuang understood and mentioned her influence as the granddaughter of the southern governor. Yifan reminded her to be wary of those with ulterior motives. With everything settled, Yifan stood up to leave. Senior Qingzi, prepare and notify Xinba. We will mobilize soon. Senior Wu Jingtian, accompany me to the governor's mansion today to secure the decree. Meanwhile, at the governor's mansion, Grand Elder Mao was leisurely playing with a beautiful cloud sparrow. Jingmin, standing nearby, remarked, it's rare to see the governor so relaxed. Grand Elder Mao chuckled. That's because that kid, the Heavenly Lord, hasn't caused any trouble. Nange City has been peaceful, Jingmin mused. It's still due to the Heavenly Lord's efforts. In the recent conflicts in Nange City, those families were severely suppressed by the Wu department. It's no wonder the Heavenly Lord is so bold, given he has the support of the Xinhuang's forces and Li Ming, and is a relative of Yi Fan. Grand Elder Mao sighed. Those families are backed by the aristocracy in the capital and supported by the imperial organization. Even as the governor, without backing from the higher-ups, it's hard to act against them. The Heavenly Lord has done what we dared not. Jingmin agreed. Indeed, the Heavenly Lord is quite admirable. He has ability, talent, and remarkable audacity. His knack for assessing situations is also strong. Grand Elder Mao smirked. As long as he doesn't trouble me and keeps to himself, it's fine. In Nanchuan now, he's practically a bane for everyone. Just then, the main gate of the governor's mansion was suddenly knocked. Jingmin cautiously asked, "Who is it?" From outside came the robust voice of Wu Jingtian, minister of the Wu department, the Heavenly Lord, here to discuss urgent matters with the governor. Heavenly Lord? Mao Zizi was playfully teasing a lark when he heard the name and immediately lost interest. He frowned and muttered, "I just said not to cause trouble, and here comes the harbinger of chaos. Didn't he say he was in seclusion? How is he out so soon?" Standing nearby, Jin Min said helplessly, "Let's see what he wants. Nangu City has been quite peaceful lately, so he shouldn't be able to stir up too much trouble." Mao Zizi scoffed, "Don't you know him by now? He can find any excuse to make trouble." Reluctantly, he nodded and said, "Let's go welcome our guest." Jin Min quickly walked to the gate. As soon as it opened, Wu Jingtian's enthusiastic smile greeted him. He warmly embraced Jin Min and handed over 2 bottles of Cheongjiang Yulu, claiming they were gifts from the Heavenly Lord. Jin Min glanced at the bottles, obviously cheap fruit wine sold for 21 taels each, and his expression stiffened. Forcing a smile, he invited Wu Jingtian inside. In the main hall, Yifan sat at the head of the table, with Mao Zizi in the middle. The atmosphere was tense. Mao Zizi asked, "What brings the Heavenly Lord here today?" Yifan replied seriously, "I have received news that the Jincheng dynasty is rife with corruption. Officials colluding with bandits, leaving the common people in misery." Mao Zizi raised an eyebrow and looked at Jin Min for confirmation. Jin Min responded that he hadn't heard of any unusual activity in Jincheng. Yifan explained that it was the Lord of Yun City who informed him. Mao Zizi thought to himself that the Lord was merely one of Yifan's subordinates. Mao Zizi inquired, "So, what does the Heavenly Lord intend to do?" Yifan straightforwardly replied, "I need a decree to mobilize troops to Jincheng. I aim to eradicate the dynasty's corruption and restore order." Mao Zizi immediately sensed something was amiss. Jincheng was strategically located ahead of Yun City. If it were taken, combined with by Lian City, Yun City would form a complete defensive line, essentially becoming an independent power. This was clearly a move towards rebellion. Mao Zizi turned to Jin Min for advice. Jin Min suggested investigating the situation first and not rushing into action. Impatiently, Yifan said, "How long will it take to verify everything? As the governor of Nanchuan, don't you have the authority to make such decisions?" Mao Zizi explained that significant troop movements required approval from higher authorities, and acting rashly could lead to trouble. Yifan bluntly stated, "If the governor is afraid of taking responsibility, you can blame it all on me. I am willing to sign a military pledge." These words left Mao Zizi speechless. After a long silence, he couldn't help but ask, "Heavenly Lord, what exactly do you want? Are you planning a rebellion in Nanchuan?" Yifan calmly replied, "Governor, you know better than I do. Both Yun City and Nangu City are much better off than before, aren't they?" Mao Zizi retorted angrily, "Your warmongeriness it really beneficial to the people?" Yifan countered, "In the face of chaos, constant appeasement will only make things worse." Mao Zizi slammed the table. "You have no right to usurp my authority. I've already ceded 2 cities to you. Any further would be too much. I will report this to the higher-ups." Yifan sneered, "Feel free to report, but remember, next time it might be Li Ming who comes." Mao Zizi was furious. "Are you threatening me? Do you think I'm one of those easily manipulated noble families?" Wu Jingtian also stood up, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Jin Min quickly intervened, urging both sides to calm down. Yifan took a sip of tea and leisurely said, "In truth, there is no conflict between us. The areas the governor cannot manage, I can help with. I am still the Minister of Military Affairs, your subordinate. A better Nanchuan benefits both of us. Isn't that a win-win situation? Why not embrace it? The real power is all in your hands. How is that a win-win?" A flicker of apprehension crossed Mao Zizi's eyes as he stared at Yifan like a knife. For this young man's ambition was like an unstoppable torrent. Yifan, however, waved his hand nonchalantly, a faint smile playing on his lips. "What does it matter where the real power lies? Governor, when I speak of a win-win, I mean that what I'm doing is what we both want to achieve." He paused, his gaze suddenly as sharp as a blade, his voice low and penetrating. Nanchuan has been peaceful for too long. The undercurrents suggest that a great upheaval is imminent. We should be doing more. Taking a deep breath, Yifan's eyes burned with intensity as he spoke each word with conviction. Whether you agree or not, I will proceed. I've prepared everything. I have a strong army and protection from above. In the current situation, the only threat to my plans in Nanchuan is you, Governor. But I think, he looked at Mao Zuzi meaningfully, you wouldn't want to pay a huge price to stop me, would you? A flash of anger crossed Mao Zuzi's face, but he was helpless. He calculated silently, realizing that stopping Yifan would mean war, a price he was unwilling to pay. I've long anticipated this day, but I didn't expect it to come so soon, he sighed, a hint of regret in his eyes. I underestimated your ambition. I thought you just wanted to dominate Nange City. I didn't realize you aimed for all of Nanchuan. Yifan let out a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with boundless ambition. Perhaps my ambitions extend beyond Nanchuan. With that, he extended his hand, his voice thunderous. Governor, issue the order for the campaign. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Mysterious figures in black appeared like ghosts on the walls of the governor's residence, each exuding a terrifying aura. Wu Jingtian was on high alert, his powerful presence barely concealed, muscles tensed and ready to strike. Yet Yifan remained calm, as if victory was assured. Mao Zuzi struggled internally, his eyes a storm of emotions. The tension between them was palpable, as if a monumental battle could erupt at any moment. After a long pause, Mao Zuzi finally relented, waving his hand in resignation. Janmen, go fetch the campaign order from the Minister of Heaven. Though Jin Min had much to say, he silently complied. He swiftly retrieved the golden token and presented it with both hands. Mao Zuzi took it, gazing at it deeply, as if seeing the future of Nanchuan, then tossed it to Yifan. Thank you, Governor. Yifan received the token with a formal bow, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. He turned and left, ignoring the shadows on the walls, his demeanor that of a conqueror already in command of Nanchuan. Watching Yifan's departing figure, Mao Zuzi murmured, Heavenly Minister, ensure the slaughter doesn't affect too many innocents. I'll do my best. Yifan's voice echoed back, tinged with mockery. With a loud bang, the door closed, and Mao Zuzi slumped into his pinewood chair, deflated. Jinmin stood silently by, the air thick with heaviness. This time, by letting him go, Nanchuan will no longer be under our control, Mao Zuzi said wistfully, his eyes filled with helplessness and fatigue. Jinmin nodded, his tone grave. Releasing him from Nange City is like releasing a tiger back into the wild. When he returns, it will likely be with tens of thousands of troops, and we will be powerless to stop him. The cost of war is too great. Mao Zuzi shook his head, pain flickering in his eyes. I could crush him, but the price would be terrifying. If my power wanes, who will protect the people of Nanchuan? The greedy families? The oppressive royal organizations? Jinmin was silent for a moment before Mao Zuzi continued. I know what you want to say, that I've allowed those families to grow unchecked before. He smiled bitterly. That's just who I am. I grew up as a war refugee, and when I finally had the chance to bring peace, I didn't want my people to suffer from war again. I didn't want my soldiers to die in internal conflicts. Jinmin sighed. Governor, your compassion is a blessing for the people of Nanchuan. We've done nothing wrong. It's just that the times have changed. Things are no longer as we envisioned. The heavenly minister, at least, aims to curb the royal organizations and families. Letting him grow might be better than letting those who only know how to exploit the people and amass wealth. We can only hope so, Mao Zuzi suddenly said, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. I just thought of Lin Kuan. Lin Kuan? Jinmin was taken aback, then recalled the loyal follower who had been with Mao Zuzi for many years. Mao Zuzi reminisced. He was with me for over a decade, from a young man to middle age. During the Secret Realm conflict, he chose to support the heavenly minister, even at the cost of his life. I never understood why. I thought he didn't understand my struggles. But now I realize it might have been because he understood me too well. Mao Zuzi's eyes grew deeper. He knew I wouldn't confront those families or pay the heavy price to eliminate the royal organizations, and that Nanchuan would continue to darken under my watch. The heavenly minister was different, decisive, resolute, willing to pay any price. Lin Kuan saw hope in him that he didn't see in me. Jinmin was about to offer comfort when Mao Zuzi smiled self-deprecatingly. Remember the child Lin Kuan was so fond of? Vaguely, Jinmin nodded, puzzled by the sudden mention. Mao Zuzi gazed into the distance, as if looking at something far away. He once said he wanted to bring that child to Nange City for schooling. Recently, I thought of it and sent someone to find him. Guess what? That child is now attending a public school in Yun City, showing talent as a beast tamer. His mother has also been brought to Yun City, receiving special disability benefits under the latest policies. Mao Zuzi's voice was tinged with bitterness. These were things I wanted to do, but never managed to accomplish. Yun City is far less prosperous than Nange City, yet they achieved what I couldn't. If Lin Kuan knew, he would be pleased. Jinmin remained silent, understanding the weight of Mao Zuzi's words. 3 days later, outside Nange City, the extermination army was fully assembled and ready to depart. This time, Yifan did not ride his formidable Hellfire Hellhound, but chose a majestic Golden Grade variant, the Crimson Wind Dragon Horse. Clad in armor and carrying a heavy sword on his back, he sat imposingly atop his steed. The army stood in neat rows, their banners fluttering in the wind. The city walls were crowded with onlookers. Leaders of various families, high-ranking officials of Nange City, and the city's nobility had all come to see them off. Though the Grand Elder did not attend in person, he sent Jinmin as his representative. The assembly ceremony was brief and powerful. With Yifan's command, on orders, eliminate the traitors, the extermination army surged out of the city gates like a tide. A buzz of whispers erupted from the city walls, with the heads of the families who had been suppressed by Yifan particularly excited. Finally, the bane of our existence is gone, someone muttered under their breath. But others were more cautious. Don't celebrate too soon. The Martial Division is still here. With the elite forces taken by the Grand Elder, what can the Martial Division possibly do now? Someone scoffed. Sun Yuming, however, reminded them, don't forget, the Grand Elder has brought in Li Ming's daughter, Li Wushuang, to oversee the Martial Division. That woman is no pushover. Before the words had fully settled, another family head dismissed the concern. No matter how formidable she is, can she be more difficult to deal with than the Grand Elder? As long as we follow the rules, there's nothing to fear. Business has been slow these past months. With the Grand Elder away, it's time to make some money. As Yifan's army marched away, the atmosphere in the city shifted dramatically. The streets became lively again, with many vendors and figures who had been laying low reappearing. Beneath the facade of prosperity, however, turbulent undercurrents surged. Jinmin stood alone on the city tower, the evening wind tousling his beard and hair. He gazed out over Nange City, a complex expression in his eyes, and sighed softly. This Nange City is like a mass grave. Evildoers and demons emerge endlessly. It seems only a bloody blade can bring order. On the march, Wu Jingtian couldn't help but admire Yifan's steed. Lord Yi, your horse is magnificent. Yifan nodded in agreement. Yes, the Crimson Wind Dragon Horse is indeed impressive. Its combat abilities are average, but its striking appearance suits my current status well. He looked toward the distant road, a slight smile playing on his lips. When we return next time, they'll probably come all the way here to greet us. Wu Jingtian was puzzled. We're 10,000 meters from the city. Will they really come this far? Yifan simply nodded meaningfully. They will. Qingzi seemed to grasp something, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. Lord Yi, Qingzi asked, after we capture Jinqing and TB City, how long will we stay there? About half a year, Yifan replied. Until we connect the four cities and have the strategist organize the internal affairs. Qingzi pondered. Then you'll only have 6 months left to go to the capital. Is that enough time? I don't know. We'll have to see, Yifan replied calmly. When we return in about a year, Qingzi expressed some concern. Is it all right to leave Li Wushuang alone in Nanchuan? Yifan was confident. The Jingzha army and Qinpeng are also there. The Martial Division still has personnel. I've given her a communication talisman. She can contact me anytime if there's an issue she can't resolve. This is an opportunity for her. How far she goes depends on herself. Wu Jingtian muttered quietly. Lord Yi, she came to join you, and you're leaving her alone in Nange City. Isn't that a bit unfair? It's called entrusting her with a heavy responsibility, Yifan explained. Some people just need an opportunity. As for the sword manual, we can discuss that when she goes to the capital later. There's no rush. Eventually, Yifan and Qingzi parted ways, with Yifan and Wu Jingtian heading straight to the Thunder Ridge secret realm in Yunqing. Inside the secret realm, Li Pengzi, who was eating buns, recognized Yifan at a glance and jumped up excitedly, shouting, Strategist! Strategist! Yi! Lord Yi has returned. His shout alerted the entire secret realm. Wang Lingxi and Ma Xiaoxue poked their heads out, their faces beaming with joy. The strategist calmly approached from a distant hillside in a four-wheeled vehicle. Wu Jingtian marveled at the significant changes in the secret realm. We've been gone less than a year, and this place has changed so much. Yifan smiled. This place is home to the world's top 2 talents, after all. Seeing the excited Li Pengzi, Ma Xiaoxue, Wang Lingxi, and others rushing over, a warm smile spread across Yifan's face. Everyone, it's been a long time. I missed you so much, Tiangong, Li Pengzi exclaimed, charging ahead and almost tackling Yifan with his sturdy frame, wrapping him in a tight hug. The sudden display of affection left Yifan momentarily breathless. but a faint smile played on his lips. You have no idea how I've managed this past year. Li Pengzi's voice carried a hint of grievance. Yifan gently patted Li Pengzi's back. I might have some idea. His gaze shifted over Li Pengzi's shoulder, nodding slightly towards Wang Lingxi and Ma Xiaoxue. Looks like you're all close to reaching the gold level. Admiration sparkled in Ma Xiaoxue's eyes. It's all thanks to Tiangong's guidance back then. She couldn't help but ask, Tiangong, have you reached high gold level now? Yes, my progress is naturally a bit faster than yours, Yifan replied calmly, his eyes moving towards a slowly approaching four-wheeled vehicle. Swan Sansheng sat in the vehicle, leisurely fanning himself with the beast spirit fan Yifan had gifted him. A small purple cat perched on his shoulder. His face bore a gentle smile, exuding a unique scholarly aura. Yifan teased, our strategist still has that scholarly pride. Swan Sansheng responded unhurriedly, well, as a strategist, I must maintain some scholarly demeanor. His eyes reflected satisfaction. But Tiangong, after your trip to Nange City, you seem like a newly sharpened sword, exuding an extraordinary presence unlike before. Li Pengzi scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. People with culture sure know how to give compliments. Unlike me, I can only say that Tiangong looks even more handsome. Yifan chuckled. Li Yu, your compliments are quite good, trust yourself. True, better than Shen Peng. Li Pengzi suddenly recalled. That guy once said I had a big but good for bearing children. I'll remember that forever. Everyone laughed at that, and Yifan stepped forward, leading the group towards the fortress interior. Along the way, soldiers and researchers came out to catch a glimpse of Yifan. Familiar faces greeted him warmly, while newcomers looked on curiously, making the fortress unusually lively due to Yifan's return. Swan Sansheng observed this and remarked to Yifan, you see, in Yun City, your reputation far surpasses that of any high-ranking official with an empty title. Yifan smiled. That's certainly thanks to the strategist's efforts. The group soon arrived at the meeting room. Yifan naturally took the main seat, with Wu Jingtian standing to his left, and the others took their seats accordingly. Among the familiar faces, there were also new ones like Jingling, the commander of the Defiance Army, and Zhangda, the commander of the Heaven's Wrath Army. Yifan briefly explained the purpose of their mission attacking Bishan City. As soon as he finished, Li Pengzi eagerly volunteered to be the main commander. However, Ma Xiaoxue objected, citing Li Pengzi's lack of experience in leading troops. Their argument persisted until Jingling intervened. However, Jingling then proposed himself as the main commander. Seeing the situation about to escalate again, Yifan promptly intervened. Enough, it's just a commander position, nothing worth fighting over. The city lord of Bishan City is quite cowardly and might not even dare to fight us. Eventually, under Swan Sansheng's arrangement, Ma Xiaoxue was appointed as the main commander, with Li Pengzi as her deputy, leading 5,000 troops to press the city first. Yifan, Swan Sansheng, and Jingling commanded 10,000 troops in the Central Army, while Zhangda and the Heaven's Wrath Army's 5,000 troops managed logistics. Wang Lingxi summarized, so, we're sending out a total of 20,000 troops. Taking Bishan City shouldn't be a problem. Yifan responded thoughtfully, taking any city now isn't a problem for us. This is just a training exercise. There will be plenty of opportunities for everyone to hone their skills in the future. Li Pengzi asked excitedly, are we starting our campaign to conquer and establish our reign in Nanchuan? Yifan's expression turned serious. What kind of king is a king of Nanchuan? He looked around at everyone, his tone heavy. Achieving great deeds is fine, but don't forget your original intentions. Killing is not our goal. Cleansing Nanchuan and the human race is why we do all this. The room fell silent for a moment before everyone responded in agreement. Under Swan Sansheng's detailed planning, everyone dispersed to prepare. With only Yifan and Swan Sansheng left in the meeting hall, Swan Sansheng pondered, everyone is very eager to achieve great deeds. In the future, when we control all of Nanchuan, some people might change. Yifan responded calmly, change is fine, as long as it doesn't cause harm. No one is a saint. Seeking power and fame is nothing. His eyes grew cold, but if anyone betrays our vision, I won't be lenient. Swan Sansheng nodded in understanding, and then suggested that Yifan could recruit some descendants from noble families in the future to balance the influence of those from humble backgrounds. However, Yifan disagreed, believing that this could lead to similar issues currently faced by the human race. Swan Sansheng tried to persuade Yifan, emphasizing that this approach could ensure the longevity of their power. But Yifan remained firm, stating that he wasn't concerned with establishing a legacy for 1,000 years, only with achieving his current ideals. I understand that the strategist is thinking long-term, Yifan said finally, with a touch of sentiment in his voice. But to me, nothing is eternal. I'd rather achieve what I want now. The future's rise and fall are for the future to worry about. I only strive for this lifetime. Hearing those words, Swan Sansheng fell into a brief silence. Yifan's words had struck a chord deep within him, prompting a moment of introspection. He hadn't expected the strategist to possess such keen insight, effortlessly pinpointing the source of his inner conflict. Even Swan Sanching himself had to admit that his thoughts were somewhat self-serving. He smiled with a sense of relief, inwardly marveling at Yifan's wisdom. Without dwelling further on the issue, Yifan gently waved his hand and suggested, "Let's go. Since we're back, let's visit Chunchangshan. It's been a year, and he must have come up with many new and peculiar inventions." Swan Sancheng readily agreed and followed Yifan outside. The feather fan in his hand swayed lightly in the breeze, as if anticipating the surprises that lay ahead. While on their way, Yifan suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, where is Teacher Pan Zhao? Is he still in Yun City helping City Lord Wei Dong?" Swan Sancheng replied, "No, Pan Zhao is now the principal of a newly established school in Yun City. We initially wanted him to join the military. I recall he mentioned following Tiangong to seek revenge against the dynasty organization, so we kept a position for him. However, he declined, saying he wanted to cultivate passionate and righteous new blood in Yun City to bring about fundamental change." Hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly, silently admiring Teacher Pan Zhao's noble character. He reminisced about the times in Ping City, grateful for Pan Zhao's protection. Now that he had become a principal, the future of Yun City students seemed promising. Swan Sancheng added, "Perhaps Pan Zhao also perceived the complexity of the dynasty organization. At this point, it's hard to distinguish friend from foe, let alone know who to seek revenge against." His words carried a hint of lament. Yifan's eyes shone with determination as he said, "The truth will come to light eventually. I will fulfill the promises I've made. Be it national grievances or personal vendettas, I will dismantle the dynasty organization and unveil the players behind the scenes." Deeply moved, Swan Sancheng pledged earnestly, "Yes, I will do my utmost to assist you." Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and turned to Yifan, asking, "Tiangong, did you send Simba to Jin City because of a promise you made to him?" Yifan nodded, a profound look flashing in his eyes. He explained, "I rescued him from a night of despair, and he repaid me with unwavering loyalty and diligence. I granted him immense power, allowing him to return to Jin City and settle some of his unresolved issues." Swan Sancheng couldn't help but admire, "Tiangong, your skill in managing people always leaves me with valuable lessons." Soon, they arrived at the Secret Realms research facility. It remained the most prominent structure in the area, sprawling and heavily fortified. Electric fences surrounded the perimeter, aerial beasts patrolled the skies, and the entrance was heavily guarded. Inside the research facility, soldiers saluted Yifan respectfully. He acknowledged each of them with a nod, continuing forward without pause. Gunshots echoed occasionally, signaling shooting practice. Further ahead, various strange machines and beast research were underway, clearly distinguishing the research departments. Led by a guide, Yifan and Swan Sancheng reached Chun Changsheng's lab at the far end. Swan Sancheng chose to wait downstairs while Yifan went up to the third floor alone. In the spacious hall, Chen Changsheng was deeply engrossed at his long research table, seemingly in a state of deep concentration. Observing him quietly, Yifan noted that Chen Changsheng had gained some weight, feeling relieved that his decision to have someone ensure he ate regularly had paid off. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng muttered to himself, "Why can't the spatial compression function of the beast ring be further enhanced?" He frowned, turning his chair to think from a different angle. At that moment, he noticed Yifan at the door and stood up in surprise. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Changsheng excitedly shared his latest research breakthrough portal technology. Yifan, unable to hide his delight, patted Chen Changsheng on the shoulder and sincerely praised, "Chen Changsheng, you never cease to amaze me. You must live for many more decades." As they left the research facility, Yifan was all smiles. Swan Sancheng couldn't help but tease, "It's rare to see you this happy, Tiangong." Yifan smiled back, "There will be more moments like this." Just as they were about to leave, an elderly man with white hair hurried over. It was Uncle Da, who excitedly informed Yifan that the dragon bones had been successfully modified. Upon hearing this, Yifan immediately followed Uncle Da to the research department. On the top floor of the research department, several assistants brought in a set of pitch-black armor. The armor, adorned with fang-like bone claws and strange runes, exuded an extraordinary aura. As Yifan reached out to touch it, he instantly felt a powerful recoil. "Tiangong, how do you feel? Notice anything different?" Uncle Da's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if waiting for an artist to critique his masterpiece. Yifan carefully examined the armor before him, named Dragon Slayer. It exuded an intangible aura of power. The armor was entirely black, with a faint, eerie sheen that seemed to absorb all light. "We embedded nearly 500 alchemy runes into this armor," Uncle Da explained proudly. "While it harnesses the natural properties of dragon bones, we've also added many precious minerals." "Properties?" Yifan raised an eyebrow. Uncle Da smiled. "The wearer can activate the armor by channeling their own elemental power into it. In its normal state, it can defend against attacks below the eternal level. But once energized, its defense increases, and it can even rebound attacks to the assailant. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully. What's the highest level of defense this armor can achieve? We haven't found its upper limit yet, Uncle De replied. But considering the hardness of the dragon bones alone, it should be at least star level. Yi Fan ran his hand over the armor, feeling the power within. Does this armor have a name? Dragon Slayer, Uncle De answered. As the name suggests, it's forged to slay dragons. Yi Fan smiled faintly. I haven't slain any dragons, but the name is fitting. As he was about to put on the armor, he noticed a unique groove on the back. Uncle De explained. This groove is specifically designed for your black sword, so you can carry it conveniently. Yi Fan nodded in appreciation, thoughtful. He then began to don the Dragon Slayer armor piece by piece. In an instant, Yi Fan seemed to transform into a war god emerging from the depths of hell, the black armor gleaming ominously in the sunlight. San Sheng, observing from the side, exclaimed, this Dragon Slayer armor suits Tiangong perfectly, handsome yet exuding a fierce, iron-blooded aura. On the battlefield, it will surely become one of your trademarks. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. It's indeed impressive. Thank you, Uncle De, for putting so much effort into crafting this armor for me. Uncle De waved his hand with a smile. At the Armory Research Institute, our job is to study and create armor and weapons. Moreover, designing armor for Tiangong is a matter of pride for us, so we had to give it our all. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fan suddenly took out an item and placed it in the hall. Uncle De's eyes widened in shock. Another half of a dragon bone? Yi Fan smiled calmly. Since I acquired the dragon bones, naturally I have more. I'm taking the armor, but you can use the remaining half for further research. Oh, and make sure to share some with Chen Changsheng. Don't keep it all to yourselves. With that, Yi Fan turned and left, leaving Uncle De and San Sheng in stunned silence. Meanwhile, dark clouds gathered over Jincheng, foreboding an imminent storm. A thunderous shout echoed. By order of Governor Nanchuan, the military department is deploying troops to eradicate the dynasty's rebels. All unrelated persons must evacuate immediately. Those who resist will be executed without mercy. Qingzi soared into the sky on his Tianmu sparrow, darkening the entire sky. The city's residents, panicked, hurried back to their homes and shut their doors. Boom! The sound of gunfire filled the air, and Jincheng's gates fell before Simba's army like paper, swiftly breached. Simba's cavalry, like a pack of ravenous tigers, stormed into the city, slaughtering indiscriminately. The officials who once held power now fled like frightened dogs. Wielding dual axes, Simba left a trail of blood wherever he went. From above, Qingzi frowned at the scene. Simba, refrain from unnecessary slaughter. Simba replied coldly, I've seen these people before. None of them are innocent. Tiangong said to kill anyone who stands in our way. Qingzi had no retort and continued to stay vigilant for any powerful enemies. Soon, Simba led his cavalry to the city lord's mansion. Despite their numbers, the guards retreated in fear from these bloodthirsty warriors. Qingzi shouted, City Lord Song, the governor's order for a purge is here. Come out and accept the investigation. You have 10 seconds. After that, the iron hooves will trample this mansion. The mansion's gate slowly opened, and the rotund City Lord Song Yumbwa and his wife emerged, trembling. Jincheng City Lord Song Yumbwa surrenders for investigation, he stammered. Qingzi sneered. Finally willing to come out? Just you two in this large mansion? Song Yumbwa hastily called out. There are more. You fools, come out and beg for mercy. Song Shaokai, holding a woman's hand, hurriedly ran out, only to trip over the threshold, dragging the woman down with him. Mercy, my lord, mercy. Song Shaokai pleaded repeatedly. But when he looked up and saw the cavalry leader, he froze in shock. The woman beside him also noticed the imposing general and began to tremble. Simba, is that you? The hurried voice fell, and Qingzi's brows furrowed slightly. Her gaze locked onto Lin Na, scrutinizing the woman who had once made Simba give everything he had. However, after a few glances, Qingzi lost interest and shook her head lightly. Lin Na exuded an air of vulgarity, her face caked with garish makeup, lacking any special qualities. How could such a woman captivate Simba? Qingzi looked over at Simba in confusion. At this moment, Simba, usually fierce, seemed stunned. He stared at Lin Na for a long time before asking in a low voice, Are you really Lin Na? The question left Lin Na momentarily stunned. She was about to nod but hesitated as she glanced at the long necklace around her neck and the bracelets on her wrists. Beside her, Song Shaokai urgently urged, Quick, say yes. He kowtowed repeatedly, pleading, Lord Simba, she is Lin Na, the same Lin Na from the tavern back then. Before he could finish his sentence, Simba's heavy axe swung through the air, striking Song Shaokai and sending him flying. The axe pierced through his chest, and he died instantly without a sound. The bloody scene sent chills down everyone's spines. Lin Na trembled, looking at Simba, who was silently waiting for her answer. She struggled to speak, her voice dry. "If I say I am, will you spare me?" Simba was silent for a moment, then slowly dismounted and walked towards Lin Na. The city guards gripped their weapons nervously but dared not approach, instead retreating as Simba advanced. The city lord and his wife also trembled, fearful yet hoping that past sentiments might make this fierce tiger show mercy. Lin Na tried to suppress her fear, forcing a stiff smile and raising her head with effort. However, Simba walked past her and approached Song Xiaotsai's corpse. He stepped on the body, pulling the axe embedded in the bones with a grating sound. Simba then turned to face Lin Na, his heavy axe dripping with blood. He stared coldly at her delicate face, his voice as hard as iron. "You are not Lin Na. Lin Na is already dead." With the city lord captured, the bloody purge gradually came to an end. As a former member of the previous dynasty's organization, Simba was well acquainted with Jin City. Those who had lost themselves to the lure of money and power were mostly weak, easily broken under interrogation, revealing their networks. This made the purge much more efficient for Qingzi and her team, with few resisting. Even 2-star-level experts chose to surrender. The panic among the populace quickly subsided. The banner of Tiangong was raised in the city. Heavy troops moved into the city lord's mansion, and the surrendered soldiers were swiftly incorporated. Jin City had changed hands and taken on a new appearance. As night fell and the moon hung high, Qingzi walked out of the city lord's mansion, exhausted from a day of dealing with complex affairs. She saw Simba sitting alone by a pile of stones, looking dejected, with a rare wine jar by his side. Qingzi approached and sat down, simply asking, "What's wrong, Simba?" Simba just shook his head, remaining silent. Qingzi spoke softly, "You're repressing yourself too much. Talk to me. Tiangong asked me to keep an eye on your emotions." Perhaps because she mentioned Yifan, Simba didn't stubbornly refuse this time. He spoke in a dull tone. "Lin Na is dead," Qingzi replied. "But it wasn't you who killed her. It was one of your subordinates. You don't need to feel guilty." Simba shook his head, his eyes stubborn. "That's not what I meant. I mean, the Lin Na I imagined is dead." Qingzi was taken aback, and Simba continued. "She used to be really wonderful. In that tavern, among those dancers, she was like a pure flower." Qingzi reminded him, "She wasn't pure. Didn't she betray you that night?" Simba lowered his head. "I thought she had her reasons. Today I realized she just loved money, feared death, and craved vanity." What she said back then was all true. Qingzi suddenly understood and sighed. It's understandable. Not everyone has grand dreams. Most people muddle through life, trapped by money and power. Simba nodded. Tiangong said the same. He told me I loved Lin Na because I imagined too many virtues in her. The reality might be very different. It's not that I think she shouldn't be like this. It's just that after confirming the truth, you're quite disappointed, right? Qingzi patted Simba's shoulder. "There will be others in the future. You might meet someone who matches your imagination perfectly." Simba stood up, gripping his axes, his eyes turning cold again. "I won't love another girl. There will never be another Lin Na. Nor will there be a girl I love as much as I did. This is just a moment of mourning. Tiangong has given me new goals and a new life. I will continue to strive and not betray his trust. I'm going on patrol." With that, Simba's imposing figure disappeared into the night, his back once again becoming firm and resolute. Qingzi looked up at the starry night sky and sighed softly. Flowers that bloom in the mud always seem special, but flowers always wither, and their petals fall into the mud, eventually becoming part of it. "Master Tian, we've received word from Qingzi's side that they've taken Jinqing," Wu Jingtian said excitedly, holding a communicator close to Yifan as they traveled. Yifan, riding his fiery steed Qiyin, merely nodded slightly at the news, his expression calm. Faster than I expected," he remarked, his reaction surprising Wu Jingtian. After a moment of hesitation, Wu couldn't help but ask, "Master Tian, weren't you worried that Xinba might go soft because of that woman?" "Which woman?" Yifan replied with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "The one from the tavern, Lina, or the young lord's concubine?" Wu Jingtian was taken aback, then suddenly understood. He quickly bowed and said, "Master Tian, your insight is remarkable." Wu Jingtian is enlightened. Yifan responded calmly, "If I sent him, I'm not worried about him going soft." With that, he tightened his grip on the reins, his gaze fixed on the faint outline of a city on the horizon. "Ma Xiaoshua's vanguard is almost here. We need to pick up the pace," Yifan urged, prompting Qiyin to speed up. Sanshang's four-wheeled chariot followed closely, the two traveling side by side. In the team, Li Patzi looked at Wu Jingtian and couldn't help but comment, "Senior, don't you think Master Tian is really starting to show that aura now?" "What aura?" Wu Jingtian asked, puzzled. Li Patzi scratched his head. then suddenly slapped his thigh in excitement. The aura of a king. Yes, that's it. The aura of a king. Wu Jingtian thoughtfully glanced at Yifan, clad in his Dragon Slayer armor, and nodded. Indeed. But how did you notice? Li Patzi launched into an enthusiastic analysis, and Wu Jingtian couldn't help but smile. Half-jokingly, he asked, "So, you've already started dreaming about being a founding hero when Master Tian becomes king?" Of course, Li Patzi nodded eagerly. Wu Jingtian's tone turned serious. "Then you need to work hard. Master Tian is strong, but conquering the world requires capable generals who can stand alone." Li Patzi muttered under his breath, "I want to stand alone too, but the strategist always has me doing odd jobs." Wu Jingtian explained, "The strategist is sharpening you. Master Tian has high hopes for you, but your temperament still needs to mature." Li Patzi suddenly understood, then innocently said, "Thank you for the advice, senior. I used to think you were as clueless as I am." Wu Jingtian's face darkened. "I was seeking guidance, do you understand?" "You only started seeking guidance in your 50s? Li Patzi naively asked. "Luckily, I'm still young. If I start now, I might be done learning by my 50s. That comment thoroughly annoyed Wu Jingtian. Watching Li Patzi's retreating figure, he couldn't help but curse, that little brat. Meanwhile, at the gates of Bishan City, Ma Xiaoxue led the vanguard to the entrance. The guards atop the gate were well prepared and showed no signs of panic. "Where is the city lord of Bishan?" Ma Xiaoxue shouted loudly. The city defense commander, Guojin, stepped forward. With his thick eyebrows and large eyes, he had the demeanor of a great general. "The city lord is handling official business. I am Guojin, the city defense commander. Who are you, and why have you brought troops to our Bishan city?" Ma Xiaoxue exuded confidence. "I am the Sharp Blade General under the command of Master Tian, the Minister of the Martial Department of Nanchuan. The governor has ordered an inspection of all cities to prevent treasonous activities, and has tasked Master Tian with leading the Martial Department to conduct the inspections." Guo Jin's heart skipped a beat, and his wariness grew. "Do you have the governor's token?" Ma Xiaoxue produced the token. Guo Jin couldn't see it clearly and asked again, "Why are you here and not Master Tian?" "Master Tian will arrive shortly," Ma Xiaoxue replied. Guo Jin picked up his binoculars and saw the distant army formations, clearly preparing for an assault. He quickly said, "Wait here. I will inform the city lord." Soon after, the city lord Feng Xing arrived. This thin man in his 40s, with dark circles under his eyes and holding a gilded pipe, looked more like a landlord than a city lord. "Who are these people, and what do they want?" Feng Xing asked nervously. Guo Jin whispered the situation to him and suggested, "We can't let them into the city easily. Master Tian is not to be trifled with. We should only allow 1 or 2,000 of them in for the inspection." Feng Xing nodded in agreement and asked, "What if he doesn't agree?" Guo Jin replied gravely, "Then they are not here for an inspection. City Lord, we must not let Bishan City fall into the hands of traitors." Upon hearing Guo Jin's words, Feng Xing nodded in response, but his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the slowly approaching army in the distance. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple visibly moving. Guo Jin spoke steadily, "General Jiandao, the city lord wishes to discuss the inspection personally with Tiangong." Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue frowned slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced back at the nearing central army and finally nodded. Soon, Yifan led an imposing force of over 10,000 soldiers, a sight that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Ma Xiaoxue approached Yifan and gave a brief report. "Tiangong, the city lord wants to speak with you." Yifan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the city wall. Upon spotting Guo Jin, he nodded slightly. "All right." He rode to the front of the formation and called out loudly, "Tiangong is here. If the city lord has matters to discuss, come quickly." On the city wall, Feng Xing watched the Tiangong clad in Dragon Slayer armor, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. He turned to Guo Jin, his voice slightly tense. "Guo Jin, come with me." Guo Jin's expression was resigned, but he nodded in agreement. The city gates opened, and Feng Xing, accompanied by Guo Jin, approached Yifan. Trying to maintain his composure, Feng Xing spoke politely. "Feng Xing, city lord of Bishan City, greets Tiangong." Guo Jian also cupped his hands. "Guo Jin, commander of Bishan City's garrison, greets Tiangong." Yifan returned the salute. No need for formalities. The city lord mentioned having matters to discuss. "What is it?" Feng Xing was momentarily at a loss for words, prompting Guo Jin to step in. "Tiangong, the inspection is mandated by the governor, and we fully support it. However, Bishan City is small, and bringing such a large force into the city might cause panic among the citizens. We hope Tiangong could consider bringing fewer people." Yifan raised an eyebrow. "Fewer people? I'd like to, but a thorough citywide inspection requires sufficient manpower." Guo Jin suggested. "Bishan City has 8,000 garrison troops that could assist with the inspection." Yifan shook his head. his gaze sharp as he looked at Guojin. 8,000 is not enough. Moreover, how can you guarantee there are no remnants of the former regime among them? Guojin was speechless, and Feng Xing, with a strained voice, said, Tiangong, Guojin is strict in his command. There shouldn't be any rebels among the garrison. Yifan's tone was indifferent yet firm. You say shouldn't, but I need absolutely. City Lord Feng, if any rebels hinder or conceal the inspection, how will you take responsibility? Feng Xing was rendered speechless, his face pale. Guojin stepped forward, meeting Yifan's gaze directly. Tiangong, if I can guarantee there are no rebels in the garrison, will you agree not to bring the army into Bishan City? Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile. If you can guarantee it, I will agree. After all, the purpose is merely the inspection. Guojin responded decisively. I can guarantee it. Yifan narrowed his eyes, guaranteeing it isn't just words. If there are rebels in the garrison, how will you bear the consequences? Guojin cupped his hands. If I fail in my duty, I will accept any punishment from Tiangong. Yifan immediately agreed. All right. I will not bring the army, only a few officers. Wu Jingtian, come with me. With that, he pulled the reins, and his horse, Red Flame Gale, neighed and trotted into the city. Despite their hesitation, Guojin and Feng Xing did not stop him. Wu Jingtian followed. Wali Pongzi, looking puzzled, asked, Senior, what's going on? Tiangong went in alone? What should we do? Wu Jingtian replied calmly, wait. Guojin has fallen into Tiangong's trap. Just wait. Li Pongzi was even more confused. A trap? Did Tiangong set a trap for Guojin just now? Wu Jingtian shook his head in exasperation. Your brain is full of mush. How can you be dumber than me, a warrior? With that, he hurried to catch up with Yifan. Li Pongzi scratched his head and turned to the strategist. Swan Sancheng, strategist, do you know what's going on? Swan Sancheng smiled and shook his feather fan. Of course. Just wait and see. For now, help General Zhangde with the supplies. We've been marching for days, we can rest today. Inside Bishan City, the streets were bustling and clean, with lush greenery. Guojin asked Yifan where to start the inspection, and Yifan replied casually, let's start with the garrison. He turned to Wu Jingtian, Senior Jingtian, accompany Guojin for the inspection. Remember, be impartial, work for the governor, and don't wrong the innocent or let the guilty go. Wu Jingtian nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. Yifan then asked Guojin, can the inspection start today? Guojin replied, we can start now. Yifan instructed, then, Senior Jingtian, follow Commander Guo for the inspection. He turned to Feng Xing, City Lord Feng, if you're free today, could you show me around the city? Without waiting for a response, he walked forward. Feng Xing, feeling awkward, remarked to Wu Jingtian, Tiangong is truly spirited. Wu Jingtian smirked. After all, he's a 16-year-old minister of martial affairs. If I were in his position at 16, I'd be even more arrogant. Feng Xing agreed and hurried to catch up with Yifan. Guojin watched them leave, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Wu Jingtian remarked to Guojin, Commander Guo, Tiangong is an extraordinary person with an extraordinary spirit. In times of chaos, someone like him is perhaps more suited to rule. Guojin responded, the human race is not in ruins. Where is the chaos? With that, he led the way. Wu Jingtian watched Guojin's back, a smile playing on his lips. Guojin seemed like a decent person, quite upright, and perhaps the garrison was well managed. Unfortunately, his confidence led him into Yifan's trap. Once the inspection starts, any pretext can be used to find fault. Those who operate outside the rules can easily manipulate those who are bound by them. The Colosseum, after circling the city for a while, Yifan and Feng Xing arrived at this place reeking of blood and money. Yifan stood like a statue on the high platform, his gaze coldly sweeping over the brutal fights below, his teacup steady in his hand. Beside him, Feng Xing wore a sycophantic smile, eager to please this high-ranking official. Sir, I have the list of top fighters from Bishan City here. Take a look and see if anyone catches your interest, and I'll arrange a match, Feng Xing said obsequiously, his voice ingratiating. No rush, Yifan replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. In the vast human lands, among the masses, martial artists and beast tamers were like drops in the ocean. These extraordinary practitioners were destined to stand apart from ordinary folk. Yet, even these lofty individuals couldn't escape the mundane needs of daily life. Food, clothing, and the exorbitant costs of cultivation all underscored the importance of money. The Colosseum emerged in this context. Though it seemed somewhat degrading, making money was just a part of the deal for these practitioners. Yifan couldn't help but recall the days when he fought in the dueling arenas of Pingxing for prize money, back when they were just greenhorns. Suddenly, Yifan's eyes flashed sharply, scanning the arena as if searching for something special. He quickly locked onto a burly man among the fighters' seats. This man stood out with his muscular build, a prominent horn on his forehead, and hair like a lion's mane, exuding an imposing presence. Him, Yifan said, pointing. The second one from the left. Following Yifan's gaze, Fengxing couldn't help but praise. Great choice, sir. That's the Colosseum's ace fighter, known as Furious Lion. It's said he possesses some ancient bloodline, making him incredibly powerful. In the gold rank, he's nearly invincible, undefeated among both beast tamers and other martial artists of his level. Yifan merely nodded slightly, then stretched his neck and suddenly said, "Arrange a match for me with him." The words struck Fengxing like a bolt of lightning. "You want to fight him?" Fengxing exclaimed. "But he's a gold 9-star. I'm also gold rank. I can handle it," Yifan replied with a calm smile, rising to head down from the stands, leaving a stunned Fengxing behind. Backstage was a scene of chaos. The manager, upon hearing that Yifan wanted to fight Furious Lion, was filled with dread. "We can't allow this. Sir is unpredictable and is currently conducting inspections. If he gets injured or loses face, our family will be in trouble." The manager shook his head vigorously. "No, no, no. The family entrusted me with managing the Colosseum, and I can't bring disaster upon them." Fengxing, helpless, tried to coax him. "Just arrange the match and have Furious Lion throw the fight." The manager hesitated but ultimately conceded under Fengxing's persuasion. Meanwhile, in the fighter's lounge, Furious Lion sat alone, looking despondent. A familiar fighter approached him, concerned. "Furious Lion, you haven't fought in 3 days?" Furious Lion merely grunted, not bothering to reply. The other fighter, undeterred, sat beside him and began to advise, "You should sign a contract with the Colosseum. At least then you'd have a guaranteed number of matches each month. Sure, you'd lose some freedom, but you'd earn more. Look at you now, making millions per match, but the matches aren't regular. Some months you barely fight." Furious Lion shook his head firmly. "I need my freedom. If I sign with the Colosseum, I'll be stuck here every month. I need to take my sister to the capital for medical treatment soon." As they talked, the manager entered, his gaze fixed on Furious Lion. "Furious Lion, you're up next." Furious Lion's eyes lit up, and he stood quickly. "I'm ready to fight." The manager, however, held him back with a knowing smile. "Not so fast. This match is special. Your opponent is the Minister of the Southern Martial Department." "The Minister?" Furious Lion asked, puzzled. "Is he strong?" The manager smiled mysteriously. "Strong or not, his status is certainly impressive. He specifically requested you. This time, you need to ensure he enjoys the match." Furious Lion's brow furrowed, his voice turning cold. "What do you mean?" The manager continued nonchalantly. "Isn't it obvious? Just put on a good show and let him win." "I don't throw fights," Furious Lion said firmly. "I'm not one of your contracted fighters. Why should I listen to you?" Prepared for this, the manager pulled out a card and coaxed. "There's a benefit in it for you. You need money for your sister's treatment, right? How many fights do you get in a month? Have you earned enough?" Furious Lion remained silent for a long time before asking, "How much is on the card?" A gleam of satisfaction appeared in the manager's eyes. "Plenty to cover many fights. 5 million. That should be enough, right? 5 million? Upon hearing the number, Nusher felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, his pupils dilating rapidly. This was no small sum. In the arena, winning a match earned him maybe 100 or 200,000. Some months, he couldn't even manage 10 matches. 5 million was roughly 3 months' earnings for him. This money came at the perfect time, like a ray of light piercing through his gloomy life. Without hesitation, Nusher grabbed the card and strode purposefully towards the arena. The manager watched him leave with a mocking smile on his lips. "What good is being strong?" the manager muttered to himself. "In this day and age, brute strength alone won't get you anywhere. Without brains or connections, you're just earning the scraps left by others' hard work." He then turned his gaze to the other fighters, deliberately coughing twice. The action immediately drew their attention. When they saw the manager rubbing his fingers together, their faces darkened. It was the signal to pay their monthly fees. The fighters had no choice but to plaster on smiles and obediently hand over their cards. The burly man who had been talking to Nusher was among them, gritting his teeth in helpless frustration. "Manager, erase my 200,000. 300,000 from me. Please look after me this month. I didn't earn much, just 100,000. Please be lenient, manager." The manager collected the fees without even lifting an eyelid, stuffing the cards into his pocket before nonchalantly waving them away. Meanwhile, in the arena, Yifan waited patiently for his opponent. The stands filled with spectators like a tidal wave, clearly drawn by the news that the Minister of Martial Affairs would be participating personally. Among the crowd, Fengxing looked anxious. Unlike Guojin, he wasn't as tough and was only thinking about how to curry favor with this important figure to protect Ironwall City. Before long, the manager approached Fengxing and whispered, "It's all set." Nusher took the money. Fengxing breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Nusher strode into the arena. The announcer's voice rang out, and all eyes focused on the two figures in the ring. Master Yi. Nu Shi greeted Yifan politely with a cupped fist salute. Yifan nodded. Good. I want to fight you. If you win, you come with me. Nu Shi was taken aback. What do you mean? I want to recruit you. Nothing more, Yifan said bluntly. I'm planning a campaign in South Chuan and need capable hands. Nu Shi was shocked. Master Yi. What do you mean by this? Yifan didn't explain further, only saying, it's a long story. Just come with me for now. Nu Shi was about to refuse when Yifan dropped a bombshell. Help me, and it'll cure your sister. Nu Shi was astonished. How do you know about my sister? Do you know me? Yifan nodded solemnly. Yes, I've investigated you. Your bloodline comes from an ancient beast, the Zhan, a one-horned creature. Your bloodline has reached a bottleneck, which is why you've been stuck at the gold level for years. I have a way to help you break through and cure your sister. Nu Shi hesitated, and Yifan continued. Isn't this offer tempting enough? It is, Nu Shi replied. But how can I trust you? I've tried everything for my sister's illness and my bloodline problem, and nothing has worked for 10 years. Yifan interrupted. That's why we'll duel. If I defeat you within 10 moves, will that convince you? Nu Shi's interest was piqued. What if I win? Then he'll trust you, Nu Shi said through gritted teeth. Yifan nodded. All right, talking to a warrior is always straightforward. Before he finished speaking, Yifan had already drawn his black sword. Sword draw. Boom. The sword strike tore through the air with a thunderous sound. Nu Shi's hair stood on end as he instinctively raised his fists to meet the attack. Boom. The immense force drove Nu Shi into the ground. 9 consecutive strikes forced Nu Shi to retreat step by step, but he also grew more relaxed. This kind of attack can't hurt me, Nu Shi thought to himself. However, when the 10th strike came, Nu Shi suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Sword technique, absolute silence. Energy coalesced on Yifan's black sword, forming a mountain that crashed down towards Nu Shi. Nu Shi's pupils contracted, his mind consumed by a single thought. He's lifting a mountain to attack me? Boom. A deafening explosion erupted in the Colosseum, shaking the entire arena. Dust rose into the air, enveloping the battlefield. The audience collectively held their breath, stunned by the earth-shattering strike. The looming shadow of the massive sword cast an unparalleled sense of oppression. As the dust gradually settled, Yifan emerged from the smoke, carrying a black sword. The ground of the Colosseum looked as if it had been struck by a meteor, with a massive crater at its center. At the bottom of the pit lay the unconscious body of Furious Lion, felled by the powerful blow. In the stands, the head enforcer and Feng Xing exchanged bewildered glances, clearly not expecting such an outcome. The head enforcer belatedly felt a pang of distress. Half the arena's wrecked. How much is this going to cost us? Feng Xing asked, worried. What about Furious Lion? Is he dead? If he's dead, he's dead. An insane fighter isn't worth much, the head enforcer replied nonchalantly, but quickly greeted the approaching Yifan with enthusiasm. As expected of the Minister of Martial Affairs, such strength is truly otherworldly. Yifan merely glanced at him before turning to Feng Xing. City Lord Feng, get a couple of people to take Furious Lion to the hospital. Have him come see me when he wakes up. Understood. Feng Xing nodded repeatedly. I'm a bit tired. I'll rest for now, Yifan said, stretching his arms before leaving. Feng Xing hurried after him. I'll arrange accommodations for you right away. As night fell, Yifan rested in the courtyard. Gifts from various families and individuals were already piled near the door. 2 years had flown by, and Yifan now wielded immense power. As the Minister of Martial Affairs, he commanded the most elite army, making him both feared and sought after in Nanchuan. Tiangong. I'm back, Wu Jingtian announced as he entered. What did you find out? Yifan asked. Nothing significant. The city guard is disciplined, and any problematic elements have already been weeded out, Wu Jingtian replied with admiration. Guo Jin is indeed an excellent commander. Yifan nodded, silent for a moment before saying, you can arrest him tomorrow morning. Arrest him directly? Wu Jingtian was taken aback. We don't have any evidence. No need for evidence. Just go through the motions, Yifan waved dismissively. Various factions in the city are trying to curry favor with me, and Feng Xing is quite fearful of me. Only Guo Jin dares to resist. Once we arrest Guo Jin, I'll hold Feng Xing accountable. Wu Jingtian nodded in understanding and then asked, Tiangong, if Feng Xing is so weak, why is Iron Wall City managed so well? In contrast, Weidong is upright, but Cloud City is a mess. It seems odd. Things aren't always as they appear, Yifan explained. Feng Xing may be weak, but he has capable people like Guo Jin and good relations with the aristocracy. His weakness is tempered by his shrewdness. So, after we take Iron Wall City, will we still use Feng Xing? We don't have the authority to replace city lords. Killing him would cause public panic and trouble with the higher-ups, Yifan replied. He remains the city lord, but the real control must be in our hands. We'll do the same in every city. What if they report to the higher-ups or play tricks? We can use house arrest or other measures, Yifan said calmly. We're not exactly saints. We'll deal with problems as they arise. Wu Jingtian understood and excused himself to prepare for the next day's action. As he opened the door, he was startled by a large one-horned man standing outside. Who's this demon, daring to scare people here? He shouted. That's Furious Lion, the guy I recruited today, Yifan explained promptly. Wu Jingtian relaxed and asked, why didn't you knock? Just standing there? I was about to knock when you opened the door. Furious Lion explained, still a bit shaken. Feeling slightly awkward, Wu Jingtian stepped aside to let Furious Lion in. Yifan motioned for him to sit and asked, do you believe in me now? I do, Furious Lion said with a hearty laugh. I spent the whole afternoon in the hospital just to recover. Yifan informed him of the plan to take Bijiang City the next day. Though surprised, Furious Lion agreed to cooperate fully. He then cautiously inquired about his sister's treatment. Yifan promised to help but needed to see the patient first. Furious Lion eagerly suggested they go right away. Noting his urgency, Yifan smiled slightly. You really know how to push my buttons. My sister means a lot to me. Furious Lion said sheepishly, scratching his head. Yifan didn't say more and agreed to go. Furious Lion, overjoyed, quickly led the way. Yifan noticed his limping gait, indicating he was still injured but had rushed over anyway. This guy still loves his sister dearly, Yifan thought to himself. But that's good. Having someone to care about always brings unexpected strength. The moonlight, like water, spilled onto the avenue. Yifan followed closely behind the Furious Lion and soon arrived at the latter's residence. As a top enforcer, Furious Lion's home was a small courtyard, far better than an average household. Standing at the courtyard gate, Furious Lion turned to Yifan and whispered, Tiangong, my sister Luo Ronger might seem a bit strange. Please don't be frightened when we go inside. Yifan nodded impassively. Just open the door. Taking a deep breath, Furious Lion pushed open the courtyard gate. Under the moonlight, a young woman in a green dress stood quietly in the courtyard. Her small, delicate face was adorable, but her eyes were lifeless, like a finely crafted porcelain doll. Ronger, I'm back, Furious Lion waved with a smile. You're back? Luo Ronger responded. A strange smile appearing on her face, contrasting sharply with her pale skin. Furious Lion introduced, I've brought a very important person today to help you. Go fetch some tea. Another doctor? Luo Ronger said softly. All right. She turned and walked into the courtyard, her movements unusually awkward. Her arms bent unnaturally, and her steps were light, almost as if she were floating. The scene looked particularly eerie under the cold moonlight. Yifan frowned as he watched Luo Ronger's retreating figure. Noticing this, Furious Lion asked quietly, Tiangong, are you all right? I'm fine, it's just odd, Yifan replied, his gaze fixed on Ronger. How long has she been like this? Many years. She has been like this since she was a teenager, Furious Lion explained. My sister shouldn't be insane. She can speak normally, but her body movements are uncoordinated. She's not insane, which is why I find it strange, Yifan said. Was she like this from the beginning? Furious Lion recalled. It wasn't this bad at first. I remember her mouth twitched suddenly, and we thought it was facial paralysis. After seeking medical treatment, it only got worse, so we stopped all treatments. Not using the correct medicine will naturally make it worse, Yifan said, signaling them to sit down. Luo Ronger returned with the tea, her movements still awkward, but she poured the tea steadily. After serving the tea, she walked back into the courtyard and stood like a statue. Just as Furious Lion was about to speak, Yifan motioned for him to stay quiet. After a long silence, Furious Lion couldn't help but ask, Tiangong, did you find anything? Yifan nodded. I have a rough idea, but I need to confirm it. How do you plan to do that? First, take off her clothes. What? Furious Lion was shocked. But she's a girl. I'm a healer. In my eyes, there's no difference between male and female, Yifan said calmly. She's your sister. You need to restrain her. Seeing Furious Lion still hesitating, Yifan added, start with her back. If confirmed, we won't need to continue. The problem might be more serious than you think. If you want to save her, do as I say. Gritting his teeth, Furious Lion nodded and approached Luo Ronger. Yifan followed closely. As soon as Luo Ronger turned her head, Furious Lion pinned her to the ground. Brother, what are you doing? Luo Ronger cried out, her voice unusually emotional, but her struggling movements were still twisted, like a giant centipede. While holding his sister down, Furious Lion tore open the back of her dress, revealing her fair skin. Luo Ronger struggled violently, her strength immense, almost breaking free. Tiangong, can you see anything? Furious Lion asked urgently. Yifan quickly squatted down, placing his palm on Luo Ronger's back. His eyes gleamed as he activated his sacred power, sending vast amounts of energy into her body like a web. Luo Ronger's struggle intensified, emitting a low, insect-like hiss. Her veins bulged, and her muscles swelled, increasing her strength even more. Tiangong, something inside her seems to be exerting force. Furious Lion exclaimed. I know. Yifan inhaled deeply, his palm glowing brightly. He began chanting an obscure incantation, more complex than the one he used to break the soul-devouring dragon curse. As the chant echoed, a swastika symbol formed in Yifan's palm. Luo Ronger's body swelled like a balloon, her blood vessels protruding sharply. A silver pattern emerged on her shoulder, resembling a coiled giant centipede. As expected, such a despicable method. Yifan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He sharply lifted Luo Ronger's swollen neck, and the swastika symbol in his palm struck her back heavily. Evil creature, reveal your true form. Golden light exploded, and Luo Ronger opened her mouth wide as if vomiting blood. A centipede-like creature shot out from her mouth, coiling in front of Yifan. Though not thick, it was incredibly long, coiling nearly 100 times, standing over a meter tall. Simultaneously, Luo Ronger's body returned to normal, and she fainted with a soft groan. What is that? Furious Lion stared at the centipede, its countless legs moving, his eyes filled with fear. Soul-devouring centipede, Yifan said coldly. It's a favorite of practitioners of Gu magic, capable of hiding in blood and devouring the soul. It thrives under the full moon, mimicking the actions of its host to conceal itself. Your sister's mind has likely been controlled by this creature for years. The one you've been living with and talking to all this time was this centipede. Furious Lion stood frozen in shock. In the night, the centipede's countless legs moved restlessly, producing a chilling, rustling sound, as if gripping one's heart tightly. The sound echoed through the night, bringing a chilling sense of horror. Nushir looked down at Luo Ronger in his arms, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. The sister he had spent every day with had long been controlled by a venomous parasite. This fact was unbearable for him. I'm going to kill you, Nushir finally roared, raising his fist as if to strike the soul-devouring centipede. However, ordinary attacks were ineffective against such a malevolent creature. Yifan placed a hand on Nushir's arm and slowly drew his black sword. He began to chant an incantation, and golden light gradually enveloped the blade. Yifan raised his weapon, striking the centipede with the force of a thunderbolt. Though the centipede appeared menacing, it was actually quite fragile. Its combat strength was only at a silver level, and it couldn't withstand more than 2 strikes from Yifan before being sliced into several pieces. However, the soul-devouring centipede was not dead yet. Its severed body parts began to wriggle violently, limbs flailing and emitting a raspy sound. Brother, save me. The voice made Nushir's face turn pale. He realized that the one who usually called him brother was actually this terrifying centipede. Brother, save me, I'm Ronger. The voice continued, accompanied by the sound of limbs scraping. Nushir felt his scalp tingle and quickly said to Yifan, Tiangong, please kill it quickly. No rush, Yifan replied, swinging his sword a few more times. This centipede has parasitized your sister for many years and has absorbed a lot of life force. Your sister's condition is likely not very good. Most of her vitality is in this centipede. To quickly recover, we need to use it as medicine. The thought of using the centipede as medicine made Nushir feel nauseous, but he could only nod in agreement. Yifan continued to slash at the centipede, eventually reducing it to hundreds of pieces. Only when its head stopped making noise did the centipede's body cease its struggle and turn pitch black. Yifan sheathed his black sword and let out a long breath, turning to Nushir. At this moment, Nushir was holding his sister tightly, staring blankly at the centipede's corpse, clearly in shock. Yifan walked over to Nushir and placed a hand on Luo Ronger's forehead. After a moment, he shook his head and said, her vitality is severely depleted. She'll likely remain unconscious for about 10 more days. As long as she's healed, Nushir replied, then asked, why was my sister parasitized by such a creature? Yifan explained, someone used a venomous parasite. Venomous insect masters are a type of beast master who specialize in contracting with these evil creatures to perform malicious acts. Nushir asked angrily, why would a beast master do such a thing? Yifan shook his head. Not all beast masters are the same. The original purpose of venomous insect masters was to use their creatures for diagnosing illnesses. Evil people, regardless of their identity, can commit heinous acts. Nushir understood but was still agitated. Yifan patted his shoulder and asked, were you originally from Nanchuan? Nushir replied that they had always lived in Bishan City and rarely traveled far, only seeking medical help when his sister fell ill. Yifan frowned and thought, it's strange for a venomous insect master to appear in Nanchuan. They mostly operate in the 3 western provinces. Noticing Nushir's horn, he asked, when did your bloodline traits first appear? Nusher answered that it was around the age of 16. He had been rejected by a school due to his latent beast mastery talent, and after a fever, he discovered the horn. Few people knew about this at the time. Yi Fan pondered. Which hospital was that? Do you remember the doctor's name? Nusher recalled. The doctor's name was Hu Bijia, the most renowned physician at the city's rehabilitation center. My sister and I saw him many times. Suddenly realizing something, he asked in shock, Tian Gong, are you suggesting that Doctor Hu might have been the one who parasitized my sister? Yi Fan didn't answer directly, saying only that they would interrogate him after the situation in Bishan City calmed down. He then asked, does anyone else know that Luo Ronger is not your biological sister? Nusher admitted that he rarely told anyone about it. Yi Fan nodded, explaining, even a fallen noble bloodline is desirable. Someone might have tried to obtain your bloodline through your sister. Nusher was enlightened and angrily vowed to dismember the culprit. Yi Fan calmed him, saying they would go to the city lord's mansion the next day to discuss how to resolve the bloodline issue. Before leaving, Yi Fan instructed Nusher to burn the centipede's remains and grind them into powder for his sister to consume daily. Nusher looked at the hundreds of centipede fragments, his eyelids twitching, and muttered, if my sister wakes up and finds out she's been drinking this every day, I wonder if she can handle it. At the break of dawn, Wu Jingtian was already prepared, his expression calm as he reported to Yi Fan, Lord Tian, I'm ready to set off. I've arranged to meet Guojin in the northern part of the city today. It's sparsely populated there, so capturing him shouldn't be too difficult. Yi Fan shook his head, correcting him, don't say shouldn't. As soon as you leave, I'll head to the city lord's mansion to meet Feng Xing. You have 2 hours to capture Guojin, and then send me a signal. Wu Jingtian hesitated briefly, but then nodded resolutely. No problem. I'll get it done quickly. He turned to Yi Fan, a hint of concern in his eyes. Lord Tian, are you sure it's safe for you to go to the city lord's mansion alone, without any protection? Yi Fan replied confidently, when you have enough power behind you, even if you're still weak yourself, there's no need to fear. I am the minister of the martial department, the Lord Tian. Feng Xing should be the one worried, not me. He pointed towards the door. Besides, I'm not going alone. Wu Jingtian walked towards the door with a puzzled look. When he opened it, he saw Nusher standing there. Nusher bowed and explained, Lord Tian instructed me to wait here this morning. Wu Jingtian scrutinized Nusher, noticing the dark circles under his eyes. Yi Fan teased, I guess you were scared by the soul-eating centipede last night? Nusher admitted frankly, I was a bit scared. I still feel like my sister might turn into a centipede. Yi Fan reassured him, once your sister wakes up and talks to you, you should feel better. He then shifted the topic. We have a busy day ahead. Let's get moving. Although Wu Jingtian had questions, he didn't ask them and quickly left after giving some brief instructions. Yi Fan and Nusher walked down the main road. After a moment of hesitation, Nusher finally asked, Lord Tian, why are we waging war on Nanchuan? You never mentioned this before. Yi Fan explained, chaos is about to engulf the human race. I need to clear out Nanchuan and cultivate future forces. Haven't you sensed the undercurrents? The various dynasty organizations in the city, the persistent kidnappers. Nusher scratched his head and admitted, I've been in the arena most of the time, so I haven't noticed much. Maybe it's because of my strength. Not many dare to provoke me. Yi Fan nodded. You are indeed quite strong, far beyond ordinary people, so you might not see a lot. In Nanchuan, having the bloodline of a rare species and being a golden 9-star makes someone a strong presence. But don't worry, you'll see in time. Nusher hesitated before asking, will many people die in Nanchuan? Yi Fan paused for a moment and replied, I don't relish killing, but I won't show mercy to those who obstruct me. It depends on the situation. They arrived at the city lord's mansion, and the guards quickly reported their arrival. Feng Xing greeted them with a broad smile. Lord Tian, you're here so early. Please come in. Yi Fan introduced. This is my new bodyguard. With that, he walked straight into the mansion, and Feng Xing hurriedly followed. In the hall, Yi Fan sipped tea calmly, while Feng Xing appeared restless. Yi Fan got straight to the point. City Lord Feng, what do you think of the current state of the human race? Feng Xing cautiously replied, it seems to have been quite chaotic in recent years, especially with the increased activity of dynasty organizations. I've reported it to my superiors multiple times, but received no response. If it weren't for Gua Jin's firm handling, Bishan City might have been in turmoil long ago. Yi Fan asked meaningfully, have you ever wondered why there has been no response from above? Feng Xing had a sudden realization. Some of these so-called dynasty organizations might actually be backed by high-ranking officials in the capital. Yi Fan nodded approvingly. It's good that you understand this, City Lord Feng. You're more perceptive than I expected. Feng Xing tentatively asked, Lord Tian, you must have powerful backers too, right? That's how you've been able to take such decisive actions against the big families in Nange. Yi Fan acknowledged, I do have backing. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that. Feng Xing leaned in and whispered, I think I understand your purpose in coming to Bishan City. I don't wish to be your enemy, and Bishan City can't resist you. Fighting back would only lead to a heavy price. Yifan raised an eyebrow. So, you want to pledge your allegiance to me? Feng Xing nodded. Yes, but I've given military control to Guojin, and he won't agree. Yifan stood up, and at that moment, a flare shot up into the sky in the distance. He said, Guojin has already been captured by me, and my troops are entering the city. Since you wish to pledge your allegiance, go and cooperate. As he walked to the door, Yifan paused and gave Feng Xing a meaningful look. City Lord Feng, you should be thankful for what you said. It made me less disappointed in the high-ranking officials of Bishan City. Now, go and ensure your people surrender and accept the takeover if you don't want Bishan City to suffer unnecessary losses from resisting me. The punitive army finally marched into Bishan City. The city lord, Feng Xing, had no intention of resisting, and Guojin was quickly captured. Numerous families within the city scrambled to show their loyalty, making it easy for Yifan to take control. Within just a few days, Yifan's forces took over the city's key institutions and strategic positions with remarkable ease, leaving everyone in awe. A few days later, on a sunny afternoon, Yifan stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance. Swan Sansheng, leisurely fanning himself, joined him. Just as expected, Yifan remarked, his eyes still fixed on the distant mountains. But Feng Xing's attitude was surprising. Swan Sansheng nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Our plan is progressing smoothly, even faster than anticipated. As long as we continue to amass our forces, we'll soon conquer all of Nanchuan. Yifan looked thoughtfully at the bustling crowd below and said softly, when the full-scale campaign begins, I fear I will be seen as a demon by the people of Nanchuan. Swan Sansheng patted Yifan on the shoulder but quickly withdrew his hand, wincing at the hardness of Yifan's dragon-slaying armor. Don't worry. The common folk will eventually understand who is truly on their side. Just like in Yun City, even the 3-year-olds know you saved them. Yifan simply nodded, saying nothing more. Soon, Ma Xiaoxue hurried over, a hint of helplessness on her face. Tiangong, Guojin has been on a hunger strike for several days in the dungeon. Swan Sansheng was taken aback, but Yifan seemed unsurprised. Unfazed, he said, take me to him. The dungeon of Bishan City was built underground, dark and damp. In the dim light of oil lamps, various prisoners were held, some captured during resistance, others imprisoned for prior crimes. As Yifan passed, each had a different expression in their eyes: hope for amnesty, anger from the loyal, and complex emotions of regret and despair. Finally, they reached a solitary cell at the end of the dungeon. Guojin, shackled with heavy chains, sat with his back to the door. Even upon hearing the commotion, he did not react. Yifan signaled for the cell to be opened. Ignoring Ma Xiaoxue's concern, he walked in and sat down behind Guojin, leaning against the cell door. In a calm tone, he asked, So, are you angry that the city you've defended for over a decade was taken by me? Guojin did not turn around, responding coldly, I knew from the start that you didn't come to Bishan City for some investigation. Yifan retorted, if you knew, why did you let me in? Putting your head in a tiger's mouth and hoping it won't bite, how foolish is that? Guojin, caught off guard, gritted his teeth and said, Traitor, you will meet a bad end. The human race still has King Wen, King Wu, King Ji, and the kings at the front lines. If they find out, they will crush you without effort. Yifan remained indifferent. Indeed, it would be easy for them to crush me now. But have you ever wondered why no one has noticed my actions in Nanchuan? Guojin scoffed. It's nothing but the same vile tactics as those of the aristocratic clans. Yifan pressed on. If you can see through my tactics, don't you think King Wen and King Wu can as well? And the kings at the front, Lanesto, you really think they are unaware? With that, he took out a token and threw it in front of Guojin. Look, what is this? Guojin's face changed drastically upon seeing it. King Zhen's token. He sprang up, chains clanking. How is this possible? How could King Zhen support a traitor like you? Yifan calmly explained. The position of Minister of the Military was secured for me by King Zhen. He then produced a letter. You were once King Zhen's soldier. You should recognize his handwriting. Guojin hesitated but took the letter. After reading just a few lines, he exploded with rage. Nonsense. King Zhen has been loyal to the human race all his life, fighting on the front lines with the utmost integrity. He would never support a traitor like you. He threw the token and letter to the ground in fury. These must be forgeries. It's impossible. Yifan sighed and shook his head. Guojin, you are too righteous. Extremes in anything can cloud your judgment. Guojin shouted angrily. Spare me your sweet talk. I will never believe a word from a traitor like you. You say all this just to make me work for you, a damned rebel. Yifan chuckled helplessly, slowly removing his mask and taking out another token. You keep calling me a traitor, but I want to ask you, why would I, Yifan, choose to be one? Yifan stood at the prison gate, his slightly youthful face visible beneath the mask. The sight froze Guojin in his tracks, as if struck by lightning. Blood of the Yi family, grandson of the War King. Yifan spoke calmly, his voice carrying an undeniable confidence. You know who I am, so there's no need for further explanation. Guojin remained silent, torn by conflicting emotions. He felt a complex mix of admiration and caution towards this young man who exuded both vigor and calmness. Though there may be black sheep in the dragon-slaying family, the bloodline of the War King, who had witnessed humanity's near resurgence and unparalleled glory, was hard to doubt. After a long pause, Guojin finally asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Yifan's eyes were sharp as he stared at Guojin. "Before heading to the capital, I need to purge Nanchuan. You're too upright to see the filth in the shadows. The undercurrents within humanity are already stirring, and chaos is imminent. I need to gather strength to weather this chaos, and Nanchuan is a crucial card for my future." Is chaos inevitable? Won't the three kings of Wan, Wu, and Ji intervene? Guojin questioned. Yifan waved his hand dismissively. If they would, I wouldn't be here now. This blunt and harsh statement left Guojin silent once more. Yifan's words were clear. The kings had allowed humanity's gradual decline. Guojin sighed. So, your purge of Nanchuan is also tacitly approved. Yifan nodded. More or less. You should clearly see the changes I've made in Yun City. The reason you won't acknowledge them is because they involved bloodshed. But to set things right, sometimes bloodshed is the most straightforward method. Guojin shook his head in disagreement. Governance can also be effective. Rules are established to regulate everything. As long as they're upheld, they work. Baishan City hasn't changed as drastically as Yun City, but it has remained stable for over a decade. Yifan countered. But not every city has someone like you willing and able to uphold the rules. Nangu City was in chaos before I subdued the noble clans, let alone those cities with weak security forces. Over 10 years, these cities have become critically ill. Without a drastic intervention, change is far from easy. Guojin stood up and bowed to Yifan. You may have a point, but it goes against my principles. I've spent years on the front lines and over a decade defending Baishan City to protect the peace of our land and people. You want to stir up conflict and purge everything. Even if our goals align, I can't accept your methods. Yifan nodded. That's fine. If you don't want to fight, you can help me govern Baishan City. Isn't that part of your vision too? Guojin stubbornly shook his head. It's not the same. If you ever go to war, call on me, and I'll die for you without hesitation. But I can't follow you in fighting our own people. No matter what you ask, I can't comply. A few hours later, Yifan exited the prison. Ma Xiaoxue approached him. How did it go, Tiangong? He refused. Nothing can be done, Yifan replied calmly. Ma Xiaoxue was surprised. He didn't surrender? This is the first time someone hasn't yielded to you personally. Yifan explained. He has his own sense of duty and principles. Such people have strong resolve and can't be changed. Should we eliminate him? He has significant influence in Baishan City, Ma Xiaoxue cautiously suggested. Yifan shook his head. Forget it. Keep him locked up until Baishan City stabilizes. Ma Xiaoxue then asked, what about the others? Yifan glanced at the prisoners and said indifferently, those who have merit can stay. Those without must die. Yifan left as Ma Xiaoxue began executing the orders. She read names from a list, and those called out either side, wept, or cursed loudly. Yet, under the verdict, they were reduced to mere numbers. Soon, they were taken out, gunshots rang out, and the prison returned to silence. Meanwhile, in the governor's mansion of Nangu City, subordinates anxiously reported to Yao Zuzi. Governor, bad news? Tiangong has launched a massive attack on Baishan City and Jin City under the pretext of purging royalist organizations. The Lord of Jin City has been captured, and the Lord of Baishan City has surrendered. Both cities are now under Tiangong's control. Yao Zuzi frowned at the map. With barriers at both ends, connecting 4 cities centered around Yun City, this Tiangong truly intends to establish his own rule. He turned to Jin Min. Jin Min, what should we do? Jin Min replied helplessly, there's not much we can do. Didn't we foresee this when we let him go? In Nanchuan, Tiangong's ambitions are well known. Raising a tiger has come back to haunt us. Now that this tiger is out, all we can do is manage Nangu City as best we can. Yao Zuzi slammed the table in frustration. It's infuriating. Jin Min consoled him. Take it easy, Governor. I don't see it as entirely bad. At least Tiangong isn't a malevolent force. In fact, since he left, Nangu City has become unsettled. Several families, seemingly incited by someone, are looking to cause trouble for the military department. Yao Zuzi was angry but eventually shrugged. As long as no one harms the people, I can't be bothered to intervene. Let them fight it out. We'll preserve our strength and protect our citizens. Heavenly Lord, are you going into seclusion again? Wu Jingtian's voice was filled with anxiety in the conference hall. He He was worried about the numerous affairs that needed attention and feared no one would make decisions. Yifan replied calmly, now that we're back in Yun City, everything is under the strategist's control. What are you worried about? Wu Jingtian suddenly realized and scratched his head with a wry smile. Oh, I was just thinking about those months in Nange City and forgot about the strategist. Sanshang, hearing this, smiled helplessly and asked, Heavenly Lord, are you going into seclusion to break through to the eternal level? A hint of helplessness flashed in Yifan's eyes. It might be difficult. Nanchuan is too remote, lacking the spiritual herbs and potent spirit beasts necessary for rapid progress. I've already felt the bottleneck. Sanshang sighed. You were never meant to be a small fish in this little pond of Nanchuan. You need to go to the capital, to the most prosperous center of the human race, and compete with the true geniuses of your generation. Only there can you truly spread your wings. Yifan nodded in agreement. Yes, I do lack worthy opponents. My recent battles have somewhat hindered my own cultivation. Suddenly, Yifan shifted the conversation. When I go to the capital, strategist, take care of yourself. You've been practicing the techniques of the Yintian sect. I'll look into how to restore your crippled cultivation later. Sanshang, shaking his feather fan, replied calmly, Heavenly Lord, focus on your own matters first. My issues need not concern you too much. At that moment, Li Pengzi popped his head in, breaking the tense atmosphere. Why does it sound like we're leaving immediately? We still have over half a year. Sanshang sighed. Time flies too quickly. He then looked at Li Pengzi with confusion. General Taodai, didn't I assign you to transport supplies to Yun City today? I saw the convoy leave this morning. Why are you still here? Li Pengzi looked puzzled, then suddenly realized, damn, it really is my turn to escort the convoy to Yun City today. Why didn't anyone tell me? With that, he rushed out the door in a hurry. Everyone burst into laughter at the sight, and the atmosphere instantly lightened. Yifan nodded in satisfaction, thinking that with such capable people managing the rear, he could go to the capital with peace of mind. Wu Jingtian, when I go to the capital, you'll stay and look after Nanchuan, Yifan suddenly said. You should be breaking through to the glory level soon, right? Wu Jingtian replied. Yes, I should be breaking through in the next few months. He seemed reluctant. Why not leave Qingzi behind? Qingzi is also close to reaching glory. I still think protecting you is the most important task. Yifan laughed. You stubborn guy. He understood Wu Jingtian's desire to follow him to the capital. After thinking for a moment, Yifan agreed. All right then. Nanchuan's affairs are indeed complex. Qingzi is more meticulous. It's better for her to stay. Wu Jingtian was overjoyed. Heavenly Lord, you're wise. Wu Jingtian will serve you faithfully, willing to die 1,000 times over. Yifan laughed and scolded. You've learned to flatter quickly. He looked around at everyone and said, all right, I'll be in seclusion for a while. Please cooperate with the strategist on all matters concerning the 4 cities. The great governance of Nanchuan is within reach. Everyone, keep it up. Just as Yifan was about to leave, an urgent voice called out, Heavenly Lord, wait. There's something you haven't done yet. Yifan frowned and turned around, seeing Nu Shi rushing over. Nu Shi, what's wrong? Has your sister not woken up yet? She's awake and talking now. Nu Shi replied urgently, but you mentioned finding the Gu Master. We need to do that. Yifan suddenly remembered. Oh, I've been so busy that I forgot. He turned to Wu Jingtian. Wu Jingtian, you go and capture him. Wu Jingtian and Nu Shi quickly left. Shortly after, Wu Jingtian returned, dragging an elderly man with graying hair and wearing a doctor's robe, with Nu Shi following closely behind. Yifan looked at the old man calmly. So, you are Hubijia? Hubijia responded nervously. Yes, Heavenly Lord, I am Hubijia. May I ask why you summoned me? Yifan asked directly. Nothing much. Just wondering why a Gu master like you would travel all the way to Buyuan City to be a doctor. Hubijia shook his head repeatedly. Heavenly Lord, I am not a Gu master, nor am I a beast master. Yifan's eyes sharpened. Stop lying. Do you think no one in Nanchuan has seen a Gu master before? The Gu script on your left arm is pretty obvious. Hubijia immediately knelt down. Heavenly Lord, please spare me. I practiced Gu arts in my youth and strayed onto the wrong path. Later, realizing my sins, I came to Nanchuan alone to practice medicine and atone for them. Yifan sighed. I really hate talking to people who only admit the bare minimum. Can't you be a bit smarter? Do you think your atonement story can fool me? With Nu Shi by my side, do you think I don't know what you've done? Hubijia was at a loss for words. Yifan impatiently waved his hand. Enough? Whether you live or die depends on the value you can provide. Spare me the nonsense. I don't have the patience. You should know what I want to know. Hubijia remained silent. Nu Shi lost his patience and punched Hubijia, sending him crashing into several chairs. Hubijia looked at Nu Shi in shock, not understanding why he suddenly attacked. Nu Shi roared. What are you looking at? The Heavenly Lord said he'd kill you if you don't talk. Do you have any objections? He raised his fist again. Hu Bijia quickly begged for mercy. I'll talk, I'll talk. Seeing that Yifan didn't stop him, he became even more terrified and hurriedly said, I'm not the only Gu master in Nanchuan. We're all working for higher-ups. Just as Yifan finished speaking, Nu Shi's fist halted less than 2 centimeters from Hu Bijia's face. The force of the punch whistled past, and Hu Bijia's face broke out in cold sweat. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees. Do you have superiors as well? Yifan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by Hu Bijia's last remark. Hu Bijia shook his head repeatedly, his voice trembling. We've never seen them. We just follow orders. Yifan pressed on. Are you part of the Wangchao organization? No, no. Hu Bijia hurriedly denied. We're from the Liang province. The governance there is strict, and there's no trace of the Wangchao organization. Even if there were, they'd have been severely punished long ago. Hearing the name Liang province, Yifan furrowed his brows, deep in thought. He didn't dwell on the topic but instead asked, Did you use a goo worm on Nu Shi's sister to steal her bloodline? Hu Bijia nodded and hastily explained. But it wasn't for myself, it was under orders from the superiors. They instructed us goo masters to find people with rare bloodlines in Nanchuan and implant goo worms in them, then bring the goo worms back to Liang province. I'm weak, and I've only succeeded once in over a decade. Yifan's brows tightened further. Your superiors sent you here to collect rare bloodlines? Are there others in different regions as well? There are others, but I don't know the specifics, Hu Bijia replied. There are nearly 1,000 goo masters, and only about 20 succeed each year. Yifan's voice carried a complex emotion. So, each year, about 20 descendants with rare bloodlines have their bloodlines stolen by your goo worms. The ancestors who fought so hard to preserve their bloodlines would never have imagined it would become a death sentence for their descendants. Hu Bijia couldn't meet Yifan's gaze and cautiously asked, Lord Tiangong, can this information save my life? Absolutely not. Yifan's eyes were sharp. I still need you to help me find the other goo masters in Nanchuan. You must have a way to contact them, right? Hu Bijia quickly pulled out a communicator. Yes, yes. There are 77 goo masters in Nanchuan, and we all have special communicators. But, he looked embarrassed. I'm of low status, so I can't guarantee they'll come. Yifan coldly replied, That's your problem. Aren't you good at lying? Out of 77, you need to bring 70. Only then can you save your life. Remember, 70 no more, no less. One short and you're dead. Despite his reluctance, Hu Bijia nodded under Yifan's icy stare. Yifan turned to Wu Jingtian. Senior Wu, take him away and hand him over to Qingzi to deal with those he gathers. Wu Jingtian nodded and dragged Hu Bijia away. Nu Shi hesitated for a moment before asking, Lord Tiangong, if Hu Bijia really brings 70 people, will you let him go? Yifan nodded sincerely, yes. Seeing Nu Shi's hesitation, Yifan patted his shoulder and smiled. I said I'd let him go, but I didn't say you had to. Nu Shi understood and bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Tiangong. Yifan waved it off. No need to thank me. I never intended to let him live. It's just a negotiation tactic. I have no high morals when it comes to people like him. Soon, Wu Jingtian returned, smiling. Lord Tiangong, I've handed him over to Qingzi. That Hu Bijia even tried to bribe me. He took out a jade stone. This jade is quite valuable, worth a few million. Yifan shook his head. Since it was a bribe for you, you should keep it. Wu Jingtian smiled and put away the jade. Noticing Yifan's thoughtful expression, Lord Tiangong, did you learn something useful? Yifan nodded. Yes, I have some new theories. Someone might be pursuing a similar strategy to ours and has already taken action. Wu Jingtian frowned. Is there someone else capable of conquering a province like you? Lord Tiangong? Yifan explained. Not conquering, but they could evade upper-level supervision if they have immense local power. The Wangchao organization is a distorted product of this era, and many are using it to avoid the rules. But Hu Bijia just said there's no Wangchao organization in Liang province. That's very unusual. Wu Jingtian realized. You mean someone in Liang province might already know about the upcoming chaos and has unified the region, amassing power in preparation? Yifan nodded but didn't continue. We need to be careful. If our suspicions are correct, the person controlling Liang province is more formidable than we imagined. These Gu masters came to Nanchuan over a decade ago, which means he might have controlled Liang province even earlier. If this person exists, they are not to be underestimated. Wu Jingtian felt a chill. Over a decade ago, the War King was still around. Luckily, Liang province is far from us. If it were nearby, we'd be in big trouble. Yifan's expression was grave. Distance only means a few extra days of travel. This has been a wake-up call. I entered the game late and have some advantages, but those people have been plotting for a long time. They must have achieved more than I can imagine. Besides Liang province, there might be other provinces and other people. Yifan's words made Wu Jingtian's heart tighten, and a look of worry appeared on his face. So, are we in danger? He asked cautiously. Yifan responded calmly, the danger lies in the future. For now, we still have time. He glanced at Wu Jingtian and then gave a meaningful smile. Now you understand why I said knowing too much can make you afraid. Wu Jingtian scratched his head awkwardly and admitted, I am a bit scared. I shouldn't have asked so many questions. Yifan waved his hand dismissively, his tone relaxed. There's nothing to fear. The collision was bound to happen. We just learned in advance that a formidable enemy is coming. He continued, in fact, it's a good thing. After hiding for over 10 years, who would have thought that a clue would be found because of a mere arena fighter? Wu Jingtian nodded thoughtfully. I guess it is true that good deeds are rewarded. After a moment of silence, he asked, so, why did Tiangong ask Hu Bijie to gather all those Gu masters? Yifan answered succinctly, to see if they have any useful information. Once we get what we need, we'll kill them. Wu Jingtian was startled. Is it really okay to kill them? Won't the people from the Liang province notice us if we do? Yifan shook his head, his tone indifferent with a hint of coldness. Do you think they haven't noticed us already? We've done so many things that now, nearly half of the provinces in the world have heard of us. Yun City alone catches hundreds of unidentified outsiders every month. They are all spies sent to observe us. Wu Jingtian still had doubts. Tiangong didn't kill those people. So why do we need to kill these Gu masters? Yifan explained, it's different. Those people are just eyes spying on us. These Gu masters are like hands reaching into our home to steal, and what they steal are the descendants who might be of great use in the future. You can blindfold the eyes, but you must cut off the stealing hands. This is our way of showing our stance. Wu Jingtian nodded in understanding, but still had concerns. But won't this attract even more formidable enemies to Nanchuan in the future? Yifan dismissed the concern. They are already formidable enemies. We aren't attracting anything new. He turned to Wu Jingtian, his tone serious. Wu Jingtian, anyone who can command thousands of Gu masters to plunder the bloodlines of ancient races. What do you think they're leading Liang for? Wu Jingtian suddenly understood. Such a person cannot be a good one. A cold glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. Exactly. I, Yifan, may be defiant, but I still hold basic respect for the descendants of those ancient races. Their ancestors fought for a millennium of prosperity for our people. As long as they haven't committed any wrong, they deserve some respect. Everyone needs some faith. When someone treats the bloodlines of our ancestors as mere animals, do you really expect them to do any good for our people? Wu Jingtian nodded thoughtfully. I understand now. Yifan didn't continue the topic. He removed his mask, armor, and black sword, setting them aside. All right, let's wait for Hu Bijie to bring those Gu masters. In the meantime, let's take a walk in the city for a change. Wu Jingtian was surprised. Why does Tiangong suddenly want to take a walk today? Yifan's expression turned meaningful. Nothing special, just want to see. As night fell, the two walked the streets of Bishan City. Wu Jingtian looked at Yifan, dressed in black, and couldn't help but marvel. Tiangong, you look quite like a young master from a noble family in this outfit. Yifan replied indifferently, being called a young master is no compliment to me. The streets were bustling with people and brightly lit. Yifan and Wu Jingtian, wearing a hat, blended into the crowd without drawing attention. They eventually entered a secluded noodle shop. It was late at night, and there were only a few customers inside. The owner greeted them warmly. What would you like to eat? Yifan ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles and sat in the corner with Wu Jingtian. Wu Jingtian noticed that Yifan seemed familiar with the place. Yifan explained that he often came here in his youth. Just as they were about to enjoy their meal, a group of burly men barged into the noodle shop, demanding protection money from the owner. The owner, trembling, promised to pay within 2 days. Witnessing this, Yifan's face darkened. Wu Jingtian went to inquire and reported back. This street belongs to the Zhang family. All shops here have to pay protection money on top of rent, which almost wipes out their profits. Yifan snorted coldly. As always, these noble families never fail to disappoint me. He stood up, his face icy, and ordered Wu Jingtian, take my token and visit these noble families. Tell their patriarchs to come to the city lord's mansion at dawn. If they are late, they can bring their heads instead. Wu Jingtian stood up immediately, ready to leave. But Yifan had a thought and gestured for him to call the innkeeper over. Wu Jingtian hesitated for a moment, then quickly walked to the kitchen. Moments later, the innkeeper emerged, his expression respectful, clearly aware of Yifan's unusual status. Sir, you called for me? The innkeeper asked respectfully. Yifan nodded, his gaze piercing as he looked at the innkeeper. Boss, don't the authorities in Bishan City care about the protection money these families are collecting? The innkeeper gave a bitter smile and shook his head. They care, but it's useless. These are influential families. Even if someone reports them, what can the officials do? Commander Guijin was the strictest. He arrested those collecting the money, but they were bailed out in a few days. After that, they collected even more money. Yifan remained silent, but Wu Jingtian was puzzled and asked, "Then why don't you keep reporting them?" The innkeeper's face changed, and he shook his head vigorously. "We don't dare. If those families find out," he lowered his voice and pointed to a closed shop across the street. "The owner over there was found out. He was killed last month, and his body was hung at his shop's entrance." It was terrifying. Wu Jingtian wanted to ask more, but Yifan motioned for him to stop and dismissed the innkeeper. The innkeeper wiped his hands and was about to leave when he remembered something. "You two seem kind-hearted and might want to seek justice for me. I appreciate it, but there's no need to offend those powerful families for my sake." Wu Jingtian was about to speak again, but Yifan stopped him and said to the innkeeper, "I understand. You can go back to your work." The innkeeper thanked them profusely and left, his posture extremely humble. Wu Jingtian was confused. "Master, why didn't you let me ask more questions?" Yifan calmly replied, "We've already learned enough." He fears we'll end up like the previous investigators who left without resolving anything. He's also afraid of ending up like the shop owner across the street, killed for reporting them. Yifan's gaze returned to the bowl in front of him, his eyes deep in thought. After a long silence, he sighed. Sometimes it feels hopeless. Even with someone like Commander Guojin, Bishan City remains the same. Wu Jingtian quickly said, "Is it because we just arrived in Bishan City? Once you summon those families tomorrow, things will improve." Yifan shook his head. "That's not what I mean. What frustrates me is that when justice needs to be served, evil always seems to get a head start." The next morning, over a dozen family heads had gathered in the city's main hall. These well-to-do leaders were groggy, some quietly complaining about being summoned. Soon, Yifan entered the hall, clad in armor, wearing a mask, and holding a black sword, exuding authority. The family heads immediately fell silent and straightened up. Yifan took his seat, with Wu Jingtian standing by his side. Yifan looked around and got straight to the point. "I've heard that you collect protection money from the shops and even harm those who report you." The family heads turned pale, and one quickly defended, "The protection money is true, but we have never harmed anyone." Yifan sneered. "Oh? Then let's see if the shop owners on those streets have started their day. I'm curious, what gives you the right to collect this money? Don't you feel ashamed?" The family heads remained silent, unable to avoid the question. A round-faced family head stepped forward with a forced smile. "You are right, master. But please don't misunderstand. We collect the money to protect the shop owners. The streets aren't safe, and maintaining order and preventing unfair competition costs money." Yifan countered. "So you're saying it's for the shop owners' benefit? Then from now on, the city guards will handle it. Should they also collect money?" The family head was at a loss for words and forced a smile. "If the city guards can handle it, then of course, let them collect the money." Ignoring the others who wanted to speak, Yifan announced, "From today on, all protection money collections are banned. I will establish a special oversight department. If it happens again, we will investigate thoroughly, and the responsible family will be expelled from Bishan City. You all know my methods. There should be no objections, right?" The family heads were silent for a long time until one cautiously spoke. "Master, isn't this too harsh? These are just small shop owners." Yifan snorted. "Weren't you all once small shop owners yourselves? I reviewed your backgrounds. Many of you started as common folk or small vendors. You should be helping the people, but now you've turned against them. You were oppressed once, and now you've become the oppressors. It seems comfortable days have made you forget many things. From now on, I'll make sure you remember what it's like to live through hard times. From today onward, I will revoke all your privileges and impose the strictest supervision on you." Yifan's voice was as cold as iron, echoing throughout the conference hall. Everyone froze, looking up in shock. One audacious person spoke up, "Lord Tian, isn't this too much for just a vendor? We might have been a bit careless before, but we can change." Yifan coldly retorted, "Do you think this is about a vendor?" The man was at a loss for words. Others wanted to speak, but were held back by their companions. Silence fell over the room, eyes filled with discontent. "If you have nothing to say, then leave. I called you here today just to inform you." Yifan waved his hand dismissively. "I know your little schemes. You think you can monopolize the market with powerful backers, and I can't touch you. My answer is simple. New rules take effect immediately. Anyone who defies them will be eradicated." Dismissed. Yifan's words were decisive, and the family heads quietly withdrew. As they left, someone stopped at the door and turned to look at Yifan. Their eyes met, and an unspoken battle ignited between them. Unexpectedly, the new regulations were implemented the very next day. These rules were extensive, covering everything from the market to rights and governance, imposing comprehensive constraints on these families. Even more severe, a collective punishment system was introduced. One person's crime would implicate the entire family. This was the harshest restriction these families had ever faced, reducing their profits while significantly increasing their risks and penalties. Lord Tian is serious this time, Wu Jingtian said, scratching his head as he looked at the new regulations on the table. Even I get a headache just reading them. Beside him, Swan Sanqing had a complicated expression, his brows furrowed. Lord Tian is declaring war on these long-standing aristocratic families. At this critical juncture, we shouldn't be making such high-profile enemies. This kind of pressure will surely provoke resistance. Wu Jingtian dismissed his concerns. If they resist, we suppress them. They're just families. A little pressure will make them behave. Swan Sanqing sighed, shaking his head. You're oversimplifying. Suppression will require immense effort, not to mention we haven't fully secured Nanchuan yet. Our resources are limited. Lord Tian's actions will exponentially increase our resistance when we move to conquer other cities. Wu Jingtian finally realized the gravity of the situation. I hadn't thought of that. It's understandable you didn't, but Lord Tian surely has, Swan Sanqing said, staring at the new regulations. Lord Tian is exceptionally wise. He must understand the pros and cons of these families' existence better than I do. We've been using them to reduce future resistance. So why the sudden change in strategy? At that moment, Yifan returned. Swan Sanqing was about to speak, but Yifan waved him off. Strategist, I know what you're thinking. Suppressing these families is not a rash decision. Rest assured. Swan Sanqing pressed, why choose this time? Yifan's eyes were resolute. I don't want to wait any longer. As I've said before, if we can't even do what we want, then what's the point of all our planning? We might pay a higher price, but if we can completely crush these parasitic families, it's worth it. The Nanchuan I envision is one where everyone is united. Swan Sanqing hesitated for a moment before saying, Lord Tian, this approach will create instability. These families are detestable, but without them, the market will be turbulent. Small vendors can't withstand any risk. Yifan responded calmly, the families won't disappear. New ones will emerge. Strategist, I don't oppose families in principle. I come from a family myself. I just despise those who exploit the people and bully the weak. Hearing this, Swan Sanqing nodded. If that's the case, it's acceptable. I thought you were declaring war on all families. Yifan shook his head. I'm not extreme. I may have some personal feelings, but not many. I don't intend to condemn everyone. I won't make such a blatant mistake. Swan Sanqing bowed. I misunderstood you, Lord Tian. Since you've decided, I'll focus on implementing the new rules and preparing for our campaign in 6 months. Yifan nodded. I'll be counting on you, strategist. In the coming months, I might visit Yunbei province to seek the Mingxin sect and see if I can find a way to break through to the eternal level within a year. Mingxin sect? Swan Sanqing was puzzled. Does such a sect exist among humans? Yifan explained. It does. It's a hidden sect specializing in ancient cultivation techniques. It is said to be one of the 7 sacred beast taming sites, home to the Golden Scale Pool. Every 3 years, there's a selection, and those chosen can enter the pool to gain enlightenment, with varying results. It's said that someone once cultivated in the Mingxin sect for 30 years, and after one night in the Golden Scale Pool, their beast taming skills soared from iron to star level. They later became a king and achieved great feats. Swan Sanqing was astonished. Such a miraculous place exists. If there's such an opportunity, you must seize it. I'll take care of Nanchuan. You focus on your quest. Yifan nodded and turned to Wu Jingtian. Senior Jingtian, will you accompany me? Wu Jingtian was taken aback. Me? But the sacred beast taming site doesn't accept warriors. Yifan explained. The sacred beast taming site is just one part of the Mingxin sect. As the name suggests, the Mingxin sect emphasizes mental cultivation. Senior Jingtian, you're on the brink of glory, and what you lack is the final mental breakthrough. This trip might be just what you need. Wu Jingtian was overjoyed and grabbed Yifan, pulling him outside. Lord Tian, you should have told me about such a place sooner. Let's go today. Tomorrow we'll arrive, and the day after, you'll reach the eternal level, and I'll achieve glory. Together, we'll unify Nanchuan and become its rulers. Is Tiangong heading to Yunbei province? Early the next morning, Yifan was ready to depart. He mounted his fiery steed, the Crimson Gale horse, just as Li Pengzi and the others hurried over to see him off. Tiangong, you just got back, and now you're leaving again? Li Pengzi looked up at Yifan on his horse, a hint of reluctance on his face. Yifan smiled. We'll have plenty of chances to reunite in the future. Pengzi, do you remember what happened on this day years ago? Li Pengzi scratched his head, trying to recall. I think it was the start of the school year. Deng Chong cornered me in the classroom and tried to steal my beast. Do you still care about that now? Yifan asked. There's nothing worth caring about. Li Pengzi shook his head. I'm a golden beast master now. It would be petty to trouble a thug. Yifan nodded approvingly. It seems following the strategist for a year wasn't in vain. At least, you've broadened your horizons. He continued. When you stood by me during my lowest times, I promised to help you rise and become a powerful beast master. I'm already on my way up, Li Pengzi said, patting his chest. I'm the general of the Tao Tai. Yifan shook his head. Being a general in Nanchuan is hardly rising. Have you forgotten your dream? One day, when dragons and serpents traverse the land and officials bow in reverence, when you conquer remnants and achieve kingship, that will be true success. Yifan's gaze swept over everyone, his tone resolute. I took you from that small high school, and it's not just you who need to strive. I must work 1,000 times harder. Only then can we go further and reach higher. The road ahead is long, my friends. Take care. With that, Yifan clasped his hands in farewell, spurred his horse, and rode off, quickly disappearing from sight. As they stood there, Li Pengzi sighed. I remember when we used to hunt together. Those were happy times. Ma Xiaoxue and Wang Lingxi also had complex expressions. They realized how 2 years had flown by, and the little squad leader who led them on hunts had undergone a monumental transformation. Sansheng, fanning himself with a feather fan, said, not much has changed, really. You stood shoulder to shoulder then, and you do now. The difference is, back then it was in a small secret realm. Now it's in the vast Nanchuan, and in the future, it will be across the entire human race. Separation is just a matter of distance. If you look at a map, it's only a couple of fingers width apart. At this moment, Wu Jingtian walked out, leading a black steed. Li Pengzi was surprised. Senior Jingtian, aren't you going with Tiangong on this journey? Wu Jingtian replied proudly. Yes, Tiangong is taking me to find a great opportunity. Jealous, aren't you? Seeing Li Pengzi's puzzled look, Wu Jingtian frowned. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Tiangong has already left, Li Pengzi said helplessly. Wu Jingtian was taken aback. He quickly mounted his black horse and galloped off, shouting, Tunggong, you promised to take me to find a great opportunity. Wait for me. On the vast plains of Yunbei province, Yifan stopped his crimson gale horse, gazing at a distant city. Wu Jingtian caught up, leading his black horse, and asked, Tiangong, what city is that? Chaoxin City, the place with the most wandering monks in Yunbei province, Yifan replied, glancing at Wu Jingtian. Senior Jingtian, why are you leading your horse instead of riding it? Wu Jingtian scratched his head awkwardly. This black horse has a bit of a temper. It won't let me ride it. I borrowed it from the armory, so I have to return it in one piece. I can't ride it or lose it, so I'm just leading it. Yifan shook his head in silence and continued riding. Wu Jingtian looked enviously at Yifan's graceful figure, then glanced at his black horse, which snorted disdainfully. What's that look for? I'm a peak star-level warrior. Riding you is not an insult, Wu Jingtian grumbled. But the black horse just turned its head away. With no other choice, Wu Jingtian continued leading the horse. Soon, they arrived in Chaoxin City. Monks in various attire, from luxurious robes to simple cloth, mingled with the bustling crowd and diverse shops. Tiangong, is the Mingxin sect in this city? Wu Jingtian asked curiously. It's here but also not here. The Mingxin sect is built within a secret realm. To enter, we need to find a guide in Chaoxin City, Yifan explained. Wu Jingtian pondered. That sounds like those hidden sections. But aren't they all very private? How did you know about the Mingxin sect? Yifan smiled mysteriously. That's my secret. He thought to himself, in my past life, the Mingxin sect's golden scales pool propelled me from silver to gold, laying the foundation for my rise. In this life, I'm already a high-level gold without it. If I enter the pool, I might break through to eternal. After a moment of reflection, Yifan said to Wu Jingtian, let's find that guide monk first. In Chaoxin City, Yifan and Wu Jingtian strolled through the streets, searching for the mysterious guide. Wu Jingtian appeared anxious, but Yifan remained at ease, occasionally stopping at tea shops for a break or browsing through bookstores. He had a plan in mind, waiting for the right moment. After visiting 8 tea houses, Wu Jingtian couldn't help but complain. I can't drink any more tea, Yifan. Yifan simply smiled, taking a light sip from his cup. Inside the tea house, shirtless men cracked sunflower seeds, elderly men in vests chatted, and middle-aged women played mahjong, a typical scene of everyday life. Suddenly, a loud noise shattered the tranquility. An old fortune teller was shoved inside, followed by a tattooed strongman. The man angrily shouted, you old fool. How dare you say I have a bloody disaster ahead? He grabbed the old man by the collar. I'll show you today. Madapeo fears no one. The onlookers fell silent with fear. Wu Jingtian was about to intervene, but Yifan calmly remarked, isn't Yunbei province cracking down on crime? How is this scum still around? Madapeo, enraged, turned to Yifan and yelled, what did you say? Looking for trouble? He then glared at Wu Jingtian. Old man, you want a medal too? Enraged, Wu Jingtian looked at Yifan. Yifan stood up and said calmly, I think the old man predicted correctly. You do have a bloody disaster today. Before the words were fully out, Wu Jingtian had already acted. With a single punch, Madapeo flew out of the tea house like a cannonball, landing heavily on the street. His chest caved in and blood pouring from his mouth. The patrons in the tea house gasped. Someone quietly advised, "Young man, you'd better leave. Matapeo has powerful connections." Yifan was unfazed and walked over to the fortune teller, offering his hand to help him up. "Sir, I see your predictions are quite accurate. How about reading my fortune?" The old man looked at Yifan in surprise. "Young man, do you know me?" "Meeting by chance is fate," Yifan replied with a smile. The three then moved to a soundproof private room. The old man scrutinized Yifan for a long time before saying, "Young man, you carry a strong aura of doom." Yifan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" The old man explained, "Those who are shrouded in doom are bound to have experienced much bloodshed. You are no ordinary person." Yifan admitted calmly, "Indeed, I'm not ordinary, but right now, I'm just a cultivator seeking fate." The old man was taken aback. Yifan continued, "I once heard of a sect named Mingxin, which only accepts those with fate. In Chaoxin City, the only fortune teller could grant such fate." The old man pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Our sect takes people based on fate, following the will of heaven. Though you seek fate, it seems premeditated, which goes against our principles." Yifan responded unhurriedly, "Though I sought you out deliberately, visiting 8 tea houses before meeting her, isn't that fate too?" The old man seemed thoughtful and suddenly noticed the black sword behind Yifan, asking to see it. Yifan agreed and placed the sword against the wall. The old man examined it carefully and exclaimed, "This sword has a connection to our sect. It once belonged to our former sect leader, who fell in battle after slaying a dragon. The sword has been lost for nearly a century." Yifan curiously asked, "Who was the first owner of this sword?" "A master of swordsmanship," the old man replied. Yifan pondered, "Was it the sword saint Ing Luoshui?" The old man was surprised by Yifan's knowledge and explained, "This sword is indeed related to the sword saint. According to the chronicles of the human king, the sword originally belonged to an ancient emperor, a giant among men. The human king fought him 9 times and lost 9 times. In the final battle, the sword saint sacrificed himself to help the human king reach a legendary realm, ultimately defeating the emperor. The human king, honoring the sword saint's past deeds, kept his weapon. Later, it crossed the seas and ended up here by fate." "Is this sword the giant's weapon?" Yifan asked, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. The old man nodded, contemplating for a moment before replying, "Indeed. The giant was once a wise and valiant emperor, though the records do not mention his name." The old man's voice carried a tinge of regret. Later, the giant's lover was attacked by an assassin, causing him to lose his sanity. He delved into the dark arts of resurrection, creating terrifying weapons in an attempt to resurrect his lover at the cost of his entire empire's lives. Yifan, engrossed in the story, couldn't help but ask, "What happened then?" The old man shook his head and sighed. "Unfortunately, he failed. Instead, he gained immortality. But immortality only made him more insane. After being suppressed for 3,000 years, he still clung to his mad plan. Fortunately, the human king appeared in time to stop the catastrophe. The first person to achieve the perfect Tao?" Yifan repeated in astonishment. "Has anyone truly mastered the perfect Tao?" The old man nodded affirmatively. "Of course, otherwise it wouldn't have that name. If not, the human king wouldn't have fought him 9 times and lost 9 times. Even after finally defeating him, the human king held great respect for the giant, and his biography is the most detailed." Yifan thoughtfully looked at the black sword in his hand and asked, "Does Mingxin sect have the human king's biography?" "Indeed," the old man smiled. "Mingxin sect was founded by the human king. If you're interested, you can read it after joining the sect. However, since it's the human king's biography, there might be some prerequisites for borrowing it." Yifan raised an eyebrow. "So, does that mean you're willing to accept me into the sect?" The old man stood up and looked at Wu Jingtian, who was holding the horse. "It's not exactly accepting you as a disciple. Since you wield this sword, you are naturally connected to our sect. However, this warrior cannot enter." Wu Jingtian quickly interjected, "I have a connection with your sect too. I am a descendant of the Overlord." The old man frowned, thought for a moment, and then nodded. "The Overlord did study at our sect and even served as a mentor for a while. Since you are his descendant, you are also connected." With that, the old man turned and left. Wu Jingtian looked at Yifan in confusion. "Did my ancestor really serve as a mentor at Mingxin sect? How come I didn't know?" Yifan explained, "Mingxin sect is a hidden sect and doesn't allow its information to be shared. Don't be too surprised. The mentors at Mingxin sect are all quite remarkable." Led by the old man, the 3 left Chaoxin City, crossed a vast plain, and arrived at an unremarkable forest. After navigating a complex route, they reached a high mountain with a man-made cave. The old man stopped at the entrance and said to Yifan, "Walk straight through here, and you'll reach Mingxin sect on the other side. Someone will guide you, and there will be an entrance test. Pass it, and you can begin your cultivation at Mingxin sect. Yifan nodded in understanding and entered the cave with Wu Jingtian. The old man watched them leave and murmured to himself, "He practices a righteous sword art, but wields an evil sword. How strange." The cave was pitch black, and Wu Jingtian couldn't help but ask, "Tiangong, how much further is it?" Yifan shook his head, "I don't know. This path is called the Endless Path, meaning it has no end." Wu Jingtian felt a headache coming on. "How long will it take? Can we turn back if we don't want to continue?" Yifan calmly replied, "You can look at the way back." Wu Jingtian turned around and saw the same endless darkness behind them. Yifan reassured him, "We're already here, don't overthink it. This path can be long or short, just keep walking." Suddenly, a light appeared ahead. Wu Jingtian shouted excitedly, "Tiangong, we're here." Yifan nodded and stepped forward. They passed through the light and found themselves in a room. "It's been many years since anyone walked the endless path so calmly," an old voice said. Yifan turned to see two elders, one male and one female, sitting behind a table on the other side of the room. The male elder in rough clothes asked, "Young friend, have you been to Mingxin sect before?" Yifan replied, "I have not, but an old acquaintance of my family once came here and left me some instructions." "An old acquaintance?" The elder frowned. "Who might that be?" "My ancestor, Yizhantian," Yifan said calmly. Upon hearing the name, the expressions of the two elders changed. The male elder sighed. "Didn't your ancestor say that Mingxin sect was full of fame seekers? He smashed the heart-nurturing hall and left after just 3 days. Why, after more than 20 years, did he send you here?" Yifan looked slightly embarrassed but quickly composed himself. "My ancestor was impulsive. He later felt he missed an opportunity and sent me to seek it, also to apologize for his rashness back then." The elder smiled. "Zhantian, that boy, has indeed grown up." He turned to the old woman. "Since he is an old acquaintance's descendant, let's place him in Yunyu's class." The old woman nodded and asked Yifan, "What is your name? Is your ancestor still alive? After all these years, he should be one of the top-ranked kings of the human race." Yifan replied, "My name is Yifan. My ancestor was killed by traitors over a decade ago during the Battle of Ingfeng City. Fallen." The old woman was shocked and slammed the table, her voice trembling. "How can that be?" The elderly woman's unusual behavior caught Yifan's attention, and he felt a stir in his heart. He clasped his hands in respect and said, "My ancestor once fought valiantly for the human race, possessing unparalleled prowess. Sadly, he was betrayed and fell. A loss that remains a regret for us all." These words plunged the old woman into silence. She exchanged a meaningful glance with the elderly man beside her, and then shook her head helplessly. "Clear waters harbor no fish. Your ancestor was too forthright back then. We invited him to the Mingxin sect for that very reason. When he left, the elders had a prophecy. Who would have thought?" She trailed off, a trace of sadness flickering in her eyes, before waving her hand dismissively. "Go to mentor Yunyu, but unless necessary, do not mention your ancestor's demise." Yifan was momentarily taken aback. Yunyu was one of the most renowned mentors in the Mingxin sect, yet she was not the one who had guided him when he joined. Sensing his confusion, the old woman explained, "Mentor Yunyu and your ancestor fought side by side for decades. They were supposed to become Tao companions, but your ancestor's penchant for combat led to a divergence in their philosophies. They joined the Mingxin sect together, but he left in anger after smashing the Hall of Tranquility, while she stayed behind. They haven't seen each other in over 20 years, but the bond remains. Now that Yunyu is about to be crowned, if she learns of this..." Yifan understood and nodded solemnly. "I understand, and I will keep this a secret." The old woman thanked him, and Yifan waved his hand repeatedly, a hint of detachment in his eyes. A century of life had taught him the pain of losing old friends, especially when achieving the title of king required a clear mind. His great-uncle could have been crowned, but his grandfather's fall had thwarted his efforts. After a moment of silence, the elderly man turned his gaze to Wu Jingtian, frowning. "You must be the descendant of the overlord." Wu Jingtian responded respectfully. The elderly man expressed his dissatisfaction. "You have a trace of the overlord's aura, but you fall far short of the previous 2 generations. 3 generations of those who practice the overlord's art have come to the Mingxin sect, and your presence is the weakest. You're 50 and still haven't broken through to the Star Glory stage." "Why?" Wu Jingtian explained with shame. "The overlord's art has been passed down through generations, but the heart technique was lost. I've been stuck at the Star Glory stage for years, unable to progress, and my sharpness has dulled." The elder snorted. "You accept being stuck at Star Glory just because the heart technique is lost? You encounter a bottleneck and don't strive to break through but instead let it bind you. Where is your spirit as a cultivator?" Wu Jingtian repeatedly admitted his fault. Though the elder was displeased, he waved his hand dismissively. Go to Minter Butuan for guidance. If you can't break through to the glory stage, don't leave the Mingxin sect. Wu Jingtian panicked and looked at Yifan for help. Yifan simply smiled and said, "Why aren't you thanking the elder yet?" Wu Jingtian had no choice but to express his gratitude. The elder announced the end of the assessment. The house disappeared, revealing a wide road leading to the Mingxin sect. The two of them bowed and left. The old woman sighed. Yunyu has waited over 20 years, only to meet his descendant. This young man is extraordinary, reminiscent of Zhantian's demeanor. I'm afraid Yunyu will feel even more regret upon seeing him. The elder snorted. At least you have it better than me. I got stuck with this descendant. The old woman comforted him. Having a descendant is better than having none. The elder sighed. Your comfort is worse than none at all. On the way, Wu Jingtian wore a troubled expression. Tiangong, that mentor seems to have it out for me. Yifan shook his head. He was already quite lenient. Jingtian, haven't you wondered why he scolded you? Wu Jingtian was taken aback. That elder knew my ancestor? Yifan's expression turned meaningful. More than just knowing him. He recognized your practice of the Overlord's art at a glance and knows it inside out. 3 generations of Overlord's descendants have come to the Mingxin sect. Didn't you catch that? Wu Jingtian was shocked. You mean that elder? Yifan replied calmly. He is the son of the Overlord, the 2nd-generation practitioner of the Overlord's art. You should call him Old Ancestor. Wu Jingtian exclaimed in surprise. Before long, the Mingxin sect came into view. The ancient and elegant buildings, shrouded in light mist, resembled a fairyland. Various beast riders and martial artists moved about. Wu Jingtian marveled. What an impressive hidden sect. Yifan explained. There are many hidden sects among the human race, and the Mingxin sect is one of the best. They focus solely on teaching the Tao and not on worldly affairs. He then reminded, the golden scale pool will open in 6 months. I hope to see you break through by then, Jingtian. With a smile, Yifan walked away, leaving Wu Jingtian looking anxious. After asking a few people, Yifan arrived at a palace. He thought to himself, a mentor who can crown kings must be extraordinary. As he stepped into the palace, he saw a stunning woman in a blue dress lounging at the far end, seemingly just waking from a nap. Another new student? She squinted at Yifan, her brows furrowing slightly. You're only in your teens, yet you carry such a heavy aura of bloodshed. Have you killed many people? As soon as the voice echoed through the hall, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the grand hall. Yifan felt the oppressive aura of Minter Yunyu but stood his ground. With his head held high, he stared directly at Yunyu and responded firmly. I don't seek slaughter, but in chaotic times, thunderous means are necessary. Yunyu sneered. Such grand words. When people love each other, there is order. When they hate, there is chaos. How can slaughter represent governance? How will you make those who hate each other suddenly love? Yifan retorted, Minter Yunyu, are you aware of the current state of the human world outside? Dynastic organizations run rampant, and the higher-ups remain silent. Order has collapsed, and vile individuals plunder the innocent. I despise dealing with such scoundrels. When I have the power, I will surely crush them with thunderous force. Do you truly target only the wicked? Yunyu pressed on. A righteous battle is justified, but if it leads to widespread slaughter, won't your righteousness become a tyrant's excuse? The hall fell silent. Yifan took a deep breath, his eyes blazing. Mercy does not command soldiers. I don't care if I'm seen as a tyrant. When Yun City charged 10 gold coins for a meter of rice, who spoke of universal love bringing order? At least my actions have prevented such tragedies from recurring. Yunyu was momentarily stunned, as if seeing a reflection of her younger self. She waved her hand and leaned back in her chair, saying softly, You truly have the spirit of our ancestors, as the elders said. No student of Mingxin sect has ever dared to argue with me like this. Yifan cupped his hands respectfully. I mean no offense, mentor. Our views differ, and I speak my mind. Yunyu asked, Why have you come to Mingxin sect? To learn beast control? Body techniques? Or mystical arts? My skills are already honed. I'm here for a spot at the Golden Scale Pool 6 months from now. Yifan paused, and to gain access to the King's Chronicles. Yunyu squinted. So, you're not here to learn? A young man in his 20s claims his skills are perfected? Overconfidence borders on arrogance. Yifan remained humble. I am not arrogant, mentor. Yunyu's lips curled into a smile as she stood up. Interesting. I want to see where this so-called perfected skill comes from. She walked up to Yifan. Come on then. Since the elders chose me as your mentor, I have the right to test your abilities. Show me what you've learned. If you can defeat me, I'll grant you both the spot at the Golden Scale Pool and access to the Chronicles. Agreed. Yifan didn't hesitate and summoned 4 beasts. The Hellfire Cerberus, the Death Eagle, the Ice Spirit, and the Little Tengu. Beasts, full power. A brilliant light flashed, and the beast's auras surged. Yunyu was taken aback. A pseudo-halo talent? You didn't inherit the ancestral dragon eye bloodline? Yifan cupped his hands again. Bloodline gifts are rare. Most people don't have them. Minter, forgive me. Boom. At Yifan's command, the Hellfire Cerberus launched a massive fireball. Though surprised, Yunyu quickly suppressed her power to match Yifan's level and blocked the fireball with a whirlwind barrier. Hellfire Cerberus, Sea of Flames. Yifan attacked again. A sea of fire engulfed Yunyu. As she tried to break free, the Death Eagle swooped like a shadow, a strand of her hair falling. Yunyu grew more cautious, maneuvering above the flames. Yifan didn't give her a chance to breathe. Little Tengu, energy cannon. A barrage of energy blasts cut off Yunyu's retreat. She frowned. Your beasts are troublesome, but relying on elite-level beasts alone to stop me is underestimating your mentor. Yunyu summoned a silver crescent blade, effortlessly slicing through the energy blasts as she advanced towards Yifan. As they closed within 10 steps, Yifan suddenly commanded, Ice Spirit, Frozen World. A wave of extreme cold spread instantly. Yunyu sensed danger but didn't back down. She shattered the ice beneath her feet and continued forward. Your beast combinations are good, but they can only handle inexperienced opponents. Yunyu raised her blade, ready to end the fight. Yifan remained calm. Minter, your combat experience is impressive, but it's a pity. Pity what? Yifan's lips curled. It's a pity. I'm not just a beast tamer. Before Yunyu could react, a black sword flashed. Yifan had been preparing, and with one sweeping strike, Yunyu had no time to dodge and hurriedly raised her blade to block. Clang! The force was immense, and the silver crescent blade flew from her grip, forcing Yunyu to stagger back. What terrifying strength! Yunyu finally showed shock on her face. As she tried to regain her footing, the ice spirit's frost attacked again. Forced to retreat, she was then bombarded by the little Tengu and Hellfire Cerberus. After a long while, the palace doors creaked open. An apprentice peeked inside. Minter Yunyu, I wanted to ask about last time. He froze mid-sentence, his jaw dropping at the sight. The hall was in shambles, frost still lingering, furniture scorched, and the floor pitted and scarred. The apprentice stood there for a moment, then quietly withdrew, muttering, I must still be dreaming. This has to be an illusion. Behind the chaotic rocks in the corner of the grand hall, Yunyu stood still, her attire still neat and tidy. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes as her gaze locked onto Yifan, who stood not far away. The young man leaned on a heavy sword, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath, but his eyes were as resolute as iron. After a long silence, Yunyu finally spoke, her voice carrying an unmistakable tone of shock. You, a boy in your teens, have actually achieved a perfect Dao embryo. The outcome of the battle was clear. Although Yifan had not defeated Yunyu, he had forced her to use a higher level of power. Among peers, this mentor, who was one step away from becoming a king, struggled to fend off Yifan's attacks. Your strength is more terrifying than I imagined. Yunyu's gaze sharpened. Who is your master? Who could teach you so much? Yifan hesitated slightly. Achieving a perfect Dao at such a young age was almost unbelievable without a mentor. While geniuses are not rare, reaching such a level defies logic. After a moment of deliberation, he replied, My master has long retired. In his later years, he took me as his disciple solely to pass on his teachings. Just to pass on his teachings? Yunyu frowned, as if searching her mind for a match, but ultimately gave up, waving her hand dismissively. Having achieved a perfect Dao embryo, it's not inappropriate to say your skills are complete. Yunyu continued. I can reserve a spot for you at the Golden Scales pool, but borrowing the records of the human king requires the highest level of access in the library. I can only apply on your behalf, and it will be up to the elders to decide. Yifan bowed in gratitude. Yunyu reminded him, you may enjoy some privileges here, but rules must still be followed. You don't need to attend daily teachings, but you must participate in the weekly lectures by the elders at the Heart Cultivation Hall and the monthly mind reflection sessions. Yifan nodded without hesitation, familiar with these rules from his time at the Mingxin sect. Yunyu looked thoughtfully at Yifan, her tone suddenly softening. How has your ancestor been lately? Yifan's eyes flickered but quickly returned to calmness. He replied, My ancestor is well. He is now a revered figure among humans, titled the Battle King. The Battle King? Has he truly achieved kingship? Yunyu muttered, pulling over an undamaged chair to sit. Your ancestor's combat prowess is unmatched. If he has truly become a king, he should have swept through everything in the human realm by now. A complex expression crossed Yunyu's face, and Yifan sensed she had seen through his lie. If your ancestor had such power, how could the human realm be as chaotic as you described? Yunyu said helplessly. Your demeanor is calm, but your words contradict each other. Yifan hurried to cover up. My ancestor was severely injured by lightning during his ascension and has been in seclusion for years. It's because of his seclusion that the human realm has become like this. Closed-door seclusion? Yunyu shook her head decisively. That's not your ancestor's nature. He would rather die in battle than be confined to some dark cultivation room. Seeing Yifan hesitating to speak, Yunyu raised her hand to stop him. As a mentor, my mind is clear. The Mingxin sect hasn't stopped recruiting new disciples. If I wanted, I could easily find out the truth. There's no need to hide anything from me. Yifan had no choice but to be honest. I meant no deceit. The elders said Mentor Yunyu is on the verge of kingship and should not be disturbed, so they asked me to cover up a bit. Yunyu was silent for a moment, then shook her head. There are few things left that could disturb my mind. If the elders wanted you to cover up, then your ancestor has probably fallen, hasn't he? Yifan replied softly in the affirmative, and then detailed the events of his ancestor's last battle. Yu's eyes grew heavy, and she sighed deeply, leaning back in her chair. If that's the case, the regrets left behind are even more numerous. Sensing Yu's shift in mood, Yifan could only offer a simple, "My condolences, mentor." Condolences? I might not even be qualified for that. Yunyu scrutinized Yifan closely, as if trying to etch his image into her memory. Who was your ancestor's partner? The question stunned Yifan. His memories of his grandmother were vague. Mentor, I haven't heard much about my ancestor's partner. From what little I've heard, my grandmother seemed to be an ordinary person. Impossible. Yunyu shook her head, a hint of persistence in her eyes. You must know who she is but are afraid to mention her in front of me. Seeing that Yifan genuinely didn't seem to be lying, Yunyu finally gave up her questioning. Never mind. The deceased are gone, and pursuing these questions is futile. Go and rest. Outside, you'll find your comrades who can help you find a place to stay. Yifan nodded and was about to leave, but hesitated for a moment before speaking. Mentor, the past is gone. Clinging to it will only lead to despair. I believe you're a strong person. Since my ancestor didn't achieve kingship, why not focus on achieving it yourself? It would be both a challenge and a way to fulfill his wish. Yunyu gave a bitter smile. Your ancestor is gone. Whether I achieve kingship or not seems meaningless now. But you were young and didn't experience those times, so you wouldn't understand. I'll take care of myself. You focus on your own path. Very well, take care, mentor. Yifan bowed and left, saying no more. Matters of the heart are always complex, and empty words of comfort are better left unsaid for someone with such clarity of mind. As Yifan's figure disappeared from the grand hall, a long sigh echoed. Weren't we supposed to debate after 100 years? We never even resolved our arguments. How could you just fall like this? At the entrance, the middle-aged man who had pushed the door earlier stood there, looking somewhat hesitant. His face was still wet, clearly having just washed up to refresh himself. He hesitated to knock again, fearing the consequences. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, the door creaked open, and Yifan stepped out. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, sizing up Yifan before politely asking, "Young man, who might you be?" "I am Yifan, a new apprentice of the Mingxin sect," Yifan replied with a bow. "So, we're fellow disciples." The middle-aged man suddenly realized, his face lighting up with a smile. "My name is Chu Tianba, and I've been under the tutelage of Master Yunyu for 3 years." Chu Tianba? That name. Yifan pondered briefly before understanding. He then spoke again. "Brother Tianba, the master has instructed you to help me find a place to stay. At your service." Chu Tianba agreed readily and led the way. The Mingxin sect has many residences prepared for apprentices. You'll need to choose one yourself, but I suggest the recently vacated Peach Blossom Cottage in the North Pavilion. The scenery is beautiful, and in July and August, you can even pick some celestial peaches. They are said to be spiritual fruits that can prolong life. Chu Tianba's introduction was thorough, and Yifan responded courteously. As they walked and chatted, Chu Tianba suddenly remembered something and asked, "Did you see the main hall in ruins when you met the master?" "I did." Yifan replied nonchalantly. "I requested a spot for cultivation in the golden scale pool, and the master agreed on the condition that I defeat my fellow disciples." "Is that so?" Chu Tianba nodded repeatedly and then asked, "Did you succeed?" "I got the spot," Yifan answered simply. Chu Tianba was immediately impressed. "So, you defeated senior sister Mingyu? With such talent, why do you need to study here?" "I'm not here just to study," Yifan replied calmly. "In a year, I'll head to the capital. Until then, I have my plans. The golden scale pool's cultivation is just the opportunity one need." Chu Tianba was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flashing with admiration. "It sounds like you're no ordinary person." "It's nothing special." Yifan shook his head and casually glanced at Chu Tianba. "Brother Tianba, were you a frontline officer?" "Good eye, Yifan." Chu Tianba was surprised but didn't deny it, staring curiously at Yifan. "The thick calluses on your left hand are from years of riding and holding reins tightly," Yifan explained. "Also, you have a strong military aura, though well concealed. It's still noticeable." Your insight is remarkable. Chu Tianba scratched his head, no longer hiding it. I thought my years of experience had changed me, but you saw through it immediately. Being a frontline warrior is nothing to be ashamed of, Brother Tianba, Yifan remarked. It's not about shame, but I've retired and don't want to dwell on the past. Chu Tianba shook his head and looked at Yifan with a bitter smile. I joined the army to serve my people, but the front lines were filled with scheming and deceit. It was tiresome. I didn't expect the front lines to be like that, Yifan said, pausing before asking curiously, don't retired veterans usually get positions as guardians or similar roles? I don't care for those roles or the politics, Chu Tianba replied with a hearty laugh. I retired from the battlefield not knowing what to do next. I ended up in Chaoxin City, drinking in a tavern until a Taoist brought me to the Mingxin sect. I see, Yifan nodded, looking at Chu Tianba thoughtfully. Brother Tianba, what is your current cultivation level? I'm at the high stage of starshine, far from glory, Chu Tianba admitted. To be honest, I'm also vying for a spot in the golden scale pool, but the master and elders say my mind isn't steady enough and needs more tempering. The master and elders have keen eyes. The Mingxin sect has abundant resources, so even without the pool, cultivation here is beneficial, Yifan said, then asked, do you have plans after leaving the Mingxin sect? After I leave, I don't know where to go. Chu Tianba hesitated, shaking his head. That might be why the master and elders think your mind isn't steady, Yifan observed. A cultivator needs a clear direction to have a steadfast mind. Chu Tianba was taken aback by Yifan's insightful words and asked tentatively, do you have any advice? It's not advice, just a suggestion, Yifan smiled. Brother Tianba, you once aimed to serve your people, but politics disillusioned you. Your heart still yearns to help others. That's true, Chu Tianba nodded but hesitated. But without status or position, it would be hard to achieve anything. You don't need those, Yifan waved his hand. I have a place you could go, and all you need is my token. Do you have such influence? Chu Tianba was surprised and asked, what would I do there? Plenty, like rooting out corruption and restoring order, Yifan replied, looking at Chu Tianba with a smile. I have a cousin in the South Chuan who is gaining momentum. He has cleared 3 cities of the Imperial Organization and other malicious forces. His goal is to expand across the entire region. Gaining momentum? Chu Tianba was stunned, then quickly shook his head. Yifan, that's rebellion. I despise corruption. But this? What is rebellion? Justice and evil are defined by righteousness. We fight for justice, not rebellion, Yifan said casually, seeing Chu Tianba's panic. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. Keep the token as a memento. If you change your mind, you can use it. With that, Yifan tossed the token to Chu Tianba. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Tianba caught it and examined the intricate Yi character, feeling a sense of familiarity. Why does this Yi have a dragon pattern? Chu Tianba muttered in confusion. Hearing this, Yifan smiled meaningfully, waved goodbye, and walked away. Only one family in the entire empire used a Yi with a dragon pattern as their emblem. Only one family. This revelation left Chu Tianba stunned. He suddenly realized something, his eyes widening as he looked at Yifan and exclaimed, You're from the Dragon Slayer Yi family? Yifan nodded calmly, no longer hiding the truth. Yes, I am the grandson of the Battle King. Chu Tianba gasped, looking Yifan up and down in disbelief. The Battle King's bloodline? How is that possible? I have no reason to lie about this, Yifan shrugged, holding up a token. Do you still want this token? Yes, yes. Chu Tianba quickly took the token, carefully tucking it into his chest pocket. His expression changed instantly as he leaned closer to Yifan and whispered, Brother Yi, is your cousin who rose to power in Nanchuan also from the Yi family? Yifan smiled slightly. You could say that. Chu Tianba pressed on. What's your cousin's name? I need to know who to look for if I'm going to join him. You're really considering it? Yifan raised an eyebrow. Pretty much, Chu Tianba said with an embarrassed smile. Yifan nodded, a hint of amusement in his eyes. My cousin is known as Tiangong, and he's quite well known in Nanchuan. Tiangong? That's an unusual name. Chu Tianba scratched his head, scrutinizing Yifan. Brother Yi, you really resemble the Battle King in his prime. Yifan shook his head. Appearance means little to me. Well, looking good never hurts. Chu Tianba leaned in closer, gossiping. Brother Yi, since you're the Battle King's grandson, aren't the elders worried about giving you to Minter Yunyu? Aren't they afraid she'll eat you alive? Yifan frowned. Minter Yunyu was friends with my grandfather. Why would you say that? Chu Tianba explained. Minter Yunyu and the Battle King were close, but she didn't get along with your grandmother. Didn't you know about the issues between Minter Yunyu and your grandmother? I didn't. Yifan admitted, intrigued. Do you know what happened with my grandmother? Yes, Chu Tianba suddenly realized. Oh, I forgot that your grandmother's origins are quite extraordinary. The news was sealed off back then, so it's normal you wouldn't know. What origins? Yifan pressed. Chu Tianba spoke seriously. This involves the Beast King's capital. You know about the Beast Kingdom, right? Yi Fan nodded. Chu Tianba continued. The Beast King's capital is like the human capital but for beasts. It's the core of the Beast Kingdom. He paused to gather his thoughts. Your grandmother was reportedly from the human race within the Beast King's capital, making her identity very sensitive. Yi Fan frowned. Are there humans in the Beast King's capital? Chu Tianba whispered. Yes, though few know about it. They're said to be a group of ancient humans who stayed in the beast realm, living in harmony with the beasts. These people aren't recognized by the human race and are called the otherkin. When encountered on the battlefield, they're usually killed or taken back for interrogation. He hesitated before continuing. When the Battle King led his army to counterattack, he slaughtered a beast clan in an underground lair and captured your grandmother there. He uncharacteristically spared her and kept her by his side. This caused a huge uproar at the time, and the authorities pressured him greatly, but the Battle King stood firm. Mentor Yunyu was very hostile towards your grandmother, and they reportedly clashed several times, only stopping when the Battle King intervened. Yi Fan pondered. So that's the history. After a moment of silence, Yi Fan asked, when my grandfather fell, did my grandmother fall with him? Chu Tianba shook his head. No one knows for sure. Her body was never found, and there was no news of her afterward. He lowered his voice. Rumor has it that your grandmother was sent back to the Beast King's capital before the Battle of Yingfeng City. Some say they saw a beast clan led by a veiled otherkin after the Battle King's fall, with a figure resembling her. Yi Fan considered this. So my grandmother might still be alive. Chu Tianba added, there are two factions among the otherkin. One that fully integrates with the beasts and leads them to kill humans, and another that is more inclined towards humans, promoting peace. Your grandmother was said to be part of the latter. He glanced towards a pointed house in the distance and whispered, there's also an otherkin in the Mingxin sect. If you're interested, you might learn something from him. Yi Fan was surprised. There's an otherkin in the Mingxin sect? Chu Tianba explained. This otherkin keeps a low profile and looks much like a human, so it's hard to tell. The elders have forbidden students from prying into each other's backgrounds or spreading information. How do you know then? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. By chance. During the Mingxin 3 questions last month, my question happened to touch on the relationship between humans and beasts. He revealed his identity while debating. Chu Tianba replied. Yi Fan gazed thoughtfully at the pointed house, silent for a long while before asking, what's his name? Ku. Chu Tianba answered. Ku. The unfamiliar name stirred a faint ripple in Yi Fan's mind, but he quickly waved it off and said, all right, I got it. His gaze then drifted to a house by the lake not far away. Is that house unoccupied? He asked. It should be. There's no sign on the door, Chu Tianba replied. Let's go have a look. Yi Fan nodded in agreement, and the two of them walked briskly towards the house. As soon as they pushed open the door, a pleasant fragrance greeted them. Inside was a spacious courtyard with a lake running through it, a small bridge spanning the water, and flowers and plants tastefully arranged, exuding an air of elegance. Not bad, Yi Fan remarked, nodding in satisfaction after surveying the surroundings. Since no one's here, we'll stay. Chu Tianba took out a document from his robe and handed it to Yi Fan. Here's an introductory manual for the Mingxin sect. It has information on the facilities and rules within the sect. As a new member, you might find it useful. Yi Fan accepted the manual, feeling a wave of nostalgia. It had been many years since he last visited, and his memories of the Mingxin sect were hazy. He thanked Chu Tianba. Thank you. Chu Tianba cupped his hands in farewell. In that case, I won't disturb you any further. You must be tired from the battle today, so get some rest. I live nearby at House 45, next to a crooked tree. If you need anything, you can come find me there. Yi Fan returned the gesture. Thanks for showing me around today, Tianba. After Chu Tianba left, Yi Fan hung a token at the door and returned to the courtyard, sitting at a stone table. He closed his eyes and felt the concentration of elements in the air, marveling. The elemental density in the Mingxin sect is still far beyond the outside world. The Mingxin sect was built on a highly mysterious spirit-gathering formation, located in a secluded realm that concentrated the world's spiritual energy. The elemental density here was several times that of the outside world, a fact that attracted many cultivators. A gleam of determination flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. If I could figure out the setup of this spirit-gathering formation and use it in my beast-taming space, it might have remarkable effects. His beast-taming space already had an elemental density far exceeding the outside world. If he could use a spirit-gathering formation like the Mingxin sects to concentrate elements for cultivation, the results would be astonishing. However, acquiring the formation, which was the foundation of the Mingxin sect, would not be easy. Yi Fan's thoughts became clearer as he gazed at the courtyard. He couldn't afford to wait idly for half a year. The Mingxin sect had many resources he could utilize. His previous stay of 6 months had significantly contributed to his growth. Even the mysterious scriptures used to dispel evil spirits were obtained here. The sect offered various methods to acquire resources, the most basic being tasks assigned by the sect and open trials. Completing tasks or excelling in trials would earn rewards. Additionally, there was a designated marketplace where members could trade items with each other. Yifan quickly formulated a plan. I'll first collect all the trial rewards I can, then visit the market to see if I can trade for anything useful. His eyes gleamed with resolve. The Chronicle of the Human King, that alien race, the spirit-gathering formation, and the second half of that scripture. I have a lot to accomplish during this visit to the Mingxin sect. The next morning, Yifan donned loose-fitting clothes, strapped on his long sword, and stepped out the door. He headed straight towards the back of the Mingxin sect, passing by fellow cultivators who hurried along without much interaction. The sect emphasized inner cultivation, and most people were here to seek the way, rarely engaging in worldly disputes. Occasionally, he saw some friendly cultivators chatting, but most wore contemplative expressions. This is a true place of learning, Yifan thought to himself. Before long, he arrived at his destination and stopped in front of a classical grand hall. The hall was unadorned, except for the imposing stone lions at the entrance. A plaque above the door read, Yangxin Hall. Inside, incense seemed to burn, with mist swirling around. This was the Mingxin sect's representative building, Yangxin Hall, where elders taught every Monday. At other times, it served as a place for disciples and elders to meditate and for disciples to challenge the Mingxin trials. Yifan didn't linger and quickly stepped into the hall. Inside, about 10 people were meditating on mats, while an elderly man sat at the entrance on a grand chair, holding a teaching rod. Who are you? And what is your purpose here? The elder immediately asked, swinging his rod. Yifan respectfully replied, Junior Yifan, here to challenge the Mingxin trials. His gaze briefly fell on the elder's rod, a replica of the legendary Deshen whip, one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts, known for striking the soul. Though not as powerful as the original, it could cause immense pain to the soul without harming the body. It was used by the elder to wake those who lost focus during meditation or trials. In his previous life, Yifan had experienced the sting of this pseudo-Deshen whip when he first joined the Mingxin sect. Yifan? The elder frowned slightly and quickly found Yifan's name in the roster. Yun Yu's student, coming here on your first day. You have some courage. Yifan replied, I heard the Mingxin trials test one's mind. I wanted to give it a try. The elder didn't mince words and stood up. Follow me. Yifan complied. The trial room was at the back of the Yangxin Hall, requiring them to pass by the meditating cultivators. The elder deliberately walked heavily, and while most remained focused, a few opened their eyes, only to receive a painful strike from the pseudo-Deshen whip, forcing them to close their eyes again, trembling. A cultivator should be resolute, with a mind as vast as the sky. How can you be distracted by trivial matters? The elder sternly admonished, then led Yifan into the back room. The inner hall was simple, with a waist-high column in the center topped by a glowing orb. The only other notable feature was a wall with 81 marks. Place your hand on the orb to start the Mingxin trials, the elder instructed, standing aside with his pseudo-Deshen whip. Yifan remained calm. He was no stranger to the Mingxin trials. Stepping forward, he placed his hand on the orb. Boom! The orb vibrated, emitting a bell-like sound. Visible ripples spread out, and the surroundings transformed. The elder vanished, replaced by a grand, opulent hall filled with glittering treasures. If wealth could sway my resolve, I wouldn't be here, Yifan scoffed. Sensing his disdain, the hall transformed again, this time presenting scantily clad, alluring women. Such vulgar temptations hold no appeal. Yifan shook his head. The hall then combined the treasures and women. Still mundane desires. My ambitions lie elsewhere, Yifan thought. 11 trials passed, the elder noted, watching the wall light up with 11 marks. He nodded slightly. To pass the 11 mundane trials so quickly, this boy has the heart of a true cultivator. Yi Zhantian's grandson does show some of his spirit, the elder remarked, though without much expectation. Seeing Yifan struggle with the 12th trial, he shook his head. The Mingxin trials have 81 tests. The mundane desires are only 11, while the journey of the mind has 70. In hundreds of years, not even the human king passed all 81. Humans have attachments, and progressing in the trials depends on letting go of them. The elder's gaze turned nostalgic. The 12th trial, coincidentally, the same one that stopped Yi Zhantian. Let's hope this boy doesn't end up smashing the hall out of frustration like his ancestor did. On the 12th level, Yifan paused. The illusion, though realistic, only revealed a small house, their old home in Pingqing. The door was wide open, and in the courtyard, his family of 3 enjoyed a harmonious moment, with their dog Xiao Bai sitting nearby. This warm scene made Yifan linger in silence. If I hadn't embarked on the path of cultivation, this scene might have been my daily life, Yifan murmured to himself, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. The regret of losing his parents early in his previous life, despite his efforts to make up for it in this one, meant he couldn't always be with them. The family bliss before him was a reflection of an ordinary person's life. Hey, Fanner, what are you doing standing at the door? Come and eat. The voice of Yi Linqing called from inside, and Lin Qingxiao waved at him. Xiaobai also barked happily. The illusionary Yifan smiled and got up. Yifan finally stepped forward, and as he approached, the other self inside the house gradually disappeared. The sound of his footsteps, pat, pat, was particularly clear in the illusion. The family inside waited with smiles for his arrival. Eventually, Yifan stopped at the door, feeling the repelling force of the illusion. It was a warning. Any further, and the trial would be considered a failure. I thought I could go inside. Yifan chuckled to himself, grabbing the door handle as he looked at his parents. As the door slowly closed, Lin Qingxia's voice came through. Son, we have your favorite hot pot meat today. Aren't you coming back to eat? Yifan paused momentarily, then waved with a smile. Just wait a bit longer. Once I finish everything, I'll be back. It won't be long, I promise. With a click, the door closed. The surrounding scene rippled like water, and the house gradually disappeared, marking Yifan's successful passage through the 12th level of the heart trial. Yifan took a deep breath, not immediately looking up. The terrifying aspect of the heart trial was that it attacked the deepest obsessions in one's heart. Unfulfilled promises, unresolved regrets, imagined lives. Even with a heart of stone, knowing it was an illusion, one couldn't help but be affected. After a long while, Yifan exhaled deeply. His century of experience gave him a certain degree of self-regulation. Looking up at the new scene, his eyes sparkled with determination. In my previous life, I only reached the 31st level of the heart trial at 17. I wonder how far I can go this time. It shouldn't be worse than before, Yifan thought to himself. Outside the illusion, an elder watched as the 12th mark on the wall lit up, showing a hint of surprise before nodding in satisfaction. Reaching the 12th level shows a clear mind. He should be able to go further. Sure enough, the marks continued to light up, soon surpassing 30, then 40. As the marks kept lighting up, the elder's expression gradually turned from surprise to shock. How can a teenager have such a steadfast mind? Not bad. Yun Yu's voice suddenly rang out, startling the elder. Yun Yu Mentor, what brings you here? Since he's a student assigned to me by the elders, I naturally need to pay more attention. Yun Yu stared intently at the marks on the wall. At this rate, he should be able to reach over 50 levels. Elder of Discipline, what's the highest record in the history of Mingxin sect? 79 levels, left by the Sword Saint. The elder replied, then remembered something. The guide said this boy is practicing the sword technique left by the Sword Saint. Yun Yu shook his head. Swordsmanship is just a technique. It can temper the mind, but the effect is limited. This boy's steadfast mind likely has another cause. The elder looked puzzled. Do you mean his steadfast mind has nothing to do with the sword technique? Yun Yu pondered. He resembles his ancestor, who believed in ending war with war. When he arrived yesterday, he even argued with me, the elder said, but his ancestor didn't make it through so many levels. Yun Yu sighed. His ancestor was too convinced that his path was right. The heart trial felt more like a challenge to him. This descendant, however, handles this better. Time passed, and the marks continued to increase, soon surpassing 60. This shocked both of them, as fewer than 10 elders in the entire Mingxin sect had passed the 60th level. When the mark reached 63, the elder of discipline couldn't sit still. Is this kid a monster? How can a teenager's mind be more steadfast than mine in the heart trial? Is there something wrong with the trial orb? I'll go check. Yun Yu advised, elder of discipline, that orb isn't an ordinary object. It can't go wrong. Don't worry. Beyond 60 levels, each step is difficult. This boy should come out soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the mark lit up again. 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, then it stopped. The Mingxin sect hasn't seen anyone surpass 70 levels in over 100 years. The elder of discipline, sweating nervously, watched Yifan closely, feeling a hint of expectation. Yun Yu also held his breath. Time passed slowly in the tense atmosphere. Several hours later, Yifan's body suddenly trembled violently, as if struggling with something, veins bulging on his forehead. Not good. This kid is trying to force his way through the illusion. The elder of discipline exclaimed, raising the pseudo-god whip in his hand. Yun Yu wanted to wait a bit longer but, considering the dire consequences of getting lost in the illusion, could only agree. Crack! The whip cracked in the air with great force. One hit would surely wake him up. Yifan's trembling didn't stop. Just as the whip was about to strike, he suddenly opened his eyes and retreated rapidly. Thud, thud, thud. Yifan stumbled back to the wall and finally stopped. Crack! The whip hit the ground heavily, making a crisp sound that seemed to truly wake Yifan up. He panted heavily. The elder of discipline scolded. You kid, breaking through an illusion requires a natural state of mind. Forcing it could lead to your death. Do you understand? He walked quickly towards Yifan, about to help him, but Yifan suddenly stopped panting and smiled. What are you smiling about? Wasn't that dangerous enough? The Elder of Discipline was about to continue scolding when the mark on the wall suddenly lit up. This mark was exceptionally bright, illuminating Yifan's smile and leaving the Elder of Discipline and Yunyu stunned. The Elder of Discipline's hand froze in the air, staring in disbelief at the bright mark, eyes full of shock. You passed the 70th level. The room fell into silence as the voice faded. Mentor Yunyu, an Elder of Discipline, stared at Yifan in astonishment, while Yifan simply smiled back at them. After a long pause, Yunyu broke the silence, fixing his gaze on Yifan. What happened to you on the 70th level? Why did you resort to forcibly breaking through? The trials there cannot be overcome by sheer willpower alone. Yifan didn't disclose his experiences in the illusion, but instead asked curiously, why are you here, Mentor Yunyu? Just passing by? Yunyu waved dismissively and turned to leave. Yifan then looked at the Elder of Discipline and said with a smile, Elder, if I remember correctly, passing the 70th level of the mind trial allows me to choose 5 items from the mind hall. The Elder of Discipline was taken aback. You took the mind trial for the rewards? Not entirely, Yifan replied. Partly, I wanted to see how my current state of mind holds up. The Elder of Discipline was momentarily speechless. The mind sect was built on mental fortitude, and this teenager's resolve surpassed even his own, despite being over a century old. Yifan was already qualified to be a mentor. All right, go ahead and choose, the Elder of Discipline said with a resigned wave of his hand. Thank you, Elder, Yifan said, bowing. The Elder of Discipline led Yifan to a hidden compartment behind a small room, revealing a grand hall filled with a dazzling array of treasures. You have 3/4 of an hour to choose 5 items. Once you pick something up, it's yours, the Elder of Discipline said, then stepped aside. Yifan nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was the reason he had risked everything to choose 2 extra rewards. He quickly entered the hall and soon picked up a string of prayer beads, a wooden fish, and a black robe. The Elder of Discipline's eyelid twitched. Is this kid planning to become a monk? When Yifan reached for a meditation cushion, the Elder of Discipline couldn't help but advise, young man, everything here is precious. Don't limit yourself to one category. Thank you for your concern, Elder, but I have my plans, Yifan said, not putting down the cushion. He finally picked up a gourd-shaped container. Seeing that Yifan hadn't chosen all Buddhist items, the Elder of Discipline felt slightly relieved. Since you're done choosing, leave quickly. Yifan nodded, bowed, and swiftly departed, making the Elder of Discipline nod in approval. But when he turned and saw Yifan had already vanished, his face darkened. That boy, just like his ancestors, no manners. Didn't even say goodbye properly. Leaving the Heart Cultivation Hall, Yifan walked with a steady gait, seemingly heading towards his next destination. He took out the last item he had chosen, a gourd, and patted it contentedly. The wine sage gourd, an old friend, he fastened it to his waist and continued on. The wine sage gourd was a legendary artifact crafted by the wine sage for convenient drinking. It could automatically extract the essence of medicinal herbs to brew fine wine. Yifan casually threw in a few fire-attributed herbs, and the gourd glowed with golden light as it absorbed them. As night fell, Yifan arrived at the foot of a small mountain. He sat down against a large rock and began drinking from the wine sage gourd. In the moonlight, the combination of the young man, his heavy sword, and the gourd made him look like a wandering swordsman. Before long, an old monk approached slowly. Seeing Yifan drinking alone, he frowned and asked, young friend, why are you drinking here? Yifan looked up, a meaningful smile on his face. Master Ranting, I am Yifan, here to seek the Sutra of Exorcism and Calamity. Master Ranting's expression changed, and he shook his head. My lineage is still intact. Buddhist scriptures cannot be casually imparted. I don't seek your lineage, only the scriptures, Yifan said, standing up and presenting the prayer beads, wooden fish, robe, and meditation cushion he had chosen earlier. I have brought the legacy of the ancient Buddha moaning for you. With these items, you can comprehend the profound mysteries of the ancient Buddha. Master Ranting's expression changed again. Since you have obtained the ancient Buddha's legacy, why do you insist on my scriptures? Yifan explained that he aimed to traverse the world and needed the unrestricted sutra to contend with malevolent entities. He showed the black mark left by the soul-devouring dragon on his hand, requesting only the latter half of the scripture. Master Ranting hesitated for a long time before finally agreeing and handed over half of the scripture. Yifan thanked him and prepared to leave, but Master Ranting stopped him, saying he had foreseen that Yifan was destined to face tribulations. He urged Yifan not to use the sutra's teachings to slaughter innocents. Yifan frowned and asked, what do you mean by innocence? Does it include all living beings, or just humans? What about the demonic beasts from other realms? Are they off limits too? Master Ranting replied, naturally, light and darkness coexist, as do humans and beasts. Your fervor to break the tribulations is commendable, but remember, all beings suffer, and only self-salvation can bring true peace. Only by saving oneself can one be truly saved. Ronding's words rippled under the full moon. Yifan met his gaze for a long time, then shook his head and said, Master Randang, if you won't bear my karma, then I will ensure that the Dewey Sutra is not used to harm others. Before he finished speaking, Yifan summoned the hellhound of devouring flames, mounted it, and rode off. He understood the hidden meaning in Ronding's words, but chose his own path. Everyone has their choices and convictions. Others' advice is ultimately external, and the real decision lies within oneself. After Yifan left, the small hill fell into silence. Randang stood for a long time before sighing, a millennium has passed, and the great calamity of humanity is upon us again. The one who should face the calamity may also be the one to bring it. Even after a century of seclusion, I can't escape fate. Such is karma, truly unavoidable. He glanced at the ancient Buddhist relic left by Yifan, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Then, with hands clasped in prayer, he murmured something and hobbled up the mountain, resembling an aged ascetic. Returning to the courtyard, Yifan eagerly took out the Dewey Sutra, his eyes gleaming with joy. With the Zhenxia and Dewey Sutras both in my possession, I can banish all evil spirits. Now, I should be able to remove this cursed mark. He quickly mastered the exorcism incantation from the sutra. Setting the book aside, Yifan looked at his palm and began chanting the obscure scriptures. My body shines like the blazing sun. Immediately, a powerful golden light burst from Yifan, making him appear like a divine being. The cursed mark on his palm sizzled under the intense light, visibly restrained by it. As time passed, the mark burned more fiercely. Before long, the mark could no longer withstand it and shattered with a crash, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. At the same time, the roar of a soul-devouring dragon echoed, a phantom appearing briefly before vanishing. It's done. Yifan exhaled a long breath, the golden light fading, restoring the courtyard to tranquility. He wasn't someone to take risks lightly. The person who possessed the soul-devouring dragon was no ordinary figure. Allowing that person to track him at will was akin to courting disaster. This was why he spared no expense to obtain the Dewey Sutra. The results are satisfactory. Yifan flipped through the Dewey Sutra again, but didn't delve deeper. He took a sip from the wine immortal gourd and summoned several of his beasts. The hellhound of devouring flames was the most affectionate, immediately nuzzling up to Yifan. Its large body had to lie down to bring its head close to his cheek. Yifan petted its head, his gaze shifting to the other beasts. He pondered the resources within the Mingxin sect that could aid in the evolution of his beasts. However, materials for superior-grade evolution were incredibly valuable. His current resources were insufficient for all his beasts to evolve, so he had to choose one. After consideration, Yifan decided to help the celestial pup evolve first. He patted the hellhound's head and softly said, Little Flame, you've just completed your superior evolution and need to stabilize. This time, let's help the celestial pup evolve, all right? The hellhound seemed to understand, nudging Yifan and nestling its head into his arm. Yifan smiled wryly, stroking his beasts with rare tenderness in his eyes. For a beast master, the true value of a beast lies not only in its power but also in the bond they share. You protect each other, grow together, and experience the passage of time side by side. There's no betrayal or complex emotions. You only have each other. From the moment the contract is formed, you're destined to fight together until one of you falls. This sincerity far surpasses human emotions. Yifan sighed softly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, in a dark hall, a man in red sat on a throne. The hall was lined with a long red carpet, and a fragile red dragon was stumbling along it. Guards in armor stood silently on either side, watching the dragon intently. Suddenly, the dragon seemed to be in pain, shrieking and convulsing on the ground. The sight made the guards tense, and the man on the throne opened his eyes. The convulsions didn't last long. The dragon soon let out a mournful cry, spewing a cloud of black mist. The mist spread in the air, revealing an image of Yifan bathed in golden light. He got the Dewey Sutra? The man in red murmured, then shook his head. So, Tiangong is him? Interesting. Young lord, is there anything you need us to do? A fierce-looking general stepped forward. Indeed there is. The young lord's eyes glinted mysteriously. Get me a spot in this year's college entrance exam. College entrance exam? The general was stunned. Naturally, I need to see for myself what kind of skills the master of Nanchuan possesses. The young lord stood up and stretched lazily. This temple is so dark and dreary. I've grown weary of it. Young lord, the holy master has forbidden you from going out. Another general advised. There are still many strong humans. If your identity is exposed, it could be dangerous. The current situation is volatile. Please be cautious. And what if they recognize me? The young lord replied nonchalantly. Moke, do you think I need anyone's advice now? Certainly not. Moke quickly knelt down. The young lord glanced around and said coolly, if there are no further objections, go handle it. Understood. The general replied but hesitated. But young lord, how will we know which university Yi Fan will end up at? The admission process is strictly confidential. We'll know. The young lord said meaningfully. A fisherman who's been to sea, even after coming ashore, will always carry the scent of fish. The next day, in the martial arts hall, Yi Fan arrived, carrying a heavy sword on his back, causing the disciplinary elder to frown slightly. This elder, who usually managed the Hall of Cultivation, was unexpectedly present today, making Yi Fan feel a bit puzzled. Elder Wu Qi is occupied, so I'm standing in for him, the disciplinary elder said with a hint of displeasure in his voice, seemingly annoyed by Wu Qi elder's absence. He scrutinized Yi Fan and asked, haven't you already perfected the prototype of the perfect Tao? The ancestral shadows in the martial arts hall are meant to hone skills. Why are you here to challenge them? Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. Isn't there a reward for challenging the martial arts hall? The disciplinary elder sighed in resignation. Fine, I can't stop you if you insist. Follow me. The two of them entered the martial arts hall. Compared to the Hall of Cultivation, this place was much more intricately arranged. Various training equipment filled different rooms, each with distinct settings. Some people were honing their basics against wooden stakes, others were focused on practicing stances, and some were learning techniques under the guidance of instructors. There were even those training to command beasts, while some unfortunate souls were being scolded by their mentors to the point of tears. As they passed room 5, Yi Fan saw a familiar face. Senior Wu Jingtian, why are you sitting at the door? Wu Jingtian's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Fan. Yi Fan, what brings you here? I'm here to challenge the immortal shadows, Yi Fan replied, his gaze sweeping past Wu Jingtian into the room. Inside, an old man with a bare chest and muscles like steel was instructing several students. Yi Fan understood and teased, Senior Jingtian, have you been sent out to reflect on your mistakes because your skills were lacking? Wu Jingtian whispered in defense. That old man is deliberately making things difficult for me. He always asks me harder questions than everyone else. Yi Fan patted Wu Jingtian's shoulder. Master Buduan is no ordinary person. He's revered as a master of weaponry, and his skills likely surpass even those of your ancestors. Wu Jingtian was taken aback by this and was about to ask more when Buduan's booming voice echoed from inside the room. Wu Jingtian, have you grasped the essence of the 7th move of the Li family's 13 spears? Wu Jingtian quickly retracted his head, responding cautiously like a child who had done something wrong. Almost there. Yi Fan and the disciplinary elder arrived in a room filled with statues, resembling a terracotta army. The ancestral shadows are here, a total of 108. Who do you want to challenge? The disciplinary elder asked. One by one. Yi Fan's answer made the disciplinary elder's face darken, but he eventually conceded. Yi Fan's gaze fell on the statues at the back, particularly the tall one in the center, carrying a giant sword similar to his own. That must be the shadow of the first perfect Tao practitioner, right? The disciplinary elder shook his head, indicating he didn't know, but Yi Fan was already certain of his judgment. He then noticed a statue holding a peculiar long sword. That must be the sword saint, right? Why is his sword so strange? That's his bonded beast, the disciplinary elder explained. The human king found it for him to help him break through his bottleneck. Just as Yi Fan was about to choose the sword saint, his attention was drawn to a seemingly ordinary boy statue. Among the many heroic statues, this one stood out oddly but was strangely captivating. Whose statue is that? Yi Fan asked curiously. The disciplinary elder refused to answer, which only strengthened Yi Fan's resolve. Then I'll choose him. The disciplinary elder looked at him strangely but still pressed a switch, causing the other statues to slowly disappear, leaving only the boy statue. The clay on the statue began to peel off, and a living boy emerged. Oh, it's been years since someone challenged my statue, the boy said with a smile. What's your name? Junior Yi Fan. May I know your name, Senior? Yi Fan replied respectfully. I have many names. Since we share the same surname, just call me Elder Yi, the boy said, sizing Yi Fan up. I'm a beast master. You only need to defeat one of my beasts to win. Yi Fan nodded, gripping the heavy sword on his back. The boy waved his hand, summoning a massive red dragon. Despite its imposing appearance, the dragon's behavior was quite comical. It picked its nose with one claw while patting its round belly with the other, and looked at Yi Fan with a puzzled expression. Who? Though the beast made the sound, a rough voice echoed in Yi Fan's mind. Are you the one challenging me and my son? This beast could actually communicate with humans telepathically. Yi Fan was startled, a flash of surprise in his eyes. He looked at the young man opposite him, who wore a casual smile and seemed utterly indifferent to the challenger before him. Where's your beast? Aren't you going to use it in battle? The young man asked nonchalantly. Yes, Yi Fan replied thunderously, instantly summoning 4 beasts with a wave of his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, the brilliance of his beast-taming talent burst forth. Beasts, full power. As the light flared, Yi Fan gazed at the young man opposite him, a suspicion forming in his mind about the youth's identity. This suspicion made him extra cautious. He waved his hand, and his flame hellhound and ice soul immediately launched a dual ice and fire assault. The sea of ice and flames surged forward, but the red fire dragon paid it no mind. With a light stomp and a breath of fire, it created a tornado that effortlessly obliterated the dual attack. Roar! The red fire dragon's roar shook the heavens as it charged at Yi Fan's beasts, raising its right claw high. In the next moment, a powerful punch like a cannonball was unleashed. The force of the punch was terrifying, as if it could shatter the very air. Even among gold-level beasts, its power was fearsome. Sword style, absolute silence. Facing this earth-shattering blow, Yi Fan didn't let his beasts take it heeding. He drew his heavy sword and swung it, unleashing a mountainous sword energy. Boom! This sword style, usually Yi Fan's trump card, had no advantage here. The terrifying mountain of sword energy was shattered by the red fire dragon's punch, and the immense force pushed Yi Fan back several steps. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Fan steadied himself after several steps, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. This surprise wasn't due to the punch's power, but because he had seen this same technique before. The million-ton punch of the 100 dragons of Jyad. Yi Fan blurted out, his thoughts racing, and the answer became clear. Are you the Human King? Human King? The young man smirked. I don't really like that title, but that's what they used to call me. It's really the Human King. Yi Fan couldn't hide his amazement. He was actually facing the Human King's shadow. It's just a shadow, meant to hone the skills of future generations. The identity doesn't matter, the young man said calmly, sensing Yi Fan's astonishment. Don't get distracted in battle. Defeating me won't be easy. Understood. Yi Fan's expression turned serious. Facing a legendary figure was something he had always longed for. Human King, forgive my offense. Yi Fan gripped his heavy sword and charged at the red fire dragon without hesitation. As a dazzling sword energy shot out, his beasts followed his command, each displaying their unique abilities. However, the battle was far tougher than Yi Fan had imagined. The Human King's beast was astoundingly powerful, perfectly controlling the fire element and possessing a body far stronger than those of the same level. It effortlessly destroyed the elemental attacks of Yi Fan's beasts, and each punch was difficult to withstand. No wonder the 100 dragons of Jyad couldn't repeatedly use such punches. The source of this punch is a true beast. A human body couldn't bear the burden, Yi Fan thought to himself. After a few more exchanges, Yi Fan clashed with the red fire dragon again. His heavy sword was knocked away, and he was forced back until he reached the disciplined elder's side. His beasts were also pushed back by the Human King's beast. This beast is too powerful. Even among legacy beasts, it's exceptional, Yi Fan thought, watching the red fire dragon now standing with its hands on its hips. For the first time, he felt a hint of helplessness. The red fire dragon seemed indifferent, snorting 2 breaths of hot air and giving Yi Fan a glance before turning away. A voice rang out, I don't like bullying kids. Your beasts are no match for the Human King's. There's a vast difference in their quality, the disciplined elder said, shaking his head. Your skills are outstanding among your peers, but the Human King's strength is above the royal level. His beasts match that standard. The gap between you is like a chasm. I see. Yi Fan nodded, understanding. His beast-taming skills and combinations were top-notch among his peers, but the Human King, even in a synchronized level, used beasts from his peak period, starting with the strongest legacy beasts, impervious to ordinary attacks. I need legacy-level beasts to have a chance at defeating the Human King's shadow, Yi Fan concluded, looking at his heavy sword lying far away and shaking his head. The legendary Human King who suppressed monsters for 300 years is indeed terrifying. Just one of his beasts leaves me helpless. Elder, I concede. You concede? The disciplined elder remained expressionless but nodded and pressed a switch. Is it over so soon? The young man seemed to sense something and glanced at Yi Fan. I hope your beasts are stronger next time you challenge me. As he spoke, the young man turned back into a statue, and the red fire dragon turned into a stream of light entering his body. The statue gallery reappeared, and Yi Fan stood there, a newfound seriousness in his eyes. This was his first setback since his rebirth, even though his opponent was the Human King. It gave him many insights. His path to perfection still had limitations. It was perfect only relative to his current state, or rather, perfect for a 17-year-old at the gold level. As his realm ascended, the standards of perfection would also rise. This was why the path to perfection was hard to achieve. He was now only at the initial stage. To truly achieve it, He had to continuously meet this standard until he reached the level of sealing kings, or even higher realms. What was the beast of the first person to achieve the path of perfection? Yifan wondered, looking at the giant statue in the gallery. A beast said to control the great path of life and death, which could be considered a type of divine beast. The disciplined elder replied. Do you want to try challenging it? I can make an exception and give you a chance. No need to trouble you, elder. I'll come back next month for the challenge. Yifan declined politely, a thoughtful look in his eyes as he turned to leave. The disciplined elder stood watching Yifan's departing figure, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Out of the 108 statues to choose from, he picked the human king's shadow. That red fire dragon is unreasonable, with great strength and immunity to elemental attacks. No one has ever won against it. It's good to temper his spirit, the disciplined elder pondered. But what is this kid planning? Rushing to take on various trials and earn rewards? The legendary figures truly live up to their reputation. Yifan walked along the road, reflecting on the recent battle. This confrontation made him realize the flaws in his past combat strategies. He had never fully appreciated the combat potential of his beasts, focusing mainly on their functional and area damage capabilities, which left their close combat abilities weak. When facing physically formidable opponents, he would habitually engage in direct combat himself, which was why he couldn't handle the shadow of the human king. When he couldn't defeat the enemy hidden, his beasts became practically useless. The appearance of the red fire dragon opened a new perspective for Yifan. Throughout the battle, the human king seemed to issue no commands, as if he and his beast were perfectly in sync. This level of tacit coordination was far more natural than direct verbal commands, greatly enhancing the beast's initiative. Yifan concluded that in the future, he needed to focus on improving his beasts, especially acquiring one with strong close combat abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Yifan changed direction. He had just walked a short distance when a woman silently appeared in the shadows of his previous location, thoughtfully watching his departing figure. The disciplined elder, emerging from the hall, was surprised to see the woman. Instructor Yunyu, you have time today? Yes, I do. Yunyu replied calmly, with a slight frown. What challenge did Yifan attempt today? The ancestor's shadow. He chose the human king's shadow, fought for dozens of rounds, but couldn't deal with the king's dragon beast and gave up. The disciplined elder reported honestly. Choosing the human king's shadow, he certainly has courage. Yunyu chuckled softly. This boy reminds me of his ancestor in his youth. Sensing something amiss, the disciplined elder quietly reminded her. Instructor Yunyu, you are about to be crowned. Elder Pofa advised you to avoid dwelling on the past to maintain your state of mind. Observing the descendants of old friends won't affect my state of mind. Yunyu dismissed the concern. What? Does the disciplined elder think I would take out my anger on this boy because he is that woman's child? The disciplined elder hesitated, then merely waved his hand. Forget it. Instructor Yunyu knows best. I won't say more. Yunyu didn't linger. With a swift movement, she appeared in the shadows not far from Yifan. The disciplined elder watched this scene and shook his head privately. There are too many people troubled by emotions in this world. In the end, it's just an obsession. If only they had said a proper goodbye back then, maybe there would be fewer regrets. Instructor Yunyu, Yifan arrived at the marketplace, built on an open ground, with stalls everywhere and vendors shouting their wares. Golden 9-star Thunder Pearl. Exchange for 7 3-star Fire Pearls. Top-grade weapon, Demon Slaying Blade. Forged from refined steel. Extraordinarily powerful. Martial art Thunder Hand. Created by a crowned expert. Master it to move mountains and fill seas. The voices of cultivators mingled, each extolling the origins and virtues of their goods. Yifan walked in unhurriedly, his eyes scanning the stalls. Soon, he squatted down at a modest stall and picked up a green pearl from a corner. How much for this pearl? The stall owner responded. In Mingxin sect, we only barter. You seem knowledgeable and should know what this pearl is. It's a water-avoiding pearl, refined from the bone blood of the Bishu golden-eyed beast, allowing entry into deep seas, Yifan replied. The Bishu golden-eyed beast is rare, found only in the South Sea, making such pearls hard to come by. Impressed by Yifan's discernment, the stall owner admitted he needed some fire attribute herbs or elder's notes. Yifan readily offered 3 fire attribute, profound level herbs and successfully traded for the water-avoiding pearl. As he continued through the market, Yifan thought to himself, collecting more items like the water-avoiding pearl could be useful. Though they seem ordinary, they can sometimes have unexpected benefits. In his past life, someone had ascended to kinghood using a vast collection of magical treasures, despite their own power being unremarkable among kings. Throwing hundreds of strange artifacts at opponents in battle was truly troublesome. Perhaps he could encourage Fatty to develop in this direction. Just as Yifan was about to leave, a low, raspy voice called out, "Friend, would you like to see what I have here?" Yifan paused, turning to see a gaunt, disheveled cultivator sitting by a stall, looking like a vagrant elder. However, the elder's eyes were exceptionally bright as they met Yifan's. Frowning slightly, Yifan glanced over the numerous glass bottles on the stall. Through the bottles, various colored liquids could be seen, most dark and murky, with a few glinting with golden light. All beast blood. Yifan recognized immediately, then turned to the elder. You seem to know what I'm looking for. The elder smiled. Young friend, you must be searching for something specific. I've been watching you. Aside from that water-avoiding pearl, you showed no interest in other items. I assume you're looking for beast bloodlines. Though I am not a master, I have a deep understanding of beast blood and have collected over 100 types. Perhaps I have what you need. Yifan didn't hesitate, picking up 2 glass bottles. These 2 seem to be the blood of some rare hybrid species. The elder nodded. Correct. This blood is precious to me as well. If you want it, there will be a price. A price is expected, Yifan said, examining the bottles closely. After a moment, he remarked meaningfully, so much rare blood, many of which are hard to find. Senior, you must have spent considerable effort collecting them. It's a pity though. The aftereffects of blood demon disintegration can't be cured with external beast blood alone. The old man's smile froze slightly as the sound faded. He stared at Yifan, his hoarse voice tinged with danger. How do you know I practiced the blood demon unbinding? The air around them suddenly grew cold, and a hint of ferocity flashed in the old man's eyes. Yifan remained calm and gently waved his hand. If a star shine expert wasn't overextending their essence, how could they end up so withered? Senior, there's no need to worry. The path you chose and the methods you used are of no concern to me. The old man's vigilance eased slightly, but he continued to fix his gaze on Yifan. Since you can recognize it, do you have a solution? If you do, you can have all this essence blood. Yifan shook his head. Excessive use of the blood demon unbinding damages one's essence. Senior, you are already nearing the end of your life force. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to replenish it. You surely understand this. I don't need you to remind me, the old man snapped, snatching the glass bottle from Yifan's hand. If you have no solution, I won't exchange this essence blood. Yifan remained unperturbed. Senior, that's targeting me unfairly. There is a way, but this amount of essence blood won't suffice. The old man immediately pressed. What do you need? I can find it for you. To extend life, it's not something ordinary items can exchange for. Yifan squinted his eyes. I need you to serve me for 10 years, doing my bidding? Ridiculous. The old man roared in anger. If Bai Kuei were willing to be at someone's beck and call, I wouldn't have fallen to this state. Yifan was unfazed. Being at someone's beck and call depends on who it is. Think it over carefully, senior. I reside at student quarters number 318. If you change your mind, you can find me there. With that, he turned and left. Bai Kuei stood there in a daze, a flash of malice crossing his eyes moments later. Yifan continued to wander around the market, completing his final transaction, 10 iron heart fruits for 1 moonlit fruit. Deal? 10 is a bit low. 12. Deal. Putting away the moonlit fruit, Yifan nodded with satisfaction and started his way home. He mused to himself that although the materials for the little sky dog's evolution weren't rare, they were hard to come by in the remote South River. The presence of powerful figures from various places in Mingxin's sect conveniently solved this problem. By the end of the day, apart from the essence blood of the ancient species, he had gathered almost all the necessary materials. Passing by the previous stall, Bai Kuei was nowhere to be seen. A smile flickered in Yifan's eyes as he recalled his past grudges with Bai Kuei. Back then, Bai Kuei had also been searching for a way to extend his life, but ended up going mad and causing a massacre in Mingxin sect. Yifan had narrowly defeated him and secured a spot in the golden scale pool, elevating him to the rank of a top prodigy. In a way, he was a benefactor, Yifan sneered, scanning his surroundings before heading towards his residence. A shadow began to tail him closely. In the distance, Yunyu stood frowning. She muttered discontentedly, "Why is this kid so careless? Flaunting his wealth while being followed by a villain, completely lacking a cultivator's vigilance. He seemed more composed than his ancestors a few days ago, yet he's just as reckless." Yunyu hesitated whether to intervene, but eventually shook her head. Letting this kid suffer a bit might be good, help him wise up. Just as she was about to follow, a tall figure blocked her path. "Yunyu, aren't you on the verge of a breakthrough? Why are you following a junior?" "Elder Mingji," Yunyu quickly bowed. "I am still at a bottleneck. Becoming a king is no easy feat. Wandering around is also a way to seek fortune." Elder Mingji grunted disapprovingly, his gaze deep. "This boy carries great killing intent. He might not be aligned with us. Let him find his opportunities and leave. Investing more effort will be futile." Yunyu nodded. "I understand." Elder Mingji continued. "I know your past, but wasn't your separation back then due to differing ideals? Yi Zhantian has fallen, which, regardless of the reasons, proves his ideals were flawed. Now, the time has come to prove whether your ideals are correct. Yunyu couldn't help but retort, but he has already fallen. Who am I proving it to? Realizing her mistake, her eyes filled with panic. Elder Mingji's tone was deep, tinged with concern. Yunyu, Mingxin sect is among the top 3 human sections. Being part of it means you should care for the entire human race. The times are changing, and Mingxin sect may soon reveal itself to the world. It's time to put our ideas into practice, not dwell in the past. Yunyu listened to Elder Mingji's words, a flicker of worry passing through her eyes. She gently asked, Elder Mingji, can Mingxin sect really change the world? The myriad forms of life are complex, and our ideals may not be so easy to realize. Elder Mingji's cloudy eyes shone with a firm light, the unique glow of a true believer. He slowly replied, precisely because it is not easy, we must exert all our efforts. Look at Mingxin sect, where the strong do not dominate the weak and the many do not oppress the few. Isn't this exactly what we envisioned? Since Mingxin sect is viable, why can't it be extended to the human race? Yunyu hesitated but finally nodded. I understand, Elder Mingji. I will strive to prove my path and achieve greatness. Elder Mingji seemed to see through Yunyu's thoughts and said gently, if the outside world disturbs you, you can retreat into seclusion. I will look after Yi Fan, so you don't need to worry. Yunyu bowed in thanks, but Elder Mingji just waved his hand. I am not looking after him because of you. Yi Zhantian gave everything for the human race. Though his personal beliefs conflicted with our sect's ideals, such a hero still deserves respect. It is only right to look after his descendants within the rules. Yunyu was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Elder Mingji, I will go into seclusion. Elder Mingji nodded in approval. I will find someone to take over your duties as a mentor for a while. As Yunyu left, she couldn't help but glance in the direction Yi Fan had gone, thinking to herself, by the time I come out of seclusion, this boy might have already left the sect. Not long after, Yi Fan returned home to find Chu Tianba pacing anxiously in front of his door. As soon as Chu Tianba saw Yi Fan, he hurried over. Yi Fan, you're finally back. I have something big to tell you. Yi Fan gestured for Chu Tianba to come inside. Once they were indoors, Yi Fan asked, what is it that has you so anxious, Tianba? Chu Tianba excitedly said, Yi Fan, do you know what a golden scale stone is? Yi Fan nodded. Of course. It's the legendary evolution stone that only appears in the deepest part of the golden scale pool. It has miraculous effects on mutated beasts with ancient bloodlines, rumored to turn them into true ancient species. Chu Tianba urgently said. A practitioner living in room 5 of the Tianzi district has one and is willing to sell it. Yi Fan frowned. Are you sure? Such a precious item. Why would anyone want to sell it? Chu Tianba explained. The owner of the golden scale stone is a young man who seems to be incredibly powerful. He said if I could offer an appropriate technique or rare treasure, he would give me the stone. I showed him everything I had, but he refused it all. Yi Fan pondered for a moment, then stood up. Take me to him. I'll try to make the exchange. The two hurried to room 5 of the Tianzi district. Chu Tianba knocked on the door, and a child with pigtails opened it. After Chu Tianba explained their purpose, the child went to get her brother. A moment later, a handsome young man wearing a thick brocade robe appeared at the door. His face was pale, with a sickly look. The young man invited Yi Fan and Chu Tianba inside. A brazier was burning in the room. The young man explained, I am not in good health, so I always need to have a fire going at home. Yi Fan got straight to the point. Friend, what are you seeking in exchange? The young man nodded and retrieved a box from the inner room. When Yi Fan opened the box, a vast aura immediately surged forth. Inside lay a stone engraved with fish and dragon patterns, emitting a dazzling light. A look of astonishment flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. It really is the golden scale stone. I have no interest in deception. If I propose an exchange, it will be a fair one. Yi Fan's reaction seemed to be within the man's expectations. He calmly said, fellow Taoist, you may present your offer. Yi Fan didn't immediately put down the box in his hand. Instead, he paused to think, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the man before him. He noticed that despite sitting under the scorching sun, the man clung close to a brazier, clearly suffering from severe cold poison. It seems your body has been invaded by high-level cold poison, possibly from some rare source, Yi Fan bluntly pointed out. The poison has penetrated your bones. I don't have many physical remedies on me, but I do have a few techniques that might help improve your condition. Surprisingly, this statement didn't elicit much of a reaction from the man. He merely shook his head slightly, his voice as calm as ever. I didn't bring out the golden scale stone to alleviate the cold poison. Yi Fan frowned, clearly not expecting this answer. The man's condition was critical, even worse than anyone Yi Fan had seen before. Cold poison in the bones not only threatened life, but also brought unbearable pain. If not for detoxification, then what do you want? Yi Fan's tone carried a hint of respect. To remain composed under such excruciating pain, this man's mental fortitude was clearly extraordinary. The man was silent for a moment, his gaze softening as it fell on the child beside him. He gently stroked the child's hair. I just want to exchange something that could protect my little brother, he said softly. The world is dangerous, and my journey is ending. Though my family will protect him, I still worry. As he spoke, Yifan noticed a glow emanating from the man's hand, silently sealing the child's senses. This sight moved everyone present. Chu Tianba couldn't help but ask, fellow Taoist, is there really no way to cure your cold poison? The man smiled gently and turned his gaze to Yifan. Your friend seems quite remarkable. In your opinion, is there any possibility of curing my cold poison? Yifan reached out and grasped the man's wrist, carefully examining him. After a moment, he let go, a look of helplessness on his face, and gently shook his head. Seeing this, Chu Tianba's eyes revealed a hint of regret. The man, however, maintained his gentle smile. Birth, aging, illness, and death are part of the natural cycle. There's no need for you to be sad because of me. Aside from worrying about my little brother, I am at peace. Yifan took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the child. Your background must be extraordinary, and you must have many things to offer your little brother. While I don't have many items that can be immediately useful, I do have a technique that might interest you. With that, he took out a newly crafted technique book. The man took it and was immediately overjoyed. Fellow Taoist, you truly understand my needs. I've been searching for this technique for a long time, and I didn't expect to find it with you. Yifan also took out a bunch of spiritual herbs and fruits. Though not particularly high grade, they could provide some temporary relief. Despite the man's initial refusal, Yifan insisted on giving them to him. After the transaction, Yifan didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he suggested having a drink with the man. The man readily agreed, taking out a pair of precious Wangmu goblets, perfectly complementing Yifan's wine immortal gourd. The two drank heartily together. As night fell, Yifan and Chu Tianba left room 5. With a bit of a buzz, Chu Tianba curiously asked, Brother Yifan, what exactly was that technique you gave him? Sacrificial technique, Yifan answered succinctly. An ancient sect's method for transferring one's essence and power to their successor. Chu Tianba suddenly understood, but Yifan sighed softly. What a pity. That fellow Taoist had extraordinary talent. If he weren't dying, he could have achieved great things in this lifetime. As the voice faded, Chu Tianba stood in front of the door, momentarily lost in thought. The high praise that Yifan had for that fellow cultivator made him reflect on what he had observed within the inner sanctum. Yifan merely waved his hand lightly and said in a calm tone, Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Sometimes, all we can do is sigh. This drink, after all, was quite good. Chu Tianba pondered for a moment and then asked, What about that child? Does he have any of his brother's talent? He seems like an ordinary kid. Who knows what he'll become when he grows up? Yifan was about to leave, but then seemed to remember something. He turned back, took down a token, and hung it on the door handle. Chu Tianba looked on in confusion, and Yifan explained, Just leaving a connection. If we meet again in the future, it will serve as proof. With that, he walked towards his courtyard, with Chu Tianba following closely behind. When they reached Yifan's doorstep, Chu Tianba was about to take his leave, but Yifan called out to him. A fruit flew towards Chu Tianba, who instinctively caught it. Yifan explained, a top-grade Shin-level iron fruit, great for physical enhancement. Thanks, Brother Tianba, for bringing the news about the golden scale stone and allowing me to meet this extraordinary person. Chu Tianba initially wanted to decline, but seeing Yifan's determined gaze, he finally placed the fruit into his pocket and took his leave. Yifan stood at the door, watching Chu Tianba walk away, a faint smile on his lips. He thought, when someone brings valuable information, how can I let them leave empty-handed? This fruit is precious, but reciprocating kindness is a basic principle of dealing with people. Chu Tianba, with the elder Wu Jingtian, has a simple mind. If I need to use him, he could guard Nanchuan town. Moonlight spread across the road in front of the door. Yifan pondered for a long time, until he was jolted from his thoughts at dawn. His gaze suddenly shifted to a house not far away, staring at the shadows of the trees under the lights, a slight smile on his lips. Bai Kuei, it's about time. Aren't you going to come out and say hello? Yifan's voice broke the night silence. The trees trembled slightly, and a slender figure emerged from the shadows, as if stepping from a two-dimensional space into 3 dimensions. Yifan said calmly, Your stealth skills aren't bad. A fierce light flashed in Bai Kuei's eyes. How did you notice me? Yifan shook his head. Sometimes you don't need to see. You just need to think. Bai Kuei was momentarily stunned, then raised his hand. You should know why I'm here. Yifan squinted, his tone mocking. Of course, you're here to decide whether to serve me as a slave for 10 years, right? At these words, a dangerous aura suddenly rose from Bai Kuei, his wrinkled face showing anger. You impudent brat. Arrogance comes with a price. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Bai Kuei's figure darted towards Yifan like a ghost, a dagger gleaming coldly, aiming straight for Yifan's vital spots. Yi Fan remained unhurried, a cold smile playing on his lips. Even a tiger can be bullied by dogs when it's down. You, a spent force at the stellar level, acting so arrogantly, have you forgotten the basic rules of assassination? In a flash, Yi Fan grasped the heavy sword behind him. With a clang, the sword left its scabbard, colliding with the dagger. With a muffled thud, the dagger flew out of Bai Kuei's hand, and Yi Fan took a few steps back to steady himself. Bai Kuei, astonished, looked at the fallen dagger, realizing the situation was dire. Kid, quite the brute strength. Bai Kuei leaped like a nimble rabbit, trying to retrieve the dagger. Yi Fan sneered. Still want to pick it up? Do you think I don't exist? A burst of sword energy forced Bai Kuei back, and Yi Fan immediately closed the distance, engaging him in close combat. Despite being a stellar-level expert, Bai Kuei was now a spent force, and his expertise lay in assassination, not direct combat. He quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Weaponless, he was driven back step by step by Yi Fan, a hint of fear creeping into his heart. After a fierce exchange, Bai Kuei could no longer hold out. Yi Fan's sword broke through his defense, pressing against his chest, cornering him. A red light flashed in Bai Kuei's eyes, as if he intended to risk his life once more. Yi Fan coldly said, "You can't do that anymore. I can kill you before you even try." Bai Kuei felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, frozen by the sword at his throat. Yi Fan said indifferently, "Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. You should have attacked without reservation from the start. Now you have two choices. Serve me as a slave for 10 years or die." Bai Kuei gritted his teeth, but, under the threat of death, finally asked, "Do you really have a way to keep me alive?" Yi Fan nodded. "Of course. You've overused your blood energy. With the right technique to replace your blood, you might not regain your peak strength, but surviving and retaining most of your power won't be difficult." He stared at Bai Kuei. "Stop wasting time. Choose." "I agree to follow you," Bai Kuei said through gritted teeth. Yi Fan's sword pressed a little closer. "Now, recite the technique with me." In the face of life and death, Bai Kuei didn't dare hesitate and quickly followed Yi Fan in performing the technique. After they finished, Yi Fan finally withdrew his heavy sword. A distinct cut remained on Bai Kuei's neck. Panting heavily, he asked, "What technique did you make me practice?" Yi Fan replied coldly, "Just a slave's binding technique." He extended his hand, his eyes icy. "Now, where's the blood essence I need? Hand it over. I need a way to relieve this," Bai Kuei said with unwavering determination, his eyes like steel. He spread his hands, staring intently at Yi Fan. "Even if you've cursed me, I won't obey you. Until I see a cure, I won't be at your service." Yi Fan frowned, a thought crossing his mind. Instantly, pain flashed across Bai Kuei's face, but he still refused to relent. "You are persistent," Yi Fan sneered, casually tossing a piece of paper to Bai Kuei. "The remedy you seek is on this list. Prepare it yourself." Bai Kuei took the list, scrutinizing it in disbelief. "Is it really that simple?" Yi Fan scoffed. "You're just suffering from a blood deficiency. This will replenish your vitality." He then produced a book. "It's an improved version of the blood demon technique. It may not align with your current practice, but if you want to survive, forget about the old one." "An improved blood demon technique?" Bai Kuei was stunned as he flipped through the manual. "Who improved it? As long as it saves your life, does it matter who did?" Yi Fan replied indifferently. Bai Kuei was left speechless, feeling awkward. After all, as a respected star-level expert, he had not only attacked a junior but also got captured, which was quite humiliating. Seeing through his thoughts, Yi Fan said, "Don't feel embarrassed. One day, you might be grateful for your impulsiveness today." Bai Kuei had no response, reluctantly admiring the rare aura of strength in the young man. "Why do you insist on having me as your servant for 10 years? He finally asked. Yi Fan nonchalantly replied, "I need you. You're skilled in assassination and stealth. I want you to train an intelligence squad, or rather, a shadow team. It will make things easier in the future." "Train a squad?" Bai Kuei frowned. "Are you with the Dynasty organization?" "I'm with Shunyi, unrelated to the Dynasty organization," Yi Fan stated bluntly. Bai Kuei's eyes lit up. "Shunyi? The one controlled by Yi Tiangong of Nanchuan?" Yi Fan was somewhat surprised. "You know Shunyi?" "I've had dealings with some underground assassin organizations." Bai Kuei lowered his voice. "There's a high bounty on Yi Tiangong's head." Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. "Did you take the bounty?" "No," Bai Kuei explained. "The bounty stated that Tiangong had 2 star-level bodyguards and a strong military force. At that time, I was already suffering from blood explosion, so I couldn't take it. But others might, given the high price." Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Kuei asked, "So, you are Tiangong?" "Yes," Yi Fan admitted calmly. This simple answer hit Bai Kuei like a thunderbolt, his eyes wide with shock. "Do you want me to help you rebel?" he asked with difficulty. Yi Fan replied indifferently, The human race is in chaos. I'm just trying to set things right. Seeing Bai Kuei's horrified expression, he added, why? Do someone like you still have a sense of patriotism? Bai Kuei smiled bitterly. I lost that a long time ago. It's just that Shan Yi doesn't have a good reputation. Many underground organizations see it as another dynasty organization. Yi Fan frowned. Why do you say that? The cities under my rule in Nanchuan are much more stable than before. How can I be compared to the dynasty organization? Bai Kuei awkwardly explained, both the dynasty organization and Shen Yi are groups of people who believe they can change the human race. Yi Fan was silent for a moment, then asked, you should have some understanding of the true nature of the dynasty organization, right? Bai Kuei cautiously replied, I know a bit. What does Tiangong want to know? Who's really behind the dynasty organization? Yi Fan pressed. Not those clans masquerading as the dynasty organization, but the real dynasty organization. Bai Kuei's expression turned peculiar. Someone like me can't see the true masterminds behind such a powerful force. But from what I know, the real dynasty organization is much larger than most people imagine. How so? Yi Fan asked. Do you know Posa City? The one at the border between Nanchuan and Qinling. Yi Fan nodded. One of the 5 chaotic cities. Bai Kuei lowered his voice. From what I know, the owners behind the 5 chaotic cities have close ties with the dynasty organization. In fact, the 5 chaotic cities are essentially the bases of the dynasty organization. How reliable is this information? About 70 to 80%. I once worked for a high-ranking member of the dynasty organization and learned quite a bit. Yi Fan pondered. And you know nothing about the people behind the dynasty organization? Bai Kuei hesitated. I've heard some rumors, but it's hard to tell what's true. For example, the leader of the dynasty organization is supposedly called the Holy Master, and he has a son known as the Young Holy Master, who is said to be unrivaled among his generation. Unrivaled among his generation? Yi Fan was intrigued. Isn't that supposed to be Jiada Bailong? Bai Kuei shook his head and leaned in closer. The Young Holy Master is no ordinary person. It's said he possesses the divine consciousness of an ancient strongman, innate supreme eyes, and grafted bloodline of an ancient beast. His beast mastery talent is also among the top-grade ones. He might be the only person in thousands of years to have these combined traits. In terms of talent, he's unmatched. Unparalleled in the world? Yi Fan squinted his eyes slightly upon hearing this, a vague sense of hostility rising within him. This feeling wasn't baseless. Rather, it was an instinct of a strong individual. Whether it was personal emotion or ancestral hatred, Yi Fan realized that an inevitable showdown with the dynasty organization loomed in his future. And this so-called young Saint Lord, if Bai Kuei's words were true, was destined to be his formidable rival. Yi Fan's interest was piqued. He turned to Bai Kuei and asked slowly, Bai Kuei, how do you think I compare to this young Saint Lord? Bai Kuei was taken aback, his expression turning a bit awkward. I only know that Tiangong's combat prowess is extraordinary, but I dare not make any rash judgments. However, since the Yi Fan who defeated Jia Bailong is Tiangong's cousin, Tiangong's strength must be. Yi Fan isn't Tiangong's cousin, Yi Fan interrupted. He's the same person. Bai Kuei was momentarily speechless, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Yi Fan continued. Just because I wore a mask doesn't mean you all haven't heard any rumors. Bai Kuei hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully. There have indeed been some speculations. Tiangong obtained the creation fruit and is the only dual-talent beastmaster of our era, as well as the only one to form a perfect Dao embryo in the golden stage. However, Tiangong still has innate disadvantages. The Eye of God, inherited bloodline, beast mastery talents. These hard attributes differ greatly. If the levels are comparable, he might suffer significant losses. Yi Fan nodded, a strange glint in his eyes. He suddenly asked, can you get any information about the young Saint Lord? Bai Kuei quickly shook his head. I don't know. It's said that the dynasty organization provides the highest level of protection for the young Saint Lord. Not to mention the powerful figures that might be around him, even his whereabouts are rarely known. The title Young Saint Lord was something I overheard by chance, and I almost got exposed that time. Yi Fan was silent for a moment, then waved his hand. You may go. I'll be improving myself in the Mingxin sect for the next 6 months. Once I come out of the golden scale pool, you'll leave with me. You don't have to follow me around. If I need you, I'll use the subordinate spell to contact you. Bai Kuei hesitated. Leaving in 6 months? Does Tiangong have something important to do then? Yi Fan simply looked at him quietly. What do you think? Bai Kuei paused, seemingly recalling something, his gaze becoming resolute. He bowed to Yi Fan and then retreated. Standing at the doorway, Yi Fan watched Bai Kuei leave. Though such people usually did not catch his eye, Bai Kuei was indeed a talent, and Yi Fan needed capable individuals at this moment. Building a vast power structure wasn't achieved overnight. Recognizing and using talent was crucial. Unparalleled in the world? Humph. Now that's a worthy opponent. Yi Fan muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping over the distant houses before he turned and went inside. As night fell, clouds obscured the moonlight. On a distant roof, Elder Mingji appeared silently. He admired Yifan's vigilance and felt a growing interest in the young man. However, recalling Yifan's actions today, he shook his head. Such a prodigy, if only he didn't have such a heavy killing intent, the Mingxin sect could have high hopes. Alas, Elder Mingji sighed before his figure vanished into the night. Back in the beast space, Yifan began to inventory his gains for the day. The evolution materials for the little heavenly dog and the golden scale stone, which could transform the inherited beasts. The precious materials caught the attention of all his beasts, but soon, except for the little heavenly dog, the other three lost interest. Yifan gently patted the little heavenly dog's head. These were prepared for you. Stop whining. Go ahead. The little heavenly dog excitedly rushed toward the pile of materials, devouring them eagerly. Its body began to swell, growing larger rapidly. Scales emerged, bone spurs jutted from its limbs, its skin turned jet black, and moon symbols appeared on its forehead and chest. After the transformation, the little heavenly dog had become a small mountain, exuding a majestic aura. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. You're no longer a whitehead beast. Now you're a devourer beast, supernatural level. One more step, and you'll be a true great heavenly dog. Show me your new talent. The devourer beast responded, opening its mouth to form a massive black hole, absorbing a large amount of elements instantly. It then let out a roar, launching a gigantic energy cannon toward a distant hill. The entire space trembled, and the shockwave swept through like a tornado. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. Annihilation Cannon, one of the most destructive elemental skills. A golden 7-star devourer beast. This cannon might be too much for even an eternal low star to withstand. Very good, very good. The giant devourer beast affectionately nuzzled Yifan's hand. Its massive body was nearly twice the size of the Inferno Hellhound, creating a stark contrast with its gentle behavior. Yifan lightly patted its head and said, "You're now considered a subspecies of the ancient lineage. You need to be more formidable." Yifan picked up the golden scale stone, his gaze sweeping over the red flame gale horse leisurely munching on spiritual grass in the distance. After a moment of hesitation, he called out, "Red flame gale horse, come here." The red flame gale horse lifted its head, looking bewilderedly at Yifan holding the golden scale stone. Unlike Yifan's other beasts, this dragon variant had always been used as a mount. It didn't like to fight and spent most of its time in the beast space, leisurely grazing, except for occasionally carrying Yifan. After long-term cultivation, it had reached the golden 5-star level. Despite its confusion, the red flame gale horse trotted over to Yifan, occasionally glancing back at its unfinished spiritual grass. Seeing this, Yifan chuckled. "Don't worry about your grass. You won't be eating that anymore." He extended the golden scale stone toward the red flame gale horse. "Eat this?" The red flame gale horse froze, its large eyes filled with disbelief, as if saying, "Are you serious? You want me to eat this big stone?" Yifan reassured, "It's edible, trust me. Eat this, and you'll become incredibly powerful. I wouldn't harm you. If I wanted to, why would I feed you so much spiritual grass, just to fatten you up?" Hearing this, the red flame gale horse relaxed a bit and hesitated before opening its mouth wide. Seizing the moment, Yifan pushed the golden scale stone into its throat. The red flame gale horse choked and jumped up, the stone slowly sliding down into its stomach with a dull thud. It suddenly stopped moving, standing there in a daze. Soon, a golden light emanated from its stomach, enveloping its entire body. Yifan watched from a distance, murmuring, "I guess that means it worked." Although he had seen the golden scale stone before, this was his first time using it personally. Choosing the red flame gale horse was a last resort, as using the stone on the newly evolved devourer beast might be risky. Yifan watched the golden light expectantly, wondering if it could truly transform the dragon variant into a real dragon, which would be a monumental change. At this moment, the Inferno Hellhound came over, seemingly puzzled by the changes around it. Yifan comforted it, "It's fine, just stable evolution. I never joke with my beasts." Understanding this, the Inferno Hellhound affectionately nuzzled Yifan. The golden light lasted for 6 whole days. On the 6th day, as the light gradually faded, an ancient dragon roar startled Yifan out of his meditation. The sight before him left Yifan in awe. A massive dragon with blue and red wings emerged from the mist, its blue and purple eyes fixed on Yifan, its forepaws moving awkwardly. "Is it really a dragon now?" Yifan exclaimed, quickly approaching the dragon's feet. The dragon was so enormous that Yifan's height barely reached its heel. He reached out to touch the dragon's scales, the familiar texture making his breath quicken. "A dragon? It's really a dragon," Yifan said excitedly, his eyes shining. The dragon let out a puzzled roar, and a voice echoed in Yifan's mind. "Am I very powerful now?" Yifan was stunned and asked, You can communicate telepathically? The dragon roared again, exhaling 2 breaths of hot air, and the voice came again. What's telepathic communication? Confirming this, Yifan couldn't hide his excitement, his hands trembling slightly. A true ancient lineage beast, unlike the dragon spirit residing in the heavy sword, was a tangible existence. It would be his trump card for a long time to come. The golden scale stone from my friend has really helped me a lot, Yifan exclaimed. Calming down, he said to the still confused dragon, you have transformed from the red flame gale horse, so I'll call you Red Flame Gale Dragon from now on. To make it easier, I'll call you Old Red. How does that sound? The dragon seemed displeased. That fire dog is older than me. Why is it called Little Fire, and I'm called Old Red? Fire dog? Yifan instinctively looked at the Inferno Hellhound nearby. It's evolved from a firehound. Fire dog sounds like something from a dog meat restaurant. The Red Flame Gale Dragon stubbornly crossed its forepaws. I don't care. I want to be called Little too, or it should change to Old Fire, and I'll be Old Red. Otherwise, I won't accept it. Why are you so stubborn? Yifan said helplessly, fine, fine. You can both be called old. You'll both grow up anyway. Looking at the proud red flame gale dragon, Yifan couldn't help but think of the red fire dragon in the palace of the human king. Picking its nose, he wondered, how could this dragon resemble the human king's dragon? Could it have that dragon's bloodline? But it evolved from a horse. How could a horse be so proud? The red flame gale dragon seemed to sense Yifan's thoughts and suddenly roared. Who's a horse? I'm a dragon now. You don't have a horse anymore. Hey, why are you so rude? Yifan said, half laughing, half crying, looking at his stubborn new dragon. After some playful antics, the Scarlet Flame Gale Dragon excitedly showcased its newly evolved abilities to Yifan. With dual attributes of wind and fire, it had become even more formidable. Not only could it use most of the beast taming skills, but it could also perform simple attribute fusions. Its robust dragon physique allowed it to withstand the Devourer Beast's annihilation cannon and even endure Yifan's ultimate sword technique. A hint of contemplation and helplessness flashed in Yifan's eyes. Acquiring a rare beast was undoubtedly a good thing, but raising one required an enormous amount of resources. Its daily food intake alone was daunting. More troubling was the fact that such a treasure couldn't be easily revealed to others. Possessing a treasure can bring disaster. Yifan rubbed his forehead. If people find out I have a rare dragon, many will covet it. Even the remains of a dragon could spark a province-wide battle, let alone a living one. Such a prize could drive people to madness. Most of the time, it will have to stay in the beast-taming space. Yifan calculated internally, but ultimately, it gives me another trump card. The newly evolved Devourer Beast and the dragon species obtained through the Golden Scale Stone had significantly boosted Yifan's strength. Even if the Scarlet Flame Gale Dragon couldn't be openly displayed, he could still draw power from it through enchantments. The Devourer Beast's combat abilities also filled the gaps in his current lineup of beasts. The Mingxin sect truly is my lucky place. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. However, his gaze shifted, and he saw the Scarlet Flame Gale Dragon gnawing on some spiritual herbs. He was taken aback. Old Chi, why are you still eating grass? Aren't you a dragon now? The Scarlet Flame Gale Dragon paused its chewing, tilted its head in thought, then stubbornly shook its head. Who says dragons can't eat grass? I want to eat it. Yifan shook his head helplessly. Fine, eat grass or meat, as long as you can fight. Though, your chatter is a bit of a headache. Waving his hand, Yifan ignored the Scarlet Flame Gale Dragon and sat down cross-legged to practice his Holy Law technique. Although part of his plan was complete, there was still much to be done. He had only 6 months in the Mingxin sect, and he needed to make every second count. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain room, a melodious bell rang again. An old man lifted his head from a massive star chart and glanced at the scale on the wall. Master, you're skipping meals again. A child carrying a bowl of food approached, puzzled. Is the star chart really that important? Why did you lock up Brother Prophet? The old man became angry at the mention. Don't bring up that fool. I told him the stars had changed, and to avoid trouble. He insisted on going, failed to bring anyone back, and even attracted a calamity star. He tried to destroy the star chart. If I hadn't caught him in time, the foundation of the Yintian sect would have been ruined. What's a calamity star? Is it that big red star? The child stood on tiptoe, pointing at the largest dark red star in the center of the chart. The old man sighed. A calamity star represents disaster and slaughter. It's not good news. At that moment, the child exclaimed, Grandpa, another red star has appeared. The old man was jolted awake and quickly looked at the star chart. Indeed, at the edge, another massive red star was slowly rising, almost the same size as the one in the center. Another calamity star? How is that possible? The old man's face turned pale. How can 2 calamity stars appear in the same era? The new red star rapidly moved to the center of the chart, nearing the first red star. The entire chart's hue began to change, with the two red stars glow enveloping many other stars, casting an eerie crimson over the chart. Simultaneously, unfamiliar stars appeared at the corners of the chart, crowding in. Several massive stars that were once faint began to shine brightly. The old man's expression changed dramatically, and cold sweat dripped down his back. When he saw the new red stars glow also touching the Yintian sect, even brighter than before, he could no longer remain calm. Quick! Notify the elders. Evacuate the Yintian sect. The old man stood up abruptly. The Yintian sect has been exposed. At that moment, a stranger with a black-robed guard suddenly appeared at the door. A powerful aura filled the room, making it hard to breathe. Didn't the Yintian sect claim to foresee destiny? Can't you see where your guest comes from? The man sneered. The old man asked warily, "Who are you?" The man squinted his eyes. "Yin Shizi. If I can come here under so many watchful eyes, do you think you can resist me?" The old man hastily performed a hand gesture, his eyes glowing. In the next moment, his face changed drastically. "The other calamity star. It's you? The other one?" The man seemed surprised. "Does that mean someone else has a star like mine?" A hint of a mysterious smile crossed his face. "Is there really someone in this world who can rival me?" The atmosphere in the room was suffocating. Yin Shizi faced the mysterious man, feeling an indescribable fear. Trying to steady his voice, he asked, "What do you want?" Yin Tianmin is an ancient sect, not to be trifled with. The man let out a cold laugh and stepped closer, followed by a cloaked figure. If the top 3 human sects said that, it might carry some weight. But an ancient sect that survives on divination? Do you really think you can intimidate me? Yin Shizi was overwhelmed by the man's presence and dared not resist, watching helplessly as the man approached the star chart. "I've just entered the world, and this star chart can already detect me. It seems I came to the right place," the man said, his eyes scanning the chart until they locked onto 2 red stars. He frowned. "There's actually another star like mine." Turning to Yin Shizi, the man asked, "Who does this red star represent?" "Divulging celestial secrets will alter the star chart's contents," Yin Shizi quickly replied, his mind racing to find a way to protect Yin Tianmin from disaster. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Calamitous stars cannot coexist. You will meet one day. According to the star chart, that day is not far off. Not far off. The man mused, then sneered. "So, it must be him. But to compare him to me, I find that hard to believe." Having lost interest in the star chart, the man turned towards the door. Yin Shizi sighed in relief, only to hear the man say calmly, "Destroy it. Such an object that can spy on celestial secrets shouldn't exist." "Yes, young saint," the cloaked figure responded, striding towards the star chart. "Don't you dare." Yin Shizi finally couldn't hold back and rushed forward to stop him. However, before he could gather his strength, the cloaked figure grabbed him and slammed him to the ground. The entire room shook, and Yin Shizi was pinned down by a mysterious force, unable to move. Seeing the cloaked figure raise his fist, Yin Shizi shouted in despair, "The star chart is a sacred relic, tied to the fate of humanity. It cannot be destroyed." "An object tied to humanity's fate? You Yin Tianmin really know how to flatter yourselves," the man said coldly. "Humanity is weak now because of people like you, who cling to outdated traditions. I want to see how much impact losing this star chart will have." Before he finished speaking, the cloaked figure's fist came crashing down on the star chart. With a dull thud, cracks spread across its surface, and it shattered into countless pieces, the glittering stars fading away completely. That was satisfying. The man laughed as he left, his guard following closely behind. Yin Shizi struggled to his feet, trembling as he looked at the shattered star chart on the table, his eyes bloodshot. "No!" His anguished roar echoed throughout Yin Tianmin, causing the disciples in training to look up in confusion towards the sect's main hall. Half a year flew by, and Yi Fan stood for the 70th time in the illusion of the 70th level of the Heart Clarity trial. In a few days, the Golden Scales pool would open, and he would leave the Heart Clarity sect. The illusion that had thwarted Yi Fan so many times was not grand. It was quite ordinary. A small stone house, a patch of grass, a stone table, and a small stream. The door creaked open, and an average-looking woman walked out with a tray of food. She was used to Yi Fan's presence, and simply placed the food on the table before sitting down. Yi Fan sat across from her in silence, taking up his bowl and starting to eat, ignoring the warning ripples from the illusion. "You seem different today," the woman said suddenly, picking up a piece of food. "What's going on?" "I'm leaving," Yi Fan replied calmly. "I don't know when I'll be back." "Leaving, huh?" the woman said, a bit surprised but soon smiling. "It's all right. You've kept me company for so long, and I'm happy. I'm just a figment of your imagination. Now that you have the ability, you can find me again. I won't look for you." Yi Fan continued eating. "In this life, I'm known as a calamitous star, destined for great battles. You're just an ordinary person. If I look for you, you'll be drawn into a nightmare of destruction. Like in the past life? The woman asked softly. Her words seemed to strike a chord in Yifan, causing his body to tremble and the illusion to start expelling him. He quickly recited a mantra, suppressing his emotions and maintaining a calm facade. You still hold a grudge over what happened, the woman said gently. My death wasn't your fault. It was the fault of those ruthless villains. Yifan didn't respond, continuing to eat. The food felt dry and hard to swallow. I don't blame you, the woman said quietly. You've seen Qingzi, seen Linglong. You know how to let go of obsessions and make amends. But you refuse to see me. Only by seeing me can you truly let go. In this life, I have no memory of the past. To me, you're just a stranger. Seeing me will release you from your obsession, perhaps giving you some peace. Old friends are hard to meet again. Seeing you would only add to the regret. Yifan shook his head. You, the woman sighed, placing another piece of food in Yifan's bowl. Eat some more. Who knows when we'll meet again? Yifan remained silent, picking up the food and putting it in his mouth. Suddenly, the illusion's ripples grew intense. This heart clarity trial is truly harsh. Sensing his imminent expulsion, Yifan put down his bowl and stood up. The surrounding illusion began to fade, and the woman's figure grew blurry. At that moment, a complex expression crossed Yifan's face, his eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. Just before leaving, he couldn't help but say, the food is good, but the rice is still too hard. Just like before, the illusion dissipated like a receding tide, and the Elder of Discipline saw Yifan fail at the 70th level once more. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed his face. He couldn't help but recall the initial discomfort he felt when Yifan first reached the 70th level, but now he found himself hoping Yifan would progress further. The last 11 levels of the Mingxin trial each represented a significant elevation in one's state of mind. It was said that reaching the 81st level would allow one to ascend instantly. The Elder of Discipline looked at Yifan with a hint of concern in his voice. You've lingered at the 70th level for so long that you should be able to break through. Would you like to adjust yourself and give it another try? Passing the 70th level also allows you to choose another treasure. Yifan shook his head and calmly replied, Elder, I don't care about the levels or the treasures. The journey of the Mingxin trial is about letting go of obsessions. When one is willing to let go, the trial naturally becomes passable. But for me, some obsessions are the driving force behind my efforts. If I let go, I lose my reason to strive. The Elder of Discipline was momentarily stunned by Yifan's words. Having experienced many ups and downs in life, he understood the deeper meaning behind Yifan's statement. He sighed. If that's the case, you may always be stuck at the 70th level in the Mingxin trial. Yifan responded with determination. When the day comes that I fulfill my heart's desires, my obsessions will naturally dissipate. He bowed to the Elder of Discipline. Thank you for your care over the past 6 months. The Elder of Discipline, despite saying, I haven't cared for you much, showed a trace of reluctance in his eyes. He asked, Are you leaving Mingxin sect? Yifan nodded. Once I enter the golden scale pool, I will leave. The outside world is ever-changing, and there are many things waiting for me to do. The Elder of Discipline was silent for a moment before finally speaking. If the outside world becomes unfavorable, you can come to Mingxin sect to avoid the world. I have no descendants or disciples, and, although not extraordinarily powerful, I am considered a strong figure in this world. If you are willing, I could take you as my last disciple. Yifan sincerely replied, Thank you for your kindness, Elder. If that time comes, I will surely seek you out. He paused, then continued, Before I leave, there is another matter I wish to seek your advice on. I have a blessed land rich in spiritual energy but lacking a method to gather it. I have heard that Mingxin sect was built on an ancient spiritual gathering formation. Could I possibly obtain this method? The Elder of Discipline frowned slightly and, after a moment of thought, said, The method of gathering spiritual energy is the foundation of Mingxin sect. Only the sect leader knows it. To obtain this method, you need the sect leader's consent. Yifan asked, Is there any way I can communicate with the sect leader? The Elder of Discipline explained, The sect leader is nearing the end of his years and is seeking a breakthrough method, rarely seeing anyone. He hesitated but then said, If you earnestly seek the method, I can try to petition the sect leader on your behalf. However, whether you obtain the method depends on you. Yifan thanked him profusely. The Elder of Discipline reminded, The sect leader dislikes violence. Your principles conflict greatly with our sect. Unless necessary, do not mention them in front of the sect leader. Yifan understood and bowed in agreement. The Elder of Discipline handed Yifan a token. Minter Yunyu is in seclusion, but your request to borrow the biography of the human king has been approved. The book is on the top floor of the library. This token grants you access. The golden scale pool will open soon, so leave some time for preparation. Yifan accepted the token and bowed as he left. At the doorway, He looked back at the Elder of Discipline in the distance and said, "Elder, if you ever need anything, you can find me in Nanchuan." The Elder of Discipline feigned anger. "Does an honored elder like me need help from a youngster like you?" He waved his hand. "Just take care of yourself. Once you leave Mingxin's sect, the world becomes complex." Yifan nodded and departed, leaving the Elder of Discipline to sigh. It's strange to feel reluctant to see a young lad leave. "I'm getting old, truly getting old." Yifan arrived at the library, visiting it for the first time in 6 months. As an ancient and secluded sect, Mingxin's sect's collection was vast. However, Yifan, now proficient in his skills, found most of the books ordinary and had not visited before. Inside the library, cultivators were either sitting or standing, immersed in their reading. Yifan headed straight to the top floor, where only an old man sat at the entrance. Yifan presented the token and stated his purpose. The old man glanced at him, took the token, and directed, "The biography of the human king is on the 3rd shelf to the right. There is no time limit for borrowing, but do not touch other books." Yifan acknowledged and entered. The top floor of the library was filled with dust and the scent of decaying paper, reflecting the passage of time. He quickly found the designated shelf, where only one gold-trimmed book stood, well preserved amidst the surrounding decay. The book bore no title, only a crooked inscription. "Yitong, Laoku, visited here." Yifan was puzzled. "Is this Yitong, the human king? He shares my surname. And is Lauka really a name? The handwriting looks like that of a child learning to write." With questions in mind, Yifan opened the heavy book. A sense of ancient history washed over him, as if he had traveled back to that legendary era. Time seemed to fly by in the library as Yifan closed the hefty biography of the Renwang. Outside, the sky was already pitch black. He stood up, stretching his limbs that had grown stiff from sitting too long, while his mind lingered on the content he had just read. The life of Renwang was filled with legendary exploits. This oddly named biography was rich in detail, not only documenting Renwang's numerous deeds, but also resolving many of Yifan's doubts. Firstly, it confirmed Renwang's real existence, but revealed that he was not of human imperial lineage. Rather, he hailed from the depths of the cosmos. His disappearance was explained had once again journeyed across the stars. The biography also validated the authenticity of the Jiatalong bloodline and confirmed that his martial arts indeed originated from the extraordinary dragon that accompanied Renwang. This dragon was Renwang's most crucial companion, fighting alongside him from birth, never wavering through millennia of battles. The existence of the Sword Saint was also confirmed, but the biography disclosed that he fell in the final battle between Renwang and the ultimate cosmic power. That battle laid the foundation for Renwang's transcendence, but also took many of his important companions. In search of a way to resurrect the Sword Saint, Renwang traversed countless star systems and eventually found the key materials in the star system where Yifan resided. To repay a debt, Renwang stayed for 300 years, subduing demonic beasts. As Yifan's thoughts raced, he connected the traversing the stars mentioned in the biography with the concept of small worlds within the eternal secret realm. He speculated that for the inhabitants of the eternal secret realm, their world might just be another eternal secret realm. Renwang's power clearly far exceeded that of the realm's guardians, allowing him to travel through the cosmos freely and suppress demonic beasts for centuries. This idea furrowed Yifan's brow. If such a being existed above the level of the kings, what deeper secrets might lie behind the facade of the human race's upper echelon? The inaction of the 3 kings of civil and martial affairs, the background of the dynasty's organization, the cause of his grandfather's death, and even the fate of himself and other new kings in his past life, could they all be related to these mysterious entities? Suddenly, Yifan was jolted from these unsettling speculations, realizing he was drenched in cold sweat. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to stop thinking about matters beyond his current level. After standing still for a while to calm his mind, Yifan sat back down but did not reopen the biography. He held the book in contemplation for a moment before finally getting up to place it back on the shelf. Though the path ahead remained long and uncertain, Yifan's eyes regained a calm, serene look. Rather than fearing the existence of unknown powerful beings, he felt grateful for choosing to read Renwang's biography. Despite its light-hearted tone, the book still conveyed Renwang's imposing spirit of suppressing countless enemies. Renwang's life started from obscurity, facing formidable foes repeatedly but ultimately prevailing. He tore through the cosmic veil, ventured into the stars, and fought for the resurrection of his companions, never stopping or giving up. This spirit deeply inspired Yifan, proving that although the road ahead was tough, it was not impossible. Step by step, one day I too will tear through the veil and see the truth behind it, Yifan said to himself with determination, turning to leave the library. At the entrance, the dozing gatekeeper was startled awake by the sound of footsteps. Seeing Yifan covered in sweat but with eyes gleaming, he showed a hint of surprise. But Yifan did not linger, and the old man's astonishment quickly faded. He shook his head and reclined back into his chair to sleep again. The library returned to its usual tranquility, as if Yifan had never been there. Only the occasional drifting specks of dust testified to the passage of time. Deep into the night, Yifan returned to his residence alone. As he pushed open the door, he saw a middle-aged man sitting quietly at the table, sipping tea. The man wore a white robe, his long hair flowing, exuding a gentle and refined aura, as if he had stepped out of an ancient poem. Hearing the door, the man looked up, a faint smile on his lips, and asked warmly, "Are you Yifan?" Still immersed in the shock from the biography, Yifan was momentarily taken aback, but was soon influenced by the man's gentle demeanor. He paused briefly before nodding and replying, "I am Yifan. Greetings, sect master." "You guessed that I am the sect master," the man said, shaking his head with a self-deprecating smile. "But of course, who else would visit this late at night?" Yifan respectfully cupped his hands and said, "Sect master, you are too kind. It is I who have disturbed you, not the other way around." "All the same," the sect master of the Mingxin sect replied, his gaze sweeping over Yifan, slightly frowning. "You carry a heavy aura of slaughter." "With villains in power, I had no choice but to act," Yifan replied, his tone much calmer than before, perhaps recalling the disciplined elder's advice. "That's a fitting reason," the sect master nodded, seemingly uninterested in delving into the topic further. He directly asked, "I heard from the disciplined elder that you seek the Mingxin sect's spirit-gathering technique?" "Yes," Yifan replied courteously. "I have a blessed land." "The reason has already been explained," the sect master interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. "I can teach you the spirit-gathering technique, but there are some conditions." "Please state them, sect master." "If I can't fulfill them, I will certainly do so," Yifan immediately responded. "The conditions are not harsh. You can meet them now," the sect master said slowly, taking a sip of tea. "I want you to join the Mingxin sect and become one of us." "Join the sect?" Yifan squinted his eyes, 1,000 thoughts flashing through his mind in an instant. He had made so many plans, and now that his grand undertaking was about to unfold, how could he retreat from the world for the sake of a spirit-gathering technique? Without hesitation, he shook his head firmly and said with a voice as resolute as iron, "Sect master, my heart is not in this. I'm afraid I cannot agree to this condition." The sect master of Mingxin showed no emotion, his tone as cold as ice. "Then there's no way around it. The spirit-gathering technique is the foundation of Mingxin sect. You can only take it if you become one of us." The air seemed to freeze, a glint of determination flashing in Yifan's eyes. This condition almost cut off all his bargaining chips. Join Mingxin sect? Absolutely not. But if he didn't join, the sect master's attitude. "Sect master," Yifan took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. "I believe the spirit-gathering technique is not truly the foundation of Mingxin sect." "Oh." The sect master raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Not truly the foundation?" Yifan's gaze was sharp, his words ringing with conviction. "Techniques are external. The true foundation lies in the people. Just like now, the foundation of Mingxin sect is you, sect master. If you are strong, the sect is strong. If you are weak, no matter how advanced the spirit-gathering technique is, it means nothing." A flicker of admiration flashed in the sect master's eyes, though he remained impassive. "Your words are interesting. So, what are you trying to say?" Seizing the opportunity, Yifan went straight to the point. "I have heard that the sect master is facing a life-threatening bottleneck and is seeking a breakthrough method. Perhaps I can help you with that." To his surprise, the sect master burst into laughter, though a trace of coldness lingered in his voice. "Yifan, do you know what you're implying? I don't appreciate empty promises. If you're saying this just to get the technique, I will never pass it on to you." An invisible pressure enveloped the room, making it hard to breathe under the weight of the sect master's displeasure. Yifan stood firm against the overwhelming pressure, his voice trembling but resolute. "I can't guarantee success, but I might have a way." The sect master looked surprised and fell silent for a moment before speaking. "My cultivation technique comes from ancient sages, capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, and discerning truth from illusion." Yifan seized the moment and quickly said, "If the sect master trusts me, I can identify the source of your bottleneck and see if there's a way to overcome it." "Fine." The sect master extended his hand, saying no more. Without hesitation, Yifan grasped the sect master's wrist and began to channel his holy technique. Elements converged like a swarm of ants, flowing into the sect master's body. The immense pressure of examining a king-level expert soon had Yifan sweating profusely. After a moment, Yifan withdrew his hand, drenched in sweat. "How is it?" the sect master asked. Yifan shook his head, his expression grave. "It's not good. The bottleneck isn't due to your technique or physical condition. It's purely a mental barrier." "A mental barrier?" The sect master was stunned. "My mind is as clear as a mirror. In the past century, I have never been hindered by a bottleneck in my cultivation. It has always been smooth sailing. Yifan hit the nail on the head. Precisely because of that, you've encountered a bottleneck. Have you ever entered the mortal world? The sect master frowned. The mortal world is complicated. Just hearing about it makes me weary. In my life, besides my ancestors and masters, I have had little contact with others. Yifan spoke confidently. The clarity of your mind isn't true clarity. Without experience, relying solely on what others say to achieve a clear mind is like talking on paper. The sect master pondered. So, I need to experience the mortal world to break through? But I've trained extensively within the sect, facing many challenges in the Mingxin trials, all of which I've passed smoothly. While not as arduous as the 81 trials of a sage, they have reached the threshold of a strong practitioner. Yifan shook his head firmly. The Mingxin trials target worldly obsessions. Without experiencing the mortal world, you can't talk about obsessions. The challengers who fail at higher levels are bound by their obsessions. The most difficult part for you in the Mingxin trials was probably the separation from your ancestor and master. The sect master was silent for a moment, a trace of urgency in his eyes. Is that so? But I'm no longer an ordinary person. Entering the mortal world now, is it too late? Yifan's eyes were bright. If the sect master merely seeks a breakthrough, then disguise yourself as a mortal. Although your lifespan is nearing its end, you still have several years left. Seal your cultivation and experience the cycle of life and death as a mortal. If you can attain enlightenment, your cultivation will make a significant breakthrough. The sect master was surprised. Is that so? Yifan, how do you know this method? Yifan responded calmly. Though I'm young, I enjoy reading biographies of various powerful figures. Many of them have faced similar bottlenecks and found different solutions. The method I suggested is one that suits your situation. The sect master pondered for a moment before finally speaking. It's feasible, though I'm not certain it will work. Fine. I'll enter the mortal world first. If I succeed in breaking through, I will personally bring you the spirit gathering technique. Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile. That works. Sect master, do you have a place in mind for entering the mortal world? The sect master shook his head. No. Do you have a suggestion? A cunning glint appeared in Yifan's eyes. I do. He revealed a meaningful expression. Head south, keep going straight. Cross 7 cities, and you will reach a mountainous area. Beyond the mountains lies a desolate region, where the people suffer and war is imminent. For experiencing worldly emotions and obsessions, I believe that place is ideal. The sect master pondered. Oh, is there really a place on the brink of war in the current world? What is this place called? I've never entered the mortal world, so I need to know to avoid going to the wrong place. Yifan's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he slowly revealed. That place is called Nanchuan. Nan as in south, Chuan as in a flowing river. Upon hearing Yifan's suggestion to go to Nanchuan, sect leader Mingxin furrowed his brows in thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. A smile spread across Yifan's face as he silently hoped this journey would provide the sect leader with an opportunity for a breakthrough. In the looming chaos ahead, the survival of a powerful figure like the sect leader could bring great benefits to humanity. Sect leader Mingxin, somewhat surprised by the suggestion, curiously asked, "You're aware of the impending chaos? You must have a good grasp of the current state of the world. In your eyes, what does the mortal realm look like? Is it truly, as they say, overrun by treacherous individuals, with the common people living in misery?" Yifan pondered briefly before speaking in a deeper tone. If you only look at the surface, the lives of ordinary people haven't changed much. Most conflicts occur among those in power. Although the order is fragile, those in power still hesitate to blatantly trample on the rules, which keeps their subordinates in check. We are on the brink of the coming chaos. Sect leader Mingxin nodded thoughtfully and suddenly asked, Yifan, what do these treacherous people seek? If everyone could love one another, wouldn't the world be a better place? Recalling his own experiences, Yifan slowly replied, the human heart is complex and hard to understand. I've questioned many villains I've captured, and their reasons vary widely. Many seek simple things: money, power, benefits, fame, nothing more. Sect leader Mingxin mused. These are the most basic trials in Mingxin's teachings. If we could guide everyone to transcend these desires, wouldn't the world change for the better? Yifan shook his head. Sect leader, that idea is too idealistic. People are vastly different. Expecting everyone to reach such heights is like chasing a fantasy. Practitioners in Mingxin sect don't represent everyone. Most of the world consists of ordinary people who struggle to make a living and can't easily let go of money and power. Sect leader Mingxin seemed pensive, not entirely in agreement. Yifan continued, Sect leader, debating with words often strays from reality. If you were to truly experience life among common people, you'd understand my point. It's like a great bird trying to understand the world of a sparrow. To the sparrow, the small space between branches is its entire world. After hearing Yi Fan's words, sect leader Mingxin fell into deep thought. Moments later, he downed his tea in one gulp and stood up. If that's the case, I shall go and experience the mortal world firsthand. With that, he strode out with eager steps, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Watching sect leader Mingxin leave, Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Sect leader, the mortal world is far more painful than you imagine. He hadn't realized that the mighty Mingxin sect was built on such idealistic notions. Time flew by, and the day for the opening of the golden scale pool arrived quickly. At dawn, Yi Fan woke from meditation, greeting the first rays of the rising sun. He donned a well-fitted robe, and the sunlight seemed to drape a faint golden cloak over him. After several days of preparation, Yi Fan had reached his optimal state, achieving a serene mind. Today, the Mingxin sect was unusually bustling. Yi Fan moved through the crowd at a steady pace towards the golden scale pool. Many elders were already gathered there, holding lists and waiting. The qualified practitioners eagerly entered the mist-shrouded pool. Soon, Yi Fan's name was called. He calmly stepped out of the crowd and began ascending the 99 steps leading to the golden scale pool. His unique state caught the attention of the elders present, who looked on in surprise. The disciplined elder watched Yi Fan enter the pool and nodded in satisfaction. As all the selected practitioners entered the golden scale pool, the remaining practitioners in the courtyard did not disperse but waited for the results. During the wait, an elder couldn't help but remark that Yi Fan, only in his teens, has already achieved a serene mind. Disciplined elder, how many levels did he pass in the Mingxin trials? 70 levels. The disciplined elder's answer elicited another wave of astonishment. The enlightenment from the golden scale pool is closely tied to one's mental state. Ordinary practitioners who pass 20 or 30 levels can advance 4 or 5 grades. If he passed 70 levels, wouldn't he jump straight from gold to star? The disciplined elder shook his head. A teenager reaching star would be too exaggerated. I'd say he can reach eternal high star at most. Despite this, his eyes still shone with anticipation as he looked towards the entrance of the golden scale pool. At that moment, a steady voice rang out. Everyone looked up to see the esteemed Grand Elder Mingxi. He gazed at the mist enveloping the golden scale pool, his brows slightly furrowed, and said thoughtfully, if he truly has ambition, he wouldn't let his realm rise too much without effort. Golden scale pool, a place akin to a mythical paradise, shrouded in mist like a delicate veil, with crystal-clear emerald waters. Yi Fan, bare-chested and muscular, floated quietly in the water, legs crossed, eyes closed, and body drifting with the current, unlike others who eagerly swam deeper into the pool. Suddenly, the water began to ripple, as if coming to life. A faint glow surged toward Yi Fan's body. He opened his palm, releasing several spirit beasts. This legendary sanctuary had an irresistible allure for them, and they eagerly plunged into the water. Only Lao Qi hesitated, eyeing the other beasts and the water with a thoughtful glint in its large eyes. It turned to Yi Fan and let out a low growl, and a voice echoed in Yi Fan's mind. Yi Fan, with so many people in this pool, do you think someone might pull? Before it could finish, the Inferno Hellhound and the other beasts burst out of the water, glaring menacingly at Lao Qi. Embarrassed, Lao Qi scratched its head and waved its paws. Just kidding, just kidding. You guys drink, you guys drink. Though Yi Fan's eyes remained closed, he spoke. The golden scale pool is a sacred pool with purifying properties. Even if what you said were true, it wouldn't have any effect. Hearing this, the beasts relaxed and submerged themselves again. Only Lao Qi, after hesitating for a moment, chose to mimic Yi Fan's posture, sitting cross-legged with its eyes closed. As time passed, the glow around Yi Fan grew brighter. His cultivation level skyrocketed, quickly breaking through the 9th star of the golden stage and reaching the eternal level. Eternal 2-star, 3-star? The water's turbulence intensified, seemingly astonished by Yi Fan's rapid progress. However, Yi Fan frowned. He could clearly feel his cultivation becoming unstable. Despite the foundation of 70 levels of the Mind Clarity Trial, the power of the golden scale pool was beyond his expectations. This rapid advancement, though without side effects, was more of a hindrance than a help to his pursuit of perfection. Resolutely, Yi Fan recited a mantra, causing the light enveloping him to first shine brilliantly, then quickly fade. His cultivation level began to regress, falling from high eternal stars to eternal 2-star. Just as Yi Fan intended to suppress it further, he realized his body had reached its limit and could not continue. The water's turbulence ceased instantly, no longer washing over him. Meanwhile, his spirit beasts made remarkable progress. The Inferno Hellhound, Ice Spirit, Devouring Beast, and Death Eagle all broke through to the eternal level. Only Lao Qi, starting from a lower level, barely reached the 9th star of the golden stage. That should be enough for now, Yi Fan said, shaking his head as he recalled his spirit beasts. Yet, a hint of doubt flickered in his eyes. In his previous life, He had been expelled from the golden scale pool immediately after absorbing its power. This time, he wasn't. Could it be due to a change in his mindset? Yifan's gaze turned toward the depths of the pool, where the legendary golden scale stone was located, the reason why others were rushing deeper. Although he came here to stabilize his cultivation, since he wasn't being expelled, why not take a look? Let's check it out, Yifan decided, swimming deeper. The mist still enveloped the area, and he could only rely on memory to navigate. As he ventured further, the mist behind him closed in, as if no one had ever been there. Meanwhile, outside, the courtyard was bustling with cultivators who had emerged from the golden scale pool. They excitedly discussed their gains. Suddenly, Wu Jingtian emerged from the pool, his face beaming with joy. A dignified cultivator, showing such exuberance over a minor breakthrough. How unseemly, a guarding elder reprimanded. Wu Jingtian shrank back and quickly responded, "Yes, yes." The elder glanced at him and asked, "Broke through to glory?" "Yes," Wu Jingtian replied, unable to hide his joy. This time, the elder merely grunted and turned away. Wu Jingtian sighed in relief and quickly descended the steps, searching for Yifan in the crowd. Not finding Yifan, he spotted Chu Tianba. Over the past 6 months, the two had become acquainted. So Wu Jingtian directly asked, "Brother Tianba, has Yifan come out yet?" Chu Tianba shook his head. "I don't think so. I was among the first to come out." He looked at Wu Jingtian with a hint of envy. "You have a solid foundation, Brother Jingtian. You reached glory in one go. I barely made it to Starshine 9-star this time. Who knows how long it'll take to step into glory?" Wu Jingtian laughed. "It's just personal fortune. Following Yifan, glory isn't far off." His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Someone with Yifan's mindset, who knows how much progress he'll make this time. Eternal level is certain, but whether it's low or high star, or even directly to Starshine, remains to be seen. Chu Tianba sighed. Yifan's progress is astonishing. At this rate, he might surpass us in less than a decade. Wu Jingtian raised his hand excitedly. "I think it might not even take that long." In turbulent times, prodigies emerge. Think big 15 years old, starting the path of cultivation. 16, reaching golden stage. 17, breaking through Starshine in the golden scale pool. 18, glory. Becoming a king might take a bit longer, maybe 2 years. By 20, he'll be crowned king, the greatest king of all time. Jingtian, your thought process is a bit too erratic. Chu Tianba's eye twitched before he smiled wryly. Over the past 6 months, he had grown accustomed to Wu Jingtian's eccentric personality. Ever since Wu Jingtian, the descendant of a great overlord, met Yifan at the age of 50, it seemed as though he had unlocked some youthful exuberance, often speaking in a whimsical manner. If not for his age, one might mistake Yifan for Wu Jingtian's guardian. Just as Chu Tianba was about to speak, another person emerged from the entrance of the Golden Scales pool. This time, it was Bai Kuei, who had been in an excellent mood since receiving a modified version of Bloodburst from Yifan, which earned him a spot in the Golden Scales pool. "Bai Kuei, how did it go?" Wu Jingtian greeted warmly, spreading his arms for a hug. Seeing this, Bai Kuei's eyelid twitched. Naturally reclusive, he couldn't stand Wu Jingtian's overly familiar and often inappropriate demeanor. Instinctively, he stepped back, retreating to the stairs. Noticing the oddity, the elders and Wu Jingtian's ancestors cast disapproving glances. Wu Jingtian chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. Bai Kuei sighed in relief and descended the steps again. "I've advanced by 2 stars and am now at Starshine 8. The Golden Scales pool also healed some hidden injuries. That's quite an improvement." Wu Jingtian laughed. "No wonder you stayed so long. We've all made significant progress this time. Tianba has reached Starshine 9, and I've broken through to glory. When Tiangong comes out, he'll be in for a surprise." Bai Kuei was taken aback. "You've broken through to glory?" "Yeah, I was just 1 step away," Wu Jingtian replied nonchalantly, unaware of Bai Kuei's inner turmoil. "Even someone like him can reach glory, while I'm still at Starshine 8. Bai Kuei thought bitterly. Deep within the Golden Scales pool, Yifan finally reached the end. Unexpectedly, it was a platform with steps extending into the water. On the platform stood statues of a man and a dragon, the very figures Yifan had challenged countless times in the martial hall. As Yifan stepped ashore and dressed, the water's surface rippled. A girl draped in a thin veil appeared, her skin rosy and white, with sharp, horn-like braids, resembling a sprite of nature. Seeing Yifan, the girl was initially startled, then her eyes filled with curiosity. "Are you from the alien tribe too?" "Too." Yifan squinted, recalling Chu Tianba's words, and suddenly understood. "You must be Ku? You know me?" Ku looked even more puzzled. "I've heard about you," Yifan replied briefly, stepping aside. "My grandmother was said to be from the alien tribe, so I guess I have alien tribe blood too." Ku relaxed slightly and hesitated before stepping onto the platform. Yifan couldn't help but ask, What's the difference between the alien tribe and humans? How can you sense my bloodline? Ku smiled playfully. The alien tribe and humans have similarities and differences. People like you and me are different from ordinary folks. Yifan examined Ku's horn-like braids and suddenly realized, you have beast blood in you? Yes, Ku replied candidly. Some members of the alien tribe intermarry with the beast tribe. Beasts at the glory level and above can transform into human form through specific techniques. Beast tribe? Transform into human form? Yifan frowned. Are you saying that beasts have a transformation technique? They always have, Ku explained. You might have only seen their beast forms. It's a secret of the beast tribe. Yifan fell silent, feeling a mix of emotions. Just as Chu Tianba had said, true members of the alien tribe harbored no ill will towards beasts. Ku referred to them as the beast tribe, without a hint of disdain. Beasts and humans have fought for millennia. Can the alien tribe truly set aside hatred, coexist with beasts, and turn their blades on their own kind? Yifan asked sharply. Ku frowned and retorted, my bloodline comes from my parents' love. Why should I dislike it? Not all beasts want to fight humans. Some desire peace. Many in the alien tribe are also striving for peace. Her expressive eyes filled with confusion. Good is good, bad is bad. You can hate the bad alien tribe and beast tribe members, but isn't it prejudice to generalize? As an alien tribe member, I hate war and those who start it, whether they're from the beast tribe or the alien tribe. Yifan suddenly understood and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was a bit extreme just now. Ku sighed in relief. It's okay. At least you're the first person I've met who's willing to admit their extremism. Yifan glanced at the statue of the human king and curiously asked, Miss Ku, do you know whose statue this is? Of course, it's the human king Yitong and his beast companion Lao Ko, Ku replied seriously. The alien tribe greatly reveres the human king. Many join the alien tribe because of his influence. Because of the human king's influence? Yifan was astonished. Yes, Ku said, bowing to the statue. The transformation technique of the beast tribe was also passed down by the human king. During his lifetime, he didn't allow the beast tribe to attack humans, nor did he permit anyone to harm the beast tribe. He was a powerful beast master and truly treated beasts as equals. If you visit the beast tribe's capital, there's a statue of the human king in front of the palace, worshipped daily by countless beasts and alien tribe members, grateful for the peace he brought. Beasts thank him too? Yifan was even more surprised. Didn't he suppress beasts for 300 years? He suppressed the bad ones, and he also suppressed many bad humans, Ku explained. The beasts currently fighting humans are mostly those who were suppressed by the human king back then. Yifan pondered, recalling the chronicles, and a strange thought crossed his mind. If those waging war now are the bad beasts once suppressed by the human king, then where are the bad humans he suppressed? Why didn't the human king completely wipe out the beast and human tribes back then? Yifan couldn't help but ask, his brows furrowing. Ku turned to face the statue of the human king and bowed deeply once more. The human king was never one to take lives lightly. At that time, the beast and human tribes wept in repentance, and the human king chose to forgive them, Ku replied, his voice filled with reverence. As soon as Ku finished speaking, the statue of the human king emitted a brilliant light, forcing Yifan to close his eyes. When the light faded, a golden scale stone lay quietly in front of Ku. Ku carefully picked up the golden scale stone, bowed to the statue again, and then turned to Yifan. I must go now. What's your name? Yifan. Ku nodded without saying more and walked toward the pool. Yifan stood on the platform, wanting to ask something but ultimately remained silent. After Ku left, Yifan approached the statue of the human king. He hesitated for a moment, then bowed slightly without kneeling. The statue remained unresponsive, clearly not acknowledging Yifan. Yifan didn't mind. He had already understood the criteria for obtaining the golden scale stone. Besides one's state of mind, the statue valued equality and a love for peace, qualities Yifan couldn't embody at that moment. I'm no saint. I can't be that noble, Yifan muttered to himself. I believe in fighting fire with fire and repaying hatred with vengeance. With that, Yifan bowed to the statue again and walked resolutely toward the golden scale pool. After he left, the statue of the human king seemed to tremble slightly, letting out a sigh of helplessness. When Yifan finally emerged from the golden scale pool, all eyes turned to him. Eternal 2-star. The disciplined elder murmured, slightly surprised. Only a 4-level increase? This progress was far below the elder's expectations, and everyone showed signs of astonishment. Wu Jingtian and the other two exchanged puzzled looks, not understanding why Yifan, who had stayed the longest in the pool, showed less progress than the others. Only Elder Mingji seemed to understand, nodding slightly. He knew Yifan had deliberately refused the significant boost from the golden scale pool to stabilize his cultivation realm. Yifan remained calm under the scrutinizing gazes. He slowly descended the steps, and Wu Jingtian immediately approached him. Yi Fan, reaching eternal level at 17 is incredible. Wu Jingtian praised without hesitation. Yi Fan could see through their thoughts and explained, I practiced the perfect path, so I suppressed my realm. Prepare yourselves. We leave tomorrow. So soon? Wu Jingtian was taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Chu Tianba and Bai Kuei looked eager, having long grown weary of the secluded life at Mingxin sect. The group soon dispersed. Instead of returning to his quarters, Yi Fan went to residence number 5. The door was closed, and the token had been removed, indicating the owner had left. Yi Fan pushed the door open, and a sense of desolation hit him. The fire pit had long gone cold, with even the ashes scattered by the wind, leaving only a few charred logs. Our friend must have used the self-sacrifice method, Yi Fan said softly, sweeping away the dust in the courtyard. Consider this a farewell. He sat at the table and was about to take out his wine gourd when he noticed a letter wedged in the table's crack. Opening it, he read the brief lines. The path of cultivation is endless, but alas, my journey ends here. Meeting you felt like reuniting with an old friend. Thank you for fulfilling my last wish. If you ever face hardship, take this letter to the Supreme Palace in the South Sea and seek my master, Jin Kuan. He values talent and will surely protect you. Feng Ya. Feng Ya, from the Feng family of the 8 great clans? Yi Fan murmured. Our friend had quite the background. He put away the letter, glanced around, sighed softly, and took a sip from his wine gourd. It's a pity your journey ends here. If we could have traveled together, it would have been quite the adventure. The next day, Yi Fan left Mingxin sect with Wu Jingtian, Chu Tianba, and Bai Kuei. In this peculiar group, the young Yi Fan seemed like a commander leading 3 seasoned veterans into battle. Yi Fan, how about we find an inn and have a good meal before setting off? Wu Jingtian suggested, eyeing the wine gourd at Yi Fan's waist with a grin. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly. Time is tight. We need to hurry. The college entrance exams are approaching, and I still have to stabilize South River before heading to the capital. Why spend so much effort on a small place like South River? Bai Kuei asked, puzzled. Wouldn't there be more opportunities in the capital? Yi Fan explained, we have nothing right now. How can we establish ourselves in the capital? Although South River is remote, it can become a significant force if managed well. Bai Kuei pondered for a moment and then asked, how large of an intelligence network do you need me to build? 5,000 people. 4,000 for intelligence work, and the remaining 1,000. Consider them your disciples, Yi Fan replied. Wu Jingtian and Bai Kuei exchanged a glance, and then looked at Chu Tianba. Why are you looking at me? Chu Tianba noticed their gazes and hesitated. Since you're all asking, I have a question too. Yi Fan, will there be food and lodging if we work in South River? Yi Fan chuckled. How could I let my seniors go without food and shelter? Rest assured, Tianba, I'm always generous to my people. Yi Fan and his 2 companions gradually disappeared into the horizon. Shortly after, a few familiar figures emerged from the Mingxin sect. Elder Wuan, disciplinary elder, and Elder Ming Yu stood at the entrance, watching the young men depart. Elder Wuan couldn't help but curse. That rascal didn't even bother to say goodbye to me. Elder Ming Yu sighed softly. Maybe he was afraid you'd scold him. Yi Fan left just like that, without even leaving a letter for Yun Yu. The disciplinary elder's eyes showed a hint of affection as he said, I heard him mention many times that once he crossed the golden scale pool, he would return to Nanchuan. I didn't expect him to leave so decisively, but that's just like him. The 3 elders exchanged their thoughts, reluctant to leave. Finally, the disciplinary elder suggested they return, but Elder Wuan suddenly proposed, why don't we go and see the outside world? Elder Mingyu reminded, elders leaving their posts without permission will be severely punished, but he glanced at the disciplinary elder. The disciplinary elder hesitated for a moment, then clapped his hands and said, punished? My foot. I'm the one in charge of rewards and punishments in the Mingxin sect. The 3 of them shared a knowing smile and decided to set off. Elder Wuan, full of enthusiasm, said, I want to see what makes Nanchuan, that place the kids so obsessed with, so special. The scene shifted to the meeting hall in the secret realm of Pingqing. Li Pengzi had just returned from a mission delivering supplies and plopped down in an empty seat in front of Swan Sansheng, grumbling, strategist. When do I get a break? It's been 6 months without rest. Swan Sansheng chuckled. Didn't you just have a break last month? What? Has the food been that bad during the mission? Li Pengzi pulled a face. It's not that the food was bad, but the cook kept making the same dishes every day. I'm about to throw up. I miss the big buns from that shop in Pingqing. Strategist, give me a couple of days off. With a smile in his eyes, Swan Sansheng said, I can have someone bring you the buns. Do you really want a break? Sensing something amiss, Li Pengzi asked warily, what do you mean by that, strategist? Swan Sansheng gave a mysterious smile. The 6-month period is up. Tiangong will be back soon, and he's bringing gifts for all of you. Upon hearing this, Li Pengzi's spirits lifted instantly. He shook his head vigorously. Then I don't need a break. I need to get ready to welcome Tiangong back. With that, he hurried off. Watching Li Pengzi's retreating figure, Swan Sanqing's eyes showed a hint of relief. He thought to himself, despite his rising status, Li Pengzi has always maintained his genuine affection for Yifan. Such pure-hearted loyalty is truly rare. A few days later, Yifan finally arrived at the secret realm of Pingqing. As soon as he entered, the scouts' voices rang out, and a group led by Li Pengzi came to greet him, their faces beaming with excitement. Li Pengzi gave Yifan a big hug as usual. Tiangong, you're finally back. Yifan looked around at everyone, nodding with a smile. It seems you've all made good progress over these 6 months. Li Pengzi, with a woeful expression, patted his belly. The strategist gave us tasks every day and only 2 days off a month. Look, I've lost weight. Yifan teased. Really lost weight? Li Pengzi scratched his head sheepishly. Last year I gained over 40 pounds. This year only about 10 in 6 months. The growth rate has slowed down. So that counts as losing weight, right? Yifan patted Li Pengzi's shoulder and turned to introduce. Let me introduce you to 2 new members of Shanyi. This is Chu Tianba, a veteran with 9-star prowess, who will be responsible for training the troops. Chu Tianba cupped his hands and said, Greetings, everyone. Yifan then pointed to another person. This is Bai Kuei, an expert in assassination and stealth, an 8-star powerhouse. He will be training our intelligence unit. As soon as Yifan finished speaking, Bai Kuei's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing in the shadow of a soldier 100 meters away, then instantly behind Li Pengzi. This move startled Li Pengzi, who hugged Yifan with a thud. Everyone else was equally astonished, looking at the seemingly ordinary old man with newfound respect. Finally, Yifan announced some good news. Shanyi now has its first glory-level warrior. Li Pengzi immediately exclaimed, What, Tiangong? You've broken through to glory? That fast? Upon hearing this, Wu Jingtian's face darkened, and he gave Li Pengzi a flick on the forehead. You'd rather believe Tiangong has broken through to glory than believe I have, right? Ouch! Wu Jingtian slapped Li Pengzi on the head, causing the latter to cry out in pain while clutching his head. Li Pengzi looked up at Wu Jingtian with a hint of embarrassment on his face. Oh, I forgot about you, Senior Jingtian. This only made Wu Jingtian's face darken further. He crossed his arms and turned away. The rest of the team immediately began congratulating Wu Jingtian on his breakthrough to the glory level, their flattery gradually easing his expression. He glanced at Li Pengzi, then strode confidently to stand behind Yifan. Swan Sanqing sighed. Heaven truly favors the talented. Our trip to the Mingxin sect brought us 2 seniors. Yifan responded calmly. It's all just a matter of chance. Wang Lingxi, standing nearby, seemed stirred by the mention of Mingxin sect and suddenly asked, Yifan, what level are you at now? Yifan smiled slightly and flipped his hand, revealing a ball of flame. Wang Lingxi gasped, Elemental manifestation. That's an eternal level technique. Have you reached the eternal level? Yifan nodded in confirmation. The crowd around them erupted in astonishment, and Li Pengzi exclaimed, Holy crap! Eternal level at 17? That's insane. Yifan waved his hand dismissively and surveyed the sea of soldiers before him. It seems we have a lot more people now. Swan Sanqing explained, Yes, we've integrated forces from 4 cities and have been expanding our army for the past 6 months. We now have 200,000 troops. Besides expanding the Zhufa and Tianqian Corps to 50,000 each, we've also established a new 100,000 strong corps. Yifan nodded, seemingly unsurprised. A 3rd corps already? Has it been named? Not yet. We're waiting for you to decide, Swan Sanqing said, as 2 soldiers brought over a blank plaque and some ink. Yifan took the brush, thought for a moment, and elegantly wrote the characters Dewey on the plaque. Swan Sanqing nodded in approval. The Dewey Corps, it seems to carry some deeper meaning. For now, I've appointed Nu Shur as its leader. Any suggestions? Personnel appointments should be decided by the strategist, Yifan replied. Just as Swan Sanqing was about to continue the discussion, Li Pengzi suddenly interjected, Hey strategist, Tiangong just got back and must be tired from the journey. How about letting him rest for a day? Swan Sanqing waved his hand helplessly. I might be a bit too eager. Tiangong, we've prepared a banquet to welcome you and the seniors. Shall we proceed? Yifan nodded in agreement and looked at the impatient Li Pengzi beside him. What, are you that hungry today? Not hungry. Li Pengzi quickly shook his head. The strategist said you brought us gifts. I want to see the gifts. Yifan asked, What gifts? Li Pengzi anxiously looked at Swan Sanqing, who also shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Just as Li Pengzi was about to persist, a voice echoed in his mind. Li Pengzi, you fool. The gifts are only for a few of you. If I bring them out now in front of everyone, what would the others think? Realizing his mistake, Li Pengzi quickly pretended to be confused. Maybe I remembered wrong. A few days later, Yifan and his companion stood before a strategic map of the southern region. Swan Sanqing detailed his plan, with 200,000 troops divided into 3 routes, We can take control of the entire southern region within 2 months if everything goes smoothly. However, some cities like Longya City and Feng City have substantial garrisons. Over the past 6 months, they've been bolstering their defenses. A direct assault might result in significant losses and extend the campaign. Yifan shook his head and traced a line on the map with his finger. Dividing 200,000 troops into 3 routes will take too long. Let's directly attack Nange City and take a few cities along the way. Mao Zizi doesn't want a war with me, and our current strength is enough to overpower him. I'll negotiate with him directly. Swan Sancheng pondered. This plan is feasible, but we need to consider the reactions of other cities. If Mao Zizi decides to fight us to the death and rallies other city lords, even a few cities' troops would cause us significant trouble. Yifan appeared confident. Mao Zizi won't fight to the death with me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let me leave Nange City 6 months ago. As for the other city lords, if they intended to oppose me, they would have acted earlier, not waited until now. Swan Sancheng agreed and began issuing a series of military orders. The commanders received their orders with determined expressions, clearly having awaited this moment for a long time. Wu Jingtian excitedly asked, Tiangong, what about us? Should we help out? Yifan replied, you seniors will accompany me. Often, just showing our strength is enough. If I need you to take action, I'll let you know. Swan Sancheng watched Yifan and his companions, lost in thought. In less than 2 years, they had transformed from the initial changes in Yunqing to a strong army with glory-level experts. The rapid progress was astounding. He couldn't help but imagine the scene 10 years from now, but quickly shook his head and refocused on the strategic map before him. Now, the grand plan was just beginning, and the tiger had only started to show its fangs. There were still many things he needed to worry about. In Yinqing, a dignified man in a white robe entered the city. This was none other than the leader of the Mingxin sect, who had come to Nanchuan following the guidance of Yifan. Being his first time in the mortal world, his eyes were filled with curiosity as he observed everything around him. Strolling down the bustling street, the Mingxin sect leader frequently paused at stalls selling trinkets. He picked up a few children's toys, played with them briefly, and then put them back, much to the vendor's disappointment, which earned him a glare. However, he seemed to find amusement in the situation. After a while, he seemed to recall Yifan's instructions and changed into coarse clothes. He approached an old woman selling some green onions and ginger at a street stall and respectfully asked, Grandma, do you know where I can find poor families in this city? The old woman looked up, her wrinkled face full of confusion. She sized up the handsome stranger for a while before shaking her head and replying, I don't know. The Mingxin sect leader muttered to himself, are there no poor people in the world anymore? His eyes then fell on the green onions and ginger at the stall, and he asked curiously, Grandma, is this all you sell? I have just a small plot of land, so I can only grow these, the old woman replied. The sect leader nodded and said, these must be quite valuable then. The old woman frowned and said with a hint of helplessness, valuable? 4 yuan for the onions, 3 yuan for the ginger, altogether less than 20 yuan. Young man, you probably have never managed a household. The sect leader shook his head honestly and asked, what can you buy with 20 yuan? Is it a lot? The old woman sighed and pointed to a noodle shop by the street. A bowl of noodles costs 12 yuan. You tell me, is 20 yuan a lot? The sect leader did some quick calculations, and his expression changed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, so, does that mean you are a poor person? Poor, but I get by. The old woman shook her head. My husband passed away early, so I grow some vegetables and collect bottles to make ends meet. Do you have any children? He inquired. A rare smile appeared on the old woman's face. I have 2 sons and a daughter. They all have their own families and children. Don't they take care of you? Why are you still setting up a stall at your age? He asked. They want to take care of me, the old woman explained. But they all live in other provinces and I don't want to go. Why do you have to go to them? Can't they come back here? He asked, puzzled. The old woman was silent for a moment, her eyes complex, and finally shook her head. They have their own families to take care of. They have careers and children there. It's hard enough for them to come back a few days a year. They've worked hard to establish themselves in big cities. They can't just move back for an old woman like me. The sect leader pondered and asked, then why don't you go live with them? It would improve your living conditions, and you could be with your family. I don't want to be a burden, the old woman sighed. Old people don't get along well with the young. Besides, I've lived here for decades. Living here for decades must be tiresome. Wouldn't a new place be better? He suggested. The old woman waved her hand helplessly. I'm too old to adapt to a new place. This is fine. As long as they're doing well, I'm not too bad off. The sect leader was stunned and murmured. I always thought that when parents get old, their children would always be by their side to take care of them. Who wouldn't want their children by their side in old age? The old woman smiled and shook her head. But sometimes, things don't go the way you want. The sect leader was silent for a long time before finally nodding. I've learned something today. With that, he bowed to the old woman and turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, the old woman muttered to herself, these days, who still asks if 20 yuan is a lot? Meanwhile, on the city wall of Pingcheng, a middle-aged man with glasses, the city lord of Pingcheng, was frowning as he looked at the vast army below. The nightmare he had awakened from many times had finally come true. The headquarters of Tiangong was right at the city's edge. What should we do, city lord? An anxious advisor asked beside him. Are you the advisor, or am I? The city lord snapped, then sighed. They are too many. We can't hold them off. Should we request reinforcements from higher up? The advisor suggested. This is clearly a rebellion. They can't just ignore it, can they? If they were going to intervene, they would have done so already. The city lord shook his head, staring at the advancing army with worry. After a long pause, he sighed. We can only see what Tiangong decides. We are at their mercy. What can we do? With that, the city lord slumped into his chair, seemingly giving up on futile resistance. The surrounding advisors and city guards exchanged helpless glances. Since Old Ye's battle in Pingcheng, the Battle Heaven Army and the Guardians of Nanchuan had been reassigned, leaving them defenseless against Tiangong's army. Before long, the army reached the city gates. Yi Fan, clad in armor, rode out from the ranks. Thousands of city guards focused their eyes on him. Despite being armed with guns, they felt suffocated, as if a mountain of pressure was bearing down on them. This was the power of presence. When you have enough cards and strength, you can exert a strong sense of oppression without uttering a word. Yi Fan, as steady as a rock, approached the city gate. He immediately spotted the city lord of Pingcheng, who seemed to have given up resistance, and a smile played on his lips. By order of the governor, I am to proceed to Nange and inspect the cities along the way for remnants of the dynasty. Yi Fan announced loudly, City Lord Huang. Open the gates at once and submit to inspection. Here we go again. On the city wall, Lord Huang heard the rumors that had spread far and wide and couldn't help but show a hint of helplessness. He gritted his teeth and finally, with a wave of his hand, ordered, open the city gates. The advisor next to him was shocked and hurriedly asked, just open the gates like this, my lord? Shouldn't we try to negotiate further? Lord Huang glanced at the advisor, both amused and exasperated. Then you go negotiate. The advisor was left speechless. He turned his head to look down at the city, seeing Yi Fan on horseback, with a vast army behind him. Swallowing hard, he reluctantly walked to the edge of the wall. Master Yi, the advisor began, his voice trembling involuntarily, we haven't received any orders from the governor to let you conduct an inspection. Yi Fan replied calmly, it's not surprising you haven't received any. The corruption runs deep in the dynasty. To maintain secrecy, the governor trusts me entirely and informed only me. The advisor, not being foolish, quickly caught the flaw in the statement and asked again, Master Yi, do you have any proof of the governor's personal authorization? Of course I do. Yi Fan nodded, casually taking out a token and holding it up. Here is the governor's order. The advisor only took a glance at the clearly wooden token and felt his eyelid twitching. Master Yi, are you sure this is the real governor's order? Yi Fan's gaze was sharp as a knife, as he looked straight at the advisor on the wall. I, the esteemed minister of the martial department, would not deceive you with a fake governor's order. Feeling the murderous intent in Yi Fan's eyes, the advisor instinctively shrank back. Just then, Yi Fan's cold voice rang out, Advisor, it's good to be cautious, but choose the right occasion. That's enough questioning. Any more would be disrespectful. Scene shift to the martial department hall. Several family heads sat on the lower seats, looking at Li Wushuang at the table, smiling politely. Minister Li, we discussed the security issues of Fengyue Street among our families yesterday. Today, we are here specifically to talk to you about it. Li Wushuang frowned, listening quietly. Fengyue Street's recent revenue hasn't been good, and we are unable to bear the costs of having martial department members serve as security. We hope Minister Li can consider reducing the fees. After a pause, Li Wushuang slowly asked, reduce by how much? 3,000. 3,000? Li Wushuang's face immediately showed anger. From 300,000 to 3,000? Do you take my martial department members for street thugs? You know the danger level of Fengyue Street yourselves. 3,000. And you expect gold-level warriors to guard and patrol for you? A family head smiled and explained, Minister Li, don't be angry. It's just that Fengyue Street's revenue hasn't been good in the first half of the year. He lowered his head, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Actually, we still have gold-level warriors in our families. If Minister Li is unwilling, we can provide our own people, saving you some trouble. Li Wushuang narrowed her eyes, instantly understanding their intentions. She smiled slightly. 3,000 isn't entirely impossible. Your families aren't doing well now, but that won't last forever. I can charge you 3,000 per month for now, but once your revenue improves, you'll need to make up the difference. The family heads were clearly not expecting this, but one quickly stood up and said, since Minister Li says so, it's feasible. However, the current situation isn't great, and it could take 3 to 5 years for Fengyue Street to see significant revenue. Maintaining the 3,000 rate for 3 to 5 years might cause dissatisfaction among the martial department members, as they, unlike you, need to support their families. Li Wushuang's face turned grim, remaining silent. The family heads smiled slyly, clearly having prepared their strategy. Just then, Chunpong hurried in and whispered a few words to Li Wushuang. Her frown eased, and a smile appeared on her face. Minister Li seems to have good news, one family head asked. Nothing much, Li Wushuang replied, though she couldn't hide her smile. I've agreed to what you proposed. Agreed? The family heads were puzzled. Aren't you going to reconsider the 3 to 5 years? No need to reconsider. You can drag it out as long as you want. Li Wushuang waved her hand dismissively, then casually asked, by the way, which families were involved in discussing this proposal to reduce the fees? The family heads immediately tensed up. They were highly sensitive to this question, recalling how Yi Fan had asked similarly before confronting them individually. Could it be that Master Yi is coming back? One family head muttered softly. Their faces changed drastically, their hearts pounding as they saw the smile on Li Wushuang's face. One family head tentatively said, Minister Li, actually, we can still manage the 300,000 security fee if we pool our resources. No need to trouble yourselves, Li Wushuang responded. The agreement was made with Master Yi. He's not one to force others. If you feel pressured now, it's fine to make changes. No changes needed. Enough. Li Wushuang suddenly snapped. Do you think you can change, or not change at will? What do you take the martial department for? I'm asking which families discussed this matter. Don't you understand? As her voice echoed through the room, Li Wushuang's gaze swept over the assembled family heads like a blade. Months of suppressed anger now transformed into a palpable, lethal aura, leaving no room for pleasantries. The family heads shifted uncomfortably in their seats, realizing that the situation had spiraled out of their control. A bearded family head rose to his feet, his voice ingratiating and respectful. Minister Li, we never intended any disrespect towards the Ministry of Martial Affairs. Today's proposal was solely for mutual coexistence. We never meant to anger you, and we are truly fearful of your displeasure. Regarding the matter of wages, it was our oversight. Please, Minister Li, calm your anger. Calm my anger? Li Wushuang let out a cold laugh before sitting down. Her tone was so calm it sent chills down their spines. I have nothing to be angry about. However, since you are all here today, there are matters we need to discuss. Please, Minister Li, go ahead, the bearded family head responded. Li Wushuang got straight to the point. Tiangong is returning with an army of 200,000 and is set to take control of Nange. Within 2 days, your scouts should bring you this news. Panic spread across the faces of the family heads. Li Wushuang's lips curled into a faint smile as she continued. You all know that Tiangong despises family clans the most. If he finds out about your disloyalty over the past 6 months, what do you think he'll do to you? In the ensuing silence, someone finally whispered, Tiangong's temper will likely see us all dead. That's about right, Li Wushuang nodded, a hint of amusement in her eyes. But fortunately for you, you're dealing with me today, so you still have a chance. What chance? One family head asked urgently, quickly adding, Minister Li, despite some misunderstandings over the past 6 months, we can resolve them. Li Wushuang tapped her fingers on the table slowly. Misunderstandings are minor. What I'm about to say will determine whether you can stay or not. Tiangong's return will certainly meet resistance. He will take control of Nange, and any resistance will be eliminated, including the well-fed aristocrats who have been entrenched in Nange City for years. Although we are aristocrats, we have no intention of opposing Tiangong, one family head quickly stated. Minister Li, you must believe us. Li Wushuang shook her head. It's not me you need to convince, it's Tiangong. You are all smart people, so you know what to do. After a moment of silence, someone tentatively asked, Minister Li, are you suggesting we pledge our allegiance to Tiangong? Some things lose their meaning when spoken aloud, Li Wushuang said meaningfully. Don't worry about Tiangong not being able to take Nange City. Besides the 200,000 troops, he has glory-level experts with him. No one in Nanchuan can stop him. Glory level. The family heads turned pale. Li Wushuang waved her hand. Go and prepare. Tiangong will arrive in Nanchuan soon. If you don't wish to pledge allegiance, you might still have time to escape with your families. The family heads, looking as if they had lost their fathers, retreated one by one. Watching their backs, Li Wushuang's face broke into a victorious smile. Her words had undoubtedly cleared some obstacles for Yi Fan's takeover of Nange. Though she knew Yi Fan was unstoppable, fewer troubles were always better. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Yinqing, a middle-aged man using the alias De Biao was moving goods with a skinny teenager. This De Biao was none other than the displaced leader of Mingxin's sect. Xiao Chun, Why is it that, despite the filial piety of children and the longing of parents, they don't live together? The Mingxin sect leader asked while moving goods. Xiao Chun sighed. De Biao, stop asking me these questions. Aren't you tired from unloading goods every day? How do you still have the energy to ponder these things? The Mingxin sect leader chuckled. It's just something I think about in my spare time. Xiao Chun urged. Come on, De Biao. The manager said we need to move 3,000 bags today, or they'll dock our pay. The Mingxin sect leader frowned. It's not right to make 10 people do the work of 20. The aristocrats have endless goods and monopolize the market. They have enough money. Why are they so stingy? Xiao Chun shrugged. Those people just want to make more money. They don't care about right or wrong. If I could make more money, I'd be willing to be unscrupulous too. The Mingxin sect leader was displeased. Is money so trivial that you would sell your morals for it? Xiao Chun retorted. What's trivial about money? In this world, people might call you a great person for being moral, but with money, you can be a great person, a good person, or even a saint if you want. When the Mingxin sect leader learned that the goods they were moving might be contraband, he was shocked. Why does the city lord allow the aristocrats to conduct such trade? Isn't this harming people? Xiao Chun remained indifferent. It's all about profit. These things are beyond our control. As long as they pay us, why should we care what business they do? The Mingxin sect leader stopped in his tracks, staring at Xiao Chun's back and the other workers mechanically moving goods. He was stunned. They all kept their heads down, repeating their actions without caring what they were carrying or what it was for. This scene left the Mingxin sect leader with a sense of shock. Could money really make people so indifferent to right and wrong, to morals? Could it numb them to this extent? Lost in thought, sect leader Mingxin seemed conflicted. His ideals clashed fiercely with reality, leaving him standing motionless for a long time. De Biao, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up. Xiao Chun urged as he saw sect leader Mingxin lagging behind. We're short on time today. If we don't hurry, we won't finish moving these goods. Sect leader Mingxin didn't respond and stood there for a while before snapping back to reality. Just as he was about to take a step, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the east gate. The city gate swung open abruptly, and a squad of fully armed soldiers charged in, their armor clinking as they sped down the main street. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. At that moment, the overseer rushed over, directing the workers to move the goods back inside and instructing the drivers to transport them away. What's going on? Are we not working anymore? The workers surrounded the overseer, demanding answers. The overseer, overwhelmed, waved them off and hurried back into the courtyard, only to return moments later to instruct everyone to move the goods inside as well. Amidst the bustling crowd, sect leader Mingxin also picked up a bag of goods and joined Xiao Chun in the throng. What's happening? Sect leader Mingxin shouted to Xiao Chun, but Xiao Chun didn't hear him. It wasn't until sect leader Mingxin repeated himself several times that Xiao Chun turned around, a mischievous grin on his face. Tiangong has come to Yin City. The Shi families are in big trouble. Tiangong? Who's that? Sect leader Mingxin asked, puzzled. You've never heard of Tiangong? Xiao Chun lowered his voice and whispered in sect leader Mingxin's ear. He's the head of the military in Nanchuan, the top warlord. Tiangong has a grudge against these Shi families. Wherever he goes, he looks for their faults and strikes hard. From what you're saying, he sounds like a good official, sect leader Mingxin replied. Good my foot. Xiao Chun cursed. You have no idea how many people Tiangong has killed in Nanchuan. Let's finish moving these goods and get paid. We shouldn't work for these big families for a while. When Tiangong investigates, he shows no mercy. If you're around, even slightly connected to them, you'll get caught too. Got it. Sect leader Mingxin agreed, though his thoughts had already wandered. He curiously observed the soldiers patrolling the streets. Recently, he had heard many people talk about the Shi family's immense power. Even the city governor had to give them some leeway. It was the first time he heard of someone daring to strike so boldly against them. But killing too many people seemed a bit excessive. As sect leader Mingxin muttered to himself, he sensed something amiss. Focusing his gaze, his eyes flashed with a sharp light as he looked towards the city gate. At that moment, a young leader clad in Dragon Slayer armor and wearing a mask, escorted by a group of powerful warriors, rode into the city with an imposing presence. With his profound cultivation, sect leader Mingxin immediately saw through the mask and recognized the true identity of the newcomer. His expression turned peculiar. Yi Fan? How is it this kid? Capture Yin City, then head north over a few mountains, and we'll see Nanji City. Yi Fan's companion, Li Pengzi, complained as he held a bag of goods. The Li family is smuggling opium, harming the people. They deserve to die. Why are you so worked up lately, Li Peng? Wu Jingtian teased nearby. They're your family, can you really go through with it? Family my foot. I don't have relatives like that. Li Pengzi angrily smashed the bag on the ground, shattering it. Yi Fan watched Li Pengzi's reaction with a faint smile. This is why we've risen to power. In the past, when we saw corruption, all we could do was watch. Now we can finally enforce justice and teach them a lesson. Exactly. Li Pengzi echoed enthusiastically. He was no longer the timid Liu who used to hide in the classroom's corner, but now a powerful general commanding tens of thousands of troops. Though still somewhat inexperienced, he was far from the person he once was. After crossing another mountain, Li Pengzi remembered something and asked Yifan, Tiangong, after the next mountain, we'll be at Nanji City. Will Mao Zuzi bring troops to stop us? No. If he were coming, he would already be here, Yifan replied with a smile. What about the big families in Nanji City? Tiangong has been away for half a year. They've regained some strength. Knowing you're back, they'll surely resist desperately, right? Them? Yifan scoffed. Back when Iron Wall City was under siege, those sure families were the first to surrender. Except for the city guard commander, none dared to resist. Those blinded by power and money, how much courage do they have to oppose me? A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Li Pengzi scratched his head. Everyone knows that with Tiangong back, their days are numbered. With their little courage, do they dare to fight to the death? Yifan chuckled, glancing at Li Pengzi. Pengzi, do you know why I've never shown mercy to those families? Why? I want them to fear me to their core. Ruthlessness is the most direct method. In the past, we adhered to rules and only lightly punished violations. Now I've changed the rules. Defy me, and you die. Do you think they'll be afraid? Of course, they'll be scared. Li Pengzi nodded vigorously. But if they know they're doomed anyway, won't they make a desperate fight? Even facing death, they'll often cling to a sliver of hope for survival, Yifan said, but didn't elaborate further. They had reached the mountain's peak, and Yifan signaled for Li Pengzi to step forward. See for yourself. Puzzled, Li Pengzi complied and joined Yifan. Looking down, he saw countless people gathered at the foot of the mountain, holding various gifts, standing silently under the scorching sun. What are they doing? Li Pengzi was increasingly confused. What else? They're here to welcome us. Welcome us? Li Pengzi was stunned, looking toward the distant silhouette of Nanji City. But it's at least 10 miles from the city, right? Yifan didn't respond, but Qingzi, Wu Jingtian, and the other generals who had followed Yifan on the campaign all wore knowing smiles. Yifan smiled too, tugging his reins to descend the mountain. I said, next time we return, they'll be here to greet us. Back then, Yifan had made such a bold promise to the city's populace. Today, he had finally fulfilled it. Clop, clop. The sound of iron hooves thundered as Yifan led his army forward. He stood proudly at the forefront, with Wu Jingtian by his side, Qingzi Shishiamba guarding the rear, and Baikue lurking in the shadows. The crowd that had been waiting for a long time became instantly anxious and restless upon seeing Yifan and his men approaching. When they were about 500 meters apart, someone suddenly shouted, "The Lin family of Nange City welcomes the arrival of the Heavenly Lord. We offer 10,000 taels of gold and 5,000 spiritual herbs and medicines to reward the soldiers." This shout was like a bolt from the blue, triggering a chain reaction. Numerous family heads knelt down and loudly proclaimed, "The Li family of Nange City welcomes the Heavenly Lord. The Bai family of Nange City welcomes the Heavenly Lord." The vast crowd bowed in unison, creating a spectacular scene. Li Pengzi's eyes flashed with surprise as he turned to look at Yifan. Unexpectedly, Yifan's lips curved slightly, his expression calm as water, as he simply sat on his horse and tugged the reins. Yifan did not speak until he was in front of the crowd. He then slowly said, "Thank you all for your efforts." A portly family head smiled obsequiously. "It's no trouble at all. The Heavenly Lord's journey to Nange City, crossing thousands of miles, that is the real hardship." Yifan waved his hand, his tone indifferent. "Enough. Stand up. The custom of bowing has long been abolished among the human race." The crowd hesitated for a moment before standing up. They looked up at Yifan on his horse, unable to hide their fear. These once powerful figures now appeared remarkably restrained. Yifan paid them little mind, exchanging only a few simple words before ordering his men to accept the gifts. He then led his army onward. 20,000 ironclad soldiers moved like an unstoppable torrent. Welcome the Heavenly Lord into the city. At the city gates, a second wave of welcome surged forward. The citizens sang and danced. Flower petals covered the ground. Banners were everywhere, and firecrackers exploded in succession, as if welcoming a triumphant king. Li Pengzi excitedly said, "Heavenly Lord, it seems the people of Nange City really like us. Look how happy they are." Yifan squinted at the surrounding crowd, his tone flat. Of course they're happy. All they have to do is set off some firecrackers, clap their hands, and say a few nice words. Once we're in the city, they can go to their employers and collect 100 or 200 coins for a good lunch. Li Pengzi was stunned. Hired people? Yifan shook his head, a meaningful smile on his face. What else? Why would people cheer for a tyrant? Pengzi, Don't overestimate our status in the eyes of the public. Li Pengzi was puzzled, but we fought against the imperial organization and the aristocratic families, improved people's lives, and promoted education. Isn't that noble? Yifan's tone was heavy. That's just what we see. For those ordinary people, we disrupted the fragile peace they had. This isn't Yun City, which we built from the ground up. To many, we're murderous invaders trampling on order. Li Pengzi was shocked. Is that so? But aren't we doing all this for their good? Shouldn't they feel the improvement? Yifan said no more, simply tugging the reins, his silhouette firm and unwavering. Li Pengzi stood there, looking at the smiling faces around him, suddenly feeling a sense of irony and unease. San Sheng appeared beside Li Pengzi, fanning himself leisurely. The Heavenly Lord told you this not to make you hesitate, but to prevent you from getting lost in this false adulation. Seeing things clearly should make you more resolute. Follow your own path and stick to your principles. Li Yu, the Heavenly Lord has always had high expectations for you. The army advanced unimpeded. The Zhufa army took control of key buildings, and the Tianqian army replaced the city guards. 20,000 troops were stationed in various loyal families. In just one day, except for the governor's mansion, Nange City had fallen completely under Yifan's control. In the military office, Li Wushuang was reviewing documents. Hearing footsteps, she stood up to greet Yifan, her eyes filled with joy. Yifan spoke first. Long time no see. It's been hard on you managing Nange City alone for the past 6 months. Li Wushuang smiled faintly, but it has also made me grow a lot. Yifan sat down and said, I've already sent people to investigate the small actions of these families over the past 6 months. The grievances you've endured, I'll settle them for you. Li Wushuang responded, her brows relaxing. She sat beside Yifan, her gaze sweeping over Shishiamba and Bai Kuei. Who are these two seniors? Yifan introduced, Shishiamba and Bai Kuei. Strong allies I recruited from the Mingxin sect. After some brief introductions, Li Wushuang suddenly exclaimed, You are now an eternal-level powerhouse? Yifan responded calmly, Yes, I had some fortuitous encounters in the Mingxin sect. Li Wushuang then looked at Wu Jingtian, glory level. She paused, her eyes complex. In half a year, Yifan's power had soared, making him the undisputed top warlord of Nanchuan. The Heavenly Lord is extraordinary. With the current changes, it's indeed time to make grand plans. Li Wushuang said, There might still be some trouble at the governor's mansion. Will the Heavenly Lord go there tomorrow? Yifan stood up. No need to wait until tomorrow. I'll go now. The sooner it's settled, the better. Senior Jingtian, come with me. Wu Jingtian quickly followed. Let's go. Heavenly Lord, what gift should we bring this time? Yifan turned back with a smile. Anything will do. That rice wine you bought on the street last time was pretty good. Get a few more jars. At this moment, the governor's office resembled an empty city. The once bustling atmosphere completely vanished. Mao Zuzi sat alone at his desk. The mountains of documents that used to pile up were now gone. This desk, which had witnessed decades of his ups and downs, now exuded nothing but desolation. Suddenly, Jin Min rushed in, holding a report with a complex expression on his face. Governor, the Heavenly Army has seized control of all the troops within the city. I have followed your orders and issued a command not to resist. There has been no conflict. Mao Zuzi nodded impassively, as if he had anticipated all of this. Very well. Seeing this, Jin Min sighed. Governor, your kindness and concern for the people are truly commendable. Mao Zuzi gazed out at the clear sky, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Jin Min, our era has come to an end. After all the hard work we put into managing Nange City, it's now fallen into someone else's hands. Jin Min tried to console him. You have to admit, Tiangong is a true hero. He seized the opportunity amidst the chaos, striking from outside the rules at those within, leaving us with no options. Mao Zuzi waved his hand, about to speak when a harsh knock interrupted their conversation. Minister Wu Jingtian of the South River Military Department requests an audience with the governor. Wu Jingtian's voice boomed like thunder. Mao Zuzi frowned, anger surging. It's that scoundrel. I've already surrendered Nange City to him. What more does he want? Jin Min advised, Governor, don't be upset. Let's hear what he has to say first. We still have some leverage. Even in negotiations, we might gain something. Reluctantly, Mao Zuzi agreed. Let him in. I'm curious to see what else he wants. As the door opened, Wu Jingtian entered with a broad smile, warmly embracing Jin Min. Brother Jin Min, long time no see. Here, this is a gift from Tiangong for the governor. The finest rice wine from Nange City, crisp and refreshing, just excellent. Jin Min awkwardly accepted the gift, but his attention was caught by Yifan. Tiangong, have you reached the eternal level now? Yifan chuckled as he walked into the hall. Sharp eyes as always, advisor Jin Min. Mao Zuzi intentionally turned his back on Yifan, but Yifan was unfazed and spoke directly. Governor, at your age, still throwing childish tantrums? This remark shattered Mao Zuzi's last bit of stubbornness. He spun around, glaring. You already have all of South River. What more do you want? Yifan calmly poured himself a cup of tea, leisurely saying, South River doesn't belong to just me alone. Governor, as we discussed before, it should be a win-win situation between us. Mao Zuzi scoffed. A win-win result where you take Nange? Yifan set down his cup, looking directly into Mao Zuzi's eyes. Whether it's taken or not is just a title. A person like you should see things beyond the surface. I've struck down the aristocratic families and royal organizations, opened up education, improved public welfare, enhanced livelihoods, and promoted technology. Aren't these the things you always wanted to do? After a moment of silence, Mao Zuzi couldn't deny that everything Yifan had done was indeed what he had longed for but couldn't achieve. Yifan continued, Governor, we are not enemies. I want you to join me. Mao Zuzi looked up in surprise. Join you? That's impossible. I am the governor of South River, appointed by the three kings of the human race. You, a rebel, expect me to serve you? No matter the reasons, it would be a betrayal of the title granted to me by King Wen himself. Yifan shook his head, explaining, Governor, I never said you had to pledge loyalty to me. I'm asking you to join. You can still keep your army and remain the nominal governor of South River. Under me, you'll gain even more than you had before. Mao Zuzi fell into deep thought, and after a long pause, he spoke. What benefit does this have for you? You said it's a win-win, but what you've suggested seems to only disadvantage you. A hint of a smile appeared in Yifan's eyes. He took out the minister's badge that Mao Zuzi had once given him and gently pushed it towards Mao Zuzi. Governor, a stable South River, governed by capable people, with resources used efficiently, this is the greatest benefit for me. Listening to Yifan's words, Elder Mo's eyes showed a slight change. The depth of Yifan's words made him ponder deeply. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his tone laced with scrutiny. So, you did all this just for that? Yifan's lips curved slightly at these words, a deep glint flashing in his eyes. He waved his hand gently, his tone calm yet confident. I want much more, but here in Nanchuan, it stops for now. Soon, I will leave Nanchuan for a few years. During this time, Nanchuan needs stability, and for that stability, I need the governor's help. Elder Imo was taken aback, his brows furrowed. You're leaving Nanchuan? Where to? To the capital. Yifan replied crisply, a hint of ambition flashing in his eyes. Then, without further concealment, he reached up and removed the mask from his face. Beneath the mask, a handsome young face was revealed. Elder Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, and he blurted out, Yifan, how is this possible? Yifan chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. There have always been rumors that I am Yifan. The governor must have heard them. Now, it's just a confirmation of those rumors. Hearing this, Elder Imo fell silent, recalling the myriad details along the way, a look of realization dawning in his eyes. No wonder you agreed so readily when we forbade you from entering the secret realm. He shook his head helplessly, a tone of reproach in his voice. You rascal, you have some nerve. To be so blatant in your deception, if anyone had investigated, you would have been exposed long ago. Yifan remained unfazed, smiling indifferently. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Isn't that what they always say throughout history? He locked eyes with Elder Imo, his tone firm. Governor, will you join me now? Join you? It's not that simple. Elder Mo's words were stern, but his expression betrayed him. Seeing this, Yifan smiled knowingly. He knew Elder Imo was just putting up a front. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Imo suddenly asked, So, you're taking the college entrance exam in 2 months and then heading to the capital. You've gone to such lengths to unify Nanchuan. Why go so far away? Nanchuan has universities too. He trailed off, shaking his head. But I guess it makes sense. Someone like you should go to the capital and compete with those geniuses. Yifan responded humbly. The governor flatters me. Then, his expression turned serious. I've heard from members of the dynasty organization that a great chaos is coming for humanity. I will return when it happens. In the meantime, I ask the governor to stay vigilant. Elder Imo glanced at Yifan irritably. What can I do? You're the biggest warlord in Nanchuan. You should tell your subordinates. He waved dismissively. All right, get out of here. Just looking at you makes me angry. Yifan wasn't angered by these words. Instead, he smiled faintly. He knew Elder Mo's words were just a front. In that case, I'll take my leave, Governor. With that, he stood up, put his mask back on, and walked out. Wu Jingtian followed closely behind. At the door, he suddenly remembered something and pointed at the rice wine on the ground, saying to Jin Min, Brother Jin, this rice wine is excellent. You and the governor should share it. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Imo and Jin Min both looked exasperated. Watching Wu Jingtian and Yi Fan walk away, they were speechless for a moment before cursing in unison. Two bastards. Hearing this, Wu Jingtian and Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh, a knowing smile on their faces. At that moment, on the rooftop of a distant house, two figures appeared. Cloaked in black robes, they watched Yi Fan from the shadows. Sir, what should we do now? One of the smaller figures asked anxiously. Tiangong has taken control of Nange City. Can we still stay hidden? The other figure snorted coldly, his tone filled with resentment. How can we stay hidden? Yi Fan and Qingzi saw me in the secret realm. They must have told him. He cursed. Elder Imo is just letting Tiangong take over Nanchuan. Cowardly, spineless fool. Standing up, he continued, forget it. We've been exposed. We have to abandon Nanchuan. Abandon Nanchuan? How will we report this? The smaller figure began to say something, but a cold voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Who dares to spy on Tiangong? Startled, the two turned to see Bai Kuei emerging from the shadows. Run, ordered the leader, grabbing his companion and vanishing instantly. But Bai Kuei wasn't about to let them go easily. He melded into the shadows again, reappearing 100 meters away. He struck at the leader, who met the attack heat. The two engaged in fierce combat midair, and after a few exchanges, the leader landed a blow, forcing Bai Kuei back. Seizing the opportunity, he fled again, with Bai Kuei in hot pursuit. The intense battle in the sky naturally caught Yi Fan and Wu Jingtian's attention. Watching the intruder repeatedly repel Bai Kuei, Wu Jingtian remarked in surprise. That guy looks like he's at the glory level? Not just looks like, he is glory level, Yi Fan confirmed, his eyes narrowing as he watched the fleeing figure. This guy is sharp. I haven't even gone after him yet. Wu Jingtian was taken aback. Tiangong knows who he is? Sun Yuming? Who else could it be? Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. Sun Yuming? Wu Jingtian recalled. The one who tried to ambush you in the secret realm? Yi Fan nodded. Wu Jingtian couldn't help but admire. This guy's strength is impressive. Bai Kuei probably can't stop him. Ahem. Yi Fan cleared his throat, reminding the distracted Wu Jingtian. Senior Wu Jingtian, shouldn't you go help? Realizing his lapse, Wu Jingtian scratched his head. Bai Kuei is always so shady. I forgot we were on the same side. Hold on, Tiangong. I'll help him. Before he finished speaking, Wu Jingtian disappeared like lightning. Reappearing in the air, he wielded a long spear, seemingly dancing with a golden dragon. He struck Sun Yuming's back, sending him crashing to the ground, creating a large crater. You bastard, Wu Jingtian. How did you break through to glory? Sun Yuming's furious voice echoed from the crater. A powerful aura erupted as he shot up, standing atop a golden-toed beast. With a single charge, he forced Wu Jingtian back. The Star 9 Golden Toad. Yi Fan mused. Sun Yuming is not only a glory-level warrior but also a near-glory beast master. Combined, Wu Jingtian alone won't stand a chance. As expected, with the summoned beast, Sun Yuming's strength surged, making it difficult for Wu Jingtian to hold his ground. Fortunately, Bai Kuei assisted, and together they barely maintained a stalemate. The battle was intense but didn't cause significant destruction. Though Sun Yuming was entangled, his companion had mysteriously disappeared. Yi Fan's sharp eyes caught this. As he noticed the figure vanish, a sense of danger surged. He turned to see the black-robed figure beside him, holding a gleaming dagger, eyes filled with killing intent, ready to strike directly at him. Boom. In that instant, Yi Fan felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, every hair on his body standing on end. The dagger cut through the air, seemingly locking down the entire space. Alarm bells rang in Yi Fan's mind. This person has the power of a star-level warrior. Enchant. Without hesitation, Yi Fan activated his secret technique. Immediately, an unprecedented surge of power flooded his body. This was the first time he had drawn power from a relic-level Scarlet Flame Wind Dragon. His muscles swelled as if inflated, almost bursting through his Dragon Slayer armor. Red and green lights burst from Yi Fan's body as the phantom of the Scarlet Flame Wind Dragon rose behind him, transforming into a pair of enormous dragon wings. Flames and fierce winds erupted from beneath his feet, making Yi Fan resemble a human-shaped beast, exuding a terrifying aura. He grabbed the massive sword behind him and roared, sword style. Final echo. Boom. The power of his strike was immense, turning a small hill into a large mountain in an instant. Facing the star-level assassination attempt, Yi Fan used every ounce of his strength. Clang. The dagger collided with the massive sword, producing a deafening noise. The terrifying power of the star-level clash tore through the mountain of the final echo, but the dagger was deflected off course. The figure holding the dagger showed a flicker of surprise in their eyes, unable to halt the force in time as they lunged toward Yi Fan. The sound of metal clashing was heard as the ordinary iron dagger failed to pierce the dragon bone armor. Instead, it triggered the special properties of the Dragon Slayer armor, releasing stored elemental energy that covered Yifan entirely. Boom! The wind and fire elements engulfed the area, nearly consuming the entire street. The assassin was thrown back, tumbling several times. Yifan was also sent flying by the impact of the dagger, crashing heavily into a building before coming to a halt. The assassin got up from the ground, staring in disbelief at the unscathed Yifan, exclaiming, "Monster! What kind of insane beast-taming ability do you have?" Yifan did not respond, coldly watching the slender figure while gripping his massive sword. The assassin's eyes were still filled with killing intent, but also hesitation. Just as he was about to strike again, a beam of light cannon shot towards him, forcing him back 100 meters. "Tiangong, are you all right?" Qingzi descended from the sky on his sky sparrow, followed closely by Chu Tianba. "I'm fine." Yifan feigned calmness, only spitting out a mouthful of blood after the enchantment wore off. The assassin had at least a star level 5 or 6 strength. Blocking such a powerful foe was no easy feat. That idiot Wu Jingtian, how could he not protect Tiangong first? Qingzi was annoyed upon seeing Yifan injured. Yifan waved his hand. They were held up by Sun Yuming. "Besides, I have plenty of life-saving measures. No big deal." Saying this, he took out his wine immortal gourd and drank a mouthful of spirit grass and fruit wine, quickly recovering from his injuries. As the battle subsided, Baikue suddenly frowned. "Tiangong, something feels off." Sun Yuming's fighting style is very similar to that of a veteran from the front lines. Yifan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" Baikue explained. "I engaged him in close combat for dozens of rounds. Many of his combat techniques resemble those of frontline generals, especially the dragon capture hand." Yifan pondered, then turned to Chu Tianba. "Tianba, you're a veteran from the front lines. Do you recognize the dragon capture hand?" Chu Tianba nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, as Baikue said, it's a combat technique reserved for generals. So, Sun Yuming is from the front lines and not part of the royal organization." Yifan's eyes showed contemplation. Perhaps he's a plant from a frontline king stationed in Nanchuan? Is Sun Yuming one of Jinwang's men? Wu Jingtian couldn't help but ask. Yifan shook his head. "Unlikely. If Jinwang had planted spies here, he would have tried to prevent me from coming to Nange City, not suggested. I used Jinwang's title to owe a favor, and he let me come to Nange City to return that favor. This Sun Yuming is likely part of Jinwang's rival's plan." Among the 4 kings on the front lines, one is close to Jinwang, one is neutral, leaving only... Yifan didn't finish, but Wu Jingtian was impatient. "Who's the remaining one? Tiangong? Tell us." "Without sufficient proof, it's just speculation. Saying it now serves no purpose." Yifan shook his head, but his gaze fell in the direction Sun Yuming had fled, eyes gleaming. No wonder he's a ruthless figure who earned the title of king on the front lines. A plan from years ago turned out to be a strategy to pit enemies against each other. If Baikue hadn't noticed something today, I wouldn't have figured it out. Jinwang certainly doesn't waste any favors owed to him. On the street, Yifan and his group didn't linger. They headed straight back to the martial department. Word spread quickly, and everyone was amazed by Sun Yuming's deeds. Li Wushuang was the first to speak, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "So, the king of the town sent you to Nange City to drive Sun Yuming away. But how did he know you could do it? When Tiangong first came to Nange City, we didn't have this much power." Yifan squinted, deep in thought. "Whether I succeed or not, it doesn't harm him." After a moment's pause, he waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I'll accept his favor for now. His schemes haven't cost me anything, so there's no need to delve deeper." Upon hearing this, everyone present had peculiar expressions. After all, it was the king of the town. Even if they were being manipulated, could they really seek revenge against him? Sensing their thoughts, Yifan spoke seriously. "Respecting our elders is etiquette, but it doesn't mean we should fear them or blindly obey. One day, we'll grow stronger. So what is there to fear?" The group seemed to understand, nodding in agreement. However, Li Pengzi pondered and quietly asked, "But my dad used to beat me often. Does that mean I?" "You deserved it." Wu Jingtian yelled angrily. "Tiangong's words aren't meant for your family squabbles." Li Pengzi shrank back. "I know, I was just asking." Yifan chuckled and patted Li Pengzi's shoulder. "If your dad knew you were thinking about revenge, he'd probably beat you even harder. Anyway, speaking of your dad, you should go visit him. You've been busy in the secret realm for the past 2 years and rarely gone home." Li Pengzi hugged Yifan. "Tiangong, are you telling me to retire? I'm only 17. I still have a lot to offer." Yifan shook his head with a smile. "Not retiring. Nanchuan is mostly stable now. The remaining tasks are just cleanup, which anyone can handle. You all deserve a break. The college entrance exams are in 2 months." Yifan continued. "Spend this time with your families, help with chores. This might be your last long break. A great upheaval is coming, and after that, except for a few peaceful days in college, you'll be very busy. You'll have less and less time to go home." Yi Fan's words made everyone reflective. Li Pengzi, however, grumbled. Staying home might not be any better. My dad gets annoyed after a few days. If I stay for 2 months, he'll probably kick me out. Yi Fan said thoughtfully, sometimes, a change in perspective helps. Most parents don't ask for much. This time, be proactive, help your dad out, and open up to him. You might find his attitude changes. As the sun set, Yi Fan returned to Yun City. Like the others, he gave himself a break. Compared to the glimpse of Yi Fan from 2 years ago, his current status as the revered Tiangong of Nanchuan seemed to have faded. The mercenary guild no longer discussed his family, and the roadside tea houses spoke of Tiangong's legendary feats in the 9 heavens. Strolling through familiar streets, Yi Fan felt a rare sense of relaxation. Arriving home, he found Yi Linqing and Lin Qingxia still helping at the mercenary guild, and the house was empty, even Xiaobai was absent. Seizing the rare free time, Yi Fan summoned his hellhound, Shi Yin, and played with it for a while before rolling up his sleeves and heading to the kitchen. Soon, he brought out a steaming plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. Cooking is way more complicated than grilling meat, Yi Fan muttered to himself. He looked at the lone dish on the table, thought for a moment, and took a bite. His expression quickly soured, and he turned to Xiaohua, squatting nearby. Xiaohua, you eat it. I'm not very hungry, Yi Fan said. Woof. Xiaohua sniffed the plate, then shook its head and backed away. Yi Fan chuckled helplessly. You can't hide anything from you, can I? Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Fan. He waved his hand and summoned Lao Qi. What's the deal? I was sleeping so well, Lao Qi yawned, his dragon's roar resembling a cow's lowing. Inviting you to taste some gourmet food, Yi Fan laughed, pushing the plate towards him. Lao Qi eyed Yi Fan and the dish suspiciously. Ever since tasting Yi Fan's grilled meat, he had abandoned vegetarianism. Without much thought, Lao Qi gobbled up the entire plate. Smack smack. Lao Qi's throat moved as he swallowed, clearly finding the portion insufficient. He propped his head up, waiting for his taste buds' reaction. Roar! Lao Qi's expression changed dramatically. He jumped up 3 feet high, roaring angrily, Yi Fan, you jerk, did you poison me? Upon hearing this, Lao Qi immediately started jumping around like a joyful monkey. Xiaohua, watching from the side, could only shake his head, seemingly mocking his companion in silence. Yi Fan, however, simply observed his beast with a warm smile in his eyes. At that moment, Yi Fan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Living happily with his beast might be the simple reason many people initially wanted to become beast tamers. His thoughts then drifted to his recent encounter with Ku, and a hint of longing appeared in his eyes. If humans and magical beasts could coexist like beast tamers and their beasts, perhaps there wouldn't be 1,000 years of continuous war, Yi Fan murmured to himself. The philosophy of the Yiren clan should be based on such an idea. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his head, as if denying his naive thought. Peaceful coexistence between magical beasts and humans was easier said than done. The wars spanning thousands of years had not only left countless heroes dead, but also sown deep seeds of hatred. This hatred had become so ingrained that even Yi Fan himself couldn't completely escape it. However, upon further reflection, he realized that magical beasts were no different. Just as humans resisted enslavement, magical beasts yearned for freedom. There might be peace-loving individuals and beasts like He mentioned, but they were not the ones driving the war, nor did they have the power to end it. Yi Fan's thoughts wandered through the long history of this world. The war between humans and magical beasts had raged on for countless years, with only a brief 300-year period of peace during the reign of the Human King. But after the Human King's departure, the flames of war reignited. In the future, there might be other powerful figures like the Human King, but whether they could fundamentally change anything remained uncertain. As Yi Fan was lost in thought, the sound of a key turning in the door brought him back to reality. He quickly waved his hand to summon Lao Qi back. You look too fierce. I don't want you scaring Mom and Dad, Yi Fan said softly. What? Fierce? Do I look worse than that dog? Lao Qi's protest echoed in Yi Fan's mind, but he didn't respond, merely stood up with a smile. The door slowly opened, and Yi Linqing and Lin Qingxia stared in surprise at Yi Fan standing in the yard. Hey, weren't you supposed to be attacking Nange City? Why are you back so suddenly? Yi Linqing asked in astonishment. Did you fail and get exiled? Yi Linqing, listen to yourself. Is that any way to talk? Lin Qingxia glared at her husband. Yi Linqing shrank back, laughing awkwardly. I was just guessing. Guessing? You call that guessing? Lin Qingxia's eyes still flashed with anger. Yi Fan smiled helplessly and said, I took Nange City. The governor of Nanchuan has agreed to join me. Soon, I'll have control over the entire Nanchuan region. What? Yi Linqing was stunned, staring at his son, who hadn't changed much in 2 years. He finally reacted and said, So, does that make you the king of Nanchuan now? You could say that, but it's just a title with no real power. Yi Fan quickly clarified. The college entrance exams are in 2 months. I'll be going to Kyoto for a few years of university. With Nanchuan stabilized, I decided to come back and rest for 2 months. How many years will you be in Kyoto? Lin Qingxia asked, a touch of reluctance in her eyes. Will there be no holidays? Yifan replied gently, there should be holidays, but there will be many things to do in Kyoto. I might not be able to come back often. Seeing his mother's disappointment, he added, but if I get the chance, I'll definitely come back. Lin Qingxia heard the comforting tone in her son's words and felt a pang of bitterness. She knew that as he grew older, opportunities to return home would become rarer. This was true even for ordinary people, let alone for someone as remarkable as Yifan. However, as a mother, Lin Qingxia quickly adjusted her emotions and smiled. Let's not talk about that. Since you're home, I'll make you something delicious. With that, she grabbed an apron and headed to the kitchen. Yi Linqing sat next to Yifan, curiosity in his eyes. Son, what kind of person is the governor of Nanchuan? Is he as imposing as your uncle? Yifan shook his head. Uncle is a stern commander on the front lines. The governor of Nanchuan isn't as imposing. To be precise, he's more like a kind-hearted ordinary person. An ordinary person? Yi Linqing was surprised. Yifan patiently explained, different environments make for different worlds. A silver-level beast tamer might be impressive to ordinary people, but among beast tamers, silver level is just average. The governor of Nanchuan is like an ordinary person in his own sphere, constantly facing constraints and troubles. Yi Linqing nodded and then waved his hand dismissively. No wonder he's not as impressive as my son. Dad, why are you praising me now? Yifan laughed. Since when do fathers praise their own sons? Yi Linqing replied confidently, why shouldn't I praise you? You're making me proud. Your uncle just messaged me a few days ago, saying you're now very capable and impressive, even more so than your grandfather back in the day. He said it was all thanks to my excellent upbringing. Isn't that just praising you? Yifan chuckled. So, how did you reply to uncle? I said it was all thanks to your mother. I did contribute, but not much, Yi Linqing said, laughing to himself. Watching his father, Yifan couldn't help but smile as well. With his rise, many things had changed. The Yi Linqing before him was no longer the disheartened middle-aged man from his past memories, but someone with a newfound sense of vigor. Dad, what level is your beast taming now? Yifan suddenly asked. Have you and Mom been practicing the breathing technique I gave you? Of course we have. Your mom said she feels much younger these days, Yi Linqing replied, a mysterious smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Bai appeared, its burly form almost comparable to Xiao Hua. Golden level. Yifan was surprised. Xiao Bai has reached golden level so quickly? Yi Linqing proudly put his hands on his hips. Absolutely. Your old man has talent too. If I hadn't met your mom early and lost focus on training, I would have shown my potential back then. Not bad at all, Dad. Your breakthrough to golden level is almost as fast as the others, Yifan teased. Looks like you're having a second spring. Don't say that. Yi Linqing quickly covered Yifan's mouth, whispering, your mom has been worrying about me getting into trouble now that I'm stronger. If she hears that, she'll interrogate me for days. Seeing his father's cautious demeanor, Yifan couldn't help but smile. He thought, Dad is now flourishing in middle age. Practicing the breathing technique I gave him has made him look younger, and his features still hint at his former handsomeness. Given his tendency to flirt, it's understandable that Mom is concerned. But Yifan wasn't worried about any family issues. Over the years, he had seen his father's deep affection for his mother. Some people, you can tell at a glance, are good-hearted. After chatting for a while, Yifan suddenly remembered something and asked, Dad, do you know about Grandma's background? What background? Yi Linqing looked puzzled. Background, as in her history or connections, Yifan explained. Yi Linqing shook his head. Never heard of anything. Your grandma was just an ordinary person. She was still around when you were born. After your grandpa died in battle, she was devastated and passed away shortly after due to illness. Grandma was around when I was born? Hearing this, Yifan frowned. He sensed something was off. At that time, shouldn't she have been on the front lines? What front line? Yi Linqing's eyebrows furrowed deeply, his face full of confusion. Seeing this, Yifan's heart sank, realizing things were not simple. You don't know. Yifan waved his hand. His brows knitted tightly, then he shifted the topic. Dad, what do you remember about Grandma? Without hesitation, Yi Linqing replied, just an ordinary old lady, like any other grandma you see on the street. Hearing this, Yifan fell into deep thought. After a moment of silence, he asked again, did Grandma have any other relatives besides us? Your grandma was from another province. Her relatives weren't around, Yi Linqing answered. He then seemed to recall something and added, but she did have a close friend who came with her and settled in Pingcheng. That friend should be about 70 or 80 now. Yifan's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, a close friend? Do you remember her name and where she lived in Pingcheng? I can't remember her name, Yi Lynching scratched his head. She lived near the blacksmith shop on East Street. I visited a few times, but after your grandma passed away, we lost contact. He then looked at Yi Fan with curiosity. Why are you suddenly asking about your grandma? Just crossed my mind, so I asked. Yi Fan replied casually, turning his head away. However, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Yi Fan pondered silently. The grandma Yi Lynching described clearly did not match the one he had heard about. Did Grandpa really marry someone from the Yi tribe, or was it just a cover story? It seemed there were hidden secrets. A decision formed in Yi Fan's mind. He needed to go to Pingxing. As night fell, Yi Fan sneaked into the courtyard. Xiao Bai, who was dozing off, perked up upon seeing him. Before it could pounce, Yi Fan quickly covered its mouth, gesturing for silence. Obediently, Xiao Bai returned to its nest, allowing Yi Fan to breathe a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, Lao Qi appeared in the courtyard. What now? Lao Qi grumbled, still resentful about the delicacies from the afternoon. We're going somewhere, Yi Fan said briefly, grabbing Lao Qi's wing. Lao Qi crossed its arms defiantly. Some people thought I was too ugly to be useful. Now that they need me, they have this attitude. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. Why are you being so petty? Fine, fine. You're not ugly, you're very handsome. Okay. Reluctantly, Lao Qi bent down. As soon as Yi Fan settled on its back, it soared into the sky, transforming into a fiery comet that quickly disappeared above Yun City. A few hours later, Yi Fan and Lao Qi landed in an inconspicuous corner of Pingxing. Yi Fan carefully retracted his beast companion, knocked out a few witnesses, and headed towards the blacksmith shop. Standing before the dilapidated shop, Yi Fan scrutinized it with a frown. The door was locked, but he unhesitatingly melted the lock with the high-temperature flames of his hellhound. As he pushed open the door, a musty odor mixed with dust assaulted his senses. Just as he was about to step inside, he sensed something unusual. He paused at the entrance, closed his eyes to concentrate, and then reopened them, his gaze sharp. If you're here, why not show yourself? Yi Fan's voice was exceptionally clear in the still night. A hoarse voice came from a corner. Who are you, and why should I meet you? I'm Yi Fan, grandson of the former Battle King. I've come to verify some secrets I've heard, Yi Fan said respectfully, cupping his hands. The Battle King's grandson? The voice suddenly turned sharp. That scoundrel promised to return. Jing Lan and I waited for him for 25 years. A sword aura whizzed towards Yi Fan, who instinctively dodged, but still ended up with a cut on his face. What a sharp sword aura, Yi Fan marveled. That's sword intent. The old man said coldly, I don't want to see you. Leave. Yi Fan remained unmoved. I mean no disturbance. I merely seek to clarify my doubtful lineage, as my father knows nothing. Doubtful lineage? The old man snorted. What's there to doubt? You're just a descendant of that demoness. Yi Fan's brows furrowed. I may not know my ancestors' origins, but calling them a demoness is highly disrespectful. Who are you to lecture me on respect for that demoness? The old man roared, if it weren't for her, you wouldn't be a curse, and Yi Zhantian wouldn't have died, nor would Jing Lan. Yi Fan was taken aback, seeming to understand something. Jing Lan, she was the one who raised me, right? You have no right to call her grandma, the old man said harshly, then a powerful force threw Yi Fan out of the door. I'll stay here to guard Jing Lan's rest. If you, this curse, disturb us again, I'll kill you. Now get lost. Blocked at the door, Yi Fan frowned slightly. The stranger's attitude was infuriating, even for someone as composed as Yi Fan. He had come to look for his grandmother, only to be met with such disdain. Despite his frustration, Yi Fan managed to glean some useful information from the brief exchange. Clearly, Yi Lynching knew nothing about his grandmother's whereabouts, and it was a woman named Jing Lan who had raised him. There was undoubtedly more to the story, but Yi Fan had no time to delve deeper at the moment. As Yi Fan was about to leave, a sudden whooshing sound pierced the air. In an instant, smoke swirled, and a scruffy man appeared out of nowhere. Found you, kid, the man croaked, a hint of triumph in his raspy voice. Yi Fan focused his gaze and saw a centipede writhing violently in the man's hand, emitting a series of hisses. A Lianggu master? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the man's identity. Without hesitation, he reached for the heavy sword on his back and pulled out the protective amulet given by his elder. Good that you know who I am, the Gu master sneered. You dared to kill a Gu master from Liang province. You've got some nerve. Yi Fan remained unafraid and retorted. Gu masters harm others and themselves. They deserve to die. Though he had come alone, he had prepared for such contingencies and was not flustered. In the face of a formidable enemy, he couldn't afford to show any weakness. The Gu master, enraged by Yi Fan's words, unleashed his aura, and a gigantic blood demon worm materialized behind him. The worm, resembling a massive caterpillar, was covered in mucus and writhed repulsively, sending chills down one's spine. Yi Fan did not back down, his amulet glowing faintly in his hand. Just as the Goo Master's aura reached its peak, he suddenly sensed something and looked sharply at the house behind Yifan. "Are you this kid's protector?" he asked warily, but there was no response from inside. As the Goo Master hesitated, a cold voice suddenly came from within the house. "That kid has nothing to do with me. If you want to kill him, go ahead." Yifan's face changed dramatically at these words, while the Goo Master rejoiced. Without any hesitation, the Goo Master attacked, his massive claw shadow reaching for Yifan. "Kid, it seems you're not very well liked," he sneered. But Yifan was not one to surrender easily. He quickly channeled his aura into his heavy sword, his hands glowing brightly as he prepared to fight back. In that critical moment, boom, the blacksmith shop's door shattered with a thunderous crash, and a sharp sword aura accompanied by a cold shout surged forward. "Who dares to act recklessly in front of my door?" Before the words even faded, a flash of cold light sliced through the air, and with a thud, the Goo Master's arm fell to the ground. The severed hand continued to twitch, seemingly unaware it was no longer attached to its body. "My hand!" the Goo Master screamed, retreating in terror until he was stopped by the blood demon worm. He looked fearfully at the house and stammered, "Why did you attack me?" Silence fell once more inside the house. The Goo Master, caught in a dilemma, hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to abandon his pursuit of Yifan. However, just as he was about to leave, the voice from the house spoke again. "Did I say you could go?" As soon as the words were spoken, another flash of sword light split the ground, creating a deep trench. If the Goo Master had taken another step, he would have been cut down on the spot. Cold sweat dripped from the Goo Master's forehead as he trembled and spoke. "I have no quarrel with you. If you wish to protect him, I will leave. Why do you make things difficult for me?" "Do I need a reason to make things difficult for you?" A strange man emerged from the dark doorway, holding an urn and dressed in tattered clothes with disheveled hair, looking every bit like a street beggar. The man's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he coldly regarded the Goo Master. Terrified, the Goo Master pleaded, "Senior, I am a Goo Master from Liang Province. My superior is Ji-Gu." "Ji-Gu? Who the hell is that?" The strange man scoffed, waving his hand. Another flash of sword light appeared, and the Goo Master, along with his blood demon worm, was cut in half. The strange man wrinkled his nose in disgust, muttering, "I should have exterminated all these Goo Masters back then. They're revolting." He then turned his gaze to Yifan, his eyes showing a hint of approval. "You've got some skill, kid. No wonder you have some guts." Though Yifan still didn't like the strange man, he bowed and thanked him. "Courage doesn't come from strength alone. Thank you for saving me, senior." "I didn't do it for you," the strange man replied, picking up the bisected blood demon worm and heading back into the house. "I was just looking for something to eat." As the strange man re-entered the house, Yifan couldn't help but call out, "Senior, if you could tell me a bit about my ancestors, I would be most grateful." The strange man paused, a complicated expression flashing in his eyes. After a long while, he shook his head. "I don't hold much grudge against you. What I said earlier was just out of anger. But as for your heritage and your ancestors' past, I really don't want to discuss it. Leave now. I've protected your father for many years, honoring my old friendship with Yizhantian. Now, I just want to rest here with Jinglan. If you seek answers, gain enough strength and venture into the Beast Tribe's capital. You'll find what you're looking for." With a sigh, the strange man disappeared into the house. 2 iron plates flew up, sealing the door like demolition notices. Standing at the door, Yifan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The strange man's words, though few, confirmed that his grandmother was of a different race. While this revelation brought more questions, it also pointed Yifan towards his future path. Yifan pondered silently, realizing the strange man's power was unfathomable, capable of effortlessly killing a peak Xingyao master. Clearly, he was on par with his elder. From his few words, Yifan deduced that this man was likely his grandfather's close friend, privy to many secrets. The information he provided was undoubtedly crucial. The Beast Tribe's capital. It seems I must venture there in this lifetime. Yifan mused. The strange man's intervention and words had quelled his dissatisfaction. Finally, Yifan bowed deeply towards the house. "In that case, I won't disturb you any longer." Walking down the main street of Pingsheng, Yifan's expression was as cold as ice. Although his background was a minor issue, the appearance of a Goo Master from the Liang province had sounded a serious alarm. The news of him killing the Goo Master must have already reached Liang, and now that another Goo Master had fallen, the enemy would undoubtedly be more vigilant. Yifan pondered how the Goo Master had managed to leave a mark on him. Was it a special mark, or just a connection between the Goo insects? He activated the Dui Sutra, and golden runes began to glow on his body. Soon, he noticed something unusual. Lifting his shirt, he saw a black, under his collarbone, standing out starkly under the golden light. As expected, there is a mark, Yifan thought to himself. He immediately used his energy to remove it, and then let out a long breath of relief. The path of a cultivator is fraught with dangers, with countless sinister methods emerging, but most are restrained by the Dewey Sutra. This was why he had exchanged 3 ancient Buddhist relics for the Dewey Sutrate, wasn't for killing enemies, but for effectively removing others' marks on him. Is Jigu the one controlling Liang province? Yifan recalled the words of the dying Gu master, but had only a vague impression of anyone with the surname Ji. He didn't delve further into it. With the protection of the court, even if they knew he had killed the Gu master, there was nothing they could do. Besides, the mark was destroyed, making it as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack to track him down. Let's go, Lao Chi. Yifan called out to Lao Chi, ignoring its disgruntled expression. He mounted the dragon's back and disappeared into the sky above Pingcheng. In the early hours of the morning, Yifan returned to his home in Yun City. The rooster had not yet crowed, and only Xiaobai was spiritedly waiting in the courtyard, seemingly having stayed up all night. Yifan praised Xiaobai for its diligence and fed it a piece of meat. Lao Chi, seeing this, began to whimper, complaining about the hard work of carrying people without any acknowledgement. Yifan, feeling helpless, tiptoed into the kitchen and brought out some leftovers for Lao Chi. Lao Chi devoured the food, licking the plate clean and still demanding 100 more plates. Yifan grumbled as he put it away and was about to enter the house when he saw Lin Qingxia already awake. Fanner, why are you up so early? Lin Qingxia asked, puzzled, looking at the empty plate on the ground. Yifan was momentarily speechless and stammered. I couldn't sleep, so I got up to wash the dishes. Meanwhile, in the palace of Liang province, a white-robed attendant hurriedly approached the imposing man sitting on the throne. My lord, Fu Jin has been killed. Fu Jin has been killed? The man frowned. Who did it? We don't know, the attendant replied nervously. We only received the message, but no images were transmitted. The man pondered. It seems someone managed to simultaneously kill him and the life insect in his mind in an instant. All the guardians of Nanchuan have been summoned back. Could there be such a strong individual? The attendant cautiously asked, My lord, how should we respond? Sending anyone would be sending them to their death. The man waved his hand dismissively. With the imperial exams approaching, stronger individuals will be dispatched from above. Recall the other Gu masters to avoid further complications. The attendant retreated, relieved. The man narrowed his eyes and murmured, It seems this Tian Gong is much more formidable than I imagined. Still, he's 100 times weaker than you, father. A clear voice chimed in. A well-behaved girl peeked out from beside the throne. Jiang, why are you here again? The man looked at the girl indulgently. How have your studies with your tutor been going? Jiang pouted. It's all right. The tutor said he had something to do these days and gave me a break. The man saw through her little scheme. I think it's you who had something to do and got him to give you a break. You're about to go to the capital. If you don't learn more, you'll suffer there. Ji Yang retorted defiantly, Father, you're underestimating me. I'm a dual talent beast master. Among my peers, who can match me except that freak? The man shook his head. You're too confident. Not to mention the descendants of various rare bloodlines and those with divine eyes. There's another dual talent like you now. Ji Yang was immediately on alert. A new dual talent beast master? Who? The grandson of Zhan Tianwang, named Yifan, the man explained. Last year, he defeated the Jiada Bai Long you lost to Hedon. Recalling her unpleasant memories, Ji Yang was astonished. Someone actually defeated that freak Hedon? The man smiled. Now you understand why I want you to study more? The era of great fortune for the human race is upon us, and many geniuses and prodigies will emerge. Your talent was unparalleled in the past, but now you must work hard to outshine others. Otherwise, you'll only be bullied. Ji Yang pouted, I won't cry. Despite her defiant words, Ji Yang decided to return to her studies. The man watched her back, shaking his head helplessly. When he saw her slip into a small alley, he didn't bother to stop her, only murmuring to himself, I hope this trip will help you grow up. Having talent is great, but when you face opponents with similar talents, losing will be much more painful. My daughter, the taste of defeat is 1,000 times more bitter than the boredom of studying. Outside Nanchuan, the sky was a roiling sea of thunderclouds, lightning flickering within like the wrath of a deity. Shadows cast by the storm covered the land, evoking an apocalyptic scene. Farmers in the fields looked up in terror, glimpsing colossal figures within the clouds, and fell to their knees in prayer. Suddenly, a sharp sword aura sliced through the sky, piercing the thunderclouds. The clouds parted with a thunderous crack, revealing a middle-aged man with a mustache standing proudly on his sword. He glanced disdainfully at an elder riding a giant cloud kuan beside him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Zhang Yun, I knew you would come to Nanchuan. It seems you received some news as well. The elder, known as Zhang Yun, was evidently displeased with the mustached man. His eyes, sharp as blades, focused on the strange, living sword beneath his opponent's feet, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Zhang Yun snorted, Shang, it's been 40 years, and your sword beast still hasn't reached the shield sword form? His words struck a nerve. Shang's face darkened but quickly regained composure. He sneered, I only started on the path to kingship 40 years ago. Naturally, my progress can't compare to your 60 years. If you succeed in becoming a king, you will undoubtedly be one of the strongest. These words hit Zhang Yun hard. He fumed silently, unable to retort. Amidst this tense standoff, a melodious female voice broke the silence. You two are supposed to be role models, yet here you are bickering. A middle-aged woman with enduring charm appeared, riding a graceful blue bird, reminiscent of the mythical Qinghuan. Both Shang and Zhang Yun were taken aback by the sudden visitor. Shang spoke first. Doesn't the Central Martial Academy have a rule against early recruitment? The woman smiled softly. Exceptional talents sometimes warrant exceptions. Her gentle smile made both men uneasy. They had come to Nanchuan to recruit a genius named Yi Fan, but her presence threatened their plans. She looked at the parched land below, then turned to Zhang Yun with a provocative tone. Principal Zhang Yun, I've heard your Cloud Kuan can summon rain. Why not demonstrate? Zhang Yun initially hesitated, but, under her goading, decided to act. With a wave of his hand, the Cloud Kuan stirred. Thunder roared as lightning converged on the Kuan, which spread its wings, sending electric sparks across the sky. The thunderclouds contracted violently, and torrential rain poured down, covering miles. The dry earth drank the rain eagerly, and the farmers cheered, bowing in gratitude. The woman smiled, patting her blue bird, which soared skyward, leaving a brilliant rainbow in its wake. Thunder, rain, and a rainbow created a magnificent scene over Nanchuan. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the high school entrance exams arrived. Yi Fan stood at his doorstep, bidding farewell to his parents. Take care, Dad, Mom. These past 2 months had been a peaceful respite at home. Yi Linqing simply said, do your best, feeling it was redundant. Lin Qingxia, on the other hand, fussed over him, giving countless reminders, take care of yourself. Yi Fan patiently listened, then left after another round of goodbyes. Wu Jingtian had been waiting by the wall and asked, Tiangong, are we heading straight to Pingqing? Yi Fan nodded, summoned his hellhound, and mounted it. He turned back to Wu Jingtian. Once I'm in the capital, keep an eye on my parents for me. Wu Jingtian agreed but questioned, why not bring them to the capital? With Marshal Yi Mao there, it should be safe. Yi Fan shook his head. Safety comes with restrictions. In the capital, I'm just one among many. Here in Nanchuan, I'm the only ruler. They can live freely without worry or getting caught in power struggles. I'd rather they live unburdened, so I can focus on my goals. Wu Jingtian pondered this, then praised, your filial piety is truly admirable. Yi Fan responded calmly, as a son, it's my duty. My family is also why we strive to uplift our people. With that, he patted his hellhound, which sped off. Wu Jingtian followed, quickly catching up with his superior strength, though the sight of him running after the dog made Yi Fan frown. Finally, Yi Fan couldn't help but say, Wu Jingtian, next time, ride a horse. Running is quite unsightly. Soon, they arrived in Pingqing. At the school gate, Li Pengzi and others eagerly awaited. Li Pengzi rushed to Yi Fan, offering a bag of buns. Yi Fan, here, I saved these for you. Yi Fan declined with a smile. I ate before leaving. Give them to Wu Jingtian. He teased. How's the pig slaughtering been? Li Pengzi laughed. Not as bad as I thought after the first couple of days. Yi Fan patted his shoulder. Earning money is never embarrassing. As they entered, Principal Pumi greeted them warmly. Yi Fan respectfully greeted him. Hello, Principal. Pumi looked Yi Fan over, surprised. You've reached the eternal level already? Yi Fan explained calmly. I had some fortune at the Mingxin sect's golden scale pool. Pumi understood and then said, 3 university principals from the capital are here to see you. Would you like to meet them? Hearing the words, principals of 3 universities, Yi Fan squinted his eyes, a hint of curiosity flashing across his face. Which 3 universities? He asked softly. Pumi promptly replied, Kyoto Beast University, Kyoto Martial Arts University, and Central Martial Academy. Yi Fan nodded slightly upon hearing this, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, then please, Principal Pumi, lead the way. Not a problem, Pumi responded cheerfully, leading Yi Fan toward a tall building. Before they left, he turned to Li Pengzi and the others, instructing, you all should work hard too and aim for good exam results. Got it, they responded in unison, watching as Yi Fan and Pumi walked away. Li Pengzi's eyes showed a trace of envy as he muttered, it's really something. The principals are coming to him, even before the college entrance exams. Wu Jingtian, standing nearby, explained, with Yi Fan's prowess, he can choose any school he wants. For someone destined for greatness, every school would want him. Even before the exams, Students who can score over 700 are usually contacted directly by universities. Li Pengzi asked curiously, how do you know all this, Senior Jingtian? Did you take the college entrance exams too? Aren't you a martial artist? Wu Jingtian explained, martial artists can take the exams too. There are policies and specific schools for us. Li Pengzi nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly asked, so, how did you score in your college entrance exams, Senior Jingtian? Wu Jingtian was taken aback by the question. After coughing a couple of times, he stammered. I was injured before the exams and didn't perform well, but I still scored over 400. Over 400? Isn't that too low to get into even the worst university in Kyoto? Li Pengzi blurted out. Wu Jingtian, embarrassed and angry, retorted, you idiot. Is over 400 all you heard? Meanwhile, Yifan followed Pumi to a room in the teaching building. Pumi stopped and asked, the three principals are inside. Do you need me to introduce you? No need, principal. You can go ahead with your work. Yifan politely declined. After Pumi nodded and left, Yifan took a deep breath and pushed open the door. As the door opened, three sharp gazes immediately locked onto Yifan, their intensity growing. Ing Shang was the first to speak, his voice filled with surprise and admiration. I never expected a place like Nanchuan to produce a student who could reach the eternal level at 17. He stood up, exuding a sharp aura. Hello, Yifan. I'm Ing Shang, the principal of Kyoto Martial Arts University. Greetings, Senior Ing. Yifan responded politely, his gaze briefly passing over Ing Shang. Senior Ing, have you mastered the sword intent? Ing Shang was surprised. You can tell I have sword intent? Before he could continue, Zhang Yun also stood up, brushing his white hair from his forehead, and introduced himself. Yifan, I'm Zhang Yun, the principal of Kyoto Beast University, a half-king level beast master. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard much about you, Yifan replied, recalling Zhang Yun's illustrious achievements in his past life, where he eventually became a king-level beast master. Finally, Shiryu stood up and extended his hand. Shiryu, Central Martial Academy. After shaking hands with Shiryu, Yifan sat down opposite the three principals and got straight to the point. You must be here to discuss my university choice after the entrance exams. Indeed, Ing Shang said directly. If you choose to enroll in Martial Arts University, I promise you'll have the best mentor in the school, 5 battlefield training sessions a year, 3 secret realm trials, a training room with 20 times the normal time flow for a month, and top-tier protectors throughout. Plus, Animal Union scholarship upon enrollment, with more rewards if you bring honor to the school. What do you think? Zhang Yun wasn't to be outdone. At Beast University, we'll double everything the Martial Arts University offers. Additionally, if you enroll, I personally guarantee to find you a transcendent grade bloodline beast and 3 top-grade Shin-level herbs. Ing Shang was momentarily at a loss, knowing that beast masters had far greater financial resources. Yifan remained silent, deep in thought. The two principals began a fierce bidding war. Ing Shang promised 3 top-tier martial techniques, while Zhang Yun countered with 4 top-tier breathing techniques. Ing Shang offered a top-tier weapon, and Zhang Yun upped the ante with half a relic beast carcass. Realizing he couldn't win on material terms alone, Ing Shang had a sudden inspiration and looked at the heavy sword on Yifan's back, asking, Yifan, do you know what the most important thing for a sword cultivator is today? Zhang Yun's face changed dramatically. Ing Shang, are you mad? You wouldn't dare promise that, would you? Ignoring Zhang Yun, Ing Shang continued, have you heard of a type of beast that can act as a sword for a sword cultivator? Yifan was taken aback, recalling the legend of sword saint Ing Luoshui, who used a beast as a sword. He suddenly understood. Senior Ing, are you a descendant of the sword saint? Ing Shang was surprised. How do you even know about the sword saint? The sword techniques I practice are derived from the sword saint, Yifan explained. Ing Shang was overjoyed. In that case, you should know about the sword beast. He summoned a peculiar sword-like beast, and the moment he held it, his sharp aura soared. This beast is called a sword beast, a descendant of my ancestor's sword beast. The sword saint's techniques had many flaws, but with the sword beast, not only are the flaws mitigated, the power of the sword techniques is doubled. More importantly, in today's world where beast mastery is paramount, practicing with a sword beast aligns with the current trends, accelerating your progress far beyond that of other sword cultivators. Ing Shang passionately explained. This is the most essential beast for a sword practitioner. If you come to my university, I can ensure you get one of these sword beasts. The moment the words were spoken, it felt as if the air had frozen. Zhang Yun's face changed dramatically, and even the usually silent Shiryu showed a hint of emotion. Everyone present understood the value of a sword beast. The fact that Ing Shang was willing to offer such a precious treasure to recruit Yifan was truly surprising. Yifan's heartbeat quickened. He had been racking his brains to master the world-class sword technique. From modifying his heavy sword, to rigorous self-training, and discussing improvements with Li Wushuang, every effort was made for this goal. Now, Ing Shang had presented a perfect solution: a sword beast. Though Yifan knew little about sword beasts, He understood their immense value to him. Seeing Yi Fan moved, a sense of relief washed over Ying Sheng's face. He was willing to pay such a high price to recruit Yi Fan for a reason. In the era of great human fortune, outstanding talents were emerging one after another, providing an excellent opportunity for academies to establish new foundations. The saying goes, when one person achieves greatness, everyone around them benefits. Investing in the right person could elevate the status of an academy, even if that person didn't directly contribute back. In the realm of cultivation, beast taming was paramount, making warrior universities seem less significant. In this competitive environment, Ying Sheng had strategized to focus on one person rather than competing for many talents. This way, he could at least ensure that the warrior university wouldn't come away empty-handed during this era of great fortune. Breaking the silence, Zhang Yun spoke again, his tone now more persuasive than forceful. As Ying Sheng said, in today's world, beast taming is the priority. Yi Fan, you possess the rare dual talent of a beast tamer. You should fully utilize this gift. While a sword beast is valuable, it's still part of the warrior path. Using a sword beast for sword techniques would waste your beast taming talent. No matter how strong swordsmanship is, it can't surpass beast taming. Ying Sheng immediately retorted, what do you mean, Zhang Yun? Who says swordsmanship can't rival beast taming? My ancestor could defend an entire realm with a single sword. What beast could do that? Zhang Yun remained calm, merely stating, as far as I know, the king of men in history was a beast tamer. This silenced Ying Sheng, who could only mutter, how many kings of men are there in the world? Turning his focus back to Yi Fan, Ying Sheng asked, Yi Fan, what will you choose? Yi Fan nodded slightly but didn't rush to answer. He looked towards the silent Shiryu. Principal Shiryu, what are your terms? Shiryu smiled and said, Central Martial City Academy trains leaders. We won't offer you any extra rewards. What we can promise is simple. I can admit your 3 companions without any conditions, give you the right to go to the front lines in your first year, and grant you the rank of a commander, allowing you to lead troops personally. Ying Sheng and Zhang Yun both breathed a sigh of relief at this. No rewards and early deployment to the battlefield? It sounded more like a deterrent than an incentive. All right. Yi Fan's response left them stunned. Ying Sheng couldn't believe it. Yi Fan, you're giving up a sword beast to join an academy that focuses on fighting wars? The front lines are far more dangerous than you can imagine. Talent alone won't ensure your survival. Yi Fan politely replied, thank you for the advice, Senior Ying Sheng, but I'm not interested in academic rivalries. Principal Shiryu's terms align perfectly with my aspirations. Ying Sheng persisted, but it can't compare to a sword beast, can it? Don't you want to see the true power of the sword techniques you're learning? Yi Fan responded, I do, but I also don't want to follow the same path as my predecessors. The flaws in the techniques are precisely the reason for my future efforts. Using a sword beast for sword techniques would limit my growth, which goes against my pursuit of the Tao. Ying Sheng wanted to argue further, but Zhang Yun stopped him. Ying Sheng, he's made his decision. Let's not force it. Zhang Yun, seemingly anticipating Yi Fan's choice, stood up readily. Yi Fan, if you change your mind after the exams, the Beast Taming University will still welcome you with the same conditions. Though a bit embarrassed, Ying Sheng also stood up. Looking at Yi Fan with a hint of regret, he said, since you have your own plans, I won't insist. My offer still stands. Yi Fan bowed to both of them. Thank you both for your kindness. As Zhang Yun and Ying Sheng walked out, Ying Sheng glanced back at Yi Fan with reluctance and closed the door, saying, with such a promising talent, he would have brought great honor to the Warrior University. Zhang Yun remarked calmly, it's not over yet. Ying Sheng sensed something. What do you mean? He's already agreed to Shiryu. What chance do we have? Zhang Yun smiled. The exams are over 10 days away. Isn't that an opportunity? Ying Sheng realized. You plan to invite him again? If he wasn't moved by the extraordinary beast, what else can you offer? Zhang Yun stroked his beard. There are things more precious than extraordinary beasts. But whether to offer them depends on his exam performance. Knowing his level isn't enough. We need to see his practical skills. Otherwise, it's too risky. Ying Sheng sighed. You old fox. The best I can offer is the sword beast. And he turned it down. So, the Warrior University has little chance. Zhang Yun nodded. Exactly. Otherwise, why would I say all this? You old fox, always so cunning. Inside the room, Yi Fan and Shiryu heard everything clearly. After a long silence, Yi Fan spoke. Don't the principals know our rooms aren't soundproof? Shiryu replied. Who knows if they really don't know? He then raised a barrier to isolate the room and handed Yi Fan an invitation. This is our academy's invitation. Fill in your name, and you can skip the exams and join us in September. Yi Fan frowned slightly. Skip the exams? Isn't that against the rules? Shiryu responded indifferently. It is, but we don't follow the rules. This brought a smile to Yi Fan's face, clearly pleased with the approach. Principal Shiryu, aren't you worried I might not be as capable as I seem? Yifan suddenly asked. Sure, you replied with a meaningful look. There's nothing to worry about. Given the terms I offered, I know you have what it takes. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze. Yifan's gaze locked onto Shiryu, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. You don't need to suspect anyone of betraying you. Shiryu seemed to read Yifan's thoughts and waved his hand gently. I did my homework before coming here. I know the Yi family has a cousin named Tiangong. Yifan frowned slightly and retorted. The Yi family's fortune should have declined after the peak of the twin stars. It makes sense that I'm a descendant of Yi Zhantian, but how could there be a Yi Tiangong? Simply relying on fortune to speculate isn't convincing enough. Sure, you didn't continue the topic but instead said, I'm not here to delve into your identity. I'm just here to answer your questions. You don't need to worry. Since I'm here, it means I acknowledge what you're doing. The principal acknowledges what I'm doing? Yifan was a bit surprised. Sure, you didn't respond directly but said, when plagued by many ailments, one needs a strong medicine. He pushed the invitation in front of him. We've talked long enough. Those two outside might get the wrong idea. Sign it. Yifan decisively signed the invitation. This is your admission ticket. Sure, you said as he stood up and walked toward the door. Remember to report in September. By the way, your friends can take the college entrance exam for show, so they don't attract unnecessary attention. Yifan responded and watched Shiryu leave. He then immediately returned to the dormitory to gather Li Pengzi and the others, briefly explaining the situation. So, we've been admitted to the Central Martial Capital Academy without even taking the exam? Li Pengzi and the others looked delighted, especially Wang Lingxi, who sighed in relief. Yifan, why did you choose the Central Martial Capital Academy? Li Pengzi asked, puzzled. Isn't the Sword Bee Slayer better? For me, going to the front lines and having a military position is more important, Yifan answered simply without elaborating. You guys should rest well today and strive for good scores tomorrow. Every year, the higher-ups allocate funds based on the number of outstanding students from each province. Nanchuan is still very poor. If you do well, you can help secure some benefits for future students. After agreeing on the meeting place for the next day, everyone dispersed. Yifan stayed alone on the playground, wandering aimlessly. 2 years had passed, and the once new freshmen were now seasoned seniors. The playground was filled with unfamiliar faces. Occasionally, there were minor conflicts, but they ended quickly with a few exchanged insults. What a dull atmosphere, Yifan thought to himself. This was also why he wasn't fond of the academy's training choices. He recalled how Ji Jia in his previous life had endured for decades just to deliver a fatal blow to him, while the Ji Jia in school merely ordered lackeys to ambush him in the woods. The contrast was both laughable and frustrating. Yifan, Yifan. A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Yifan turned to see a young man with a crew cut walking toward him. Chu Gongdao. Yifan raised an eyebrow. Chu Ji scratched his head awkwardly. Yifan, you still remember that? I remember more than just that, Yifan said meaningfully. Not bad. Definitely not as good as you. Chu Ji caught up with Yifan. Where have you been these 2 years? After the news about the fortune fruit came out, you all disappeared. We thought Marshal Yi had taken you to the capital. I didn't go to the capital. I went to nearby cities for training. Then you must have broken through to gold level by now? Yifan looked slightly helpless, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Sort of. I knew it. Chu Ji said excitedly. This year, our Pingxing might finally have a student admitted to a top university in the capital. You still have a chance too, Yifan said, assessing Chu Ji's progress and nodding to himself. For someone in Nanchuan, breaking through to Silver 9 star within 3 years without external help indicated a promising future. Compared to his previous life, he might achieve even more. Yifan walked and thought, nodding and shaking his head unconsciously. Why are you nodding and shaking your head at the same time? Chu Ji asked curiously. The two chatted as they walked, discussing the notable figures and interesting events of the past 2 years in high school. Ah, Yifan, you wouldn't know, Chu Ji said, recounting a funny incident. Recently, a new overlord appeared in the freshman secret realm. That beast is fierce, biting anyone it sees, even the instructors. It's the fiercest secret realm beast I've ever seen. Yifan became interested. The freshman secret realm has such a powerful beast? Yeah, the beast isn't that strong, just tough, immune to water and fire, and holds grudges. If you provoke it, it'll chase you in this secret realm and the next. Chu Ji recalled. Its name is strange too. Something like Little Badger? Little Badger? Yifan stopped, a smile tugging at his lips. So it's that little guy. That little guy? You know it? Chu Ji was surprised. When I first entered the secret realm, I found it injured and gave it some meat and spirit herbs. We met many times after that, Yifan explained with a smile. We're sort of friends. Wow, Chu Ji exclaimed, then looked aggrieved. You fed it and didn't take it away? In the past 3 years, I've been bitten by it at least 10 times. Do you know what I've been through these 3 years? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, and a glint of understanding flashed in his eyes. He patted Chu Ji on the shoulder, speaking lightly. That little badger back then was just a minor beast on the outskirts of the secret realm. If it could become a ruler, isn't that an inspiration for you? Chu Ji responded with a wry smile. That's easy for you to say, but it bit me so many times. Then, a hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. You know, Yi Fan, if people found out that you were the one who fed that little badger, they'd probably hate you. Yi Fan waved it off casually. Let them hate. I've already graduated anyway. Before he could finish, several figures hurried over. Yi Fan immediately recognized Wu Jingtian at the front and swallowed his words. Senior Wu Jingtian, didn't you say you were going for lunch? When he saw the people behind Wu Jingtian, Yi Fan's expression changed instantly. Disciplinary elder, why are you here? The disciplinary elder grabbed Yi Fan angrily. You little rascal. Did you tell the sect leader some nonsense to trick him into coming to Nanchuan? Yi Fan smiled awkwardly. I wouldn't say trick. The sect leader wanted to experience the world and asked me for a good place to go. I recommended Nanchuan. Of course it was you. The disciplinary elder became even more agitated. Do you know what the sect leader has been doing since you lured him to Nanchuan? Yi Fan was puzzled. What? He's been living as a farmer in an old village, chopping wood and working the fields every day. The disciplinary elder fumed. And he even got married. Yi Fan was stunned. Got married? Isn't that a good thing? This way, the Mingxin sect will have descendants. Good thing my foot. Elder Wu and couldn't help but curse. The sect leader has given up his position for that woman. When we went to find him, he said he wants to resign and live out his days in the village with her, maybe even have a kid or two. Yi Fan instinctively asked, so what will happen to the Mingxin sect? Elder Wu and grabbed Yi Fan. That's what I want to know. You put this nonsense into his head, so now you have to bring him back. You were the one who convinced him to go. Now you have to convince him to return. The scene became chaotic, with Wu Jingtian, the disciplinary elder, and Elder Wu and all pulling at Yi Fan. Chu Ji, seeing this, thought about intervening but, feeling the intimidating aura they unintentionally released, decided to slip away instead. Yi Fan, both amused and helpless, said, all right, stop pulling. But Wu Jingtian wouldn't let go. No way. Tiangong has his college entrance exams tomorrow. Going with you to find the sect leader might ruin his future. Elder Wu and scolded. You idiot. Your ancestors are probably rolling in their graves, and you're worried about exams? Yi Fan quickly mediated, Senior Wu Jingtian, I've already been accepted early, so I don't need to take the exams. I'm free these days, so I can go with the elders to check it out. Only then did Wu Jingtian release his grip. Yi Fan turned to the elders, Elders, please don't worry. The sect leader's marriage might just be part of his worldly experience. Let's see what's going on first. The disciplinary elder pulled Yi Fan along. Yes, let's see. We have to persuade the sect leader to return. The Mingxin sect has been preparing for this worldly venture for hundreds of years. Everything is ready, and now the sect leader is missing. What are we supposed to do? Outside Longxing City, a small village nestled beneath a cliff. Under the blazing sun, a man was working the fields, drenched in sweat. Debiao, a woman in simple clothes, called out from a distance at noon. It's time to eat. Got it, the man responded, stopping his work and carrying his hoe back to the village. The village roads were muddy and uneven, but the man walked with a joyful expression and a spring in his step. Villagers greeted him warmly, calling him Debiao. Back in their modest clay house, the woman brought out steaming hot dishes. Eat quickly. I reheated it for you. I knew you would, the man said, smiling as he devoured the food. Yanqing, aren't you going to eat? The man noticed the woman hadn't touched her chopsticks. Yanqing shook her head, looking at the man with a complicated expression. Debiao, do you really want to stay by my side forever? Of course, the man replied. Why do you ask all of a sudden? I overheard those people who came looking for you yesterday, Yanqing said. They're powerful figures who can ride the clouds, and they called you sect leader. The man tried to explain, but Yanqing interrupted. Yes, I heard it clearly. I always knew you weren't an ordinary person. Look at you, so handsome, unlike me with my pockmarked face. The Mingxin sect leader sighed. True worth isn't an outward appearance. I've met many people in the world, but none as kind as you. Yanqing smiled bitterly. Maybe you just haven't met enough people. I couldn't sleep last night, thinking about many things. I wanted to deceive myself, but when I look at you, I can't. Even in these shabby clothes, you shine. You don't belong to my world. Staying here for me isn't worth it. You should have greater ambitions and a better partner. The master of Mingxin gazed at Yanqing with gentle eyes. Why should I look for someone better? He murmured softly. I think you're already wonderful. It's your kindness that I love. Yanqing was silent for a moment, her brow slightly furrowed. But what if there's someone kinder than me? She looked up and met his eyes. Would you love her too? This simple question caught the master of Mingxin off guard. He hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering. This brief hesitation brought a look of disappointment to Yanqing's face. Suddenly, the sound of something cutting through the air came, and several figures landed on the dirt road outside the hut. Master, look who we've found. The voice of the disciplined elder rang out. The master of Mingxin looked up irritably and was slightly taken aback when he saw Yifan. Why are you here too? He instinctively stood up, then realized something and turned to look at Yanqing. Yanqing merely waved her hand gently, her voice low. Go talk to your friends. Sensing Yanqing's change in mood, the master of Mingxin hesitated, a conflicted look on his face. Finally, he gritted his teeth and walked outside. Yanqing quietly watched his departing figure, pain gradually appearing in her eyes. On the ridge outside the small village, the master of Mingxin glanced at the three elders in the distance, then looked at Yifan. You're not here to persuade me to go back, are you? It was you who encouraged me to enter the world in the first place. Yifan smiled and shook his head. I have no intention of persuading you, master. I'm just curious. After only a few months in the world, why have you suddenly decided to settle down and get married? You are the master of Mingxin. If you leave, what will become of Mingxin's sect? The master of Mingxin was silent for a long time before speaking somewhat wistfully. Yifan, to be honest, I'm quite lost right now. In these few months in the world, I've seen so many things. He described the various harsh realities he had witnessed, his tone filled with disappointment. After listening, Yifan sighed softly. The world of martial arts is carefree and unrestrained. But ordinary people in the mundane world are just like this. The master of Mingxin shook his head. But the world I've encountered is too different from what I imagined. I can't accept it. My mind is constantly restless. He pointed to the fields in front of him and recounted his experiences in the remote mountain village and how he met Yanqing. Yifan nodded thoughtfully, seeming to understand why the master of Mingxin was reluctant to return to the sect. He asked softly, Master, do you truly like it here? If there were another village with even kinder people, would you like it too? This question made the master of Mingxin frown. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head. I don't know. Yifan looked directly into the master of Mingxin's eyes. How can you not know, master? What you mean to say is that you would, but you think such an answer is too superficial. Just as you said about meeting Yanqing, if another kind person had appeared then, you would also want to spend your life with her. The master of Mingxin was silent for a long time before finally nodding in reluctant agreement. You're right. His shoulders slumped unconsciously, looking somewhat defeated. Yifan patted the master of Mingxin's shoulder. Master, what you love is kindness. Not this village and not Yanqing. The master of Mingxin sighed. Hearing you say that makes me even more confused. I came to the world seeking a breakthrough in my state of mind, but now I feel like this whole journey has been meaningless. For the past century, I've lived in empty ideals and a fictional world. Now, as my life reaches its end, I realize it was all an illusion. The ideals I once held can't be achieved. I don't know where to go next, or what the purpose of my journey is. Yifan pondered for a moment and asked, Master, have you ever thought about what you truly want? The master of Mingxin shook his head. I thought living here was what I wanted, but you've exposed me. Now, I don't even know what I want. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Yifan's eyes. How can you not know, master? You know what kind of world you aspire to. Why not work towards it? What can I do? The master of Mingxin countered. Yifan's voice was firm. There is so much you can do. Doesn't Mingxin sect advocate for a world where the strong do not oppress the weak, the many do not rob the few, the rich do not mock the poor, and the noble do not disdain the humble? The master of Mingxin shook his head. But people can't achieve that. They've been corrupted by the secular world to their core. It's too difficult to change. Yifan was undeterred. Isn't difficulty the very reason to strive for change? Humanity is decaying because everyone is afraid. If we give up because it's hard, and if everyone who comes after us does the same, when will humanity ever see a bright future? The world you and Mingxin sect hope for will never come about. Instead of letting things continue this way, why not try to change them? Yifan continued to elaborate on his viewpoint, listing many specific ways to improve the current situation, from welfare for the elderly to creating meaningful jobs, from punishing corrupt officials to rewarding good people. His tone grew increasingly passionate. Even an old farmer in the fields harbors the ambition to move mountains. How can someone as capable as you, master, be so timid? The leader of Mingxin's sect stood frozen, Yifan's words resonating like a thunderclap. After a moment, it was as if he had been reborn, his eyes gleaming with newfound clarity. If no one paves the way, when will future generations find peace? The leader murmured, his gaze falling on Yifan. You, young man, only 17, yet you possess such heroic ambition. Just a few words, and you have awakened me. Yifan smiled slightly. Great ambitions are not determined by age. A powerful figure like you becoming disheartened would be a tremendous loss to humanity. It is my duty to assist you. The leader of Mingxin sect pondered. Do you share the same vision as I do? Yet I see you raising armies and causing bloodshed wherever you go. According to what you said, our methods should be gentle. Why then? Yifan interrupted. My vision indeed aligns with yours. But each being has their own choices and paths. You have your gentle approach, and I have my reasons for my actions. There is no conflict in that. One should follow their own path and heart. The leader nodded. Your thoughts are much more inclusive than those of your ancestors. You flatter me, Yifan replied humbly. The leader stood up, exuding a powerful aura. In these chaotic times, there is much to be done. The Grand Mingxin sect, with its gathered strength, should indeed do more. Upon my return, I will lead the sect into the world and implement our plans in the 13 provinces of Central State. Yifan cupped his hands in respect. It is excellent that you have made this decision. I wish the Mingxin sect a smooth journey into the world. With that, he prepared to summon his beast and leave. The leader called out to him, producing a scroll, as promised. You helped me break through, and I give you this formation. But you haven't broken through yet, Yifan said, puzzled. Through this journey, my state of mind has become clear. It won't be long now, the leader replied with a smile. Yifan accepted the scroll, bowed, and bid farewell. Leader, the mountains are high, and the roads are long. Until we meet again. Then he swiftly rode off on his beast. The three elders, seeing this, grew anxious and were about to act when the leader blocked their way. Let the boy go. He has his own mission. Elder Wuan asked, Are you returning now? Yes, the leader nodded. Inform the elders of the sect. I will return within 10 days, and that will be the time for Mingxin sect to enter the world. The three were surprised at the sudden decision. The leader explained, Haven't you all been preparing for decades? As the leader walked back towards the small village, the three wanted to follow but were stopped. Let me say my goodbyes to Yanqing alone. They halted, and the disciplined elder wondered. What did Yifan say to make the leader change his mind? Elder Wuan warned, we should keep him away from the leader in the future. If he sways the leader, what will become of Mingxin's sect? Elder Mingyu agreed. That boy has an extraordinary mindset. We should steer clear of him. The disciplined elder countered. It's not that ominous. I actually think the boy is quite good. The leader arrived at a small house and hesitated before knocking, but the door opened. Yanqing, he said, awkwardly pulling back his hand. Yanqing seemed to understand. Are you here to say goodbye? The leader nodded, a look of guilt on his face. Yanqing smiled. It's good that you've made up your mind. Someone like you shouldn't stay here. Do you want to come with me? The leader suddenly asked. I'm going to create an ideal place where people can be good. You would fit well there. Yanqing's eyes sparkled, but she shook her head. I won't go. I want to stay here. Is it because of me? The leader asked anxiously. It's not because of you. Yanqing sighed. Dabiao, everyone has their own choices. Choices don't always need reasons. Everyone is different by nature. I understand your choice, and I hope you can understand mine. The leader finally understood. He bowed and stepped back. The mountains are high, and the roads are long. We may never meet again. Yanqing, take care. On his way back, Yifan wore a broad smile. He clutched the scroll detailing the spirit-gathering array, studying it as if it were a precious treasure. This array could reportedly increase cultivation speed by nearly 100-fold, making it a priceless gem in the cultivation world. Yifan's eyes glimmered with intelligence as he quickly grasped the secrets of the array. However, he soon shook his head and frowned slightly. The array's efficiency depended entirely on the materials used, much like a massive furnace. To achieve 10 times the speed, it could devour a large earthly mine in a single day. Beyond that, the required materials would be staggeringly rare and expensive. Nevertheless, Yifan reconsidered. If he aimed for just a 1 or 2-fold increase, it was still acceptable. Given that his space already had a 30-fold time flow, the addition of the spirit-gathering array would propel his cultivation speed to unprecedented heights, leaving others far behind. Yifan calculated silently. With this second chance at life, his bottlenecks would be significantly reduced. In 3 to 5 years, the path to becoming a king again seemed within reach. At that moment, Yifan's gaze fell upon the mark of the time-space dragon, and his expression turned serious. He pondered. His rebirth was likely connected to the sacred beast artifact and the time-space dragon. With time intersecting and everything resetting, he had returned with his memories intact. If the dragon still existed, would it also retain its memories? A dragon that controlled time and space wouldn't be easily destroyed. Determination flashed in Yifan's eyes. I'll visit its lair when the time comes. With his decision made, Yifan stopped thinking about it and patted the old red beast beneath him, urging, Old Red, pick up the pace. Let's try to get back to Nange City before nightfall. Roar. Old Red turned its head to look at Yifan, letting out a disgruntled growl. It seemed to say, it took me a day and a half to get here, and now you want me to fly back by nightfall when it's already midday? Why don't you try flying yourself? 2 days later, Yifan stepped into Pingqing High School once again. The college entrance exams were now a thing of the past. In the cafeteria, Li Pengzi excitedly boasted to Yifan, "Yifan, I scored over 400 points on the simulation test. Not bad, right? Just the simulation score alone is almost as high as Wu Jingtian's total score back in the day." Beside him, Wu Jingtian's face darkened as he grumbled, "God, look at Li Yu's smug face." It was the 10th time he'd said that today. Yifan responded with a smile, "Not bad." He calculated that with an additional 200 points for his cultivation level, Li Pengzi's total would be over 600, making him quite a top student worthy of some praise. Li Pengzi, hands on his hips, beamed. "See, even Yifan praised me." Wu Jingtian retorted, "Praised you for what? Your 400 points were mostly from your beast control." The scores inflated. If God took the test, he'd easily score over 1,000. For once, Li Pengzi didn't argue. That's true. He knew that Yifan, being at the eternal level, had 400 points just for his level, and could easily score over 1,000. Yifan listened to their banter, smiling silently. He thought that the extra point system wasn't overly generous. With an outstanding beast, getting into a good university was more than feasible. If he participated, taking on a stellar-level beast might be challenging, but handling a 9-star eternal beast would be easy. Suddenly, Yifan thought of Jiada Bailong and murmured, "That guy, even at the golden level, could probably score 600 or 700 points. Combined, that's 800 or 900. Yifan turned to Ma Xiaoxue and Wang Lingxi, asking, "What about you two? How did you do?" Ma Xiaoxue admitted with some frustration, "I didn't score very high, 70 points less than Li Yu. I got greedy and lost my chance." Yifan nodded, then looked at Wang Lingxi. She seemed embarrassed and said quietly, "I did even worse, 180 points for my level and 300 on the simulation. Not even 500 in total." Yifan reassured her, "That's still decent." He thought that nearly 500 points was already respectable at Pingqing High School, especially for someone specializing in support and logistics like Wang Lingxi. Standing up, Yifan clapped his hands. "If you have any tasks to finish, get them done quickly. We'll head to Kyoto in early September. There will be a lot of recruiters around, which might be annoying. I suggest not going home. Instead, help the strategist with some tasks." Li Pengzi groaned. "Helping the strategist again? Can I stay in Pingqing a bit longer? I haven't had enough of those big buns." Yifan laughed. "Stay as long as you like. After all, you've earned some relaxation after the exams. I'll be in our secret realm most of the time. If you need anything, come find me. Don't cause trouble, don't reveal your identity. If anyone asks about me, just say you don't know me." 10 days later, the results were posted in Pingqing. The area around the list was packed with students eagerly checking their rankings. Suddenly, a commotion arose. Yingsheng and Zhang Yun stood before the list, looking around in confusion. "Why isn't Yifan's name on here?" Yingsheng frowned. "He should have easily scored 500 or 600 points. But there's only someone named Li Yu with over 600 points. Who is this Li Yu? Could it be Yifan under a different name?" Zhang Yun shook his head. "Who changes their surname too? Yimao would never agree to that. Something's off. We need to ask someone." At that moment, a chubby student with a large bag of buns squeezed through the crowd, even pushing Yingsheng and Zhang Yun aside to get to the list. Yingsheng's eyes lit up as he grabbed the student. "I've seen you before. You're one of Yifan's students, right? Where is Yifan? Why isn't his name on the list? Do you know what's going on?" The student, Li Yu, although unfamiliar with the two elders, remembered Yifan's instructions. Thinking quickly, he twisted his face and mumbled incoherently, "Abi, I don't know, Abi." Yingsheng and Zhang Yun were stunned, exclaiming in unison, "What the heck? At least pretend properly. Who talks like that?" Blocked by two principals, Li Pengzi found himself in a tight spot. This cunning fellow, however, pretended to be mute, babbling ABA, leaving the principals utterly confused. Surprisingly, this tactic worked. Yingsheng and Zhang Yun exchanged puzzled glances and reluctantly waved him through. Just when the principals thought it was over, the chubby boy suddenly blurted out, "All right?" This left the two stunned, prompting them to ask, "Hey, weren't you mute?" Li Pengzi, feigning ignorance, continued his ABA, leaving them exasperated. This farce left Yingsheng and Zhang Yun at their wits' end. Realizing they couldn't get anything out of him, they gave up. Seizing the opportunity, Li Pengzi slipped through the crowd and bolted, leaving the two principals bewildered. "Something's fishy," Zhang Yun muttered, a sudden realization dawning on him. "Could it be that sure you promised Yifan some benefit to get into the university without taking the entrance exam?" Yingsheng immediately refuted, "Impossible. The University Alliance has strict rules against early admissions to poach students." Zhang Yun, however, gave Yingsheng a knowing look and said, "Central Martial Arts Academy isn't part of the University Alliance, is it?" Yingsheng was momentarily speechless and then stammered, "Even if they're not, they should follow the rules." He suddenly realized something, his face turning grim. Zhang Yun, seeing through Ing Shang's thoughts, bluntly said, "They've broken the rules more than once." Ing Shang, now furious, declared, "This is a violation of admissions policy. I will report this to King Ji." Zhang Yun waved his hand dismissively. "I doubt it will make a difference. With the chaos surrounding the entrance exams, by the time King Ji gets around to it, Yifan will already be in school. Besides, we missed our chance to secure him. Let's focus on recruiting other students from different provinces." Though reluctant, Ing Shang nodded in agreement. As they were about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned to the leaderboard, muttering, "But this Liu kid isn't bad either, scoring over 690. Since he's here, we might as well take him." With that, Ing Shang grabbed a student nearby and asked with a smile, "Hey, do you know a student named Liu from your school?" The student nodded enthusiastically. "Liu? Of course, he's good friends with Yifan." Ing Shang's interest piqued. "Great. Do you know where he is? Can you take me to him?" The student looked puzzled and scratched his head. "I know him, but the person you just talked to is Liu. That chubby kid is Liu?" Ing Shang and Zhang Yun were dumbfounded. Zhang Yun couldn't help but curse. Damn it. No wonder he ran so fast. Meanwhile, in a hidden realm, a waterfall cascaded down with immense force. Beneath it, a shirtless man sat calmly. Suddenly, a giant over 2 meters tall approached, holding a leaderboard, and shouted, "Bai Long, the results are out. You scored a perfect 1000, ranking first." The man, upon hearing this, opened his eyes and punched the waterfall, creating a gap. He then leaped out and landed in front of the giant. This man was none other than the 17-year-old Jada Bai Long. In just a few years, he had transformed into a formidable figure, his muscles taut and ready for action. Jada Bai Long glanced at the leaderboard and frowned. "Why isn't Yifan's name on this list?" The giant, puzzled, looked at the list and said, "This shows the top 100 scores of the year. If he's not on it, maybe he didn't make the top 100 inch. Impossible." Jada Bai Long retorted, "He defeated me 2 years ago. Even if he didn't improve much, he should still be on the list." The giant scratched his head. Maybe something happened, and he missed the entrance exam? Jada Bai Long pondered for a moment, then casually tossed the leaderboard aside. "If that's the case, there's no point in attending this university." The giant quickly tried to persuade him, "There are still many talented individuals this year. You might find a worthy opponent." "I've already defeated all the so-called prodigies my uncle mentioned," Jada Bai Long scoffed. "They're just empty shells. If they dare challenge me again, it's another story. Without a true rival like Yifan, there's no point in attending." With that, Jada Bai Long turned back to the waterfall, ignoring the giant's calls. The giant, frustrated, muttered, "This kid, I'll have to bring his grandmother here. No university? Ridiculous." He hurriedly left. At the same time, in a tea house's top floor, a black-robed guard knelt, presenting the leaderboard. "Young master, the entrance exam results are out. Jada Bai Long scored a perfect 1000, ranking first." The young master frowned, taking the leaderboard. "Where is Yifan's name? Evenly you made the list. Why isn't he on it?" The black-robed guard trembled. "I don't know." "Don't know?" The young master's voice turned icy. "Why did I send you to check the results?" For Yifan's ranking, the guard's voice trailed off, bowing repeatedly. "I'll find out immediately." The young master waved dismissively. "He's probably been admitted through some loophole by a university outside the alliance. There are only a few of those. Investigate and find out which one." "Understood." The guard quickly retreated. A shadowy figure stepped forward, asking hoarsely, "Are you planning to rival Yifan at the same university?" "Of course," the young master sneered, tossing the leaderboard aside. "I didn't come here to play games with these children." Upon hearing this, the guard straightened up slightly and said, "The capital is crowded and full of prying eyes. It's best if the young master doesn't reveal too much about himself." A trace of disdain flashed in the young master's eyes as he coldly replied, "That depends on how much he can pique my interest. Jinluan, you don't seriously think that Yifan can rival me, do you?" Before the guard could respond, the young master's eyes suddenly changed, glowing with a golden light, revealing his double pupils. His presence became overwhelmingly majestic, like a deity descending to the mortal realm. "I am the chosen one, selected by the heavens." Boom. A terrifying pressure descended instantly, as if a giant shadow rose behind the young master. Even the guard's face changed dramatically, feeling the surrounding elements being rapidly drawn away, and the immense elemental power within him being compressed at an alarming rate. "This is the Supreme Eye, the legendary most powerful divine eye in the world," the guard thought in shock. When the divine eye is activated, it creates a domain that suppresses any opponent's strength. At higher levels, it's manageable, but at the same level, opponents would be suppressed by more than half their power within this domain. Cold sweat dripped from the guard's forehead as he immediately knelt down. "Young master, I shouldn't have presumed. Humph. The young master snorted coldly, extinguishing the divine eye and turning his back on the guard. The guard didn't dare to lift his head, feeling as though an invisible force was gripping his throat, suffocating him. All right, kneeling here is an eyesore. The young master waved impatiently. Isn't there a secret realm that appeared in Ningyang province? Go check it out. Understood. The guard quickly stood up and hurried out of the room. Left alone in the room, the young master's gaze deepened before he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, on a carriage not far from the capital, Li Fati excitedly asked, Yifan, what is the capital like? Yifan pondered for a moment and then shook his head. The capital looks different to everyone. You'll have to see it for yourself to understand, Li Fati mumbled, always so cryptic, but still looked forward with anticipation. Wang Lingxi, however, was more concerned with practical matters. Yifan, when we get to the capital, are we going straight to the academy to register? Yifan replied, yes, we'll register first. Grandpa is coming to pick us up today. He then turned to Li Wushuang. Wushuang, what about your grandfather? Is he coming to pick you up directly? Li Wushuang looked at her excited companions with a complicated expression. He should be coming with Grandpa Yi to see you off to school? Her heart was filled with mixed emotions, feeling as though she was separated by an era from the others. The rankings had been announced, and many prodigies of the human race would soon emerge, with Yifan and his friends among them. This would be the most glorious year for the human race, while she could only watch from the sidelines. After a long silence, Li Wushuang handed a small notebook to Yifan. This is a revised version of the 5th sword style. I've added many annotations. Take a look, and if you have any questions, you can ask me later. Yifan carefully reviewed the notes and praised, your insights are excellent. This should resolve some of the flaws in the 5th style, making it usable for me. Li Wushuang forced a smile. I'm glad I could help. Seeing Li Wushuang's melancholy, Yifan said calmly, Wushuang, the great turmoil of the human race may not be far off. When that time comes, if you're willing, you can go to Nanchuan to help me. A few years difference doesn't matter. In the future, we can still fight together. A glimmer of hope flashed in Li Wushuang's eyes as she solemnly nodded. All right. Li Fati chimed in. Just to be clear, next time we go to battle, I want to be the vanguard. I've fought so many battles in Nanchuan and never once been the vanguard. Yifan laughed. Why are you so eager to be the vanguard? The vanguard gets all the glory, Li Fati grumbled. Look at Ma Xiaoxue. She's always the vanguard, and now everyone knows about the fierce female general called the Blade General. Meanwhile, when I went back home to butcher a pig, I asked if they knew the gluttonous general, and they asked if there could be a general named Potsticker. It drove me crazy. Everyone laughed heartily at this, and Yifan teased, don't just think about the glory. Remember, the vanguard negotiates first, and if negotiations fail and they open fire, with your 200+ pounds, you won't be able to dodge the artillery. Li Fati shrank back. Forget it. I prefer to make a fortune quietly. Let Ma Xiaoxue take the spotlight. Seeing Li Fati's comical expression, everyone laughed even louder, and the atmosphere in the carriage became joyous. At the same time, in the capital's court, Yimao and Li Ming quickly left after the morning assembly. Watching their departing figures, the head of the Ji family wondered aloud. What's got those two old folks in such a hurry today? Sun Wu leaned in and whispered, don't you know? Yi Zhantian's grandson has arrived in the capital. Yifan? That boy who overshadowed my grandson in Pingqing? The Ji family head's expression darkened. Which university did he go to? He didn't take the college entrance exam, but judging by his companions, he probably went to Central Martial University, Sun Wu replied. Rumor has it that to recruit Yifan, Central Martial University not only admitted him ahead of schedule but also brought in several of his companions, one of whom didn't even score 500 points. They can do that? The Ji family head's eyelid twitched. What about King Ji? Is he not intervening? Sun Wu shook his head. He did, with over 10 universities jointly reporting Central Martial University. But Ning Xiaochuan, that shameless old man, promised King Ji he would change, then went to each university president and forced them to withdraw their complaints. Hearing this, the Ji family head's face turned grim, and he gritted his teeth. That old rascal. Why isn't he dead yet? In Kyoto, as the carriage halted at the city gate, Yimao and Li Ming had already been waiting for some time. Yifan stepped down from the carriage, cupped his hands, and greeted them. Uncle, Uncle Li. Behind him, Li Fati and the others also greeted them without reservation. Yimao glanced at Yifan, a gleam flashing in his eyes. He patted Yifan's shoulder hard and exclaimed, good lad. It's been 2 years, and your demeanor has changed significantly. You're too kind, uncle, Yifan replied with a smile, observing Yimao. You too, uncle, seem even more distinguished these past 2 years. Hearing this, Yimao was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. My grandson indeed has sharp eyes. With that, Yimao waved his hand and said, let's get you settled first. As soon as he spoke, armored soldiers brought forward an impressive carriage. Unlike the one Yi Fan and his group had arrived in, this carriage, though not overly luxurious, radiated an extraordinary aura in both its frame and its horses. The sound of hooves echoed as the carriage wheels rolled over Kyoto's grandest streets. This roar soon attracted attention from all directions, and news of Yi Fan's arrival quickly spread. After 2 years apart, though Yi Fan had corresponded with Yi Mao and Li Ming through letters, face-to-face conversations had a different flavor. Kyoto remains in a stalemate, but the situation is becoming clearer, Yi Mao began. The military faction led by Li Ming and Mi has gained a firm foothold in the court. Although the scholar faction led by Ji Nong and Sun Wu is temporarily suppressed, they still hold the majority of seats. From what I've heard in Nanchuan, there's someone named Ji Gu in the Liang province who is quite impressive. Yi Fan mentioned an assassination attempt in Pingcheng, which greatly concerned Yi Mao and Li Ming. Indeed, I suspect this person is quite formidable and likely has control over Liang province, Yi Fan affirmed. Hearing this, the two men frowned deeply. Yi Fan's conquest of Nanchuan had been a hard-fought battle against Ji and Sunday. Yet, Nanchuan was just a small province among hundreds, while Liang province was several times larger. For someone to control such a vast region silently, this Ji Gu was indeed enigmatic. It's rare to hear of anyone significant with the surname Ji, Li Ming pondered, as if recalling something. Recently, there was news from the Magic Capital University about a freshman named Ji Yang, who supposedly has a natural dual beast taming talent and scored 840 on the entrance exam. The surname matches, but nothing else was mentioned about their background. Natural dual talent? Yi Fan frowned. Clearly, this person wasn't on his radar during his previous academic pursuits, making their sudden emergence quite suspicious. Uncle Li, if you get the chance, please investigate this Ji Yang, Yi Fan instructed decisively. There's something off about them. Are you sure? Li Ming was surprised but nodded in agreement. I'll keep an eye out. And the four kings on the front lines, uncle, if you have the chance, investigate them as well, Yi Fan continued. During my campaign in Nanchuan, I found traces of the town king's activities there. Them? Yi Mao raised an eyebrow. Though their conversation was cryptic, their high positions made such brevity sufficient. As Yi Fan was new to Kyoto, he would need time to adapt to the political landscape. The carriage soon arrived at the Central Martial Academy. Yi Mao and Li Ming escorted the group to the school gate, and as they looked at the broad, straight avenue, Yi Mao handed Yi Fan several protective charms. Keep these for safety. Contact me if you need anything. Most students here are veterans from the front lines, straightforward and honest. You made a wise choice coming here, Yi Mao said, patting Yi Fan's shoulder again. I know your capabilities. If you have any ideas or need help, just let me know. I will remember, Yi Fan responded, sensing something amiss. Aren't you coming with me, uncle? No need. Yi Mao waved his hand dismissively. The principal there is someone I can't stand. I don't want to see him. Can't stand him? Yi Fan was surprised, as it was rare to hear Yi Mao describe someone this way. However, he didn't press further and bid farewell to Yi Mao and the others, entering the school with Li Fati and the rest. In terms of grandeur, the 10 major universities in Kyoto were unparalleled. Unlike other universities where the campus opened up immediately upon entering, the entrance to the Martial Academy led to a long, wide avenue flanked by barren yellow earth, devoid of any greenery. The distant school gate seemed to appear on the horizon. This school's design is so weird, Li Fati whispered to Yi Fan. Feeling the ominous atmosphere, why does it feel so menacing? The menacing aura is a hallmark of the Martial Academy, Yi Fan replied. This road is called the Martial Triumph Avenue. The Martial Academy's policies are quite different from other schools, heavily emphasizing practical combat. Each year, students must train on the front lines at least 5 times to meet the assessment requirements. Whenever students return in triumph, the Academy sends someone to drag the corpse of the strongest beast they slew along this road as a mark of honor. That sounds quite ceremonial, Li Fati remarked in awe. The Martial Academy has always revered martial prowess and combat, unmatched by any other school, Yi Fan said as they stepped onto Triumph Avenue. Perhaps because it was still early for registration, they saw no one else along the way. Eventually, they reached the school gate and were taken aback. There was no gate to speak of, only an old man sitting in a grand chair, basking in the sunlight and dozing, with a long bamboo pole across the road. Oh wow, a human gatekeeper, Li Fati exclaimed, dumbfounded. The old man woke up at the noise, scrutinized the group, and seeing unfamiliar faces, waved his hand dismissively. The Martial Academy is not open for tours. Hey, Li Fati was about to retort, but Yi Fan held him back and presented their invitation. Sir, we are new students here to register. Nonsense. Registration isn't for another 4 or 5 days, the old man said, though he extended his hand. The invitation flew into his grasp. By the authorization of Principal Ning Shachuan, the Central Martial Academy has decided to admit the Nanchuan candidate ahead of schedule. Midway through reading, the old man raised an eyebrow, his gaze piercing into Yi Fan. Are you Yi Zhantian's grandson? Yes, that's me, Yi Fan confirmed. The old man scrutinized Yi Fan closely, nodding. You do have a certain heroic bearing. Without further questions, the old man raised the bamboo pole. Go on in. Keep walking until you see a domed building. The principal's office is on the third floor, third door on the right. Thank you, sir, Yi Fan said, bowing slightly, and led his group into the academy. Once they were out of sight, the old man set up the bamboo pole again and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he opened them once more, gazing at their departing figures, and murmured to himself, the martial academy is going to be lively this year. With that, the old man stretched, leaned back in his chair, and drifted off to sleep again. Upon entering Wudu Academy, Yi Fan and his companions were stunned by the sight before them. Towering gray and white buildings stood tall, exuding a solemn and dignified aura. The campus had few students, but each one walked briskly and with an upright posture, a stark contrast to the atmosphere of Pingqing High School. Suddenly, the sound of orderly marching and slogans came from a distance. Though no figures were visible, it gave the impression of being in a military camp. Li Pengzi couldn't help but whisper, what kind of school is this? It's like the secret realm outside Pingqing. Yi Fan teased with a smile. You've been a gluttonous general in the secret realm for so long. Can't you handle a little pressure? Li Pengzi scratched his head uncomfortably and replied, I can handle it, just feels a bit odd. A university built like a training ground? Yi Fan corrected him seriously. A university should be built like a training ground. A place where you just eat, drink, and play all day isn't worth attending. Li Pengzi fell silent and followed Yi Fan quietly. Following the directions given by the old man at the entrance, they quickly arrived at the third floor of a domed building and stood in front of the third room. Yi Fan knocked gently, and a succinct come in was heard from inside. Upon entering, they saw a middle-aged man with a lean face and sharp features. His temples were graying, yet he didn't appear old, giving off an unusual vibe. Before anyone could speak, a familiar female voice was heard. It was Shiryu, who had come for recruitment earlier. The middle-aged man stood up with a warm smile. So, it's Yi Fan. Please, have a seat. This sudden friendliness made Li Pengzi and the others a bit uneasy. Yi Fan, however, sat down unreservedly. The middle-aged man introduced himself. I am Ning Xiakawa, the principal of this school, and this is Vice Principal Shiryu. Yi Fan got straight to the point. Principal Shiryu asked me to enroll in early September. I thought it might be crowded then, so I came early. Is there any paperwork I need to complete? Ning Xiakawa smiled. No paperwork needed. I've already taken care of it. Our academy doesn't have much paperwork, especially for early arrivals like you. Shiryu skillfully handed over some documents to Yi Fan and quickly explained, I've already arranged your dorms. Since school hasn't officially started, I'll brief you on some rules so you can adapt better once classes begin. Yi Fan took the documents and saw the words confidentiality agreement prominently displayed. Shiryu explained that this was due to involvement with the military, and some information couldn't be disclosed. Shiryu then detailed the academy's regulations. The entrance exams, mentor assignments, frontline training, and points system captivated everyone. Particularly when Shiryu mentioned that points could be exchanged for official positions, Li Pengzi couldn't help but exclaim, What? You can become an officer? Shiryu explained that the rank depended on the number of points. For instance, the rank of a captain, as promised to Yi Fan, required about 3 million points, equivalent to killing 10,000 eternal class beasts. This number left everyone in shock. Yi Fan listened quietly and only spoke when Shiryu asked if he had any questions. When I go to the front lines, where do the 1,000 people under my command come from? The battlefield corps or the academy students? This question seemed to catch Shiryu and Ning Xiakawa off guard, but they quickly regained their composure. Shiryu replied that this would be disclosed once Yi Fan was on the front lines. Yi Fan didn't press further and stood up to bid farewell to the principals. Shiryu handed them the dorm keys, explaining that considering their familiarity, they were assigned to 4 rooms in the same courtyard. After Yi Fan and his companions left, the atmosphere in the office changed. Ning Xiakawa couldn't hide his smile, and Shiryu couldn't help but tease. Ning Xiakawa, you're practically drooling with excitement. Ning Xiakawa said excitedly, with a student like this in my school, why wouldn't I be happy? This kid's ambition is huge. Giving him 1,000 men is too little. I think we should apply for a position of 10,000 men for him, so he can truly shine on the front lines. Shiryu's expression turned stern, and she warned, 10,000? Are you crazy? The wise king is already unhappy with you assigning students to officer positions on the front lines. And don't you know Yi Fan's background? Ning Xiakawa seemed unconcerned. Isn't he just the grandson of the war king? If we give him authority, the war king's troops can use the corps' name to rally around him, forming a powerful force on the front lines. Shiryu wanted to say more but was silenced by Ning Xiakawa's suddenly cold gaze. Ning Xiakawa said indifferently, what I want is a weapon sharp enough to kill the enemy. If it can kill, what does it matter if it's double-edged? Sure, he was speechless for a moment and could only mutter, Ning Zayakawa, you're a madman? Holding a map, Yifan and his group navigated through the campus of Wudu Academy. Under the scorching sun, they finally found the source of the shouting they had heard earlier, a formation of students training under the guidance of their instructors. Some groups consisted entirely of beast tamers. Others were a mix of beast tamers and warriors, and some were purely warriors. They wore uniform attire and exhibited strict discipline, looking almost as well trained as the military units in Nanchuan. Going to school here is like joining the army, Li Fati muttered as a formation passed by them. Yifan replied, being a soldier here is a lot more stressful than you think. The group arrived at the dormitory area and encountered 4 students who looked remarkably similar. The 4 students enthusiastically asked if Yifan and his friends were freshmen and, upon receiving confirmation, offered to show them the way. Were you all specially recruited? One of the 4 asked, looking surprised after hearing about their background. Yes, we were all specially recruited, Li Fati answered, taking on the role of spokesperson. Curiously, he asked, are you 4 brothers? You look so much alike. The leading student smiled shyly. Yes, we're quadruplets and we all got into Wudu Academy together. Our surname is Zhou, so you can call us Zhouda, Zhou Air, Zhou San and Zhou Si. That's still confusing. Li Fati scratched his head. Zhouda pointed to a mole on his forehead and explained. The eldest has a mole on his forehead, the second has one on his eyebrow, the third… Wow, that makes it even more confusing, Li Fati interrupted. Zhouda laughed. Just call us whatever, one of us will respond. He turned to Yifan's group and asked, how many points did you all get on the college entrance exam? Ma Xiaoxue and Wang Lingxi looked a bit embarrassed. Zhouda quickly added, it doesn't really matter. Everyone's scores are pretty similar here. What's important is the entrance exam once you're in the academy. Entrance exam? The 3 of them looked curious, and Li Fati asked directly, what's the entrance exam about? Zhouda explained, you have to battle an instructor, and they will grade you. This exam is crucial as it determines which instructor you will be assigned to. Make sure you perform well to get a good instructor. What's the benefit of having a good instructor? There are plenty of benefits, Zhouda answered. A good instructor can secure a lot of resources for you every year. Not to mention, if you follow them to the front lines, you'll earn more military merits. You can earn military merits? Isn't it based on individual kills? Li Fati was puzzled. Zhouda explained, on the battlefield, it's sometimes hard to track exactly who made the kills. Those unclear cases are distributed as per the effort contributed, and the instructor students get a share. I've heard that one of the top instructors in our grade can get his students hundreds of merits in a single battle. Hearing this, their expressions turned a bit strange. Yifan, however, just smiled knowingly. He was well aware of the value of military merits, which was why he had chosen Wudu Academy without hesitation. Zhouda continued to enthusiastically introduce other aspects of the school, helping Li Fati and the others prepare in advance. Soon, they arrived at their dormitory with Zhouda and his brothers leading the way. As they reached the door, Zhouda pointed to a nearby dormitory. Our dorm is diagonally across from yours. If you have any questions before classes start, feel free to knock on our door. After waving goodbye, Li Fati sidled up to Yifan and whispered, Yifan, do you think there's something off about these guys? Why are they so friendly? Yifan shook his head. This is school, not Nanchuan. At Wudu Academy, you don't need to worry about the people around you. Why not? You'll understand soon enough, Yifan replied cryptically, then took out the key and opened the door. The luxurious courtyard-style dormitory immediately caught everyone's attention. Li Fati exclaimed in awe, while Wang Lingxi and Ma Xiaoxue looked equally surprised. After a moment of silence, Yifan said, choose your rooms and take a rest. In the coming days, we can familiarize ourselves with the school. College life is short. We need to seize every moment to improve quickly. Not long after, another carriage stopped in front of the Victory Road at Wudu Academy. A young man dressed in luxurious clothing stepped down alone and walked forward. At the school gate, the young man paused. An old man, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and frowned at the young man. He swung his bamboo staff horizontally, aiming at the man's shadow. How dare you hide in front of Wudu's gate? With a smack, a black-robed guard appeared, blocking the bamboo staff with an angry expression. The old man was undeterred and scolded. Shady character. He turned to the young man and said sternly, Wudu Academy does not allow any outsiders. You have 3 seconds to leave, or don't blame this old man for being harsh with his bamboo staff. The young man remained unfazed and smiled. I am a student specially recruited by Principal Ning Xiaochuan. The old man took the invitation letter handed to him by the young man and, after a moment of silence, raised his bamboo staff. Go ahead, but your guard must stay outside. The young man nodded and entered. The black-robed guard, though reluctant, shot a resentful glance at the old man before leaving. The old man watched the black-robed guard disappear, spat on the ground, and turned his gaze back to the young man entering the domed building. He frowned, clearly puzzled. What is Ning Xiaochuan thinking? Recruiting someone like that? Time flies like a fleeting horse, and in just a few days, Li Pengzi and his friends have gotten a preliminary taste of life at Wudu Academy. This institution resembles a military academy, with its strict schedule and high-intensity training becoming the norm. Except for a few liberal arts students, the majority spend their days under the rigorous guidance of their mentors, training from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. with only breaks for meals and a midday rest. Out of 7 days a week, students have just one day for personal time. On the day of the freshman assembly, which also marked the first day of the entrance exams, Li Pengzi walked down the path and shared his initial impressions with Yifan. This isn't studying. It's like being in prison. But if we can endure these 4 years, this prison sentence could really transform us. Yifan looked at Li Pengzi and his companions with a hint of a smile. He recalled his past life at a place dubbed Little Wudu, where the management style was just as rigorous. Those 4 years laid a solid foundation for him, and the knowledge gained proved invaluable over time. Thinking of this, Yifan advised, you don't have to go all out during the entrance exam, but make sure to showcase your unique skills or strengths. Exam scores only acknowledge your capabilities, but it's your specific talents that will determine which mentor you get assigned to. Highlighting your strengths will ensure you get placed with the right mentor and learn the most. Li Pengzi was slightly surprised. Such a personalized allocation system? He patted his stomach. I better show off my beast-taming skills then. Yifan just smiled, his eyes full of meaning. He knew that the top mentors at Wudu Academy had keen eyes, and Li Pengzi's beast-taming skills might lead to some tough challenges. This was one reason Yifan brought them here. Nanchuan was too small, limiting their horizons and fostering complacency. In the capital, they could broaden their perspectives and learn much more. The examination venue was bustling with activity, with over 1,000 freshmen gathered on the field. Many faces still bore traces of youth and dreams for the future, unaware of the grueling courses ahead at Wudu Academy. Yifan and his group mingled with the crowd, with Li Pengzi acting as the diplomat, striking up conversations with other students. As Yifan scanned the crowd for familiar faces, a deep male voice suddenly called out, Yifan, there you are. Turning around, Yifan saw a much-grown Jia Bailong approaching with a broad smile. Jia punched Yifan in the chest playfully. You didn't even take the college entrance exam. If my grandmother hadn't found out you were coming to Wudu Academy, I wouldn't have bothered with this place. Yifan smiled, sizing Jia up. Golden 9-star. You've improved a lot. I'm way stronger than 3 years ago. Jia Bailong patted Yifan on the back. When do you have time for a match? Let's talk about it later. Today is the entrance exam. Yifan replied with a smile. Though Jia Bailong was a bit reluctant, he nodded in agreement. Yifan could sense his friend's frustration and felt touched that Jia had come to Wudu specifically for him. Standing side by side, the two drew a lot of attention from the freshmen. Many recognized Jia Bailong, known as the contemporary genius, and were curious about the new face he treated so respectfully. With Ning Xiaochuan's appearance and an inspiring speech, a dozen freshman mentors entered, announcing the start of the entrance exams. The crowd surged, with many students gathering around the mentors, eager to see what this unique exam entailed. When the first freshman was knocked to the ground by the mentor's stick, many gasped in shock. From the stands, Ning Xiaochuan watched as one student after another fell, joking with the elderly figures beside him. This batch of freshmen is as green as ever. I suppose none of them catch your interest. The elderly figures remained silent, simply observing the students. Ning Xiaochuan wasn't bothered. He knew these were the academy's top mentors, invited to find a few exceptional students. Time passed, and student after student came and went, but the elders remained silent. It wasn't until a sharp-dressed girl entered that Ning Xiaochuan spoke again. This is Ma Xiaoxue from Nanchuan, a companion of that Yifan. The elders' expressions shifted slightly. Ma Xiaoxue performed well, though she was quickly defeated. One elder remarked, decisive moves and good coordination with her beasts. She shows potential, but her talent is average-level beast-taming abilities and ordinary physique. With limited potential, several more students followed, receiving comments but no real interest. Ning Xiaochuan began to grow impatient. Then, a chubby boy stepped forward, catching Ning Xiaochuan's eye. This is Li Pengzi from Nanchuan, also a friend of Yifan, ranked in the top 100 of the human race in the college entrance exams. Li Pengzi summoned 7 beasts at once, drawing an elder's attention, a specialized beast tamer. However, as Li Pengzi struggled to command his 7 beasts under the mentor's attack, the elder couldn't help but comment again. How can this chubby boy tame beasts so clumsily? Specialized beast masters like Lien can't even figure out how to coordinate with their beast's unique traits. The old man watching Li Pengzi's performance was so furious that he jumped up, cursing loudly. His slightly chubby figure, mirroring Li Pengzi's, only added to the comedic effect. Absolutely disgraceful, the old man roared in anger. Ning Xiaochuan seized the opportunity, a playful smile on his face, and said, it's precisely because he's disgraceful that he needs your guidance. Elder Wu, this student has a similar path to yours. Aren't you looking for a successor? Why not take him in? I've never had such a foolish disciple under my tutelage, Elder Wu retorted, sitting back down and continuing to watch Li Pengzi's performance. Even after Li Pengzi was defeated, he couldn't help but mutter, teaching such a foolish student would be the death of me? Not necessarily, Ning Xiachuan gently persuaded. Some students just need a good mentor to guide them. Elder Wu was silent for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. Fine, this little fatty may be foolish, but foolishness also means simplicity. I'll take him in. As soon as he finished speaking, none of the other elders contested his decision. Elder Wu said no more, rising to take a seat further back. The entrance exams at Wudu Academy were in full swing. As a top-tier university, it occasionally saw some outstanding candidates. Whenever a promising student appeared, someone would speak up, receive approval from the others, and then leave their seat. As the exams neared their conclusion, the elders in the front rows gradually moved to the back. However, 7 or 8 of them remained in the front, as if waiting for something. Jia Bailong is here, Ning Xiachuan suddenly announced. The bloodline of the human king needs no further introduction. Boom. The battle in the arena began instantly. Jia Bailong's powerful punch caught the attention of 3 or 4 elders. This kid has an incredibly strong physique. I'll take this student. One elder eagerly stood up. Do you think you can just claim the top student like that? Another elder challenged. Do you even have the qualifications to teach him? If I don't, do you? Long Yu retorted, glaring at the speaker. The other elder didn't back down. I didn't say I did, but everyone wants a student like this. We all know what the human king's bloodline represents. Let's not argue here. After the test, we'll let him choose who he wants to study under. The other elders nodded in agreement, and even Long Yu reluctantly sat back down. Jia Bailong's performance was indeed impressive, holding his own against a powerful mentor. Although he was ultimately defeated, his performance stood out, making him the only student who seemed capable of defeating a mentor. What about Yifan? Why hasn't he taken the stage yet? Someone suddenly inquired about Yifan in the crowd. He's up next, Ning Xiachuan replied just as the host announced. New student Yifan, please proceed to Arena 49. Yifan, be careful. Those mentors hit hard, Li Pengzi whispered, pointing to a bruise on his head. Look what they did to me. You just handle your beasts too poorly, Yifan teased, carrying his heavy sword as he walked into the crowd of onlookers. Yifan's name was well known, and Arena 49 quickly filled with people eager to watch. As Yifan entered the arena, the mentor opposite him frowned slightly. Aren't you a beast master? Yes, Yifan replied succinctly, waving his hand to summon his beasts. A devouring beast, a hellfire hound, a death eagle, and an ice spirit. Too transcendent, for eternal, the mentor noted with a hint of surprise but quickly regained composure, sweeping his staff toward Yifan. Beasts, full enhancement, Yifan commanded. His beasts moved in perfect coordination. The ice spirit and hellfire hound controlled the battlefield. The devouring beast faced the mentor Hedon, and the death eagle waited for the right moment to strike. The mentor, though powerful, found himself struggling against Yifan's beasts. Gradually, he eased his self-imposed restrictions, revealing strength from gold to eternal, and then to high-level eternal. Yet, even at near star level, he couldn't break through Yifan's beast formation, staring at Yifan in shock. Now this is a beast master. Elder Wu couldn't help but praise. An eternal low-level beast master making an eternal high-level warrior helpless. That's the difference between warriors and beast masters. This remark sparked a heated debate. Some agreed with Elder Wu, claiming beast masters were inherently stronger than warriors of the same level, while others argued that beast masters' strength lay in their beasts, with their own bodies being their weak point. Amidst the debate, the battle in the arena took a sudden turn. Li Chong, unable to hold back any longer, surged with power, breaking through to star level. With a sweep, he shattered the ice clinging to him, knocked back the devouring beast, and charged at Yifan. Unexpectedly, Yifan reacted swiftly, drawing his sword and unleashing an eternal level aura. Eternal level! The crowd gasped as Yifan was knocked out of the arena but remained standing. This kid is not only an eternal level beast master, but also an eternal level warrior. As soon as the words left his mouth, the hall fell silent. The expressions on the faces of the many martial elders were ones of disbelief, especially those who had doubted Yifan earlier. Their eyes now filled with shock. How can someone be both an eternal beast master and an eternal martial artist? One elder exclaimed, instinctively looking towards Ning Xiachuan. Ning Xiachuan spread his hands and smiled wryly. Why are you looking at me? I have no idea. I thought he was just an eternal martial artist. 17 years old, for eternal beast masters, and an eternal martial artist himself, a dual talent. This astonishing information left everyone present in stunned silence. At that moment, an elderly man with an ethereal demeanor stood up in the center, his eyes sharp. I want Yifan. Before he could finish, someone immediately protested. Qian He, by rights, he should be able to choose for himself, just like Jada Bailong. Qian He was unmoved, waving his hand decisively. You can choose whoever you want, but Yi Fan is mine. Anyone who tries to take him from me will face my wrath. Instantly, a burly, dark-faced elder beside Qian He also stood up, his voice booming. If that's the case, I want him too. Anyone who tries to take him from me will get a beating. The other elders who hadn't chosen their students yet began to protest. This isn't fair. The dark-faced elder sneered. Fairness is determined by strength. If you disagree, let's see whose fists are stronger. Seeing the situation about to explode, Ning Xiachuan quietly slipped to the side, leaving only a comment. Looks like the elders will have to settle this themselves. Boom. As expected, the moment Ning Xiachuan stepped aside, several powerful auras erupted. Qian He and the dark-faced elder charged towards Yi Fan like bolts of lightning, with the other elders following closely behind. This sudden turn of events left all the new students stunned. They quickly backed away, leaving Yi Fan alone and isolated. Sensing something was wrong, Yi Fan instinctively gripped his heavy sword. However, the next moment, he felt the space around him lock down, a vast force instantly restraining him. A lost space, king-level power? Yi Fan thought to himself, realizing the danger. Two massive palms, like shadows blotting out the sun, descended upon him. Amidst the thunderous roar, Yi Fan and a large section of the ground beneath him disappeared. Qian He's hearty laughter echoed in the air. Ha ha ha, Min Ri, you're still a step slower than me. I'll be taking Yi Fan as my student. Min Ri's face darkened even more, but his eyes quickly shifted to Jada Bailong in the distance. With another thunderous boom, Jada Bailong also vanished. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the other mentors quickly acted, fearing their chosen students might be taken. The entire field descended into chaos. Li Pengzi looked at the two large craters where Yi Fan and Jada Bailong once stood and swallowed hard. Damn, choosing students is this brutal? Before he could finish, a shadow flashed, and Wu Laoma suddenly appeared before Li Pengzi. He grabbed Li Pengzi and laughed wickedly. Little fatty, with your beast mastery so ugly, I, Wu Laoma, will have to train you well. Li Pengzi was scared out of his wits, shouting, help, this old man has a twisted mind. When Yi Fan opened his eyes again, he found himself in a hall. Sitting in front of him was the ethereal elder, Qian He. Qian He smiled kindly. I am Qian He, a senior mentor at Wudu Academy. From now on, I will be your mentor. As he spoke, he tossed a token to Yi Fan. Yi Fan caught the token and hesitantly asked, why is it that Qian He Senior is to be my mentor? Qian He explained, it's a year of great fortune, with many prodigies emerging. Ning Xiachuan invited us old folks to join in, hoping we could find some promising talents to nurture, who might one day aid humanity. Yi Fan pondered this and asked, Qian He Senior, what else did Principal Ning Xiachuan tell you? Qian He stroked his beard and laughed. He said many things, like you're the descendant of a great family, an unparalleled genius with grand ambitions. Yi Fan understood, thinking that Ning Xiachuan sure knew how to speak well, but didn't mention how he had risen to power. Just as Yi Fan was about to explain, Qian He continued, as your mentor, I have prepared a gift for you. With that, he produced an extraordinary beast egg. Yi Fan accepted it and thanked him. Qian He then said, no need to call me mentor. I don't take students, only disciples. If you're willing, you can call me master. Yes, master. Yi Fan replied respectfully. Qian He nodded in satisfaction and asked, what were you mainly doing in Nanchuan before? Could you tell me? After a moment's thought, Yi Fan replied, mainly clearing out royal organizations, suppressing unruly aristocrats, replacing incompetent officials, and improving people's livelihood and developing technology. Qian He nodded approvingly, then realized something was off. How could a teenager accomplish so much? It wasn't just me. I had some like-minded people working together. Yi Fan replied calmly, around 2 to 300,000. 2 to 300,000? Qian He's eyes widened in shock, finally understanding. So, you were leading a rebellion in Nanchuan? Rebellion wouldn't be the right word. Qian He was taken aback by Yi Fan's arrival, surprised that this young man dared to challenge authority. The human race had grown weak, and various factions were itching for chaos, waiting for the right moment to reshuffle the power dynamics. Even a young man like Yi Fan wasn't content to be a mere spectator in these troubled times. He had to take some unconventional actions. You know about the impending chaos? Qian He narrowed his eyes. As a king-level figure, his thoughts were far from ordinary. After a moment, he seemed to catch on to something and asked, so, Marshal Ye's recent activity in court is related to you? Exactly, Yi Fan admitted openly. My grandfather's maneuvers in court were mainly to create confusion and divert attention for me. What have you achieved in Nanchuan? Qian He's eyes were sharp. I've unified the entire region, Yi Fan replied with a bow. All cities in Nanchuan are under my control. Hissed Qian He took a sharp breath. his gaze towards Yifan subtly changing. You must have ulterior motives for coming to Wudu. What did Ningxiaquan offer you? A centurion position and special recruitment for a few of my companions, Yifan said frankly. I indeed have other plans. I'm seeking a new path to accumulate strength. A new path? Qianhe was puzzled. What kind of path? A path that will give me more options in the future, Yifan explained. The current situation of the human race is shrouded in uncertainty, and it's hard to discern right from wrong. I must accumulate as much strength as possible to make the right decisions when the time comes. Nanchuan is too narrow, but Ningxiaquan's conditions fit my plans perfectly. You want to mobilize troops from the front lines? Qianhe instantly saw through Yifan's intentions. Using your position to command the Zhantian and Yutian armies, leveraging their power to seize control during the chaos. Yifan remained silent for a moment before bowing. Master, your insight is unparalleled. The term master from your lips is not something just anyone can bear, Qianhe said gravely. After a brief contemplation, he waved his hand. Fine, I, Qianhe, have always been straightforward. Since I've accepted you as my disciple, I will do my utmost to teach you. Show me your skills first, and I'll find a suitable technique for you. Understood. Yifan responded, bowing to Qianhe. I appreciate your guidance, master. With that, Yifan summoned several of his beasts, but this time, Qianhe merely waved his hand, and they were all restrained. Show me your trump card. I can tell you're holding back, Qianhe said. Yifan was slightly surprised but, after a moment of hesitation, did not summon his strongest beast. Instead, he silently raised his hand. Beast enchantment. Boom. With a dragon's roar, the shadow of a crimson wind dragon appeared around Yifan, unleashing a powerful aura. As the massive dragon wings spread, he slowly floated into the air, his heavy sword flashing. Dragon transformation, Qianhe observed calmly, signaling with his hand. Bring it on. Sword style. Final echo. Boom. With a single slash, the powerful sword strike, enhanced by the beast enchantment, shattered the house. Facing the terrifying sword energy, Qianhe merely squinted, tapping his finger lightly. Clang. The sound of metal clashing exploded, shattering the floor, but Qianhe remained unmoved, and the ground beneath him was unscathed. His bony finger effortlessly blocked Yifan's heavy sword. Sword style. Soaring Phoenix. Knowing his initial attack had failed, Yifan immediately changed tactics and retreated, slashing out again, sending two more fierce sword energies towards Qianhe. Qianhe remained unflustered, flicking his finger to shatter the sword energies. Yifan, feeling the immense pressure from Qianhe, panted slightly. After a brief hesitation, Yifan assumed a sheathing stance, lowering his body. Boom. In the next moment, he erupted, his steps creating a series of sonic booms as he charged at Qianhe with his sword. Qianhe frowned slightly but did not dodge, calmly watching Yifan's approach. The distance between them closed rapidly, and at the last meter, Yifan moved again, lowering his body and drawing his sword like a dragon. Sword style. Aido. Clang. In a flash, the entire hall dimmed. When the light returned, Yifan was kneeling behind Qianhe, exhausted. Qianhe maintained his raised hand, having blocked the attack, but this time, a thin line of blood appeared on his fingertip. What incredible power, Qianhe remarked, looking at the blood on his finger, his eyes filled with delight. You gave me quite a surprise. Master, you flatter me, Yifan replied, the enchantment fading as he used his sword to stand. Seeing the blood on Qianhe's fingertip, a smile appeared on his face. The fifth sword style, known as Aido, was a powerful draw technique. Unlike other sword moves, Aido required execution in battle, harnessing the explosive power of a lowered stance. This move was a hallmark of sword saint techniques, far more powerful than the final echo but only effective against a single target. Its energy consumption was several times greater. Fortunately, with Li Wushuang's improvements, Yifan could now wield it effectively. The destructive power of this strike left Yifan quite satisfied. You possess a powerful aura technique and physical skills to support such high-energy sword moves. Qianhe pointed out Yifan's weakness. You need a beast that can replenish your elemental energy during battle. A beast? Yifan was taken aback, then realized something. He had never considered the path of beast mastery. There are naturally supportive beasts in this world, skilled in healing, augmentation, and other supportive arts, Qianhe continued. With such a beast, your problem would be solved. The Tianyuan beast, Yifan realized. You know of this beast? Qianhe was surprised but nodded. The Tianyuan beast only resides in the secret realms around the imperial capital. It's understandable you haven't taken action despite knowing of it. With that, Qianhe took out a token. This is a pass to the Linya Ancient Secret Realm. It will open for a time in 3 months. You can use this token to test your skills. A token? Yifan looked at the item in surprise. Your path is already clear. I won't give more guidance, Qianhe explained. Since you have great ambitions, I won't stand in your way. Go and pursue your goals. In that case, I am deeply grateful. Yifan hesitated for a moment before taking the token and bowing. Thank you, Master, for your support. No need. Go and do what you must. Qianhe smiled kindly. Though Yifan found the smile odd, he didn't dwell on it. He put away his beasts, bowed to Qianhe, and left. Watching Yifan leave, Qianhe's expression changed, shaking his fingers vigorously. What kind of prodigy has Ningxiaquan brought in? An eternal level talent that can break through my defenses? How am I supposed to teach this child? This gave Qianhe a rare headache, but also heightened his anticipation for Yifan's future growth. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.